After touching the glowing Luffy figure, I suddenly crossed over to the Marineford War. Just after Mu cursed what the hell, he opened his eyes to see a sky full of cannon fire. A broken blade flew past his crotch by a centimeter, almost causing him to be childless. Is this the Navy? The Moby Dick? A bare-chested man kneeling on a high platform. Is that Ace? Wow, did I really cross over to the Marineford War? Suddenly, a system popped up. Congratulations. With Nami in your left hand and Hancock in your right. It's not a dream. The Newbie gift pack opened. Nami photo album? Robin photo album. What the hell? I'm about to die. As soon as he finished speaking, a shockwave sent him flying. Looking up, he saw a man in a black hat wielding a large knife, staring at the Diamond Hard Man. Dracula Mihawk? Jozu. The aftermath of the world's #1 swordsman almost killed him. This college student, who couldn't even tie a chicken, how would he survive at Marineford? The system is still giving out benefits. This can't be a trap, right? Would he be smashed to bits by a kindness punch in the next second? This start is so intense, it makes him want to die on the spot. He drew the god's hand, but didn't dare touch anyone. Kizaru's Yada, no Kagami, almost turned him to dust. The system finally issued a power, God's hand. Touch anyone to copy their abilities and even enhance them. Mu was happy for 2 seconds before getting confused. In the Marineford War, who can I touch with my small body? Akainu could kill me with a single booger. Looking up, he saw Kizaru floating in the sky, leering with a smile. Yada no Kagami. Laser beams shot down from the sky, and Sumu immediately covered his head and squatted down. Please don't miss, big brother. Just as he was about to be turned into a sieve, that a blue flame exploded and blocked everything. Marco! Dad! Sumu cried out. Marco was like his rebirth parents. Now the problem arises that, no matter how strong the god's hand is, what good is it if I can't touch anyone? Should I go touch Whitebeard? Or should I touch the 3 admirals? Would I be smashed by Sengoku's shockwave in the next second? This ability is simply a hellish difficulty start. It's so intense it feels like a heart attack. He touched a half-dead Navy soldier and directly copied the 6 powers. Akaina's magma fist is coming. Just as Sumu was about to run towards the Moby Dick, a remaining Navy soldier lunged with a knife. His foot slipped, and he fell forward, his hand pressing right on the Navy soldier. Ding! Copied Navy's 6 powers. Soru. Tekai. He instantly felt filled with power and swept his leg, knocking the man down. Just as he was feeling proud, he looked up and saw Jozu throwing ice blocks the size of a small mountain. Akainu slowly stood up, his fist turning red. The magma exploded, and the ice block melted into steam. Scorching magma fell like a meteor. Sumu was dumbfounded. Is the 6 powers I just obtained even useful? Can Tekai withstand Akaina's magma fist? Is this half-dead Navy soldier's ability just sending me to my death? Would I be burned to a crisp in the next second? This plot is so intense my legs are cramping. As Akaina's meteor volcano fell, Sumu barely dodged with Soru, but ran into Oz being surrounded and beaten by the warlords. Fireballs flew past his scalp, and Sumu rolled twice on the ice before stopping after crashing into a corpse. Looking up, he saw Akainu expressionless, even blowing up his own people. Go over to Whitebeard and get a boost. Sumu ran, and just as he reached under the Moby Dick, that a loud crash came from behind Oz was blasted away by Kuma's meatball. Ace, I'm here to save you. Oz roared while holding his wound, but was blocked by Doflamingo and Moria. Sumu looked at the massive bleeding body, his heart tightening. You gave me the straw hat. They'll use my life to save you. This plot is too heartbreaking. Whitebeard stood at the bow, frowning but not making a move. Sumu was anxious. Dad, please save him. But it was already hard enough to get on the ship, let alone help Oz. What good is the 6 powers I just obtained? Will the plan to lean on Whitebeard work? Will Oz end up dying tragically like in the original story? I can't stay on this battlefield for a second longer. It's so torturous I want to smash my phone. Doflamingo cut off Ounce's legs, and Moria pierced his body with shadows. Ace was going crazy on the execution platform. Just a little more. Ace. Ounce's giant hand stopped in front of Ace. Crashing down, Sumu gritted his teeth and climbed onto the Moby Dick, just grabbing the ship's edge. A shadow loomed overhead, and a warship crashed into the ice pit. Luffy. The Straw Hat Kid stood at the bow shouting for Ace, followed by Crocodile, Jinbei, and God Buggy. The main character group finally made their entrance, but Sumu couldn't care less about being excited. His mind was racing. Gotta get close to Whitebeard. As soon as he jumped on the ship, he saw that broad back at the bow. Whitebeard was standing there. If I copy his ability, even Akainu would kneel. But Luffy's loud voice attracted everyone's attention. Don't come over. Let me get my boost first. With Ounce's death still fresh, Luffy brought a bunch of big shots into chaos. Sumu hid behind the ship's railing, trembling. If I go up to touch Whitebeard now, Will I be treated as an assassin and killed? There's even worse plot ahead. How can I survive without some real strength? This sixth man is too intense. My heart is in my throat. If I call Whitebeard Dad, can I get his ability? Luffy suddenly jumped in to stir things up. Just as Sumu approached Whitebeard, he was grabbed. Kid, what do you want to do, Dad? Save me. Whitebeard frowned and turned. Which crew are you from? Sumu's heart raced, pointing at the execution platform. The Navy is going to execute Ace early. If you fist bump me, I can save him. Whitebeard's Naginata paused. His aura almost made Sumu kneel. Suddenly, a golden hook flew towards Whitebeard's head. Crocodile sneak attack. Luffy, steaming all over, kicked the golden hook away. Don't touch the Uncle Ace likes. Old Sand cursed and jumped ship that Sumu was stunned. Just a little more. Luffy turned to Whitebeard and shouted. The Navy is going to kill Ace early. Exactly what I just said. Now Whitebeard wouldn't even look at me. Can this god's hand still copy the strongest ability? If Akainu makes a move later, this little six powers won't even fill the gaps in my teeth. This plot is so urgent it could kill someone. Luffy openly challenged Whitebeard, but Sumu managed to touch him for the ability, directly awakening Conqueror's Haki. I'm going to be the Pirate King. Luffy shouted at Whitebeard, and the Naginata trembled, shaking Sumu to the ground at Sumu, standing between the two, became the focus of the crowd. Who is this kid, daring to wedge himself between two big shots? King Luffy. Wait, Sumu reached out to stop him, but Luffy slapped his hand away. In Monkey D, Luffy, just with that, ding, copied the gum fruit. Enhanced observation Haki. Conqueror's Haki awakened. Sumu was dumbfounded. Stronger than Luffy? Whitebeard suddenly turned his head. This little brat is not right. That Sumu clenched his fists, his rubber arms stretched out with a pop. Now, with Luffy's ability and the enhanced version of Haki, could he directly confront the 7 warlords? Could he save Ace before Luffy does? This is a huge profit. The plot is taking off. Thinking he could touch Whitebeard, but instead got sent flying, Sumu awakened a rubber fruit and went crazy on the battlefield. Unlock mission. Save Ace. Sumu looked at Ace on the execution platform, his fists cracking. To lock down the hand of God, and to make up for regrets, Luffy, I'm here to help you. He turned around and reached out to Whitebeard. How about a fist bump? Bang. He was directly flung away, crashing into the battlefield. That was reckless. Sumu got up and grinned. If I can't reach Whitebeard, then he'll just copy my way up. Rubber pistol. His fist whooshed and stretched, knocking 3 Marines away with one punch. It's really longer. Damn. A contemporary college student using the rubber fruit for the first time was so excited that he was seeing stars. Luffy watched him knock away a bunch of minor enemies and laughed. This guy's even fiercer than me? But the Marines kept surging in like a tide. Sumu gradually panicked. My stamina is almost gone. Luffy has the hormonal boost, but I have nothing, and Akainu is waiting to deal the finishing blow. If I don't copy a Vice Admiral's ability now, I might not make it to save Ace. The battle is exhilarating, but my life is running out. Adrenaline is surging. Can Sumu also use the giant punch of the 3rd gear? He and Luffy fought side by side against the Marine Giants, leaving Ivankov stunned. Luffy was blocked by 2 giants and had just activated the 3rd gear to send one flying. The other swung a steel rod at him, and he couldn't dodge in time. Rubber, giant gun. Sumu's fist boom expanded, knocking the giant over. Luffy was dumbfounded. Your fist can also get bigger? The 2 landed, and their fists instantly shrank. Sumu surprisingly didn't shrink. Neither did Luffy. This enhanced version of the rubber fruit is too much of a cheat. Let's go. Save Ace. Sumu and Luffy moved left and right, their arms whooshing long. The rubber machine gun swept through a group of Marines, knocking everyone blocking their way away. Ivankov looked at these 2 with the same abilities, confused. Who is this bullheaded guy? Is he Whitebeard's man? Or a revolutionary? Now the problem arises. Ahead is the execution platform guarded by the 3 admirals. Can the 2 rubbermen take on Kizaru and Akainu together? If I could copy Akiji's ice fruit, wouldn't I become a god? This plot is so exciting that it makes me want to dance on the spot. Smoker's smoke wrapped around Luffy, and when Sumu kicked, he went right through it. The Empress suddenly kicked Smoker away. Rubber machine gun. Luffy's fist swung rapidly, passing right through Smoker's body. In the next second, the 10 hands of the Smoke Man pressed against Luffy's throat. Little brat, still thinking of running? Sumu panicked and kicked toward Smoker. His foot went straight through the smoke, but accidentally helped Luffy free himself. Run, Luffy. Just as the 2 were about to escape, the smoke wrapped around them again, and even Sumu was targeted. Suddenly a fragrant breeze wafted over, dispersing all the smoke. Great aroma kick. The purple Cheongsam split up to the waist, and her long black hair floated. The Empress kicked Smoker in the face, sending the Smoke Man flying. Sumu was dumbfounded. Damn, she's 1,000 times more beautiful in real life than in the anime. with snake-shaped earrings and a queen's aura. His heart skipped a beat. The Empress glanced over, and Sumu almost turned to stone on the spot. Now the opportunity has come. Should I take the chance to touch the Empress? With the sweet fruit and Haki, I could become a god right here. But what if she petrifies me? Smoker will definitely chase after getting up. This beauty attack is too sudden. My health bar is almost empty. Even her face seemed to be surrounded by an irresistible charm that captivated him completely. Sumu was stunned, drooling, unable to look away. It wasn't until the Empress spoke in an angry tone that he barely snapped back to reality. Smoker, put away your weapon. How dare you treat my beloved like this? Truly, truly unforgivable. The imposing aura radiating from the Empress pressed down on him. Although Sumu had Luffy's abilities at this moment, feeling that aura, he surprisingly still had the impulse to obey the Empress. He even felt at one point as if he had never seen a woman before. But unfortunately, Hancock's beauty was such that even a vice admiral could only suppress his desires by hurting himself. Many people who saw Hancock looked at her with loving eyes. Those who had experienced great storms couldn't withstand it. So how could an 18-year-old, hot-blooded boy who had never seen much of the world resist it? Boa Hancock, why are you helping that straw hat kid? You are a warlord of the sea. Indeed, pirates, even warlords of the sea, cannot be trusted. Smoker, leaning against the ground, spoke with some anger. The kick from the Empress still made him ache. Huh, does it concern you what I do? The Empress had a dark expression. Her voice grew rough, and she glared at Smoker. I will do as I please. Smoker, you dare to call me by my name? Hancock. Just as the Empress finished speaking, Luffy, who had been saved again, suddenly grinned and called out. Yes, you call my name again, Luffy. Unexpectedly, upon hearing that voice, Hancock's queenly demeanor vanished. Her face, which was filled with dark lines, instantly flushed with 2 shades of red, and she turned her head to glance at Luffy with a coy look, her eyes sparkling like a galaxy. Some looked dumbfounded, although he knew that the Empress was love-struck. He didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. He originally thought that changing expressions in anime was just an effect, but at this moment, it seemed in reality that her face changed even faster than in anime. He couldn't even catch any transitional expressions. Luffy, this is the key to unlock your brother's handcuffs. Hancock shyly handed the handcuff key to Luffy. Upon seeing this, Luffy's face lit up with joy, and he smiled widely, showing his teeth. Sumi also looked at the key and nodded gently. With the key, as long as they could reach the execution platform, Ace would be saved. Hancock, thank you, Luffy exclaimed, leaping up and directly hugging the upper half of the Empress, his legs wrapped around her waist, filled with joy. For him, Hancock brought him into Impel Down, brought him to the Marineford War, and now gave him the handcuff key for Ace. It was a huge help. Luffy. The Empress gasped lightly, feeling Luffy's embrace. And deep inside, she had already thought of what to name her child with Luffy. The Empress's delicate voice made Sumi's heart itch. Who could withstand this? Just listening to it made him feel petrified in some place. There was no need for the Empress to activate her skills. No. Sumi quickly punched himself to regain some composure. After getting the key, Luffy released his grip and happily shouted to Sumi, "Let's go." Bullhead. Sumi remained unmoved. Seeing Luffy get off the Empress, Sumi continued to stare at her intently. Oof. I can't come here for nothing. Copying the Empress's abilities seems pretty good too. Warlord of the Sea, 3-color Haki. Hancock, thank you. When Sumu smiled and wanted to step forward to shake hands with the Empress, Hancock, who was immersed in happiness and beauty, sharply noticed Sumu. Her expression and gaze suddenly changed, a hint of disdain and malice flashing in her eyes. How dare you call me by my name? Who are you? A mere commoner should not approach me. Hancock waved her hand, staring at Sumu, but suddenly she realized that Sumu seemed to be ignoring her, uncontrollably rushing towards her. Her expression darkened instantly. Big fragrant foot. Without waiting for Sumu to get closer, the Empress directly kicked at Sumu's hand, sending him flying far away. I am a warlord who will help the Navy. Puff. Sumu immediately spat out blood, his eyes trembling. That was hasty. That kick hurt so much. This woman is really too decisive. I almost forgot. She is one of the 7 warlords helping the Navy. Besides Luffy, she really doesn't care about anyone else. She truly deserves to be called the #1 love-struck fool. The skull of the tree is gradually turning to stone, and its entirety is on the verge of losing consciousness. It has become petrified. Sohomu's dark path is not good. With his current ability, just like Luffy's current strength, he definitely cannot match Hancock. Moreover, he is not like Luffy, who is indifferent to women, and he would face petrification. Has the hand of God succeeded? Sumu. on the brink of losing consciousness due to petrification, desperately awaited the sound in his mind. Although he had been kicked, he managed to hit Hancock's leg at a critical moment and activated the Hand of God. However, it was only for a brief moment, and he wasn't sure if it would succeed. There was no time for Su Mu to think further as the petrification gradually spread throughout his entire head, and his consciousness began to fade. But just as he was about to lose consciousness, a clear notification sound rang out. Ding! Hand of God replication successful. Obtained all abilities of Boa Hancock and enhanced, received partial beauty resistance, gained the ability of the sweet fruit, stored in the right middle finger. Learned armament Haki, Conqueror's Haki, and observation Haki. Ding! Hand of God unlocked the second task. The task is Kiss Ivankov. What? Su Mu was momentarily stunned and then horrified, his mind flashing to Ivankov's sausage-like lips, 1,000 curses racing through his heart. Not only did he have to save Ace, he also had to kiss. Ugh. Su Mu wiped his mouth. The goddess hand split into a right and left hand, indicating that both hands had a task to lock onto. Gritting his teeth at the two tasks, Su Mu thought, forget it. First, save Ace, and then he would go all out. At this moment, Hancock, who had not noticed whether Su Mu was good or bad, felt that this person seemed to have a covetous look at her body, which is why she kicked him hard. Hotlit head, as Luffy was running. He heard the commotion and turned around, only to see Su Mu kicked away, his head already turned to stone. Hey! Luffy's eyes bulged out in shock. Hancock, that guy is Ace's friend. Quickly restore that stone to its original form. Upon hearing Luffy's voice, Hancock's fierce gaze immediately softened. But after understanding the content, a hint of guilt and panic appeared in her eyes. She couldn't help but cover her head. What? That Luffy's brother's friend? He will definitely come to my wedding with Luffy. What if he says bad things about me to Luffy's brother and opposes us being together? It's over. Panicking internally, the Empress wanted to lift Su Mu's petrification state. But when her beautiful eyes glanced over, she found that there was not a trace of petrification on Su Mu's entire body. Seeing this, the Empress frowned. She remembered clearly that Su Mu had been petrified by her. If he was petrified without her presence, it was impossible to lift it. Yet Su Mu had somehow undone himself? Could it be that he, like the former Luffy, was immune to her charm and wouldn't he be petrified? No. When she kicked him just now, Su Mu should have been forcibly petrified, so logically, he shouldn't be able to undo it. Hancock looked at Su Mu, her eyes filled with a hint of surprise. This man seemed a bit extraordinary. Earlier, she hadn't felt it, but now. Hancock re-examined Su Mu and felt that his aura was stable and his strength was definitely not weak. Ouch! Su Mu was now lying straight on the ice, rubbing his face, then slowly stood up and let out a wail. Fortunately, the rubber fruit has thick skin, and with the goddess hand copying the Empress's ability and then enhancing it, he managed to lift the petrification. Otherwise, he would have turned into a stone on the battlefield. Moreover, the Empress's ability, the sweet fruit, Su Mu looked at his palm, which meant that he also had that kind of alluring aura. Thinking of this, Su Mu felt goosebumps all over his body and immediately shook his head. No way. He, a vigorous young man, would never stoop to using such seductive tactics. He would never use this ability, copying Hancock. He was merely thinking about forcibly petrifying and using the three-color Haki along with physical techniques. Now, he truly felt fearless. After all, with the enhanced Empress working together with Luffy, it was more than enough to ensure his safety at the top. Yo, Kogai, you okay? Let's go. Seeing Su Mu return to normal, Luffy immediately stopped rambling and continued to run forward. Seeing this, Su Mu reluctantly glanced at the Empress before following. Watching Su Mu's back, the Empress furrowed her brows and muttered to herself, is he Luffy's friend? Luffy, you better not be fooled by him. At this moment, Luffy and Su Mu once again began running one after the other. In this chaotic battle on the top, the two had already become the main characters. With eye-catching moves and loud voices, and given that Su Mu and Luffy were not too far apart in height, they looked like a long-standing duo. Their tacit cooperation, similar moves, and powerful strength. The two knocked down numerous Navy soldiers along the way, which instantly darkened Sengoku's expression on the execution platform. He stared fiercely at Luffy, gritted his teeth, and glanced at Su Mu behind him, saying in a deep voice, let the Straw Hat Kid be. Where did that little brat come from? Is he from the Whitebeard pirates? Or the Revolutionary Army? I haven't seen him on the bounty list. Kopu, is that little brat also your grandson? Sengoku suddenly turned his head and shouted at Karp, who was sitting next to Ace. It should be noted that this family was not easy to deal with. What? Grandson? I don't know that kid. Karp glanced at Sumu beside Luffy and immediately denied it. He wouldn't raise 3 grandsons like that. Hearing this, Sengoku frowned tightly. Sumu's appearance gave him no information about him. As the current fleet admiral, he knew all the latest news and had a rough understanding of all the famous strong pirates, with eyes and ears everywhere. But Sumu, he didn't recognize this kid at all. With such strength, there was no reason not to know him. Surround the Straw Hat Kid and that little brat around him. Stop them. Sengoku's voice was full of authority as he transmitted the message to all the naval officers through the microphone. As soon as these words came out, the focus of the attack from the Navy soldiers around Sumu and Luffy instantly shifted to the two of them. Sumu glanced at the surrounding Navy, his eyes showing no signs of disturbance. At this moment, they were not enough for him. But just as the two were entangled with the Navy, a dangerous aura suddenly approached. An extreme threat suddenly came from behind the two. Sumu, possessing observation Haki, immediately sensed it, his expression slightly changing as he turned to look. It was a highly sharp slash. What the hell? Sumu couldn't help but express the essence of the national treasure, quickly dodging as a slash grazed his heel. After landing, Sumu hurriedly looked in the direction of Luffy, where a figure appeared, cloaked in black and wielding a large black sword. It was Hawkeye, the world's greatest swordsman. As a member of the 7 Warlords of the Sea, Hawkeye had no choice but to intervene upon seeing Luffy and Sumu charging forward. However, his move was just a simple basic attack. Sumu took a deep breath. With his current abilities, he was simply not a match for Hawkeye. Even though he had just copied the Empress's powers with his masculine blood, he definitely could not fully utilize the abilities of the sweet fruit. Even if he could unleash them all at this stage, the Empress would still not be able to defeat Hawkeye. Luffy was the same. Neither of them could do anything but run. Damn it. Luffy held his knees with both hands, activating Gear Second, his whole body turning red. Luffy had no intention of fighting Hawkeye. While he wasn't afraid of him, he knew that this guy with the sword was very strong. He couldn't afford to waste time with him here. As Hawkeye swung his sword at the two of them again, both Sumi and Luffy's expressions darkened. Being hit like this would definitely result in dismemberment. Although Hawkeye's attack is just a basic attack, the damage from a basic attack should not be underestimated. Sumi quickly shifted to second gear. Unlike Luffy's charging time, the enhanced Sumi had already reached the realm of quickly activating second gear. Both of them dodged an attack and then tacitly abandoned Hawkeye, no longer entangled in battle, and directly dove into the crowd, continuing to run toward the execution platform. Sumi and Luffy exchanged glances, and sure enough, neither of them wanted to fight Mihawk. To be honest, Sumi was worried that Luffy might get carried away and decide to fight Mihawk to the death. But it seemed he had underestimated Luffy's battle IQ. At this moment, their only goal was to reach the execution platform quickly, rescue Ace, and then retreat. However, Mihawk clearly had no intention of letting them go. His gaze fixed ahead, and he quickly locked onto the two amidst the chaotic crowd. With an expressionless face, he unleashed another slash, causing the ice surface to crack beneath it, sharp and fierce, as if aiming to take down both Luffy and Sumi in one strike. Poochie! Sumi once again felt the terrifying aura and hurriedly dodged, narrowly escaping once more. However, Luffy did not have such a fortunate outcome. His observation Haki was not mature enough. Although he barely avoided a fatal injury, he was ultimately hit. His body was immediately sent flying into the city wall. King Luffy. Seeing Luffy being knocked away, Sumu couldn't help but shout, his heart filled with worry. After all, Mihawk's slash was no joke. But when another slash came towards him, Sumo couldn't afford to worry about Luffy anymore and ended up being sent flying as well. Feeling a slight pain in his thigh, Sumu suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, who was he worried about just now? Luffy? Was he worried that Luffy might die? Luffy is the main character of this story, not to mention his tough skin. He even has a miss attack buff. Even if he got turned into noodles, Luffy probably wouldn't die. Why does he have to worry about Luffy? He should be more concerned about his own life. This Mihawk treats Perona nicely, cooking for her with a little knife. But when it comes to us two handsome guys, he uses his black blade without hesitation. Sumu struggled to climb down from the city wall, casting a disdainful glance at Hawkeye. This guy is still a Lilicon. You better not provoke me, or I will definitely put on a Lolita outfit and use the sweet fruit's ability to petrify you. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Hawkeye came charging towards Luffy and Sumo like a stubborn adhesive plaster. Seeing this, Sumo felt as if he had encountered a plague god, and both he and Luffy instinctively rolled to avoid the slash. Glancing at Luffy beside him, an idea suddenly arose in Sumu's mind. This guy is the protagonist. He won't die. His life is so tough. Perhaps I can use him as a shield. Just as Sumu was lost in thought, Mihawk unleashed another slash. The two quickly lowered their heads as the sharp black blade of sword energy swept past the tips of their hair and pierced through the sky. Looking back, the frozen giant wave was immediately sliced in half. A mighty sound echoed. The power of this strike immediately attracted the attention of the entire battlefield. Sumu looked at the giant wave's eyeball that had been severed, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets in shock. The power was too immense. He couldn't see it clearly on TV, but experiencing it up close, Sumu realized just how terrifying this eagle eye was. No way. He definitely had to think of a way. Sumi thought to himself, looking at Luffy, his gaze deepening, and a hint of unusual light appeared. Inspiration surged in his mind in an instant. Wong Luffy, I have a perfect plan that can help us evade Hawkeye's pursuit. Sumu's gaze became serious as he said, What? What method? Upon hearing this, Luffy turned his head, looking at Sumu with a puzzled expression. That is the turtle fusion technique. I will hide behind you, pretend to be a turtle shell, and when that happens, Hawkeye's attacks will be insignificant. Moreover, we can quickly escape from this guy's pursuit. Sumi started to hype it up, leaving Luffy stunned. Huh, really? Sure enough, when Luffy heard the word fusion, his eyes lit up with excitement, looking eager to start. What are we waiting for? Bowl cut. Let's get started. Okay, rubber. Shield. Summa let out a loud roar, then leaped onto Luffy's back, using both hands and feet to grab him. His legs wrapped around Luffy's waist, while his arms reached under Luffy's armpits and wrapped around his chest, completely hugging Luffy and hanging on him. This way, while entangling Luffy, it didn't hinder his movement. It looked quite amusing, like a turtle shell hanging on Luffy's back. Humph, you little brat. Sumu let out a couple of light huffs, peering out from behind with a provocative and disdainful look in his eyes. Humph, I'm now bound to Wong Luffy. Can't I just dodge if I can't beat you? You think you can compete with me? Wong Luffy definitely won't die with his protagonist halo. Since that's the case, if he hugs Luffy, who can kill him? Damn, I'm really a genius. Sumi couldn't help but exclaim, fusion complete. Yashi, let's go. Luffy felt Sumi's fusion and his morale soared instantly. He shouted loudly. For him, what he was carrying on his back was not Sumi, but the symbol of a handsome man after the fusion. It was the romance of a man. Moreover, with Sumi's weight and the way he was wrapped around, it had no effect on the mighty Luffy. All it provided was a boost in spirit. Charge! King Luffy! Sumu rode on Luffy, shouting loudly as they charged forward. On the side, Hawkeye was slightly taken aback by their actions. What was this operation? Look, King Luffy. See how this silly bird is dazed by us. He's completely confused. Bowl cut head. Charge! Luffy, filled with passion, surged forward towards Hawkeye, closing the distance and no longer merely avoiding him. Seeing Luffy charging, Hawkeye also stopped holding back, drawing his black blade to strike again. At that moment, Luffy inadvertently looked up and caught a glimpse of the great Buggy being swept into the sky by Crocodile Sandstorm. Without hesitation, Luffy stretched out his arm and pulled. Rubber. Scapegoat. With a loud shout from Luffy, Buggy was pulled down and blocked in front of him, and Hawkeye's slash directly sliced Buggy in half. Seeing Buggy, Sumu was greatly surprised. Luffy seemed silly, but he wasn't too foolish. First, he used Luffy as a shield. Now Luffy used Buggy as a scapegoat. Rubber. Jet. Scapegoat. But it wasn't over yet. Luffy shouted again, throwing Buggy like a projectile towards Hawkeye. The panicked and shrill voice of the great Buggy immediately followed. As expected, Hawkeye calmly chopped Buggy's body into several pieces, each as thin as noodles. Upon seeing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but widen his eyes. The anime couldn't depict the gruesomeness above, but reality was different. At this moment, Sumu witnessed the split body of Buggy, the shattered organs, and the floating blood, which instantly brought a sense of discomfort to his heart. He came from a normal world and had never seen such a scene. Fortunately, Buggy was a user of the chop fruit, which allowed him to be immune to slicing damage, and his body quickly restored itself. Sumi swallowed hard and shrank back behind Luffy. He saw Buggy, in a fit of rage, directly get in Luffy's face and start cursing at him. Sumi shrank behind Luffy, ignoring Buggy the clown shouting. Dealing with Buggy required Luffy and Shanks. Others wouldn't do. As expected, Luffy didn't disappoint, responding with vague and off-topic answers that left Buggy frustrated. However, Mihawk nearby had no time to watch the argument and once again unleashed a slash. The basic attack was still terrifyingly powerful. Buggy was immediately sent flying, disappearing from sight, while Luffy continued to dodge with Sumi, and Mihawk's pursuit began anew. Sumo felt the passion radiating from Luffy beneath him and couldn't help but show an approving expression. In today's world, few could be so easily fooled, and Luffy was one of them. This way, he was definitely not in any life-threatening danger. Wrapping his arms around Luffy's waist and holding him close, Sumo felt a strange sensation. Battling alongside the future Pirate King and being in such close proximity had its own unique flavor. Luffy kill! Luffy kill! Kill! Sumo released one hand, his mount charging toward the future Pirate King, shouting and pointing forward. At this moment, even though the world's greatest swordsman, Mihawk, was chasing from behind, he felt no fear, because Sumo suddenly remembered that at this time, a powerful ally would come out to help Luffy stop Mihawk's pursuit. Sure enough, he heard a loud shout from not far away, "Bista!" Immediately, a man with a small mustache and a tall hat appeared, wielding two long swords, and with a crash, he clashed with Mihawk's black sword, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Bista! Sumo looked back and saw that Bista had already intercepted Hawkeye, preventing him from pursuing. He breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Luffy's connections were solid. If it weren't for the Whitebeard pirates recognizing him as Ace's brother, they wouldn't have bothered with him. At that moment, Luffy also turned back and, seeing that Hawkeye really hadn't followed as Sumo had said, burst into laughter. Cook, your move really worked. That guy's off fighting someone else. That's for sure, King Luffy. Sumi was still sticking close to Luffy, casually continuing to tease him, and then raised his eyes to look at Sengoku on the execution platform. For some reason, as his ability grew stronger, his eyesight also improved. He could clearly see Sengoku's expression, which looked like he had eaten something foul. The Marine Admiral was looking down from a high position, fixated on Luffy and Sumi, his eyes filled with hostility. Luffy was engrossed in the battle and didn't notice Sengoku's gaze. However, Sumi, who was temporarily in a dormant state, raised his head and directly met Sengoku's eyes. Across half the battlefield, the two locked eyes. Sengoku's gaze was filled with a sense of concern for Sumi and a desire to suppress him. Even without moving, he still exuded the aura of a commander. Sumu's gaze was steady. If this had been 10 minutes earlier, he might not have dared to meet the gaze of a Navy admiral, even for a second. But now, equipped with capabilities beyond those of an ordinary Shichibukai, he faced Sengoku without any fear. This was the confidence that came from strength. Not only was he calm, but Sumo even smiled slightly. He had completely immersed himself in the Marineford War, far removed from the panic and awkwardness of just having crossed over. Seeing Sumo smile, Sengoku was initially surprised, but then his expression darkened. "Kid, you better not come close to me." However, Sumo could tell that despite Sengoku locking eyes with him for a moment, he wasn't paying much attention to him and Luffy. At this moment, Sengoku had to keep his focus on the battlefield. As the strategist commanding the army, he had more pressing matters to attend to. Sumo saw Zhang would pick up a microphone and slightly open his mouth, though he wasn't sure what was being said. However, Sumo faintly felt a sense of unease. What was Zhang trying to do at this moment? Sumo patted his head, trying to recall the script he had seen a long time ago, but he found it hard to remember, only recalling some classic scenes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he finally remembered. The news about Ace's execution being leaked before the Warring States period seemed to have been intentional. The purpose was to provoke the Whitebeard pirates to become aggressive and rush into the bay. Thus, the pacifists would enter from the rear, encircling Whitebeard's group and forming a siege. Sumo swallowed and scanned the positions of the Whitebeard pirates on the battlefield. Seeing their scattered formation, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Whitebeard hadn't spread the news to his subordinates. It seemed he had long seen through his old rival, Sengoku's scheme. Apart from this foolish subordinate under him, who kept pushing forward aggressively, fearing that Ace would be executed early. As soon as Sumu's thoughts fell, a group of shadows indeed approached from the rear of the battlefield. A series of explosions accompanied by beams of yellow laser light erupted. The beams flashed into the battlefield with terrifying force, instantly sinking multiple pirate ships. When a group of shadows emerged from the smoke of the explosions, war machines resembling Bartholomew Kuma appeared one after another. Sumo was all too familiar with these machines. Back in Sabeti Archipelago, it had taken all of Luffy and the others' efforts to barely damage just one machine. Sumi looked at the number of pacifists and clenched his teeth in frustration. Such powerful combat strength, once engaged in battle, would cause tremendous trouble for the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku naturally understood at this moment that his plan had failed and no longer cared. He immediately ordered all pacifists to charge forward and attack the pirates. As soon as the order was given, the pacifists sprang into action, moving at incredible speed, with countless laser beams scattering and sweeping across the entire battlefield. As Sumu dodged the laser beams alongside Luffy, the explosive waves caused Luffy to fall to the ground repeatedly. After a burst of light, Sumu looked towards the outer bay and saw many pirates lying down. The scene was nothing less than hell. The sounds of screams, shouts, and sobs drifted through the air above the battlefield, soon reaching Sumu's ears. At this moment, Sumu also realized that after awakening his observation Haki, his hearing seemed to have sharpened. The sounds he heard brought about a subtle change within him. This is the battlefield. Cruel, ruthless, with constant slaughter. Lives seemed to vanish even faster than time itself. He seemed to understand the feelings of that coward, Kobe, who once foolishly tried to stop Akainu from continuing his massacre. He and Kobe were quite similar, as if they were both witnessing such scenes for the first time. Sumi was stunned until Luffy brought him down to the ground, snapping him back to reality. Damn it! His legs felt weak and couldn't exert strength. Luffy knelt on one knee, one hand on the ground, breathing heavily, with beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Hearing this, Sumo looked at Luffy's back of the head and remembered that this man seemed to have been fighting for a long time. From Impel down to now, he had been poisoned by Magellan, encountered a pack of wolves, and faced Yama, and all this time, it seemed like he hadn't rested much. Now on this battlefield, they had fought their way here and must have consumed a lot of energy. Luffy. Sumu reluctantly let go and got off Luffy. Hey, Bowl Cut, why did you come down? Keep merging. Luffy, seeing Sumo, was also a bit anxious. Upon hearing this, Sumu pursed his lips, just about to speak when a flash of yellow light appeared before him. His uncle, the yellow ape, had actually arrived beside the two. Oh, both of you are here. With a sudden flash kick, Sumu and Luffy had no time to evade and were both kicked away. Sumi gritted his teeth, damn it. Just when they were worried, Kizaru had set his sights on them. Just at that moment of concern, he and Luffy crashed into a solid arm. Sumi turned around and saw a familiar fish face. Only then did he realize that Jinbei and a group of revolutionaries and pirates were blocking their way. Jinbei glanced at Sumi and then said to Luffy, "You two go save Ace, we'll handle things here. We'll hold off the Admiral for you." Hearing this, Luffy's fighting spirit was reignited, and he gritted his teeth to stand up on his slightly trembling legs. "Oh, we can't stop now. We can't stop. Let's go. Cap. Luffy." Sumu furrowed his brows lightly. Seeing Luffy like this, he understood that the latter would never give up no matter what. It was the same when he rescued Robin, risking his own body and life to save them. In this way, King Luffy, I have another plan. Sumu let out a breath and shouted at Luffy, who was about to run. "What method? Do you remember how I was hanging on you just now? Now you can also become me and hang on me. I'll take you to the execution platform, and you can take the opportunity to rest." Suhu explained to Luffy. Sumu also figured out it's the same principle whether Luffy hangs on him or he hangs on Luffy. After all, they are bound together. If one dies, the other dies too. With that, Sumu turned his back to Luffy and spread his arms wide. "Come on, King Luffy, let's combine again." Seeing this, Luffy's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded. "Okay, pot lid head, let's combine." He then mimicked Sumu's earlier stance and hung himself onto Sumu. The two became one again. But this time, the difference was that Luffy became the commander. "Pot lid head, charge, go that way." For Luffy, he always felt that Sumu was very much like him, as if they had an unspoken understanding. At this moment, he also felt an unexpected trust in Sumu. "King Luffy, hold on tight, we're off." Sumu let out a light shout, steadied his stance, and continued to charge forward. Rubber, machine gun. Sumu crazily launched an attack forward. The right middle finger and the left index finger, representing Luffy and Hancock's abilities, were released simultaneously. Although their combat power couldn't be stacked, their abilities could complement each other. Luffy didn't have armament Haki, but Hancock did. The armament Haki wrapped around his fist, increasing its power without diminishing it. And a gap was immediately created among the Navy soldiers. However, at that moment, a massive figure suddenly appeared next to Sumu. It was the giant Marine Vice Admiral, coming with a knife. Sumu raised his eyes and glanced. A giant sword swung towards him with such speed that he couldn't dodge it. "Baldy!" Luffy shouted hurriedly, gripping Sumu's hand tightly. However, Sumu directly raised his fist, meeting the giant sword with a punch. With a fist and blade clashed, arcs of electricity flashed. Sumu's gaze darkened, and with another loud roar, his muscles suddenly bulged, unleashing immense power as he punched the blade back. Luffy widened his eyes in surprise at this spectacle. If it were him, he would definitely try to dodge such a cutting blow. But Sumu directly confronted it and even pushed the sword back. "Wow, you're amazing, Sumu." At this moment, As Sumu saw the giant sword being sent flying, his massive body involuntarily took several steps back, but he smiled slightly. Hee. This powerful feeling is indeed so cool. If he was a bit hesitant in the previous battle, now, with the Pirate King's death immunity medal on his back, Sumu had no worries at all. Luffy would dodge such a strike, but with his armed Haki, he wasn't afraid. Hancock's Haki was already strong, and now that it was copied and enhanced, it became even more formidable. The Hand of God is very powerful. If Sumu could lock in this ability, he would definitely thrive in the pirate world. But thinking of the task to lock in abilities, Sumu's expression darkened. Saving Ace was challenging but hopeful, but he wasn't sure if he could handle Ivankov. At this moment, the giant marine, who had been repeatedly pushed back by Sumu, wore a shocked expression. Seeing Luffy being carried by Sumu, he thought they must be tired and planned to take both of them down. As a vice admiral of the Navy, he thought it would be easy to cut down a skinny little brat like Sumu, but unexpectedly, he was the one being pushed back. He wasn't too surprised by the Straw Hat Kid. After all, he was a pirate with a bounty of 300 million berries. But what about Sumu? How could he also be capable? Straw Hat Kid, and you too. Damn it, which division captain are you? I've never seen you before. For him, Sumu's strength couldn't possibly be from a nobody. Sumu stared straight at the naval general, completely indifferent to his question. He didn't know him, and he himself was not yet familiar with him. Sumu clenched his fist, while Luffy behind him wrapped his arms around his waist and shouted at the giant vice admiral. Bullhead, knock him away. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu leaped into the air, lightly biting his thumb and puffing out his cheeks to blow out a large breath. His fist suddenly swelled to an enormous size, comparable to half the body of a giant. Enter third gear. Knock me away. Just based on you? Kid, don't get too cocky. I am Vice Admiral Jianduo of the Navy. Jianduo raised his giant sword, roaring in anger, and swung down with the intent to slice Sumu's fist in half. The wooden fist of Sumo kept spinning, gathering strength backward. Upon seeing this, Luffy felt as if he had entered gear third himself, shouting even louder. Gum, let's go. The voices of Luffy and Sumu overlapped perfectly. Even though Luffy didn't make a move, the fighting spirit in his eyes was intense as he hung onto Sumo. Giant whirlwind bullet. Sumi and Luffy both shouted at the same time. Their voices seemed to break through the clouds. Sumu threw a punch, channeling all his strength, embodying Luffy's demeanor, movements, shouts, and techniques, all indistinguishable from Luffy. This was the transformation Sumu underwent after copying. In an instant, his fist clashed with the blade. A tremendous sound immediately pierced through the entire battlefield. Pirates and Navy soldiers in the midst of battle were all drawn to it. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the opposing fist and giant sword in midair. But it wasn't over yet. Sumu's gaze hardened and the power in his hands surged. The armament Haki erupted without reservation. Kabung! At this moment, under everyone's watchful eyes, that giant sword actually shattered. Major Giando's expression changed drastically as he saw the giant fist enlarging in his view. He could no longer evade. Boom! The sound echoed like a giant cannon exploding across the sky. The head of the giant Navy Vice Admiral was struck, his teeth shattered, and his eyes instantly whitened. Losing consciousness, the battlefield above fell silent for a moment at this scene, then erupted in an uproar. Vice Admiral Giando! Many Navy soldiers gasped as they saw the giant Vice Admiral being sent flying. This Vice Admiral's strength was no joke. His massive figure spoke volumes. Yet he was actually knocked away. At first, everyone thought that giant fist belonged to the current supernova, Straw Hat Luffy, but upon seeing the attacker clearly, they were stunned. Who is this person? Giando was actually sent flying? Damn, who the hell is that kid? Sengoku naturally witnessed this scene and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Sumu's earlier gaze had already irked him. Now, right under his nose, he had taken down one of his capable subordinates, Giando. Moreover, he was still carrying the Straw Hat Kid on his back. What kind of operation is this? On the other side, Doflamingo, who was leisurely chatting with Crocodile, was also drawn by the tremendous sound. He looked up at Sumu, and the youthful, handsome face made both of them frown slightly. Doflamingo revealed a thoughtful smile. Yo-ho-ho, that kid took down a vice admiral with one blow. Crocodile. I've never seen him before. Yes, not a supernova. Looks like he's a hidden revolutionary. Doflamingo, mind your own business. This is a battlefield. All kinds of people are here. Just focus on surviving, Crocodile replied, glancing at Doflamingo with a serious tone. That kid. He seemed to have seen him nearby when he ambushed Whitebeard. Yes, a hidden powerhouse of Whitebeard. Whitebeard and Marco also noticed this scene. Seeing Su-Mu's posture and the Luffy on his back, their eyes narrowed. That's Ace's brother, being carried by someone. Very strong, that kid. Whitebeard smirked slightly at Su-Mu's actions. He knocked Vice Admiral Giando away with one blow. That kid is quite capable. Ace, another strong guy has come to save you. I can't just sit idly by anymore. Squard, foolish son. No matter what, you will always be my son. Whitebeard patted Squard's shoulder, who had just been manipulated by Akainu and wounded. He smiled gently. Then, he jumped down from the Moby Dick, his gaze deepening as he looked ahead. Oh, the pot-headed guy, Squard type. Luffy, hanging on Su-Mu's back, sparkled with excitement in his eyes. This is the power of fusion. Sumo landed from the air, and upon hearing these words, couldn't help but smile as he looked at the fallen Navy Admiral, his fighting spirit undiminished. At this moment, his adrenaline was also surging. It wouldn't matter who came. Sumo took a deep breath and shouted, Wang Lu-Fei. Oh, bowl cut. Let's charge. The two shouted, almost like a pair of wild twins. Just as they were about to act, they felt the ground shake and the mountains tremble. Su-Mu keenly sensed a powerful aura with his sharp perception, and immediately turned to look at Whitebeard. The latter had already stood in the battlefield without him noticing. At this moment, he clawed with both hands, gripping the void and pulling downwards. It was as if he intended to tear the void apart. Seeing this, Sumo's face changed drastically. Is Whitebeard about to unleash a big move? It should be noted that the power of the Tremor fruit is not to be underestimated. The waves that seemed to reach the heavens at the beginning were created by Whitebeard. At this moment, Whitebeard strikes again, and the ground shakes violently. The entire surface seems about to be turned over. The sky and the earth are in chaos, and even the sea is torn apart, with the ocean surface divided into several segments. The entire Marineford is like a small sailboat swaying on the surface of the sea amidst a natural disaster. After a wave of earth-shattering power, Marineford is turned into a wasteland. The power of the Tremor fruit is terrifying indeed. Suddenly, Sumu's expression changed drastically as he struggled to steady himself. Looking at the damaged buildings and walls around him, the tilted island stirred up a storm of emotions within him. Is this the strongest man in the world? With a single strike, it felt as if he could overturn an entire world. But before it could stop, Whitebeard leaped up again and threw another punch at the air. The shockwave instantly pierced through the battlefield, shattering walls and sweeping away everything in its path. Heading straight for the execution platform. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed in front of the execution platform, instantly enveloping the area in smoke, obscuring everything on the platform. Seeing this, Sumu and Luffy couldn't help but narrow their pupils, feeling a bit shocked. Whitebeard's attack was indeed fierce. Fierce as it was, Sumu understood the anime's rule of no injuries from explosions, knowing that Sengoku and Karp on the execution platform would not be harmed at all. This blow must have been blocked. Sure enough, after the smoke from the explosion cleared, the execution platform showed no signs of damage. Even Sengoku and Karp on the platform remained unfazed, their positions unchanged. Sumi looked down, and as the smoke completely dissipated, three similar figures appeared. The Navy Admiral's cloak fluttered in the wind, exuding a dignified and powerful aura. It was Akainu, Kazuru, and Akiji, who at this moment were also turning back together to guard the execution platform, blocking Whitebeard's devastating strike. Sumo frowned slightly. The yellow ape had just been causing him trouble, and now was over so quickly. It would be great if he could borrow the speed of the shining fruit. But before Su-Mu could continue to immerse himself in the explosive attack from Whitebeard, Luffy suddenly shouted, "Keep going, Pot Lithead." The battlefield gave no one a chance to react, and Su-Mu was no exception. The shouts and screams paused for only a moment before once again filling the entire battlefield. Hearing Luffy's urging, Sumu did not stop and continued to charge forward. However, what surprised Sumu was that as they rushed forward, there were surprisingly few Navy troops left, as if they had retreated as part of routine. But when he looked up again, he saw that countless Navy soldiers had unknowingly evacuated the bay and were all heading to the square of Marineford. As Sumo ran, he paused for a moment, feeling a sense of foreboding. He scanned the surrounding scene and found that the pirates were still on the ice. Marineford resembled a curved crescent moon, with the central circular area wrapped around by the bay. It is important to note that the Whitebeard pirates had not yet truly attacked the square of Marineford. They had been fighting in the bay frozen by Akiji. But at that moment, the Navy seemed to be planning a conspiracy, with most of them retreating from the ice surface of the bay, as if the ice was not a place to stay. Sumu took a deep breath, and a feeling gradually arose in his heart. He could no longer stay on the ice. Just as he ran to the edge of the city wall, stretched out his arms, and was about to leap up to the square, a loud noise erupted. Boom! At that moment, the curved city wall of Marineford actually rose with walls of enclosure. These enclosing walls were taller and sturdier than Marineford's previous city walls, and now they rose up like prison gates, sealing the bay into a circle. It looked like a closed gladiatorial arena. On the enclosing walls, cannons extended from within the barriers, aimed at the members of the Whitebeard pirates in the bay. Sumu was thrown away by the enclosing wall, and after flipping in the air, he landed on the ice surface. Looking up at the extremely high iron gates around him, his pupils suddenly constricted. He suddenly recalled that this was the enclosing wall plan from the Warring States period. The pirates were lured into the bay, not only to be ambushed by the pacifists from both sides, but also by these rising enclosing walls that cut off the pirates' retreat. Moreover, this enclosing wall plan was basically flawless. It surrounded all the pirates, forced the navy to retreat, leaving those pirates with nowhere to escape, like lambs to the slaughter. Sumu also remembered that the hardness of these enclosing walls was such that even Whitebeard couldn't break through. All the pirates, including Whitebeard, were momentarily stunned upon seeing these enclosing walls, unaware that the crisis was imminent. What was the flaw in the enclosing wall plan? Only Sumu kept searching around. He remembered that this enclosing wall plan had a flaw. Finally, a massive figure came into Sumu's sight. It was little Oars lying in a pool of blood, already losing consciousness. Sumu focused his gaze on the tightly surrounded walls. At this moment, there was actually a gap on the side of Little Oz. It was Little Oz's massive body that blocked the rise of the surrounding walls. Damn, this is exactly what Oda's foreshadowing is all about. So damn amazing. Sumu couldn't help but curse. He was both surprised and delighted, yet felt it was all within reason. The Whitebeard pirates were not yet in a desperate situation. Monkey D, Luffy, you have a loud voice, shout with me. Sumi took a deep breath and shouted, everyone, quickly escape from this ice surface, hurry. Everyone rush toward the gap near Little Oz. Let's go. This was their encirclement plan, and they would continue to attack within the bay. Most of the Navy personnel had already retreated, taking advantage of the ice not melting yet. Everyone quickly rushed to the square. Upon hearing this, Luffy foolishly followed suit and shouted, echoing Sumi's words. At that moment, Sumi and Luffy's voices spread throughout the entire battlefield. Almost all the members of the Whitebeard pirates heard this reminder. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly reacted without hesitation and rushed towards one of the gaps. This was the mutual trust among pirates in battle. Sengoku, seeing the pirates react so quickly, no longer waited. He immediately picked up the intercom and issued a command to Akainu below. Sumi, who was also running towards the gap, naturally witnessed this scene. What does that old thief Sengoku want to do now? Suddenly, Akainu's arms erupted with scorching magma, his whole body resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. Then, Sumi saw Akainu raise his fist towards the sky, releasing countless magma attacks. Meteor volcano. Watching the magma meteorites raining down like thousands of cannonballs, Sumi's expression changed drastically, and he couldn't help but look at Sengoku. Damn, what a tactic of closing the door and letting Akainu out. Those massive magma cannonballs fell, centered around the bay. In an instant, the solid ice in the bay was continuously struck by magma, and the sound of explosions filled the entire battlefield. The Whitebeard pirates, unable to evade, suffered continuous casualties, and many melted ice surfaces left the crew with no foothold. If this continued, let alone rescuing Ace, the annihilation of the Whitebeard pirates would be a matter of time. Fortunately, due to Sumi's timely reminder, when Akainu unleashed the meteor volcano, most of the powerful members of the Whitebeard pirates had already reached the gap near Little Oz. The Navy was surprised that Little Oz's massive body was blocking the encirclement wall from rising, and their forces clearly hadn't had time to defend. However, Akainu clearly did not want the pirates to escape easily, and the momentum of the meteor volcano in his hands became even more ferocious. At this moment, the falling magma meteorites were nearly double the amount from before. As the meteorites fell, more than half of the ice surface in the bay was instantly melted. The pirates fled in a frenzy, dodging the meteorites, hardly able to think about rushing out of the gap. Suddenly, the pirates in the bay let out a gasp of astonishment, mixed with reluctant wails. Sumu dodged the lava meteorites while hearing these shouts and was slightly taken aback. In his moment of confusion, a ship engulfed in flames came into view. The Moby Dick had been set ablaze by the lava. Indeed, that giant ship carrying the Whitebeard pirates to the battlefield had ultimately been ignited by the relentless attacks from the volcano. Sumo swallowed hard. Clearly, the brief wails of the pirates were for this reason. After all, this giant ship held their memories of fierce battles, joyous feasts, and dreams of a new era. Too many, too many. At this moment, Su-Mu saw Whitebeard standing in front of the burning giant ship, his presence still commanding and imposing. Yet for some reason, Su-Mu felt an added sense of desolation, as if it were the end of the world. The Moby Dick, the giant ship that had accompanied them throughout their lives, had finally reached the end of its sailing journey. Whitebeard turned to look at his once invincible old companion, the flames in his eyes mingling with faint tears. After a moment, he took a deep breath and resolutely looked forward, having already envisioned his own fate deep within his heart. You guys, charge towards the gap. Save Ace. Let us all return to the new world together. Go for it. This powerful voice, capable of piercing through the battlefield, reached the ears of all the pirates and completely ignited their fighting spirit. Both Sumo and Luffy shouted in unison. No need to say more. After that, the group of pirates charged towards the gap where oars had fallen with an unstoppable force. However, the cannon fire on the surrounding wall quickly adjusted and locked onto the pirates heading towards the gap. The Navy knew that the pirates could only come this way to possibly enter the square of Marineford. Naturally, the cannon fire from the barriers unleashed a relentless barrage. Su-Mu dodged one shell after another, but he couldn't achieve the skill of passing through a sea of flowers without a leaf touching his body. Under the torrential downpour of artillery fire, he was suddenly sent flying. Sumo felt the impact of the explosion, and even with the defense of armament Haki, he still felt a wave of pain coursing through his body. The powerful shockwave blasted Sumo into the air, and he struggled to stabilize himself. But the cannon fire did not cease, continuing to bombard him like a relay. Damn it! Sumi, along with Luffy, had no choice but to rapidly descend from the sky. Su-Mu didn't have time to look down, thinking that he was still standing on a solid ice surface, but Luffy suddenly shouted, "Pot lid head! Water! Oh no, we fell into the water." Hearing this, Su-Mu looked down and saw that the ice block beneath his feet had somehow melted away due to Akainu's lava. Before he could react, Su-Mu fell into the sea. The icy seawater immediately enveloped both Luffy and Su-Mu. Luffy's body went limp, his eyes on the verge of rolling back, and the grip he had on Su-Mu started to loosen, yet he struggled to hold on tightly. It was clear that he didn't want to lose his strength just because they fell into the water. It's over. We fell into the water. Sumo couldn't help but sigh, knowing that those who possess devil fruit powers are like a duck out of water. Once they enter the sea, they become powerless and no different from a useless person. In this case, how could they return to the battlefield? However, even though Sumo found everything in front of him to be blurry after falling into the water, he could clearly feel that his body could still move and his strength was still there. Sumi was startled and quickly wrapped his arms around the falling Luffy, swimming upwards. Could it be the reason was the enhancement from the hand of God? Or is it because he simply copied the ability and didn't need a devil fruit? But in any case, he still had strength and could return to the battlefield. Luffy kept mumbling in Sumi's ear, his eyes constantly switching between whiteness and clarity. Although he couldn't exert much strength, it was obvious that Luffy refused to succumb to the power of the water. Sumu couldn't help but marvel at Luffy's incredible determination. In order to save Ace, he was even attempting to overcome the power of the sea. But fortunately, Sumu still had strength left. Outside, cannon fire was relentless, and scalding magma meteors were continuously falling into the sea. Sumu endured the discomfort in his eyes underwater and looked up at the surface, struggling to swim upward. But he knew that Akainu's meteor volcano couldn't be stopped so easily. Sumu's expression changed drastically as he saw several massive meteors crashing toward the water's surface where he was. He immediately increased the speed of his leg movements. Those meteors were like shackles preventing him from climbing ashore, giving him no time at all to swim upward. Sumu could only do his best to dodge the fiercely crashing magma meteors in the water, with no time or energy left to swim upstream. His swimming skills were not great to begin with, and with Luffy in tow, avoiding the magma was already pushing him to his limits. However, it was fortunate that Sumu had copied Luffy's abilities, significantly enhancing his lung capacity and breath-holding time, which prevented him from falling into a desperate situation. Sumu gritted his teeth and glanced at Luffy beside him, who was continuously blowing bubbles, seemingly unaware of his breath. If it didn't go up soon, Luffy would be in big trouble. Sumu gritted his teeth and dodged another burst of scorching magma. As the magma hit the water, it made a sizzling sound, instantly creating a bubble in front of Sumu, who could even feel the rapidly rising temperature of the water beside him. But just at that precarious moment, as the bubble passed in front of Sumu, a blue figure caught his eye. Looking at that blue figure, Sumu's expression shifted slightly. Then, joy immediately spread across his face. What a surprise! Sumi couldn't help but scream, but forgot he was in the water and immediately swallowed 2 big mouthfuls of water. That's right, the one who suddenly appeared in the water was Jinbei, the former warlord of the sea and the fisherman. Just moments ago, Jinbei had seen Sumi and Luffy being blasted into the water by cannon. After dodging Akainu's meteor volcano, he hurriedly jumped into the water. He understood that both Luffy and Sumi were definitely devil fruit users. If he left them alone, these 2 powerful fighters would surely drown in the water. One was Ace's brother, and the other was possibly Ace's friend. They had both come to rescue Ace. Who could accept them dying in such a way? At this moment, Jinbei also spotted Sumi and Luffy in the water. Luffy's condition was as he expected. However, he didn't anticipate that Sumi still had the strength to hold on to Luffy and seemed able to swim as well. This kid, hasn't he eaten a devil fruit? But what was that massive punch that knocked Django away? Jinbei shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and looked up at Sumi. Sumu covered his throat and exchanged a distant gaze with Jinbei through the deep, cold seawater. Blue fat guy, hurry up and take us up. Sumu held on to Luffy, whose brows were tightly furrowed, seemingly sensing Jinbei's arrival. His teeth were clenched, as if he was holding his breath, ready to explode at any moment. Jinbei seemed to hear Sumu's inner voice. His expression immediately darkened as he shouted in the water, "Kid, I'll send you up, but you better hold on tight." Then, Jinbei twisted his body, waved his hand gently, furrowed his brows, gritted his teeth, and yelled at Sumu, "Ocean current shoulder throw." Hearing the roar, Sumu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, it's here. Go save Ace. Then, he saw a stream of water being pulled by Jinbei, who suddenly leaped over his shoulder like a fierce tiger, charging straight at Sumu and Luffy. The stream of water was getting closer in Sumu's eyes, and his expression suddenly turned serious as his body tensed up. Just as he was about to embrace Luffy and charge towards the wave, Luffy beside him suddenly surged with an unknown strength. He tightened his grip on Sumu. His pale eyes suddenly regained their clarity. It was as if he could feel the wave rushing towards him. Sumi looked slightly surprised. "Luffy, do you know they're going out?" But before Sumi could think much more, a powerful surge of seawater instantly engulfed him. A tremendous force hit him, and as Sumi was rapidly propelled towards the surface of the water, he felt no harm at all. It was Jinbei the Sea Knight, with this terrifying ability to control water. As the waves surged out of the water, Sumi and Luffy took a deep breath. However, this massive wave showed no signs of stopping, continuing to rush towards the sky. Its height instantly surpassed the tall, surrounding walls, carrying both Luffy and Sumi straight towards the plaza of Marineford. Luffy released Sumi, stretched out a hand, and grasped the mast of a huge ship that was being swept out by the seawater, finally shaking off the feeling of helplessness brought on by the waves. Tsukumo also took advantage of the impact of the waves, flying straight towards the square in front of the execution platform alongside Luffy. Meanwhile, the 3 admirals stationed at the execution platform were continuously obstructing the Whitebeard pirates' assault on the gap. Just as the pirates were being thrown into the air by cannon fire and were in a precarious situation under the concentrated fire of the Marines, a familiar and elongated shout rang out. "Give me Ace back!" Clinging to the mast and riding the waves, Luffy couldn't help but roar. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look up at the sky. The vast ocean waves seemed to transform into countless stars above the square. The waves revealed 2 familiar and eye-catching figures. Everyone was shocked and couldn't help but exclaim, "Waves? Where did these waves come from? What's going on with these waves? So high. On the waves was Ace." Another shout echoed, and under everyone's gaze, the massive wave finally lost its forward momentum and fell vertically. And then, it exploded with a loud bang in front of the 3 admirals. The overwhelming sound shook the heavens and earth. Both the Marines and the pirates charging at the gap were stunned. Sengoku and Karp couldn't help but straighten up, wondering who it was. How could they have broken through the encirclement so quickly? As the waves receded, everyone looked toward the center where the splash had occurred, and a straw hat appeared. A figure that everyone was familiar with, holding a huge mast, kneeling to support himself on the ground, stood in the center of the exploded waves with an air of dominance. But what surprised everyone even more was not just this. Above the mast that Luffy was holding, another small figure appeared. He was supporting the upper part of the mast with one hand, and his lower body was suspended in the air, aligned vertically with Luffy, both exuding an imposing aura. The scene was astonishing. When everyone got a clear look at the two figures, their eyes widened. An unknown little brat, the Straw Hat Kid. Damn it. Sengoku's face turned ashen on the execution platform. He saw Tsukumo and Luffy. These two had been in his line of sight from the beginning, and each time they had made a significant commotion. They clearly did not regard him as a threat. That damn guy. Karp, is this the grandson you raised? They were still wreaking havoc on this battlefield without care. At this moment, Karp looked at Luffy with a grim expression as well. Luffy was indeed causing trouble for the Marines, but that little brat above him, he truly did not recognize. What was the relationship between that kid and Ace? Meanwhile, after Tsukumo and Luffy landed, they both raised their eyes to face the three admirals of the Marines. Seemingly inspired by Luffy, Tsukumo showed no signs of retreat, even when facing the three admirals. The sight of the two confronting the three admirals amidst the waves was not only imposing, but also quite rare. Although the three admirals did not change their expressions facing the powerful entrance of Luffy and Tsukumo, they still couldn't help but slightly commend them. Kizaru glanced at Tsukumo and Luffy, muttering, "Well, you two coming here is already quite impressive. But can you two defeat us?" Akainu, with a completely serious expression and a deep voice, did not hesitate to praise them sarcastically. "Straw Hat Kid, little brats, pirates of the new era. Your strength is indeed impressive, and if we let you grow, you will definitely become a significant problem for the Marines. Therefore, you must be eliminated." Facing Akainu's authoritative words, Tsukumo squinted his eyes, looking at Luffy. Indeed, this battlefield was too early for them. However, Luffy didn't care about the admirals or the fleet admiral. He gritted his teeth and set his gaze firmly. He had never felt fear. For Luffy, nothing was more important at this moment than rescuing Ace. This was the essence of Luffy's character and charm. With one hand on the mast, Tsukumo moved alongside Luffy, and the two faced the three admirals. Their imposing aura not falling behind at all. Luffy lifted the mast, shouted loudly, and hurled it fiercely towards the three. Suamu jumped up using the force, following closely behind the mast, extending his leg and kicking towards the center at Akainu. "One admiral, I've damn well tolerated you, Akainu, for a long time." Although Sumu understood that he was not a match for Akainu at this moment, he still believed he could hold his ground for a few rounds. After all, he could doubt Luffy's abilities, but he absolutely could not underestimate Boa Hancock's strength. She was the empress who had fought against the Blackbeard pirates in the later stages without suffering a setback. Just imagine if Diamond Jozu could make Aokiji spit blood. Then Hancock could certainly exchange a few blows with Akainu. At this time, the three admirals remained unfazed in the face of the mast thrown by Luffy, allowing it to pass through their bodies. They were all users of Logia-type devil fruits, and without Haki, attacks would have no effect on them. However, the arrival of Sumu caused a slight change in the expressions of the three. Akainu faced Sumu's fierce flying kick, and upon sensing the powerful aura within it, his previously disdainful gaze suddenly turned serious. He actually felt a hint of threat in that attack. He quickly raised his arms to block, but Sumu's kick landed squarely. A massive shockwave emanated from Akainu's arm as the center. The block was somewhat hasty, and at that moment, Akainu, struck by Sumu's punch, unconsciously began to retreat. Beside Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji were also quite surprised by the powerful gust of wind. This kid before them actually possessed such momentum and strength. As admirals, Kizaru and Aokiji were well aware of Akainu's strength, and now, this Sumu not only managed to attack Akainu, but even pushed him back several steps. This guy must at least be a captain of a division. How come I had never seen this kid before? He looked so thin and weak. How could he possibly resemble a pirate? Shocked by this blow, Akainu no longer underestimated Sumu in front of him and generously unleashed his power. Sumu pressed a foot against Akainu's arms and looked up, only to see that the scorching lava had instantly covered the latter's cheeks. The lava, having only accumulated for a moment, surged towards Sumu with an unstoppable force. Seeing the approaching molten lava, Sumu's expression changed. If he were hit by that lava, no matter how tough he was, it would definitely create a hole. Immediately, Sumu gathered the strength in his foot and rolled backward repeatedly to dodge the lava attack, landing back beside Luffy. "Haki, kid, you actually know Haki." Akainu looked at Sumu, furrowing his brows, then glanced down at his own arms, his frown tightening even more. What kind of ability is this? I feel like a patch of my skin has turned to stone. Sumu listened to this low and deep reprimand, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Surprised? Delighted? Do you still dare to underestimate him? Suamu just used Hancock's fruit ability, wanting to forcibly petrify Akainu. But it was obvious that his Haki and ability were still insufficient, only managing to petrify Akainu's fur. Moreover, this happened while Akainu was underestimating his opponent. The Luffy he copied is skilled in physical combat and strength, but lacks Haki. After 2 years of training, Luffy focused on learning and solidifying his Haki, which is why he has become so much stronger. However, Suamu copied Hancock, which perfectly compensated for this flaw. Now, Suamu is equivalent to Luffy with full mastery of Haki 2 years later, plus the ability of the sweet fruit. This strike will definitely not be light. Jojojo, what a fierce. You, this little brat, actually have such powerful Haki. How scary. Kizaru looked at Suamu lazily, but the contempt in his eyes had already disappeared. It seems that Suamu is quite a tough nut to crack. King Luffy, don't mind them. Rush over and save Ace. Sumu spoke in a deep voice to Luffy beside him, his gaze fixed on Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform. At this moment, thanks to Luffy, he was fully immersed in the Marineford War, resolutely stepping onto the path to rescue Ace. There was no trace of a college student left in him. The battlefield was gradually transforming Sumu. Even Sumu himself did not notice that as cannonballs exploded around him, he was subtly transitioning into the world of pirates. All right, let's go. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, he crouched down and leaped over the heads of the 3 admirals, heading straight for the execution platform. But the 3 admirals would not let Luffy pass so easily. The yellow monkey transformed into points of yellow light and instantly flashed beside Luffy. His movement so swift that it caused Luffy's expression to change slightly. Just as the yellow monkey was about to kick Luffy away, Sumu was already prepared, wrapping his leg in Haki and suddenly swinging up to meet that dazzling kick. ZZZZ, an electric arc appeared at the point of contact, and Sumu blocked the yellow monkey's attack, allowing Luffy to dodge and move a step closer to the execution platform. But the Navy's 3 admirals were not just the yellow monkey. Aokiji also transformed into shards of ice, appearing in the path of Luffy's advance. Sumi's attempt to block Kizaru was already a desperate move, and there was simply no time to divert his attention to stop Aokiji. Indeed, with just the 2 of them, it was quite difficult to get past these 3 admirals. A sharp spike slowly formed in Akiji's hand, and then it was thrust down towards Luffy. It was uncertain whether it was because Luffy dodged or if Akiji did it on purpose, but the spike did not hit Luffy's vital points. The spike pierced through his arm, and the immense force also knocked Luffy to the ground. Sukum frowned and looked at Luffy, unable to help but grit his teeth. He was indeed stopped. Seeing Luffy fall for the trick, Akiji remained expressionless, showing no signs of halting his attack, which then transformed into tiny ice shards, reappearing in front of the fallen Luffy. Luffy gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain as he looked at the Navy Admiral Akiji, the coldness enveloping his body. Sumi remembers that not long ago, Luffy and the others had fought against Akiji. At that time, they were completely overpowered, and the memory of being frozen into an ice statue is still fresh in their minds. At this moment, Luffy still has no way to deal with Akiji. Akiji, holding an ice spike, is about to thrust it fiercely into Luffy's body. Luffy's expression changes drastically, and as he tries to dodge, he realizes that his body is unable to move under the extreme cold. Upon seeing Luffy captured by Akiji and in a life-threatening situation, Somo felt a flicker of concern in his heart. He immediately rushed towards Luffy and swung a punch at Akiji, who was holding the sharp spike, intending to save Luffy from peril. However, at that moment, a flash of yellow suddenly blocked his path. Kizaru appeared and stepped towards Somu's fist. The powerful and aggressive punch came crashing down onto the sole of Kizaru's foot, which was trying to intercept it. Sumu's expression changed slightly, his brows furrowed, feeling that all the power in his fist had been completely blocked by Kizaru. Moreover, the latter remained unfazed with a calm demeanor. It was as if he was saying, "You used your foot to block me once, and now I'm returning the favor." Sumu frowned and looked at the soles of his fists, immediately perplexed. The divine hand could not replicate it. Sumu Yuan thought that since his hand had touched the yellow ape, he should be able to use the ability of the divine hand. However, it seemed that the obstruction of clothing and shoes did not count as a true touch. Sumi's gaze darkened as he decisively kicked towards Kizaru's head while keeping an eye on the fallen Luffy. If he didn't hurry over, he was genuinely worried that Luffy might get seriously injured. If he were to get seriously hurt and lose his ability to fight, he wouldn't be dead, but he would essentially be out of the Marineford War. After all, Luffy played a crucial role in rescuing Ace. However, Sumi's concern for Luffy was clearly unnecessary. Just as his horizontal kick was easily blocked by Kizaru again, Sumi saw a blue flame streak past him, shooting towards Aokiji. It was Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, who had arrived next to Aokiji and kicked the spear apart, sending Aokiji flying as well. Earlier, Marco had also seen Luffy and Sumi being so aggressive and unable to contend with the Marine admirals, so he rushed over to help them. Tsukumo no longer fought with Kizaru, as he knew that although he had not fallen behind for the moment, he ultimately was not a match for Kizaru. Somo landed beside Luffy, who was currently sweating profusely and breathing heavily. Luffy glanced up and thanked Marco. Marco, with his flying ability, easily broke through the encirclement, but the people behind were not so fortunate. Thinking of this, Somu glanced towards the gap where Little Oars was. To his shock, he discovered that Little Oars had woken up at some point amidst the continuous cannon fire. Moreover, the pirates on the ice surface in the bay were now jumping into the water. A massive wave surged across the sea surface in the bay as a gigantic ship rose from the seabed. It instantly lifted all the pirates. This giant ship had been specifically arranged by Whitebeard to be at the bottom of the sea to prevent situations like this deadlock from occurring. Sengoku had his strategies, and Whitebeard naturally had his trump cards and escape routes. Little Oars, covered in blood, roared as he picked up the giant ship coming towards him and hurled it fiercely towards the plaza. The giant ship then crashed into the plaza, with all the members of the Whitebeard pirates truly joining the battle, standing together on Marineford. Suamu glanced at the white-bearded leader, truly worthy of being the strongest man in the world. Whether in strength or strategy, he was incredibly powerful. If it weren't for his serious illness, Whitebeard would have turned this battlefield upside down and rescued Ace with ease. Monkey D. Luffy, do you still have any strength left? Sumu slowly stood up, looked ahead, and murmured question. Luffy gasped for breath, his fatigue evident on his face, but he still gritted his teeth and said with determination, "Isn't that obvious? Of course there is. Cook, let's go." Seeing Luffy still enduring his weakness with such enthusiasm, Sumo couldn't help but feel inspired. He took a deep breath, feeling his blood boil. "All right, let's go." Charged towards Ace. As their shouts echoed, Aokiji, Kizaru, and Akainu paid them no further attention. At the moment of Sumu's confusion, he saw that the gazes of the 3 admirals were unreservedly fixed on the figure beneath the giant ship. Whitebeard. With Whitebeard joining the battlefield and unleashing a powerful slash that shook the world, the 3 admirals directed all their offensive intent towards this strongest man in the world. Clearly, the 3 admirals were unwilling to waste their time and energy on Sumu and Luffy. Seeing this, Sumu was also delighted. As long as the general did not come to interfere with them, their path forward would undoubtedly be much smoother. He raised his eyes to the execution platform not far away and charged forward with a clenched fist. The execution platform seemed quite close to them, but the distance was not short, and the closer they got to the execution platform, the more numerous the Navy became. With a large number, their strength was not weak either. After all, being so close to the execution platform, the elites were stationed here. Sumu threw punch after punch, and, thanks to the rubber ability, he felt that his fists were much easier to throw out. With each attack, Sumu gradually adapted completely to his current physical state. This fruit really felt great. Facing the Navy that were neither warlords of the sea nor admirals, Sumu naturally handled the situation with composure. However, due to the overwhelming numbers, he couldn't help but start to breathe heavily. Meanwhile, Luffy was also struggling. His body was already on the verge of exhaustion, but supported by his willpower and beliefs, Luffy managed to knock away quite a few Navy soldiers. After fighting for a while, the two returned to each other's side, leaning back to back. Sweat beads appeared on Sumu's forehead as his eyes scanned the Navy soldiers charging towards them. These Navy soldiers seemed to have received some sort of order, as their attacks focused primarily on the 2 of them. Glancing up at Sengoku, who was looking down at them from a height, Sumu guessed correctly that as the commander-in-chief, Sengoku would not allow them to be so aggressive. Looking around, it was only Sumu and Luffy who were charging at the forefront. If they didn't raise the intensity of their attacks against the 2, it was likely that no Navy admiral would be able to stop them from breaking through the lines. After the focus of the attacks shifted, Sumu and Luffy naturally found themselves surrounded by a group of Navy soldiers. Sumu glared at the Navy soldiers around him, who were clad in cloaks. The strength of these Navy soldiers was quite formidable. If he were to confront them one by one, he would eventually be exhausted and perish. That's right, Although these Navy soldiers might not seem impressive individually to Sumu, they were playing a war of attrition. Those vice admirals were not so easy to deal with. In order for Sumu to defeat them, he would need to put in quite a bit of effort. Just now, after Sumu used the giant spin attack to defeat the giant General Jian duo, the impressive display naturally made many people aware of Sumu's strength. Although they had never seen Sumu before, their impression of him was that his strength was comparable to that of the 7 warlords. Moreover, this person had a loud voice and tended to charge in recklessly, and he could successfully block and even annihilate 2 people with just a few others surrounding him. Of course, this would require sending out quite a few vice admirals and admiral-level Navy personnel. At this moment, both Sumu and Luffy furrowed their brows at the sight of many imposing figures dressed in cloaks. Luffy was clearly exhausted, and although Sumu was in good shape, he could not withstand such consumption from the opponent. Luffy, I have a method that can help us break through the encirclement, but it depends on whether you are willing to do it. Sumu slowly spoke, his gaze constantly scanning the approaching Navy in front of him. What can we do? Bold cut, stop talking nonsense. As long as we can rescue Ace, I'm willing to do anything. Hearing this, Luffy said in a low voice. All right, then I'll get started. Sukuzing's Luffy agreed and nodded immediately. Then, his expression became indifferent as he looked at the group of oblivious Navy officers and let out a cold laugh. King Luffy. Suddenly, Sumu stepped forward, grabbing Luffy's body, his hands stretching out and wrapping around Luffy in circles. Wong Luffy, become my sword. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Luffy, looking confused, couldn't help but exclaim as he saw Sumo's hands stretching out and tightly binding him. Seeing Luffy's reaction, Sumo couldn't help but smirk. Sweeping his gaze over the circle of Navy soldiers, his momentum instantly rising. Let you all experience the power of the future Pirate King. Luffy, use your iron fist and knock them out. Gum Gum Pirate King, Toolman. Sumu grabbed Luffy and started spinning madly in place like a Demacia champion, his arms elongated. And in an instant, he continuously flung Luffy towards the surrounding Navy troops with the force of a spinning top. Thanks to his exceptionally high combat IQ, Luffy quickly understood Sumu's intentions. He immediately tucked his neck down, pulled back a fist, and with Sumu's rotation, he exerted force, smashing his fist hard into the faces of the Navy soldiers. This super invincible spinning top Luffy created had a diameter of about 10 meters, giving it an extremely wide attack range. Additionally, due to the combined strength of both Luffy and Sumu, the power was not weak at all. Luffy only needed to use one fist, which not only saved his stamina, but also provided both of them with a good output space. The ebony arm wraps around Luffy's body layer by layer, adding a layer of protection with armament Haki, ensuring that Luffy remains unharmed. I'm really a genius. King Luffy, charge. With a loud roar, Sumu exerted more and more strength in his arms, spinning at an extremely fast speed, almost drilling a hole in the stone beneath his feet. He knew that Luffy could fearlessly soar through the sky and dive into the earth without getting dizzy, and having copied Luffy's ability, he too was not afraid of dizziness. Since he wasn't afraid, he would create chaos. How could the small Navy and the little Vice Admiral avoid this deadly Luffy tornado? Charge! King Luffy. Suddenly, Sumu shouted again, and Luffy couldn't help but shout along, waving his fists and struggling to kick. Charge! Charge, damn it! Just as Sumu was about to take a step further and unleash even greater power with his muscles tensed, he saw a figure in yellow slip out of his hands and fly into the air. Looking at that familiar yellow figure, Sumu couldn't help but stop and then froze for a moment. Damn it! Monkey D. Luffy! Due to Luffy's struggle, Sumu accidentally threw him out. Luffy, who suddenly flew out, was also stunned for a moment, but thought it was Sumu's intention. Instantly, he glared and flew towards the execution platform like Superman. Rubber, rubber. Superman. Sumu clapped his hands and hurriedly ran towards Luffy. Fortunately, the Navy that had surrounded them earlier had been scattered due to their combined technique. So Sumu's running route wasn't too crowded. As Luffy soared higher and saw the execution platform getting closer, he couldn't help but shout, Ace! I'm coming. However, Ace on the execution platform, upon seeing Luffy flying towards him, showed no signs of surprise. Instead, his eyes were filled with worry. It's important to know that the execution platform was much more dangerous than what was below them. Sukumu also knew that Luffy would never get on the execution platform so easily. He caught a glimpse of Sengoku's arm moving slightly, as if he was about to take action. But before Sengoku could move, a familiar yellow flash appeared once again in front of the flying Luffy. It was Kizaru again. This guy, Was he fighting with Whitebeard? How could he have run back after being unable to win? Kizaru pouted, glanced indifferently at Luffy in the air, and then kicked with a flash. There was nowhere for Luffy in the air to dodge, and he took the kick hard. Boom! A muffled sound echoed, and Luffy came crashing down to the ground like a bird with broken wings. Sukkum furrowed his brows tightly, swinging a punch to knock away the Navy soldier in front of him, then delivering several kicks to forcibly petrify a rear admiral. Looking towards where Luffy had fallen, he saw Luffy landing at Ivankoff's feet, and Sukkum let out a slight sigh of relief. That yellow ape, always pulling off surprise attacks, truly lives up to being the fastest fruit user. But soon after, he started gasping for breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Making his way to the execution platform was even more difficult than he had imagined. The support speed of the Admiral Yellow Ape was indeed too fast. Not only was Luffy exhausted, but Sukkum was also tiring. He had lost count of how many Navy soldiers he had sent flying, including several powerful rear admirals. Sohomu wiped the sweat from his forehead, fortunately having copied the Empress's abilities. Otherwise, after being knocked down by Kizaru, he would be the one lying exhausted at Ivankoff's feet. After all, Luffy's lack of stamina during the Marineford battle was due to having fought all the way from Impel down, and he had been relying on sheer willpower to hold on. Sumu's strength is greater than Luffy's, but he doesn't have Luffy's perseverance. If he were to find himself in a situation of physical exhaustion, Sumo might not be able to stand up like Luffy does. It is necessary to replicate another one, a stronger one. Suma murmured to himself as he scanned the battlefield for targets. However, after looking around, he couldn't find a suitable target. Just as he was feeling at a loss, a figure engulfed in blue flames caught his eye. It was Marco, who at that moment seemed to have lost his mind and was charging straight toward the execution platform. Was he trying to rescue Ace in one go? But just as Marco approached the execution platform, a white figure appeared. His navy cloak fluttered in the wind, and his right fist was already tense. As the navy cloak billowed, the person's appearance gradually became clear. It was none other than Karp, who had been standing next to Ace all this time. Karp also noticed Marco approaching the execution platform and couldn't help but take action. Upon seeing Karp, Suma's pupils constricted. This man, despite being a rear admiral, was someone comparable to an admiral. There was no time for him to think further when he saw Karp swing his fist and strike Marco hard. Karp's iron fist was straightforward and decisive. With just one punch, Marco was sent crashing down like a cannonball from the sky. The once mighty Marco, captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, was now subdued by a single blow. Sumu caught a glimpse of Marco's blue flame, which seemed to be on the verge of extinguishing. Moreover, his body appeared to be getting larger and larger in Sumu's eyes, as if it were about to smash into him. Hey, no way. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, quickly trying to dodge, but the speed was too fast. By the time he reacted, Marco was already in front of his face. What the hell? Boom! Marco collided with Sumu, producing a huge sound. That immense force was like a bulldozer, dragging him across the hard ground and leaving a long mark. Sumu suddenly felt a tremendous force on his body, and he couldn't stop at all. Is this the power of Karp? At this moment, fortunately, Sumu had the ability of the rubber fruit, so being knocked down by Marco wasn't as painful as he had imagined. Ouch, it hurts! Marco covered his head and neck, gritting his teeth and groaning, looking up at Karp's imposing figure with a face full of dread. This injury won't heal easily. Little horse, get up quickly, get off me first. Sumu was sat on by Marco, who kept pushing him with his hands, struggling to stand up. Marco also noticed Sumo beneath him, immediately rolled over to stand up, and then, while enduring the pain, said apologetically, Sorry, I didn't mean to bump into you. Sumu slowly stood up with the support of the ground, let out a sigh, and couldn't help but complain about Marco. Really, why did you have to provoke Cap? It's one thing to annoy him, but you even ended up getting hit yourself. Sumu felt speechless. On such a large battlefield, how did it happen that he ran into himself? It's really hard not to say something. Wait a minute. Marco, the captain of the Phoenix Whitebeard Pirates. Sumu looked at Marco in front of him, and suddenly a light shone. He grabbed Marco's hand with one hand and shouted, Wow, old ma, you really hit it well. Ding! The hand of God copied successfully. Hearing this voice, Sumu's previous complaints instantly turned into surprise. Ding obtained all of Marco's abilities and part of Whitebeard's loyalty. Gained the ability of the bird fruit. Mythical beast type, Phoenix form. Enhanced armament Haki, observation Haki, and physical abilities. As the sound of notifications fell one after another, Sumu slowly opened his eyes, feeling as if his entire body had been reborn in blood, completely rejuvenated. All previous fatigue had surprisingly disappeared. Moreover, Sumu could clearly sense the continuous surge of the fire of life within his body. The blue flames of the phoenix. Sumu took a deep breath. What level is Marco? He is the right-hand man of Whitebeard, and to say he is the strongest below the four emperors would not be an exaggeration. Moreover, having seen the latest developments, he naturally knows that Marco single-handedly challenged the four emperors' Big Mom, while also facing off against the two commanders of the four emperors, King and Queen. His strength is certainly impressive. With that, if he has copied Marco, then on this battlefield he no longer has to worry about his life being threatened. Right. After all, with Marco's healing ability, as long as Sumu is not besieged by the three admirals, it would be hard for him to even die. Of course, he shouldn't provoke those two at the execution platform. Sumu's gaze sharpened as he considered the loyalty to the Whitebeard pirates. It seems that each time he copies, he is influenced by certain traits of the character itself. With this, he feels that he has completely aligned himself with Whitebeard's camp in the Marineford War. Sumu made an effort to calm his emotions and looked towards Karp and Sengoku in front of the execution platform. He saw Karp standing before the seats of the three admirals, then slowly sitting down in the middle seat, arms crossed, exuding an overwhelming presence. If you want to get through here, you'll have to kill me first. His voice was authoritative and filled with dominance, reaching Marco's ears. It immediately made him grit his teeth in unwillingness yet apprehension. Hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. With this, getting to the execution platform would be extremely difficult. With Karp, a powerhouse nearly on par with Whitebeard, guarding the execution platform, it would truly be a challenge to get past. However, it's fortunate that while it might be difficult for others, they have a connection, Pirate King Luffy. When the time comes, it has to be Luffy who deals with Karp, otherwise, no one else would be effective. Thinking this, Sumu glanced over at Luffy, not far away. At that moment, Luffy was weakly lying at Ivankov's feet, struggling madly and grabbing hold of Ivankov's leg. Upon seeing this, Sumu furrowed his brows. Indeed, Luffy could not withstand the impact from Kazuru's strike. His body was unable to hold up. It seems he's also looking for Ivankov to inject him with a dose of adrenaline to get back into the fight. Sumi also knows that Luffy shortened his lifespan significantly during the Marineford War. As a pirate fan, he has worried more than once about Luffy dying too young. First, it was an injection to counteract poison, then another to stimulate his energy. He truly admires Luffy's tenacity in refusing to fall. At the same time, this battlefield really needs Luffy. After all, it seems that no one else can surpass Garp's obstacle and rush up to the execution platform. Wow. Sumu took a deep breath, looked at his hand, and a blue flame burst out from his palm. It was warm but not hot to the touch, and it emitted a faint breath of life. This feeling was truly wonderful. Sumu couldn't help but exclaim, his gaze fixed on the center of his palm. Could this ability allow him to fly? With that thought, Sumu closed his eyes and absorbed the information flowing into his mind. He had thoroughly mastered the way Marco applied this ability. Flap! Suddenly, Sumu opened his eyes wide, spreading his arms, which had transformed into wings engulfed in blue flames. Visually, they looked exactly like Marco's. It's just that at a height of 175 meters, he couldn't compare to Marco's over 2 meters, making his wings appear a bit small. Oh, he really turned into wings. Sumu looked at his hands, his eyes shining with golden light. His arms transformed into wings, as if he could take off with just a gentle wave. The blue flames on his wings were particularly lively, and the striking blue light immediately attracted a number of people. Even the real Marco beside him turned to look at Sumu. Upon sensing that familiar aura, Marco couldn't help but widen his eyes. What kind of fruit is this? It's so similar to my ability. Kid, what devil fruit did you eat? Marco frowned and asked, as he had seen this kid's fists grow larger and his arms stretch. But now, blue flames were erupting. What kind of devil fruit ability was this? So bizarre. Hearing this, Sumu, who was just about to take off, turned his head and made eye contact with Marco. Then, a slight smirk appeared on his lips. Want to know my secret? If you do, go find in the sea. I've left everything there. Huh? What the heck? Marco, hearing these familiar words, furrowed his brows and looked completely confused. Hee. Sumu no longer paid attention to Marco and suddenly spread his wings, instantly soaring into the sky. He couldn't tell Marco that he had a system, so at this moment, pretending to be crazy was the best option. Riding the air currents, the cool breeze came, and the freedom of soaring in the sky made Sumu feel exhilarated. This sensation was truly reminiscent of gliding and skydiving. Moreover, this flight was effortless. He felt as if he had transformed into an immortal bird, flapping his wings and soaring high. Looking down at the battlefield from above, Sumu suddenly felt a sense of escape from the oppressive atmosphere. By copying Marco's abilities, Sumu finally had his own initiative in this war. It felt so damn good. Wang Lufei, hurry up and get up. Let's go save Ace together. Suk roared loudly in the sky, his voice descending straight down, causing the Navy and pirates to look up. Is that Marco? No, that's the kid next to the Straw Hat Kid. How does his ability resemble Marco's? This kid is so strange. The members of the Whitebeard pirates couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing Suk's appearance. This kid's ability is really similar to their Marco's. At this moment, veins were popping on Sengoku's forehead, his face filled with anger. Sumu's arrogance was striking, making his face look unpleasant. Kid, you're being too ostentatious. Simply outrageous. You are looking down on everyone. If you want to save someone, you'd better not come near me. He always looked down on Sumu, thinking he was not worth his attention. Compared to Whitebeard and the captains of various divisions, Sumu, this nameless kid, was nothing. But Sumu kept appearing in his line of sight time and again, challenging his authority. He knocked Vice Admiral Jando away with a massive punch, broke through the encirclement to confront the 3 admirals, even knocked away so many Navy Vice Admirals along the way. At this moment, he was soaring freely, treating this like a playground, and loudly calling for Karp's grandson to get up and save Ace. It was simply insulting to the Navy, defecating on their heads time and again. It was unbearable. All Navy, give me everything you've got. Block that Straw Hat Kid and that little brat. We absolutely cannot let them break through. Concentrate firepower. Sengoku shouted angrily into the walkie-talkie. Clearly, Sumu had provoked him. On the other side, after a plea, Luffy was finally injected by Ivankov. His body changed, strength surged back. He heard Sumu's words and immediately opened his arms, looking up at Sumu in the sky, murmuring, "Stop nagging, I know. Ace, I'm coming." When Sumu saw Luffy stand up again, he smiled slightly. Then, with Luffy below and Sumu above, the two charged towards the execution platform once more. The battle began again. In the square, Whitebeard gasped for breath and glanced up at Sumu in the sky. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, enduring the pain while the corner of his mouth curled up. "Kid, you're full of energy. In that case, I have to get my spirits up too." Whitebeard let out a low, heavy shout, supporting himself as he swung his blade and abruptly straightened his body. The blade struck out, meeting Akainu's molten fist head-on. At this moment, he was naturally engaged in a fierce battle with Akainu and Akiji, and facing the 2 admirals of the Navy, he was not backing down. However, not far away, Marco frowned tightly. He could see that the old man's condition was clearly worsening. If the fighting continued, his physical state would likely deteriorate even more. This worry was not unfounded. At this moment, Whitebeard's movements were gradually becoming sluggish. Suddenly, a dry cough came out, and Whitebeard's body softened, causing him to kneel on one knee, spitting out another mouthful of blood. But facing the Navy Admiral, this opportunity could not be missed. Akainu immediately flashed forward, landing a punch below Whitebeard's chest. The searing magma burst forth, immediately splattering blood and leaving a gory hole in Whitebeard's body. Whitebeard's injuries worsened. At this moment, the pirates were all shocked at this scene. Crying out in worry, Marco shouted and rushed towards Whitebeard, his blue flames already covering his hands, ready to help treat Whitebeard. But that bothersome Kizaru was everywhere. Several yellow lasers immediately blocked Marco. In an instant, the Whitebeard pirates were thrown into chaos as their captain was severely injured. "Damn it, old man." These worried cries were loud, causing Sumu, diving down towards the Navy, to pause and look in the direction of the crowd. Sumu stared at the bloody, gaping wound on Whitebeard's body, momentarily stunned. He swallowed hard, feeling a pang of sympathy. Was that a wound a person could endure? He watched as Whitebeard spat blood, barely managing to repel Akainu after taking a hit. But at this moment, a number of Marines immediately raised their swords and lunged at Whitebeard's chest. "Stop it, Marcos Chautith." His eyes filled with light, but the Admiral Kizaru, like a stubborn leech, shot out several beams of laser, piercing through his body. Marco fell to the ground in agony, unwillingly looking at the group of Marines attacking with their swords. In his precarious state, Whitebeard couldn't dodge and could only allow the blades to pierce into his body. The surrounding cannon fire quickly added to his injuries, causing Whitebeard's body to sway and nearly fall. Old man, seeing this scene, not only Marco but all the pirates gasped in shock, filled with worry. Was the world's strongest man about to fall? Ace on the execution platform even banged his head against the ground, desperately shouting at his father. At that moment, he finally understood how precious life was. Watching Whitebeard about to fall, his vision blurred, and he felt deep guilt and regret for his impulsive actions and not listening to advice. He regretted being captured. Why didn't he listen to Whitebeard and insisted on leaving the ship to chase Blackbeard? Those cold handcuffs were the cruelest punishment, forcing Ace to witness his friends dying in vain while trying to save him. The blood-soaked battlefield tormented him deeply. At this moment, Sumu couldn't help but shed a tear upon witnessing this scene. He no longer felt like an outsider. He only had one thought in his mind. He wanted to rush up and protect Whitebeard from the attacks. Whitebeard's charismatic personality had deeply affected him even before his time travel, and now, on the brink of the battlefield, his feelings were even more profound. Upon seeing Whitebeard enduring such attacks, Sumu felt an indescribable pain deep within his heart. He turned his head, abandoning the idea of moving toward the execution platform, and flapped his wings, heading toward Whitebeard. But at that moment, on the battlefield, centered around Whitebeard, a majestic aura suddenly erupted. The Whitebeard, who was about to fall, felt a tremendous force at his waist supporting his body, and he slowly stood up. It was as if he knew that Sumu, who was at the forefront, was about to give up on breaking through and turn back toward him. A commanding and inspiring voice resonated. It echoed throughout the entire battlefield, reaching Sumu's ears. "Brat, get back and continue your own attack route. You don't need to save me. I am Whitebeard. What you need to do is save Ace." Whitebeard's voice was incredibly heavy, penetrating the battlefield. It seemed specifically directed at Sumu and Luffy. With his powerful observation Haki, he naturally sensed that the two most likely to save Ace were Sumu and Luffy, but he could not allow himself to hold them back. This thunderous shout instantly stunned Sumu. Suckington hovered in the air, his eyes trembling as he looked at Whitebeard, struggling to calm his emotions at that moment. He felt his blood flowing extremely fast within him, and his heartbeat was quicker than ever before. Whitebeard's words made him realize that he and Luffy were gradually becoming key figures at the top. Unlike his previous carefree attitude, Suckington now seemed to bear a heavy burden on his shoulders. Just a short while ago, he was a rookie, but now he was someone whom Whitebeard trusted and relied on. This all stemmed from his ability to replicate Luffy and attract the attention of others as he followed him through various battles. His impressive performance and grand attacks made Suckington the most noticeable figure on the battlefield. Indeed, it seemed like he had more spotlight than Straw Hat Luffy himself. He had a part in confronting the 3 admirals of the Navy. He was involved when the giant fist sent Jander flying, and he participated in sweeping away the Navy forces and clashing with Mihawk. Transforming into a blue bird at this moment even surprised many people. Tsukumo seems to be even more eye-catching than Luffy. Plus, he has been following Luffy around, and soon everyone started to hear his name, Pot Lidhead. That's right. Charge! Pot Lidhead, go save Ace. Suddenly, a chorus of voices erupted around Whitebeard. Those voices echoed. "Yeah, who do you think Dad is? He doesn't need your help at all. Pot Lidhead kid, get Ace out. We are here by Dad's side." As these voices rang out, Tsukumo's vision gradually revealed a group of captains from the Whitebeard pirates, along with a number of their subordinates. When they saw Whitebeard was hurt, they were close by and immediately moved closer, standing around Whitebeard one by one. There were Jinbei, Jozu, Bista, Aizu, and Bremen-K. In that moment, Whitebeard was surrounded by them, standing tall and imposing in the center, his gaze regaining its pride. At this moment, the aura of a strong man re-emerged from Whitebeard. Dad, Marco, who was struggling to stand up on the ground, couldn't help but smile at this scene. Whitebeard's ability to do this was the greatest encouragement for them. It was as if that majestic Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, had returned. "Is that so?" Tsukumo murmured, glancing at the scene below, suddenly laughing. "I understand now, good." He then looked at the execution platform, his expression turning serious. "Luffy, it's time for us to go up." Below, Luffy kicked another Navy soldier away, and with a rush of adrenaline, he was even more excited than before, his movements quicker. Sengoku was clearly targeting the two of them, and the Navy began to encircle Luffy. Sengoku also ordered the Navy to concentrate their attacks on the two, determined to crush their path forward at all costs. Sumu originally wanted to fly directly to the execution platform, but then he recalled the scene where Marco was beaten by Karp and immediately gave up on that idea. Sumu's gaze sharpened, and the blue flames on his body burned even more fiercely. He flapped his wings and rapidly descended towards Luffy. He resembled a blue meteor, streaking down from the sky. Just as Luffy looked up, a loud crash sounded beside him, and the Navy soldiers who had just thrust their swords at him were all sent flying by the impact of Sumu landing. Sumu propped himself up with one hand on the ground, slowly raised his head, and looked at the stunned navy around him. His eyes filled with passion and a hint of enjoyment. So how about it? Am I cool or what? Falling from the sky? Are you scared? Little did he know, the moment Sumu landed in the crowd, the navy instantly turned into a torrent of people rushing towards him. They had also recognized that the two individuals who must be eliminated according to Sengoku's orders were now all present. Sumu was taken aback by the dense presence of the navy surrounding him. What was going on? Why were there so many navy soldiers? He remembered that during Luffy's adventures in the anime, there weren't this many. Could it be that his actions had stirred up too much trouble and drawn their ire? That group of navy soldiers, both those wearing cloaks and those without, were not to be underestimated. Even with his top-tier, vice, admiral-level abilities, facing so many admiral-level navy soldiers would not be easy. Furthermore, Sumu noticed that the two admirals, Kizaru and Akiji, had also abandoned their fight with Whitebeard to come and encircle them. If the admirals joined in on this effort to eliminate them, it would definitely be tough to handle. In this situation, it seemed that just relying on himself and Luffy might be a bit difficult to resolve. Luffy walked up beside Sumu, clenched his fist, and he naturally wouldn't think too much. Even if there were countless admirals ahead, he would charge forward without hesitation. Sumu caught sight of the numerous wounds on Luffy's body and took a deep breath, gently waving his hand. Blue flames ignited on Luffy's body. This was the ability of the Phoenix Fruit. The blue flames could help others heal their injuries. Oh, fire, what is this? Doesn't he hurt? Luffy exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the blue flames on his body. That's my ability. It can help you recover from your wounds, Luffy. There isn't too much time left, so hurry. Sumu said. The Navy really plans to execute Ace ahead of schedule. Looking at the densely packed Navy troops, Sumu furrowed his brows. As he had said, it was almost time for Sengoku to actually carry out the execution of Ace. If they didn't hurry, they would definitely not be able to save Ace. I understand, Luffy shouted as soon as Sumu finished speaking, shooting into the crowd of Navy soldiers like an arrow released from a bow. Seeing this, Sumu also felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. But there was nothing he could do. All he could do was fight his way out. This is the war at the top. In war, there should be no room for luck. At this moment, Sengoku, standing on the execution platform, was staring at Luffy and Sumu, who had reached the bottom of the platform. If it weren't for his orders for the Navy to launch a massive assault on the two, they would have likely broken through to his side by now. At that point, he would have to take action himself. Once the Admiral joins the battle, the dynamics of the war will change. How fast can you be? Will you make it in time? The execution is about to begin. You brats, you should stop here. Under such a siege from the Navy, it's over. Sengoku shook his head slightly. Although he felt a deep hatred for Sumu and Luffy at the front, there was ultimately a sense of regret for the two of them. If these two brats had chosen to join the Navy back then, how good would it have been? They should be a rear admiral by now. Unfortunately, it's too late. Ace, they will precede you and perish on this battlefield. Below, Karp, sitting in the admiral's chair, had a gloomy and melancholic expression. He knew very well what Sengoku was doing at this moment. It was clear that this old friend, with whom he had fought, was focusing the Navy's attacks on his grandson and that brat. After years in the Navy, Karp knew the Navy's strength all too well. He also understood Luffy's abilities. Under such a siege, Luffy would definitely not get far. Was he going to lose his second grandson? Karp's hands tightened, and his body trembled involuntarily. The two grandsons he had raised since childhood were now about to perish under the justice to which he had dedicated half his life. Just as Karp was overwhelmed by those two words, two furious roars suddenly came from the crowd, making him instantly look up. His eyes widened. Sengoku above also heard the sound and quickly looked up. Seeing the scene below, his eyes couldn't help but tremble. Below, the once impenetrable Navy was no longer in a siege. The crowd of the Navy was actually being sliced apart by those two small figures. What? The Navy's encirclement was being torn apart little by little. Sengoku was shocked and speechless, unable to believe it. Those two brats still had this kind of strength. After fighting until now, did they still have such stamina? Rubber. Giant dual guns. Just as everyone was astonished, two similar shouts reverberated across the battlefield once again. Sumu and Luffy, one on the left and one on the right, both threw out massive fists. That overwhelming momentum immediately shook the entire battlefield. At this moment, Luffy and Sumu were becoming braver with each battle, as long as the admiral above did not take action. Who could stop them? Moreover, Sumu possessed the abilities of three fruits, making his fighting effortless. Marco's Phoenix Fruit was mainly used to enhance defense and self-recovery. Hancock's Sweet Fruit was mainly used to increase attack power, petrifying enemies and rendering them unable to fight. Luffy's Gum Gum Fruit provided optimization effects, increasing health, enhancing durability, and enlarging the attack range. After Sumu replicated these abilities, he had already figured out how to allocate their use. This was the top awareness of a player from the game's national server. Rubber Rubber, Petrifying Whip. With a loud roar, Sumu infused his legs with armed color Haki and activated Hancock's petrification ability, sweeping through a group of Navy soldiers with a single kick. His left index and middle fingers released their abilities simultaneously in coordination. Although he couldn't achieve the combined battle power of Hancock and Luffy, the synergy between their fruit abilities was still impressive. Moreover, he now had Marco's abilities to complement him as well. Some thought that since the three of them have different fruit abilities, they could release their powers simultaneously and work together. When it comes to martial arts, some chose to use Luffy's martial arts ability. As for Haki, he could use both Hancock's and Marco's. In summary, among the abilities that all three possess, some must choose the strongest ability to unleash in order to make himself stronger. After that, he can integrate the abilities that the three do not have. However, some is still not very skilled at how to coordinate them and must take it slow. With a sweeping kick, an immense force instantly petrified the area where the Navy was struck, turning large groups of Navy into stone. The destructive power of this attack is truly overwhelming. Sumu's lips curled into a smile as he noticed that several vice admirals of the Navy seemed unable to withstand his sweeping attack. Rubber Rubber, Jet, Blue Flame Petrification Machine Gun. Following that, Sumu unleashed his ultimate skill for large-scale attacks again, the second gear machine gun. His fists engulfed in blue flames, launched toward the Navy like a torrential storm. Those who could dodge had to rely on their extreme speed to evade, while those who couldn't could only take a punch. The power of this punch would not only heavily injure them, but also turn them to stone with very little margin for error. In an instant, the area Sumu attacked saw another wave of casualties. On the battlefield above, many strong individuals were astonished at this scene, exclaiming in surprise, "Petrification! What fruit ability does this kid possess?" Meanwhile, Sengoku furrowed his brows tightly. So far, he had already seen this kid, Sumu, demonstrate 3 different abilities. What fruit was this? He had never heard of it. Hey, so many Navy members have been petrified. Where did this kid come from? Doflamingo, leisurely standing to one side, also frowned at the display of Sumu's strength. He knew that if he went to storm this battlefield, he wouldn't be able to match Sumu's efficiency and ferocity. How could someone as strong as Sumu be someone he had never heard of or seen before? Defeating the giant Jander was nothing, and he thought their aggressive advance would end there. But unexpectedly, their strength was far beyond that. However, Doflamingo understood that the main threat was not the Straw Hat Kid, but the one beside him, who looked even younger than Luffy. This kid would definitely be targeted by the Navy after this battle. At this moment, Hancock, who was taking advantage of the chaos on the battlefield and occasionally kicking away 2 Navy members as a warlord, also witnessed the large-scale petrification of the Navy. Immediately, her brows furrowed slightly, a hint of confusion appearing in her beautiful eyes. This large-scale petrification ability was strikingly similar to her own. Looking at Sumu's back as he fought passionately alongside Luffy, Hancock murmured, "This man just lifted my petrification. He really is hard to figure out. Who exactly is Luffy? Where did you meet this person?" Whitebeard's crew, after a brief pause, rejoined the battlefield and laughed upon seeing how fierce the two in front were. Indeed, they hadn't misjudged them. Thus, they gritted their teeth and followed Whitebeard to actively attack the powerful members of the Navy. At this moment, Sumu and Luffy coordinated with each other, charging deeper and deeper. Even though they were surrounded by the Navy on all sides, they pressed forward without caring about the Navy behind them, only focused on advancing. If it weren't for Sumu's healing and large-scale petrification, they certainly wouldn't have such a fierce offensive. Sengoku could no longer endure. If this continued, those 2 kids would really charge to the execution platform. At that point, although he wasn't too afraid of the 2 kids, he was worried they would take the opportunity to release Ace. Immediately, Sengoku shouted at Akiji and Kizaru, "You two, hurry up and stop those 2 kids." Akiji and Kizaru, who were initially in a relaxed state, frowned slightly upon hearing this and looked at Sumu and Luffy with a sigh. Wow, those 2 kids are quite terrifying. Their attack momentum is fierce. Kizaru glanced at Luffy lightly and said, but in the next second, he suddenly appeared in front of Luffy. launching a lightspeed kick instantly. Luffy had no way to dodge. With his immature observation Haki, he didn't even have time to react. After all, Kizaru's speed was too fast. However, although Luffy lacked observation Haki, Sumu on the side did have it. Marco and Hancock's enhanced observation Haki allowed them to clearly perceive Kizaru's attacking direction. Just as Luffy stood there confused, Sumu's body suddenly ignited with a blue flame, and he kicked to meet Kizaru's attack. Sparks of electricity danced around, and Haki erupted. Wow, the attack was blocked. Haki is really strong, but Kizaru's calm voice echoed, and at the moment Sumu blocked the attack. Shards of ice began to coalesce before Sumu. Akiji's lazy voice followed. Looks like the biggest threat is you. Let's start eliminating you first. What a hassle. Hearing this sound, Sumu's eyes suddenly widened. He saw the ice shards before him gather into the shape of Akiji, who was aiming an ice spear directly at his head. Both generals had made their move, and they were both targeting him alone. As he watched the ice spear coming toward him, Sumu was currently locked in a standoff with Kizaru, unable to evade. Akiji's speed was not slow either, making it difficult for him to dodge in time. Just as the ice spear was about to pierce Sumu's head, he smiled lightly. Looking at Kizaru, his expression suddenly turned serious, and he said quietly, "We are not the only ones on our side." As soon as these words fell, both Kizaru and Akiji were momentarily taken aback. But the next moment, as they sensed a fierce attack coming toward them, their eyes widened in surprise. Whoosh! Luffy emerged from behind Sumu, launching a kick toward the two. Crack! A crisp sound rang out as Akiji's ice spear aimed at Sumu shattered under the force. As Luffy's attack swept through, the two were instantly turned into a mass of elements. Seeing this, Sumu quickly turned and landed on the ground with Luffy, creating some distance between them. Earlier, Sumu had noticed Luffy making a move, which gave him the confidence to act. Although Luffy couldn't use Haki now and couldn't harm Akiji and Kizaru, his attacks forced them to elementalize. Once they elementalized, he would have enough time to escape. Sumu looked at the two admirals in front of him again, his brow furrowing tightly. The strength of an admiral was already difficult for him to handle, and now there were two. He and Luffy simply couldn't withstand it. Moreover, the surrounding navy, seeing the admirals take action, quickly surrounded them, ready to assist at any moment. Oh, I see. It seems that the Straw Hat Kid can't be underestimated after all. The yellow monkey, whose upper body had been turned into light, slowly reformed, and then looked expressionlessly at Luffy. Akiji also returned to his original form, his gaze indifferent as he looked at the two. For them, the only current threat was Sumo, the kid next to the Straw Hat. This little brat can use Haki and can injure them. Furthermore, Sumo's attacks posed a significant threat to the entire Navy group. They had seen Sumo punch many Navy soldiers into stone, and it seemed like this kid had endless stamina. He showed no signs of fatigue after fighting all the way. The two admirals exchanged glances, then nodded slightly, transforming into a mass of elements and disappearing from the spot. Seeing this, Sumo's expression suddenly darkened, his face cautious. He didn't know if he could withstand simultaneous attacks from the two admirals. A yellow light flashed before Sumo, and immediately, ice shards appeared around the yellow light. Qingji and Huang Yuan once again launched an attack together against Sumo. It was clear that their goal was to eliminate the biggest threat first. Before him, Huang Yuan executed a shining kick, while Qingji aimed a spear at his heart. His dual eyes trembled slightly, and he quickly activated his armed color Haki, with blue flames spreading all over his body. He had no time to dodge. Not only was Kizaru's kick too fast, but Akiji's attack also seemed to freeze his movements. These two admirals were truly worried that he wouldn't survive. Boom! Sumo gritted his teeth as he was kicked by Kizaru and pierced by Akiji's sharp spikes with a fierce force. In an instant, Sumo felt a surge of excruciating pain, and his entire body was blasted away like a cannonball, leaving a long mark on the battlefield, dust and smoke rising everywhere. This commotion once again drew the attention of many pirates, and several of them looked towards Sumo with concern. That bowl-cut kid just took hits from two admirals. It's over, he's definitely seriously injured. But as the dust settled, Sumu's figure, kneeling on one knee, slowly appeared before everyone. Cough cough. On Sumu's body, the blue flames burned even more fiercely. Although he covered his chest and coughed dryly, no fresh blood spilled from his mouth. From his calm and composed expression, it was evident that enduring the attacks of two generals had not caused significant damage to his body. The crowd caught sight of Sumu's expression and couldn't help but be surprised, exclaiming, "This little guy took the attacks of two generals head on." I saw just now. Both blows landed solidly on him. How is he still fine? Hearing the words of those around him, Sumu slowly raised his eyes to glance at the two admirals, with blue flames swirling around him, resembling a shining blue star. Fortunately, with the immortal bird fruit and after enhancement, he was able to withstand the combined attack of the two admirals without too much difficulty. Even Zoro, with an ordinary body, could withstand the combined attack of Kaido and Big Mom. So Sumu enduring the strike from both admirals didn't seem too exaggerated. Well, it seems our attack didn't have much effect, said Kizaru, glancing at Sumu, who showed no visible injuries, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. If one attack isn't enough, then we'll go for a second. Akiji said flatly, clearly wanting to end the fight quickly. If they delayed any longer, who knows what reinforcements might arrive to help them. But just as the two were about to strike again, a commotion suddenly arose from the execution platform. The two admirals paused, and Sumu and Luffy were momentarily stunned, then instinctively looked over. With a click, Sengoku's deep and resonant voice echoed out. Now, this command caused everyone on the battlefield to pause for a moment. Not far away, Whitebeard, panting heavily, glanced at Sengoku, sensing an ominous feeling rising in his heart. Then Sengoku's voice came again. Now, we will execute Portgas D. Ace. The execution begins immediately. Sengoku's voice seemed to have kind of magic, instantly plunging the noisy battlefield into a chilling silence, creating a brief moment of quiet. But after the silence, anxious, angry, and unwilling voices erupted like an explosion on the battlefield. Whitebeard, Marco, Jozu, Bista, and other members of the pirate crew all had their pupils constrict. They looked towards the execution platform, where the two executing Navy soldiers had already gripped their knives tightly, their gazes sharp enough to pierce through the battlefield. It was incredibly chilling. Luffy and Sumo felt a jolt, their eyes fixed on the execution platform, wishing they could leap up there immediately. Sumo glanced at the two admirals in front of him, frowning tightly. Ace is going to be executed. But now, the two admirals are blocking his way to Luffy. How can he get past? In the blink of an eye, Sumo's incredible vision caught sight of two Navy soldiers preparing to swing their executioner's blades. In just a few seconds, if no one intervenes, Ace will be executed. This is happening too suddenly. Quick, think away, how did the plot go? Damn it, stop it. Whitebeard shouted angrily at Ace on the execution platform. But just that roar made his body feel uncomfortable. Soon, his vision became blurry and foggy, and his condition worsened again. Whitebeard spat out a mouthful of blood, and the pain made him kneel on one knee, his Conqueror's Haki completely gone. Unwillingness, hatred, anger, all of it emanated from his gradually dazed eyes. The captains of the various divisions saw that the executioner's blade was aimed at Ace and disregarded the enemies around them, using all their strength to rush towards Ace. Sengoku's premature execution truly plunged the entire battlefield into chaos. The pirates were like ants on a hot stove, their anxious expressions revealing their urgency. If this continues, Ace will be executed. If Ace dies, their operation will end in failure. The fallen warriors and the carefully devised plans will all go to waste. Whoosh! Just as the soldier's bayonet was about to touch Ace, with his life hanging by a thread, a blue flame erupted into the air. But it wasn't over yet. Accompanying this blue flame was an extremely terrifying aura, one that could penetrate the entire battlefield. It was the aura of a king, the aura of a ruler who commands the world. This aura, with overwhelming power, instantly covered the entire battlefield. It even created an incredibly powerful shockwave. At the moment this aura descended, the massive executioner's blade aimed at Ace lost its strength and fell to the side. The two Navy soldiers beside him also rolled their eyes back and collapsed weakly. Moreover, it wasn't just the two soldiers on the execution platform who fell. On this vast Marineford battlefield, a large number of Navy soldiers also rolled their eyes back, breaking out in cold sweat, and collapsed unconscious as this terrifying aura swept past. The battlefield above fell into silence. Everyone's eyes widened, trembling with shock. Even Whitebeard, Akainu, Sengoku, Karp, and other powerful figures looked stunned. This is Conqueror's Haki. And this Conqueror's Haki is so powerful that it feels like it could disregard everything. Who is it? Everyone was shocked, relying on their observation Haki to look towards the source of this Conqueror's Haki. Upon seeing that blue flame, Whitebeard and the others widened their eyes even more. Kid, Bullhead, that's right. The one exuding such powerful Conqueror's Haki is none other than Sumo. At that critical moment, Sumu unleashed his Conqueror's Haki to save Ace from peril. At this moment, Sumu was engulfed in blue flames, breathing heavily, his eyes still radiating the aura of a king. He focused his gaze on the execution platform. Seeing the Navy soldiers executing Ace had fallen and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had made it in time. Sumu let out a long sigh of relief and patted his chest, murmuring to himself. Just now, he was about to see Ace executed, and he was extremely anxious, constantly thinking about how to save Ace as in the original work. In a moment of desperation, he glanced at Luffy, whose eyes were wide open, and suddenly remembered. In the original story, it was Luffy who inadvertently unleashed his Conqueror's Haki during this crisis, which saved Ace. That's right, he still has Conqueror's Haki. Some won't gamble on whether Luffy will truly unleash his Conqueror's Haki, as the plot suggests. After all, Luffy's Conqueror's Haki is not yet mature. However, after strengthening, he can skillfully control his Conqueror's Haki, which is why he chose to use it to stun those at the execution. Fortunately, he acted in time to temporarily save Ace. The Conqueror's Haki he replicated from Luffy was already powerful, and with the enhancement in his own strength, it has reached an exaggerated level. However, this display of Conqueror's Haki attracted the collective attention of the Navy. Some could even clearly sense that Akainu, who did not prioritize him as a target for elimination, also turned his gaze towards him. On the execution platform, Sengoku and the two admirals before him were also staring at him with sharp eyes, and the gazes of the Navy's strong warriors were already filled with intense, killing intent. In the original work, it was Luffy who released his Conqueror's Haki, leading to the Navy's pursuit to suppress someone with such potential while still young. But now, it is he who has released the Conqueror's Haki, which means that he has now become the target of the Navy. Moreover, his Conqueror's Haki is even stronger than what Luffy displayed back then. Suckmu swallowed hard, keenly sensing the shock of the surrounding Navy, which was rapidly transforming into murderous intent. It seemed he could hear their thoughts. This man is too much of a threat. If we allow him to continue growing, he will definitely become a major threat to the Navy in the future. Sengoku's face turned pale, his gaze fixed on Suckmu. Then he glanced at Luffy. I didn't expect that besides the must-eliminate target, the Straw Hat Kid, there's also this little brat. Akainu, it's time for you to make your move. Meanwhile, Akainu furrowed his brow, and without needing Sengoku to say more, he looked at Luffy and Suckmu. His tone cold. Straw Hat Kid, unknown little brat, you two staying together is just perfect for elimination. Sumo naturally heard this remark, and his expression immediately changed, losing all traces of composure. He glanced at Green Pheasant and Yellow Monkey, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The three admirals are all targeting him. This is going to be difficult. Three admirals, even a healthy Whitebeard wouldn't be able to handle that. Indeed, he had made too much noise, drawing too much attention. But then again, it's hard not to be noticed when following Luffy. Sumi's body tensed up, and Luffy beside him also had a serious expression. They knew very well what they were about to face. They had come to rescue Ace, and they were naturally prepared to deal with everything. But just as Akainu was about to take action, a crack suddenly appeared in the air in front of him. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave, as fierce as splitting mountains and breaking rivers, struck Akainu. In that moment, Akainu's body seemed to be on the verge of deformation, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backwards. Upon seeing this, Sumu was momentarily stunned and looked towards the attacker, who was none other than the determined Whitebeard, now standing up. But it wasn't over yet. Sumu also noticed that not far in front of him, the Green Pheasant and the Yellow Monkey were caught in a whirlwind of sand and dust. Marco flapped his blue wings and appeared beside the Yellow Monkey at a speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a powerful kick to the Yellow Monkey's abdomen with his bird claw. The Yellow Monkey was kicked away, rolling to the side, with yellow flashes constantly flickering. The remaining Green Pheasant was not spared either, as diamond jaws burst forth from the sand stirred up by Marco, his half-body transformed into diamond, crashing into the Green Pheasant with unstoppable force. Witnessing this scene, Sumu and Luffy were momentarily taken aback, a look of surprise appearing on their faces. All three admirals had been knocked away, stopped. At this moment, Whitebeard straightened his body, his naginata pointing to the ground, and his imposing demeanor returned. He took a deep breath and shouted out loud. From now on, the Whitebeard Pirates divisions will do their utmost to protect those two kids. We must rescue Ace. Whitebeard's voice thundered across the battlefield, leaving all pirates stunned. This command from the captain, who leads all divisions, once again ignited the passion of the pirates. At this moment, they had only one goal, to protect Sumu and Luffy. Whitebeard's heavy gaze was fixed on Sumo. It was clear that he was betting everything on these two people. Whether they could rescue Ace depended on them. Hearing the command from the white-bearded captain, Sumo felt an overwhelming sense of pride. This was the recognition and trust from the strongest man in the world. He was willing to rally all the Navy to bring the two of them to the gallows. It seemed that this first stop after crossing over was worth it. It wasn't until Luffy's shout brought Sumo back to his senses that he realized the pot lid head was gone. Sumo nodded vigorously, gaining even more momentum, charging forward alongside Luffy once again. Watching the high-ranking Navy officers continuously approaching them, Sumo felt no panic at all, because he saw that all the pirate leaders under the Whitebeard pirates had quickly blocked the incoming Navy. At this moment, Sumo and Luffy were no longer alone in the front, facing the siege of numerous Navy members. Under Whitebeard's command, they had enough helpers. The admiral had already been delayed, and each of the Navy vice-admirals was also tied down by the battle. The Whitebeard pirates' morale had never been so united. The many pirates had clear goals. Feudal battles were useless. They needed two powerful breakthrough fighters to rescue Ace. The Shichibukai were also completely blocked. Mihawk originally wanted to pursue Sumo and Luffy again. However, he was intercepted by the Empress, who was also a helper from the Navy, and Crocodile stepped up to block him as well, not wanting to owe Luffy a favor. Almost every pirate was doing their utmost to pave a direct path to the execution platform for Sumo and Luffy. Mihawk watched as Luffy and Sumo charged forward, gradually getting farther away from him. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and murmur in admiration. These two people constantly turned those around them into their allies. They possessed the most terrifying power on this sea, especially that little brat. Mihawk focused on Sumo, wondering if there was anyone who recognized him or knew his name. Yet, Whitebeard and the others still trusted him so much, as did the straw hat kid beside him. At this moment, Sumo looked at the road ahead, which had never been so open, and couldn't help but sigh. This was the cohesion of the Whitebeard pirates. In front of them, a group of pirates blocked the advancing Navy, while Ivankov and a Lightning held the rear. They had forcefully opened a path for the two. The Navy's cannon fire continued to erupt, but Sumo didn't feel a single explosion nearby. Looking up, he saw many pirates leaping into the air, intercepting cannonballs mid-flight. As a series of shells exploded in the air, on the battlefield, everyone was united, and the momentum to rescue Ace had reached its peak. With the obstruction of those minor troops gone, this time, Sumo and Luffy charged uncontested to the base of the execution platform. The high execution platform was now right in front of them, just a final stretch away from Ace. They had fought their way to this point, and now it was just the last step. Sumo looked at the high execution platform and no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hands to Luffy, preparing to leap up in one go. But at that moment, the Revolutionary Army member Lightning quickly rushed out from behind. Using the power of the scissor fruit, he cut the ground and directly created a staircase leading straight to the execution platform. In an instant, the path opened up before Sumo and Luffy, and this long staircase headed straight for Ace. Sumo and Luffy both felt a surge of joy upon seeing this, and without any hesitation, they stepped onto the staircase, heading straight for the execution platform. It was only a matter of time before they reached the platform. By then, rescuing Ace would no longer be a pipe dream. Sumo stepped on the slanted stone steps, his blood boiling within him. Although the artillery fire around them was constantly bombarding, it never managed to hit them. The battlefield was filled with the noise of chaos, the sound of artillery booming like a torrential rain. But Sumo and Luffy completely disregarded all the attacks around them. Their eyes only focused on Ace, who was kneeling at the end. On this long stone staircase, there were no enemies left to obstruct them. Akainu had been knocked away by Whitebeard multiple times, powerless. Aokiji was entangled by two division commanders. Kazura was unable to move due to Marco's relentless assault. All the Navy members looked at Sumo and Luffy, who were about to reach the execution platform, with trembling eyes, gritting their teeth in frustration. However, on the execution platform, Sengoku frowned, but there was no trace of panic in his eyes. It seemed he still had a trump card up his sleeve. Sure enough, just as Sumo and Luffy were about to rush onto the execution platform, an explosion suddenly erupted in front of them. Instantly, dust and smoke rose, and a commanding aura emanated from within the haze. Sumo's gaze suddenly sharpened as he sensed this familiar aura, a sense of crisis rising in his heart. He focused on the figure ahead. It was the naval hero, Karp, dressed in a Navy uniform and with a face full of Whitebeard. His expression was solemn and grave as he stood before the two, biting his teeth tightly. When Sumo saw Karp, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This man was even stronger than a general. Sumo also understood that at this moment, Karp's heart was filled with immense struggle. On this battlefield, he stood opposite his own grandson. That's right, Luffy's identity as a pirate was the same as Ace's. Unlike the time on Judiciary Island when he encountered Luffy. When Karp could let Luffy go without anyone knowing, now, in this highly public battlefield, their identities were different. They were enemies who had to face life and death. On one side was duty and the justice behind it, and on the other was family and loved ones. If the words justice behind him weren't so heavy, how could Karp stand in front of Luffy? And how could he bear to see Ace kneeling at the execution platform? Grandpa, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Luffy was slightly taken aback when he saw Karp blocking him and immediately shouted anxiously. But Karp's face was ashen, and he spoke with great difficulty, his voice incredibly deep. How can I step aside? I am a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters. Long before you were born, I was already fighting pirates. If you want to get past here, you must kill me first. Even someone as strong as Karp began to breathe heavily after saying these words, gasping for air. Straw Hat Luffy, this is the path you have chosen. Grandpa, get out of the way. I don't want to fight you. Luffy shook his head, refusing to strike Karp. But I am your enemy. Straw Hat Luffy. Karp shouted to the heavens, exhaling deeply, his voice mixed with profound helplessness and heaviness. Upon hearing this, Somo estimated that the one who felt uncomfortable inside was definitely not just Karp. Luffy was probably not feeling good either. Sumi glanced at Luffy, who at that moment had a dark expression on his face, gritting his teeth and struggling to bend his knee. Then, steam began to rise from his body as he entered Gear Second. It seemed that Luffy had no choice but to take action. If he didn't, Ace would die. Seeing this, Sumu was engulfed in blue flames, his gaze fixed on Karp ahead. Since that's the case, he would pass this level with Luffy. Sumu was not too flustered. Although Karp was strong, he would definitely hesitate to strike against Luffy. Hiding behind Luffy, they would surely be able to get through easily. The old man will not hold back. Karp caught sight of Luffy and Sumu coming towards him and immediately gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and swung his fists at the two. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile lightly, showing no concern. Although the power within that fist was immense, he understood that Karp would never actually strike Luffy, nor could he bring himself to do so. Just a show of bravado. What could he do if I hide behind Luffy? However, just as Sumu and the others were only a step away from Karp, he suddenly leaped over Luffy. Sumu was taken aback, but suddenly felt that the iron fist was striking towards his head at lightning speed. In that moment, a terrifying aura that made one tremble enveloped him instantly. Sumu's pupils suddenly constricted, and blue flames instantly surged up. In a panic, he hurriedly covered his head with both hands. Not good. The next moment, boom! A fist as big as a sandbag crashed solidly onto the head that Sumu was protecting with his hands. Hand! Damn it! Let's try. God's hand. Sumu gritted his teeth and, in that moment, exerted all his strength to unleash the hand of God. The next second, he felt stars in his eyes, the world spinning around him, and a tremendous force coming from his arm, causing him to be flung off the stone steps in an instant. Then, like a blue meteor, he fell from the air and crashed violently onto the ground, shaking the earth and mountains. Cough, cough. In Sumu's heart, intense waves surged, and he endured the excruciating pain in his hand, coughing out loud. How careless. He was knocked down from the stone steps by a punch from Karp. Karp actually made a move. He bypassed Luffy to strike him. What about Luffy? Sumu struggled to lift his eyes through the smoke and dust. Not far below the stone steps, he saw Luffy unscathed, while Karp's fist aimed at him was slow and rusty. Instead, it was Luffy who landed a solid punch on Karp's face, blood splattering, and Karp fell down the stone steps. What? Sumu widened his eyes. Karp prioritized knocking him away, only to be knocked away by Luffy afterward? Wait a minute. There's no reason for Karp not to hit him. He isn't his grandson. Damn it. Sumu patted his head, suddenly realizing, as if waking from a dream, and his thoughts were somewhat influenced by Luffy. He had just been overly trusting of Luffy's cover, naively believing that Karp wouldn't make a move against the two of them. Indeed, it was true that Karp wouldn't go after Luffy, but Sumu was a real pirate, and he couldn't hold back. No wonder it hurt so much. That was careless. Sumu held his hand, relieved that he had protected his head at a critical moment. Otherwise, with that punch, he would have needed 500 rolls of bandages. As he touched his hand, Sumu gritted his teeth and covered it with the blue Immortal Phoenix healing flames, starting to recover. However, he soon stared at his hand in shock. He had just come into contact with Karp and released the Hand of God. So did that mean his hand had touched Karp? Ding. The Hand of God replication successful. At that moment, hearing the sudden voice in his mind, Sumu's eyes widened in shock. It was real. He had truly touched Karp. He gained all the abilities of Monkey D, Karp, and the influence of some of his memories. He learned the strongest armament Haki, ultimate physical techniques, stored in his right thumb. Wow. As the voice in his mind faded, Sumu's body underwent another transformation, an extreme power surging from deep within his muscles. Sumo couldn't help but take a deep breath. Looking at his hands, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. Karp had been copied to Karp, the Navy hero Karp. That was a character who was nearly on par with the previous Pirate King, GOLD, Roger. This meant that on this battlefield, his strength was equivalent to standing at the pinnacle. So strong, this power, so strong. Watching the endless stream of power surging from his hands, Sumu swallowed hard, and his gaze quietly changed. He slowly stood up, and as Karp's strength flowed into him, the pain in his hands vanished completely. The people around also noticed that Sumu seemed to have changed. He was exuding an aura of a strong person. Nearby, Whitebeard saw Sumu stand up and let out a slight sigh of relief. He understood Karp's strength, and that punch was no joke. However, glancing at Sumu again, Whitebeard frowned slightly, suddenly feeling that the latter's aura seemed to have changed again. From the moment he saw Sumu until now, this kid seemed to be getting stronger every moment. This made him increasingly unable to grasp this kid. At this moment, Sumu shifted his gaze back to the execution platform. Luffy had knocked Karp down, crossed the stone steps, and stood on the execution platform next to Ace. Seeing this, Sumu smiled slightly, now that Luffy was by Ace's side. The next step of rescuing Ace was right in front of him. However, there was still one person present at the edge of the execution platform. That was the commander of the Navy, Sengoku. At this moment, Sengoku's eyes no longer held the calmness from earlier. His brows were tightly furrowed, and his gaze became somewhat frantic. He had thought that the last line of defense ahead was Karp. But unexpectedly, Karp was taken down in one blow. "Karp, you are still their grandfather after all," Sengoku murmured, glancing at Luffy in front of him, and gritted his teeth slightly. But as the fleet admiral, he was already prepared for such a scene. At this moment, only Straw Hat Luffy was present, and he was enough to handle it. If that little brat Sumu were here, given the strength he had displayed, he could probably hold him back for a while. Sengoku was not afraid of these two kids. He was just worried that if Sumu held him back for a while, Luffy would rescue Ace right beside him. Fortunately, Karp had been somewhat useful just now, knocking that unknown little brat away. Finally, he made it. "Ace." Luffy walked up to Ace and smiled happily. But Ace did not look happy. Instead, he looked at Luffy with a face full of worry and shouted loudly, "Luffy, be careful of that old man next to you." As soon as Luffy squatted down and took out the key given by Hancock, he was momentarily stunned by Ace's words. When he looked up, he suddenly saw a golden light appear in front of him. A terrifying aura instantly enveloped him. Feeling this terrifying aura, Luffy's expression changed drastically. He realized that the old man in front of him was actually so strong. The aura he emitted was incredibly frightening. Sengoku at this moment also stopped watching, his body radiating a powerful energy, the golden Buddha light already covering him. The Hito no Mi, mythical Zoan-type Buddha form. Sengoku's figure kept growing larger, and moments later, his entire body resembled a giant Buddha. An irresistible aura pressed down heavily on Luffy and Ace from above. Seeing this, Luffy did not hesitate for a moment. He gritted his teeth and immediately picked up the key, wanting to quickly unlock Ace. But at this moment, the yellow monkey also forcefully interrupted, lightly pointing his finger to shoot a laser, breaking the key in Luffy's hand. He didn't know why he didn't choose to shoot Luffy in the head. The key was broken and rolled to the executioner who had fainted on the execution platform. This sudden scene left Luffy stunned for a moment. He hurriedly wanted to rush forward to pick up the broken key, trying to piece it back together. But Sengoku behind him would naturally not give Luffy such time. How could he allow Luffy to act under his nose? At this moment, facing Straw Hat Luffy and a shackled Ace, as long as he struck down with a heavy punch, he didn't know if Luffy would survive. But because of a sea stone, Ace, who was an ordinary person, would definitely die. Thinking this, Sengoku was not indecisive. He gritted his teeth and struck down with a heavy fist. The terrifying momentum displayed the decisiveness and strength of a Navy admiral. Seeing this scene, the atmosphere on the battlefield once again dropped to a freezing point. Everyone knew that the punch of the Navy admiral could destroy everything on that execution platform, including Ace. Luffy and Ace both turned pale, their eyes filled with golden flashes getting closer and closer. In a moment of urgency, Luffy barely reacted, hurriedly protecting Ace, biting his thumb, and gathering all his strength to blow. He wanted to enter gear third and use the balloon technique to block this strike as much as possible. However, how could the speed of blowing air keep up with the speed of Sengoku's fist falling? Luffy had just blown one breath when he saw the fist was almost about to smash down on him and Ace, and suddenly his face turned pale. This is bad. I'm about to get hit. Luffy couldn't help but grit his teeth, whispering. Even though he sensed that terrifying power, he still protected Ace beneath him, trying to bear this blow. Just when everyone thought this punch would create a storm and violently overturn the execution platform, a blue flame swept through the air, flashing beneath Sengoku's giant fist at a speed difficult for the naked eye to see. Then beneath the Buddha's giant fist, a small fist fiercely met it. Boom! In an instant, arcs of electricity flickered wildly, and a massive shockwave radiated from the point of contact, penetrating the entire battlefield. The sound of the explosion seemed to want to overturn the entire ground of Marineford. Sensing the immense resistance coming from the giant fist, Sengoku was immediately dumbfounded, a storm surging in his heart. Who is it? Whose speed is so fast that they could actually block this strike? Whitebeard. Impossible. That old man was already seriously injured. How could he be so fast? Karp? No way. Judging from the decisiveness of this strike, it shouldn't be Karp. How could a man suppressed by the Navy's justice be so fast? But besides them, who else could contend with him for so long? Who exactly is it? At that moment, the battlefield fell into silence once again, and everyone's gaze was focused on the giant Buddha's fist on the execution platform. In the dazzling Buddha light, a blue flame was fiercely burning against the radiant light. Seeing this familiar blue flame, everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes. In Whitebeard's eyes, only that blue light remained, and a thought suddenly rose in his heart. Is it that little brat again? That's right, at this moment. It was Sumu who was holding his ground against Sengoku's punch. Sumi, with his entire body engulfed in blue flames, calmly faced off against Sengoku's massive punch with his own. He had just risen from the ground and, without hesitation, transformed into an immortal bird, rushing towards Luffy. Sengoku's punch was perfectly timed to meet him. Sumi's gaze was fixated on the point where fists collided, with a continuous surge of power pouring from his hands. Sengoku's punch was indeed formidable. Had it not been for the timely replication of Garp's ability, how could he have stopped that punch? You brat. It was him again, that bull-headed kid. At this moment, everyone on the battlefield clearly saw Sumi's appearance, and once again, there was an uproar. It seemed that this Sumi, surrounded by blue flames, had repeatedly stepped in at critical moments. The previous use of Conqueror's Haki was already astonishing, and now he was able to hold his ground against Sengoku for such a long time. Hey, what is going on with that kid? Who exactly is he? He blocked Sengoku's punch. Below, Doflamingo saw this scene, and his previously relaxed expression completely faltered. This brat could stand against Admiral Sengoku for so long and showed no signs of falling behind. With such strength, why is he so unknown? This was not the first time Doflamingo had such thoughts. Ever since Sumi first entered his field of vision, he realized this kid was doing crazier things each time. This was the first time he found a person so difficult to grasp. Does this kid possess the strength of the Four Emperors? That damn pirate must be kept on the battlefield at all costs. Akainu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, raised his eyes to stare at Sumi, and spoke in a deep voice. Clearly, he had underestimated the strength of the Whitebeard pirates. He never expected that eliminating just the Straw Hat Luffy and this brat would provoke so many people to intervene. What about the other marine admirals? Were they also blocked? Akainu frowned deeply, shouting as he looked at the two admirals, Kizuru and Akiji, who were entangled with a mere squad captain. Not a single one of them is reliable, damn it. On the execution platform, Sengoku's eyes trembled, gritting his teeth as he tried to smash down with his fist. Yet below, it felt like he was hitting an unyielding spike. Not only was there no retreat, but his fist also experienced a sharp pain. Again, it's you, kid. You're too conspicuous. Sengoku's face turned ashen as he stared hard at Sumi and shouted in a deep voice. Old man, what do you have to do with it? I'll do as I please. Suma faced Sengoku without fear, completely devoid of the initial panic. Now, whether it was Sengoku or Akainu, he wasn't afraid at all. He squinted at the point of contact between their fists, wanting to unleash the hand of God, but it was futile. It seemed that the Buddha form affected the replication. Baldy, Luffy, having moved away from Ace, saw Suma blocking the punch for them and broke into a brilliant smile. Thank goodness you're here. That's great. King Luffy, stop smiling and hurry up and unlock Ace with the key. The execution platform is about to collapse. Suma shouted urgently as he felt the execution platform wobbling. Although most of the force from his standoff with Sengoku was absorbed by both sides, a small part still transmitted to the execution platform. And no matter how sturdy it was, it couldn't hold up at this moment. All right, but the key broke. Luffy looked at the broken key, his brow furrowing immediately. The key broke? Upon hearing this, Sumu was stunned for a moment, but he quickly thought of something and immediately spoke up. Wang Lufei, hurry up and wake up the third brother over there. The soldier on the execution platform. Have him make you a key. Quickly. Sumu's gaze fell on the fallen executioner, and he shouted. He naturally remembered that classic scene in the original anime where Luffy rescued Ace. Although Luffy's key was shot and broken by Kizaru, the executioner nearby was a fake, disguised as Mr. 3. In the original work, after being knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki and waking up, Mr. 3 used his wax fruit to create a key when the execution platform collapsed, helping Ace successfully break free from his shackles. Sumi also knew that his arrival might have shortened their time on the execution platform, which was why Mr. 3 had not woken up yet. Brother 3? Luffy was slightly taken aback, his mind racing in this tense moment. Finally, his gaze landed on a member of the execution team. When he saw the number 3 above that person's head, Luffy instantly recognized him. 3. So that's it. Hey, wake up. Luffy rushed forward and grabbed Mr. 3, repeatedly slapping his face. With the continuous and rapid slaps, Mr. 3 woke up with a red and swollen face. Damn, how did I lose consciousness so suddenly? Upon seeing Luffy, he exclaimed in surprise, Straw Hat Kid, you made it up here. But as he looked up, Mr. 3 saw the huge golden fist above him and the Sumi tightly gripping it below. His eyes widened in shock, almost popping out of their sockets. What was this thing? Hey, there's no time. Hurry up, 3, quickly make a key. Without waiting for Mr. 3 to react, Luffy shouted anxiously, hurry, Brother 3, use wax to create a key to unlock Ace. Some gritted his teeth and shouted anxiously. He could already feel that the execution platform was on the verge of collapsing. If they didn't hurry, it would be difficult once the platform fell apart. All right, Straw Hat Kid, I'll make a key right away. Hearing this, Mr. 3 immediately used the powers of the wax fruit to start transforming. He was inspired by Littlefang's spirit to disguise himself as an executioner and was naturally eager to help Luffy rescue Ace. Hurry, Mr. 3 murmured. But the more anxious he became, the more chaotic his wax transformations became, and he just couldn't turn it into a key. Beside them, Sengoku saw another helper arrive and was completely unable to remain calm, his power suddenly erupting. If they waited any longer, that Straw Hat Kid would really rescue them. If the execution platform fell, so be it. As long as they could stop them, it didn't matter. Feeling the sudden increase in power from Sengoku's fist, Sum's eyes trembled, and he was startled, quickly stabilizing his stance. However, the execution platform beneath him could not hold steady. With Sengoku's added force, it suddenly collapsed. On the platform, Luffy, Mr. 3, and Ace panicked as they leaned and fell from the air. Mr. 3 was even more flustered, and in his urgency, it was harder to concentrate and form the key. As Sengoku's fist came crashing down, Sum lost his footing and fell from the high ground, ending their confrontation just like that. Glancing back at the 3 falling, Sum immediately transformed his arms into wings and rushed towards them. Meanwhile, the Navy below, seeing the execution platform collapse, no longer held back, picking up cannons and firing at the falling figures in the air. The cannon fire instantly poured down like rain, aiming directly at the 3 in the air. If Luffy and Mr. 3 were hit, it wouldn't be a big deal. But for Ace, who was handcuffed with sea prism stone cuffs, if he was hit by this cannon fire, he wouldn't die, but would be severely injured. At this moment, Mr. 3 finally managed to create a key and hurriedly tossed it to Luffy as they fell. Luffy looked at the fierce cannon fire close at hand, grabbed the key, and reached for the sea prism stone to unlock Ace's handcuffs. But as soon as he touched the sea prism stone lock, a wave of weakness surged through him, making it difficult to align the keyhole. Sengoku, who was also falling, saw Luffy get the key, his eyes widened slightly, and he immediately thought it was bad. Rushing towards him at high speed. In an instant, Luffy, Ace, and Mr. 3 found themselves caught in a predicament, sandwiched between cannon fire in front and Sengoku behind. But unlike before, this time, Sum was by Luffy's side. In this critical moment, Sum descended from the sky with blue flames, like a savior. He extended his leg and swept through the cannon fire. Boom! The cannon fire in the sky erupted around them like a series of firecrackers. Smoke immediately rose. obscuring everything around the execution platform. Sengoku was shocked. The cannon fire was ineffective, and he had to step in to stop Luffy. Seeing Luffy inserting the key into the handcuffs, Sengoku once again summoned his fruit powers, transforming into a giant Buddha. "Straw Hat Kid, you will not unlock those handcuffs!" Sengoku shouted fiercely, unleashing a powerful shockwave that charged towards them. Sumu had a sense of awareness. As soon as he swept away a group of cannonballs with one kick, he waved his wings again, focusing his gaze on the shockwave. The blue flames transformed his body, and his wings reverted to fists, striking the shockwave fiercely with a single punch. It was straightforward and decisive, without any hesitation. This was the immense strength of Karp's fist. "What? Damn it, bastard. Who the hell are you?" Sengoku was immediately furious when he saw his attack blocked once again. With Sumu's interference, he could only watch helplessly as Luffy rotated and unlocked his handcuffs. Click! With a clear, unlocking sound, the shackles fell to the ground. Thud! Suddenly, the battlefield fell silent. Everyone looked up, holding their breath as they stared into the smoke of the cannon fire. Did it succeed? Whoosh! Suddenly, a terrifying flame burst out from the smoke. Within the black smoke, a massive fiery passage appeared. From that passage, a voice emerged that made everyone's heart soar. "You've been like this from the beginning, Luffy. You never listen to me and act recklessly." Hearing that familiar voice, Sumo couldn't help but brighten up and looked happily down. He saw Ace surrounded by flames, already released from his shackles. Grabbing the falling Luffy with one hand and stepping on the blazing flames, he truly resembled the king of flames. "Ace!" Tsukumo and Luffy smiled and shouted together, "Ace!" The shackles fell to the ground. Ace was saved, completely liberated from that oppressive execution platform. On the battlefield, Sengoku saw the fiery passage and clenched his teeth. His expression had sunk to the extreme. Just moments ago, on the execution platform, it seemed like it was the Navy who were the passive side, watching as Ace was rescued. Yet no one could step forward to stop it. The flames, accompanied by Tsukumo's blue fire, blazed fiercely, transforming into a towering pillar of fire that came crashing down from the sky. Upon seeing this scene, the Whitebeard pirates on the top battlefield erupted in intense cheers. Ace was saved. Well done, the two of them. Straw Hat Boy, you finally did it. From impelled down to now, you're truly a capable man. Ace was rescued, that's great. Cook Cap, Straw Hat Luffy, thanks to you. The guy with the blue flames is outrageous. He actually blocked Sengoku's 2 attacks. On the battlefield, the pirates looked at the unharmed Ace and generously praised Tsukumo and Luffy. "Luffy is really amazing. You finally got your wish. As long as we can safely retreat, you can go back and marry me." So shy. Hancock, seeing Luffy in the flames, couldn't hide her affection. She couldn't help but glance at Tsukumo, relieved that he hadn't done anything to Luffy. But unexpectedly, the guy who looked about the same size as Luffy was so strong. Meanwhile, Whitebeard also looked at the familiar pillar of fire, dragging his injured body but smiling with satisfaction, his eyes full of affirmation for Luffy and Tsukumo. It seems he bet right that the two could save Ace. With the goal achieved, it was time to retreat. Whitebeard's gaze suddenly became serious as he shouted to the sky, "Everyone, Ace has been rescued. Now we should return to the New World." "Oh!" Whitebeard's voice was highly infectious, instantly reaching the ears of all the pirates. Ace being freed from the execution platform meant their operation had already succeeded halfway. Next, as long as they could retreat from this land that had seen countless casualties among both the Navy and pirates, the Whitebeard pirates would have won this top war. "Let's go back to the New World together. Brothers, let's charge. Ace has been rescued. Let's break out together." In an instant, all the pirates under him responded in unison, their morale soaring to a terrifying level. It could be said that the falling shackles marked a turning point in the top war, establishing a strategic direction focused on safely retreating from Marineford, significantly boosting the morale of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom! The flames, with the force to burn everything, charged towards the Navy soldiers ahead. Ace was reborn under this fire. Luffy and Mr. 3 were tightly grasped by Ace, while Tsukumo flapped his wings above, looking at Ace's strong back with great joy. Ace being rescued was the first step. Next, they just needed to protect Ace and retreat from the top battlefield. Sumi laughed. His arrival was not without purpose. Although in the original work, Ace was also freed from his shackles. It had cost the Whitebeard pirates a significant amount of energy and stamina. But now, his appearance was a tremendous help to Whitebeard. Not only did it accelerate the rescue of Ace, but also saved a lot of stamina for Whitebeard and the captains of the divisions. After all, The focus of the Navy's attacks had been directed towards him and Luffy. This was not only because of Luffy, but more due to Sumi's terrifying Conqueror's Haki and the limitless potential he possessed as an adversary. The Navy unanimously believed that if this kid, still so young, was not dealt with promptly, he would become a huge problem for them in the future. Therefore, with Sumi present, the time to rescue Ace was greatly reduced, and the overall stamina of the Whitebeard pirates was preserved significantly. "You bastard kid, I will make sure your corpse lies in Marineford." Sengoku glared at the few people below, gritting his teeth in anger. The fact that his multiple attacks had been thwarted infuriated him. After all, the one blocking him was none other than a nameless rookie. Sumu is only 20 years old, sporting a bowl-cut hairstyle, which makes him look quite youthful. "Hey, old man, if you can leave my corpse behind, then come and give it a try." Sumu stuck out his tongue at Sengoku, disdain written all over his face. This old man had been threatening to kill him from the beginning, speaking in an urgent tone that only made him feel more at ease. Leave his corpse behind? Now, not to mention Sengoku. Even if Akainu was added to the mix, Sumu wouldn't be afraid at all. With the strength to match Karp and the abilities of Marco, Hancock and Luffy, along with the strongest Haki in the world, even stronger than Karp. With such power, who would he be afraid of? Wasn't he just at the absolute pinnacle of the battlefield? But thinking about it, if it really came down to a life-and-death duel with Sengoku and Akainu, he definitely wouldn't be able to win. However, to determine a winner, they would have to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. "You arrogant little brat, today, I'll let you know what the Navy is." Seeing Sumu's expression, Sengoku's anger flared even more. Reflecting on all the trouble Sumu had caused him and the damage done along the way, veins bulged on his forehead. He transformed into the Golden Buddha, raising his fist to strike. "Hey, who told you to call me a brat? Just 2 hours ago, I was afraid of you, but now, what do I have to fear? Look me in the eyes, Sengoku, you brat." Sumu let out a heavy shout, and the blue flames on his body blazed even more fiercely as the armed color Haki instantly enveloped his entire fist with overwhelming might. As soon as he finished speaking, the two of them swung their fists at each other with a terrifying momentum. The golden giant fist collided with the blue small fist. In an instant, a massive shockwave erupted in midair once again. The force of the attack was no less than the shockwave from Whitebeard's opening punch. Where the fists clashed, gold and blue intertwined, continuously devouring and dissipating one another. Even in the distance, an arc of electricity comparable to a giant dragon erupted. The momentum was enough to intimidate the entire battlefield. The crowd below looked up again. They had never felt such powerful energies colliding. This clash far surpassed the first collision between the two on the execution platform. The explosive sound and light left the Navy and pirates below dumbfounded. Such a powerful offensive. Whitebeard wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and, along with Akainu, raised his head in unison. In their eyes, the flickering golden and blue light appeared. Moments later, only utter shock remained in their eyes. "This kid truly has astonishing strength. Who exactly is he?" Whitebeard murmured, wondering for the umpteenth time. Not just him. Everyone on the battlefield had asked this question countless times. The consensus was that a powerhouse like Sumu could not possibly be unknown in this world. Where did he come from? But Luffy simply looked up with wide eyes in surprise and exclaimed, "Wow, this guy with the pot-lid head is so strong. No wonder he's Ace's friend. That fist seems even stronger than Grandpa's. He's really amazing." "Friend?" Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace looked over in confusion. Upon seeing Sumu's face, his brows furrowed. "I don't know him. Isn't he a pirate under Dad's command?" Ace didn't recognize Sumu and had assumed he was a captain of a very powerful pirate crew under Dad's command after seeing him bravely sweep the battlefield. After all, he didn't recognize all the pirate crews under Dad. Even if they were famous in the world, what does it have to do with Luffy and Ace? The two brothers should not know each other, unlike others who constantly follow the news and know what powerful pirates are doing. Let's not worry about that for now. In any case, this guy has been a great help. "Luffy, this is the battlefield. We can't let our guard down." Boom. The golden giant fist and the blue fist separated, and Sumu's eyes were full of fighting spirit as he exclaimed with excitement. Competing against the current Marine Admiral was indeed a thrilling and exhilarating thing. Sengoku raised his fist, his anger unabated, and one could even faintly see the golden rage erupting from his hair. He glared at Sumu, his voice like thunder. "Kid, that fist of yours, smaller than a rice cracker, better be retracted. Marineford will be your burial ground." Huh? Hearing the disdain in the words of the warring states about his fist, Sumu immediately felt displeased and shouted out, "My fist is smaller than a rice cracker? Damn it, Who doesn't have a giant fist? Not only do I have a giant fist, but I also have a giant. Sumu shouted, his eyes changing suddenly, biting down on his thumb and murmuring a low command. Engage, third gear. Giant's fist. As the low command fell, Sumu's fist began to expand at a terrifying speed. In the end, it was even larger than the fist of the warring states. The Phoenix Flame. Blue flames then spread across the entire giant fist, creating an extremely spectacular scene. Sumu clenched his right fist, feeling an unprecedented surge of power emanating from above. He shouted toward Sengoku, "Hey, old man, mine is bigger than yours. Everything is bigger than yours." Sengoku furrowed his brow, and even in his golden Buddha form, the veins on his forehead were clearly visible. "Not this fist again, kid. You're too annoying." As soon as he finished speaking, the two giants' fists collided once more. Moreover, this time, Sumu's side exhibited an aura even more powerful than before. The clash of fists sent tremors through the battlefield once again. The onlookers below stared in horror at the two fighters. Were these two going to overturn the battlefield above? Karp's face turned pale as he touched the small bump on his forehead, glancing at the gritting teeth of Sengoku, his brow furrowing. It seemed like this old man, Sengoku, was struggling. It had been a long time since anyone could confront Sengoku like this. Was that kid really that strong? In other words, it had been a while since there was such a large-scale battle between the Navy and pirates. Karp clenched his fist, sighed, and when he raised his eyes again, his pupils suddenly constricted. He saw Sengoku's massive Buddha form swaying unsteadily, retreating repeatedly, as if about to fall. Moreover, Sumu's giant fist, engulfed in blue flames, was evidently gaining the upper hand, pushing Sengoku's fist back with brute force. The blue flames trailing behind the giant fist slowly invaded towards Sengoku's fist. "Damn it, kid. What is this strange power?" "Karp?" Sengoku gritted his teeth and shouted, his arm muscles tensed, veins bulging. It was clear he was using all his strength to prevent this punch from losing ground. If the admiral of a navy were to be knocked down by a kid like Sumu, it would not only be a loss of face, but the morale of a navy would surely suffer greatly. Just think, as the commander of the navy on this battlefield, if you're taken down by an unknown kid in front of everyone, what would the navy below think? Thinking of this, Sengoku gritted his teeth even harder, wanted to push this punch back. However, the power behind Sumu's blue flame giant fist seemed inexhaustible, carrying an overwhelming force that left him no chance to retreat. Sengoku was teetering on the edge, and under the assault of Sumu's blue giant fist, it felt as if falling was just a moment away. But just as Sumu was about to press his advantage, a sharp aura enveloped him. Sumu only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and a white cloak appeared before him. In the blink of an eye, Karp had already raised his fist and swung it toward his head. The speed was so fast that Sumu had no way to dodge. He had already activated the third gear, slowing down his speed, and was in a standoff with Sengoku at the same time, making it impossible to evade this blow. On Sumu's head, he took another solid punch from Karp. Immediately, the blue giant fist deflated, all the air escaping from Sumu's mouth, and he transformed once again into a blue meteor, plummeting straight down. Boom! Dust and smoke rose once more from the ground. In midair, Karp's punching posture was reflected in Sengoku's eyes. Sengoku steadied himself, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead as he looked at Karp and murmured, "Thank you, Karp." "Hey, old man, if you're going to be defeated by a brat, are you still a Navy admiral?" Karp retracted his fist and turned to Sengoku, breathing heavily. With Ace rescued, it seemed the weight in his heart had lessened considerably. After muttering a few words of reproach to Sengoku, Karp looked back in the direction Sumu had fallen. As long as it wasn't Luffy or Ace, it didn't matter who he fought. This brat too. As long as it wasn't Ace or Luffy, he wouldn't hold back. He was a Marine, a true Marine hero. Karp gasped for breath, the struggle in his eyes fading significantly. Indeed, having Ace rescued might also be a kind of relief for him. A relief from the justice he carried behind him. From now on, he just needed to do what a Marine was supposed to do, avoid Ace and Luffy, and take down other pirates. He had nothing to say to the others. This brat was no exception. Meanwhile, Sengoku adjusted his breathing, unconsciously rubbing his palm, looking gravely at Sumu amidst the dust and smoke. This power was too strange, too outrageous. After so many years, he found himself once again at a disadvantage. And it was against a brat. Just as Karp said, if he were truly defeated by this brat, then he wouldn't be a Navy admiral anymore. Karp and Sengoku exchanged glances, their expressions changing quietly as they stood side by side, looking down at the dust and smoke. In their eyes, There was a sense reminiscent of their battles against the rebellious Golden Lion from years ago. Suddenly, a blue flame surged from the dust below, the smoke dispersing violently, revealing Su Mu's figure at the center. Su Mu gritted his teeth, covered his head, and tried hard to use blue flames to heal his injuries. Fortunately, his ability to take hits was relatively strong now, so after taking this punch, his injuries weren't too severe. It's just that this Karp has only made 3 moves in the ongoing war so far, and 2 of them have landed on his head. What a ruthless old man. Su Mu slowly raised his head, looking at the 2 old men who had just landed in front of him. After sensing their overwhelming aura, Su Mu was momentarily stunned and couldn't help but swallow hard. This momentum, were they going to fight alongside each other to take him down? He remembered that the records of these 2 fighting together were quite outrageous. They had fought against the Golden Lion and had beaten Barrett. To be honest, if he were to fight these 2, Su Mu would indeed feel a bit foolish. Not to mention whether he could win or not. Just the fact that one side had a Karp and the other Sengoku meant that even if he could fight them, it would cost him half his life. Su Mu watched the stance of the 2 men. Karp had already thrown off his cape, and Sengoku had returned to his human form, taking off his shirt and exposing his bare arms. The 2 were clearly prepared for a serious fight. It was obvious that they regarded Su Mu as a rebellious pirate, just like the Golden Lion back in the day. Kid, I've said it before, Marineford will be your burial ground, and you won't have the chance to go to prison. The battlefield will be your final resting place. Pirates, huh? I am a Marine, and it is only right to defeat pirates. Hearing what the 2 old men said, Su Mu slowly stood up. He looked at the 2 old men with a heavy expression, his gaze becoming serious as he said, if that's the case, then I have no choice. Seeing the 2 old men's fists clenched tightly and their feet restless, Su Mu took a deep breath. His expression suddenly changed, and he waved his hand. Hey, then I can only run. Who wants to fight with you? I'm not crazy. Ace has already been rescued if I don't run now. Then when? Only a dog would fight with you. As soon as Sumo finished speaking, he turned and ran away. While running, he glanced around at the other Navy members on the battlefield. To his surprise, he noticed a downward trend in their morale. It seemed that ever since Ace was successfully rescued from the execution platform, many Navy members have been affected, especially when they saw that the current fleet admiral showed no response, and instead was entangled by a small ghost. They had already displayed a state of lacking momentum and purpose. Just a moment ago, everyone had a common goal, to block the advance of the Whitebeard pirates. But now, the Navy was confused. Without the fleet admiral's orders, they didn't know what to do, and there was no clear objective. The passive defense they had maintained was now forced to shift into an active attack, which indeed threw the Navy into disarray. What they needed at this moment was for their leader to issue a command to change their strategy. If that's the case, Su Mu let out a light grunt and turned to glance at the 2 powerful forces. As long as he could destabilize the emotions of the overall leader, he would definitely not notice the chaos of the Navy on the battlefield at that moment, and therefore wouldn't make any immediate strategies. In that case, the Navy, which couldn't make adjustments, wouldn't be able to stop the retreating Whitebeard pirates. There was no need to pay attention to Karp's words. He and Luffy had both lent their minds to the Revolutionary Army's dragon, that is Sengoku. Su Mu let out a cold laugh, a plan forming in his mind. Without any hesitation, he stopped, turned around, and patted his backside at Warring States. He stuck out his tongue and mocked him a few times. Warring States, your fists are not only smaller than mine, but they also lack durability. You just can't compare to me. One hit and you're sent flying. Can you even handle this? You little dog? Buzz. These words echoed in Warring States' mind like thunder crashing in the sky. For a moment, Warring States felt a surge of anger. Looking at Su Mu's back, a sense of frustration he couldn't quite describe welled up in his heart. As a Grand Admiral of the Navy, how could he endure such humiliation? Yet, faced with Su Mu's provocation, he couldn't even retort. Should he chase after and kill this brat? But that wasn't realistic. The strength of Sumo is evident to both Sengoku and Karp. If both sides are determined to fight, a victor will surely emerge, and their chances of winning would be very high. However, if Sumo chooses not to engage and insists on evading them, what can they do? Can they take him down in one hit? It's impossible. Even if they fight, it would take days and nights to beat this kid to death. Moreover, this is the kind of battlefield where there's not just Sumo on the opposite side. Once Sumo mixes into the battlefield, it becomes even harder to deal with him. As a result, Sengoku becomes even more exasperated yet feels helpless. If another expert were to join, they could definitely corner this kid from 3 sides, leaving him nowhere to run. This is also why, after Sumo copied Karp's abilities, he no longer worries about his safety. Unless there are 4 Akainu, or 3 Sengoku, or 2 Karp, who can kill him during this time when he insists on running. It drives me crazy. It drives me crazy. I am the fleet admiral of the Navy. Kid, who do you think you are? Stop right there, you brat. Bakiru. Sengoku seemed to be about to burst into flames from his head, shouting at Sumo's back. After that, he quickly chased after Sumo. At this moment, more than wanting to kill Ace, Sengoku wanted to smash this thorn in his side to pieces. TCH, you want to chase me? Sumo leaped up and transformed into a blue phoenix, astonishingly fast. With Karp's perfected technique, Soru, and Marco's inherent speed, Sumo's speed is now beyond what Sengoku can catch up to. You can't catch me, old Sengoku, ha ha ha. Hey, short legs. Come hit me, you fool. You can't touch me. Sumu let out a hearty laugh and soared high above the battlefield. The warring states behind him couldn't even catch a whiff of his exhaust, and could only clench their fists and helplessly roar in the direction Sumu flew away. When Sumo saw Sengoku like this, it was simply exhilarating. When he was the admiral, this old man was the calmest and most composed of them all, but now, with Sumo stirring things up, he couldn't stay calm at all. However, what Sumo wanted was for him to be anything but calm. At this moment, it was surprisingly Karp who was the serious one. Seeing Sumo's incredible speed, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. If he couldn't catch up, then so be it. This kid was just too fast. As long as he wanted to run, no one could stop him. Karp caught sight of Sengoku, who was furious, and rushed forward to grab him. All right, Sengoku, stop chasing. Just let that guy go. Sengoku struggled with a flushed face, angrily throwing punches and kicks in Sumo's direction. It seemed that Sumo had really gotten under his skin. Forget about saving Ace in front of him for now. He had never fought this little brat before. It would have been one thing if he hadn't fought anyone else, like Karp, but not even this nameless kid. Not having fought him was one thing, but being mocked was another. He had been severely mocked in a way that felt quite provocative, as if it didn't belong to this world at all. It made him furious, with flames of anger nowhere to vent. This kid had been sabotaging him from the beginning. Damn it, Karp, just hold me back like this. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and turn him into a meat patty. Hey! Seeing Sengoku so relentless, Karp shouted loudly. Look at this battlefield. Does the Navy still look like the Navy? You're the fleet admiral. Karp's shout pulled Sengoku back from his irrational rage. Indeed, it had been decades since anyone had mocked him like that, and his reason had indeed been somewhat replaced by anger. He slowly calmed down, beginning to regain the demeanor and emotions expected of a fleet admiral. After adjusting his breathing, Sengoku settled down and started surveying the battlefield. That little brat almost made him lose his mind. He almost forgot that Ace had already been rescued, and the Whitebeard pirates were starting to retreat. Looking around at the current Navy, after Ace's rescue, the morale of most of the Navy had noticeably declined. They were clearly starting to fail to block the retreat route of the Whitebeard pirates. Sengoku suddenly realized that Sumo had deliberately provoked him. Damn it! He almost fell for that kid's trick. Shaking off Karp's hand, Sengoku's face turned dark, holding his breath as he picked up a microphone from who knows where. All Navy personnel, listen up. Use all your strength to block the retreat of the Whitebeard pirates. No matter who it is, kill without mercy. We are the Navy. This is our headquarters, our home ground, Marineford. Let Marineford become the burial ground for this bunch of guys. As for Ace Sakazuki, it's up to you. Sumu soared above the sky, and upon hearing this voice, he furrowed his brows. Glancing at the emotions of the warring states, which seemed to be gradually stabilizing, he let out a light sigh. With this one sentence, it was likely that the morale and objectives of the Navy had been reignited. Indeed, someone who could be a marshal is not that foolish. The way he spoke resembled a leader and truly could inspire morale. However, after such a moment, it was estimated that the Whitebeard pirates had already retreated quickly. Tsukumo looked down, and as expected, most of the members of the Whitebeard pirates had retreated to the section of the surrounding wall in front. Next, as long as they circled around the surrounding wall and reached the crescent-shaped tips on both sides, they could board the various pirate ships under Whitebeard's command and leave this battlefield. Sumu smiled, realizing that coming to the top indeed helped. Next, all he needed to do was ensure Ace's safe retreat. Suan Mu's gaze wandered over the battlefield and quickly locked onto the figures of Ace and Luffy. At this moment, Akiji was engaged in battle with the two. As an admiral, he was well aware of the situation on the field and began to obstruct the retreat route of the Whitebeard pirates. Fortunately, Ace's Marimara no Mi had a slight advantage over Ice, and after several exchanges, he had not fallen into a disadvantage. Suddenly, Sumo moved and descended from the sky, landing between Qingji and Ace's battle. Oh, Bowl-Cut Head, you're here. Luffy laughed as he saw Sumo land. He knew that Sumo was very strong, and with him around, There was no need to fear this ice-wielding Navy officer anymore. "Hey, King Luffy, hurry and take Ace away. I'll hold him off for you." Sumi slowly stood up and turned slightly to say something to Luffy, then locked eyes with Aokiji. Previously, he had only copied Marco, and he wasn't confident in dealing with Aokiji. But now it was different. He had copied Karp and felt he could handle the battle with Aokiji. "Oh, thanks, Bullhead." Luffy waved his hand and then exchanged a glance with Ace. "Let's go, Ace." Immediately, the two prepared to run along the barricade toward a certain exit. Aokiji, seeing this, didn't have a strong desire to chase them down. He merely glanced at Sumi, fully aware that this person was not simple. He stopped in place and muttered to himself, "Seriously, someone else is here to block me. It's not that I don't want to chase them." Aokiji rubbed his head, and then one arm transformed into ice shards as his expression grew serious. Sumi also stretched his neck, twisted his wrist, and looked at Aokiji with the gaze of a seasoned elder. It's important to note that before Aokiji became an admiral, he was a little fan of Karp. Now, facing a knockoff yet enhanced version of Karp, one wonders how he feels after experiencing that familiar fist again. The blue flames rising from Su-Mu's body constantly repaired his own form. After becoming stronger, his stamina also increased. Now, he had become an ultimate fighter with a thick health bar, strong recovery, powerful attack, and solid defense. Clenching his fist, Su-Mu suddenly vanished from his spot, and then he threw a punch towards Aokiji. The overwhelming aura immediately changed Aokiji's expression. This kid's punch was different from before. Boom! Su-Mu's punch, moving at the speed of light, struck Qingji's forehead hard, instantly sending him flying over 100 meters and crashing into the city wall of the square. The power of Love's fist remains as formidable as ever. Su-Mu smiled faintly and murmured to himself, already showing a hint of Karp's demeanor. Looking at the distant green bull, Su-Mu landed, clapped his hands, and thought that according to this guy's lazy nature, he wouldn't get up without lying around for a while. Being driven off as soon as he arrived, it was likely that Green Bull was also eager for this. However, Su-Mu suddenly noticed that the surroundings had begun to get noisy. Hearing the commotion, Su-Mu frowned and looked around. He saw that the giant ship of the Whitebeard pirates, the Moby Dick, had sprouted wheels and was charging across the battlefield of Marineford. This was a modified ship capable of moving on land. But at this moment, it suddenly started moving, which made Su-Mu feel a bit strange. Why was this giant ship, instead of waiting in the water for the pirate crew to retreat, rushing on a land? Su-Mu focused his gaze towards the bow of the ship and saw a dark silhouette standing there. After getting a clear look at the person's face, Su-Mu couldn't help but be taken aback. The person looked somewhat familiar. Who was this in the midst of the battle? After recalling carefully, Su-Mu suddenly remembered that the one piloting the Moby Dick and charging in a battle was none other than Squard, a member of Whitebeard's pirate crew. He was the one who, misled by Akainu's deceitful words, betrayed them and stabbed Whitebeard as one of his own. However, he was later moved by Whitebeard's embrace and broad heart and returned to Whitebeard's side. Now, his arrival was not for any other reason but to atone for his previous actions of injuring Whitebeard. The Navy's soldiers, upon hearing Sengoku's orders, instantly gained morale, and with a clear objective, were determined to eliminate members of the Whitebeard pirate crew. One they encountered, one they would kill. Moreover, since the members of the Whitebeard pirate crew were currently only trying to escape and did not wish to fight, their situation became especially passive, making them vulnerable to ambushes from the surrounding navy during their retreat. This led to the Whitebeard pirate crew finding themselves in a difficult predicament once again in such a short time. Seeing this scene, Squard resolutely formed a plan. He would pilot the Moby Dick to the front lines, providing cover for all the Whitebeard pirates, sacrificing his life to ensure their safe escape. Upon seeing this scene, Su-Mu shook his head repeatedly. As expected of the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, he certainly doesn't keep idle people. The situation on the field is very clear now. It is definitely not feasible for the Whitebeard pirates to simply retreat. They must have someone stay behind to cover their escape in order to leave here safely. Otherwise, they would only suffer more casualties while running away again and again. Well, since someone is covering the rear, it's time for me to run. Su-Mu patted his sleeves and looked back at Luffy. If he didn't run now, he would miss his chance. He had to follow Ace and Luffy to leave. Otherwise, he was really worried that Ace would do something foolish, turning back and repeating past mistakes. In the original story, Ace lost his life because he was provoked by Akainu's words and turned back to counterattack. Thinking of this, Su-Mu hurried to catch up. As long as he protected the two of them, it wouldn't matter how impulsive Ace was. After all, who could kill Ace under someone as powerful as him? Moreover, Ace was also accompanied by Jinbe and Ivankov, both of whom were strong fighters. This time, it had to be foolproof. He was just waiting for that giant ship to rush behind them and cover their retreat. But just as Sumu was about to charge forward, the giant ship suddenly stopped. Sum's exceptionally strong observation Haki naturally detected this scene, and he was immediately taken aback, his footsteps coming to a halt. He turned his head to look beneath the giant ship. A pair of giant hands firmly held the massive ship, which was trying to move at full speed, in place. A figure blocked the path of the giant ship. Even Sumu could feel that the gears of the Moby Dick were stuck and unable to move because of that pair of giant hands. Who is it? Sumu squinted his eyes, gazing at the robust and imposing figure of the giant ship. It was none other than Whitebeard, the world's strongest man, who had been fighting alone against a group of elite naval commanders, some of the 7 warlords, and Akainu on the battlefield until now. At this moment, Whitebeard was also using one hand to block the seemingly unstoppable Moby Dick. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the floor. It seemed that the continuous battle had taken a heavy toll on him. Even though Sumu's arrival allowed Ace to be rescued early, Whitebeard's body was still deteriorating severely. Affected by illness, this might truly be his last bit of strength. Sukumu was also unclear. Perhaps Whitebeard had indeed been fighting until the last moment with incredible willpower. Just like Luffy. Old man, what are you doing? Hurry and treat your injuries. Let me hold them off for you. You all retreat quickly. Leave the Navy to me. Score became anxious when he saw Whitebeard stop the ship. Don't be too self-righteous and stop the Navy. Whitebeard suddenly roared, his gaze exceptionally cold. Squard, that sword of yours does not pose a threat to my life. But do you know how unfilial it is for me, as your captain, to let you hold them off and let the white-haired send off the black-haired? Whitebeard's voice was still so penetrating. Not only Squard, but his voice reached everyone's ears. Marco, Jozu, and the captains of the various divisions looked at Whitebeard and called out, Old man, Squard, if you still think of me as your father, then go back to the New World. Whitebeard murmured softly, then released the hand he had placed on the giant ship and gently patted the hull. It seemed he was bidding farewell to something. What could it be? Perhaps it was his crew, perhaps it was his life at sea, or perhaps it was the last flame of that old era. Making a farewell, Whitebeard turned around and slowly stepped forward, his back still imposing and powerful. However, in Sukumu's eyes, that figure always carried a sense of a strong man walking toward the end. What are you doing, old man? We need to retreat. Everyone stopped in their tracks upon witnessing this scene, looking at Whitebeard resolutely walking in the opposite direction of the others. Every pirate felt their hearts being torn apart. Whitebeard's steps slowly came to a halt. At this moment, he stood behind all the pirates. He gazed intently and calmly threw a powerful punch at the pursuing Navy. It seemed to express to the Navy that, as their captain, he still had strength. After throwing a punch, he murmured, his voice not loud, but still enough to reach all the members below deck. Listen up, boys. Whitebeard pirates. Now, I'm going to give my final command as captain. Upon hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded, and Sukumu couldn't help but grit his teeth. Whitebeard's figure and that dignified voice were so resolute, as if he had made this decision from the very beginning. Wait, the final command. Not far away, Ace, who had been running, stopped. Hearing this, he took a deep breath and turned to look at Whitebeard. Old man. Whitebeard had already raised his fist, the veins bulging on his robust arms. The flag of the Whitebeard pirates on the Moby Dick, for some reason, slowly fell to the ground. Everyone must survive and return safely to the New World. I am a remnant of the old era. The new era has no ship to carry me. Splash. Hearing this sentence from Whitebeard, Somo felt his blood boiling in an instant. This command exploded in his ears like thunder. Once upon a time, when he heard this line from the old man in front of the television, he felt an overwhelming excitement. Each time, he couldn't help but stand in respect for Whitebeard's actions. Now, in person, the impact of Whitebeard's voice on Somu was far greater than what he experienced on television. At this moment, Somu's eyes widened and his heart raced. This was the feeling of a true fan of the Pirate King. He felt that this visual shock was unprecedented. Kids, back to the New World. Set sail. That shocking phrase reverberated throughout Marineford. As the words fell, Whitebeard's fist also came crashing down. This time, unlike the previous punches, this was the final flame of a strong man burning. The last bloom of the light of the old era. It was the culmination of a lifetime's strength, now accompanying that final captain's command, instantly spreading across the entire battlefield of Marineford. In an instant, Marineford was engulfed in unprecedented tremors. The Navy headquarters, with its thick walls, now echoed with cracks. The fissures, wider than a person, emerged from the very words navy. No building of a navy remained unscathed. Moreover, this terrifying power erupted from the ground, splitting Marineford in two. A massive crack, separating Whitebeard from his pirate crew, divided an entire era. It was unclear whether this crack divided the navy from the pirates or the old era from the new era. But in any case, it marked the final chapter of Whitebeard's seafaring life. "Dad!" The pirates outside the crack shouted, looking at Whitebeard's back. Sumu couldn't help but grit his teeth, his face falling as he found it hard to accept this scene. Seeing Whitebeard like this, with such charisma, it was difficult for Sumu not to be attracted to him. He finally understood why Ace, an ambitious person, was willing to follow Whitebeard. Do not look back at the era, it will change. After throwing that punch, Whitebeard adjusted his breathing and murmured this phrase. Sengoku and Karp, witnessing this scene, also wore heavy expressions. After all, like Whitebeard, they belonged to that old era. Perhaps, after this war, everything would be different. It might also be that the old era was truly passing, and the future era would need a new name. Not far away, Ace, standing next to Luffy, was restless, his steps inching towards Whitebeard, seemingly unwilling to leave. Seeing this, Luffy quickly tried to pull Ace back. "Ace, this is for the uncle, as a man's last wish. It's also the captain's order. Let's go." "I know." Ace suddenly interrupted Luffy, and no one could see the expression on his face at that moment. He looked towards Whitebeard, who seemed to notice him out of the corner of his eye. Thud. With a thud, Ace knelt down. He bowed before Whitebeard, his whole body trembling. "Thank you, old man." At this moment, it seemed that Whitebeard, through his powerful observation Haki, also noticed Ace. He moved his throat, "Ace." At that moment, it felt like there was no more gunfire, no smoke, no shouts on the battlefield. Just the two of them left in their own world. Whitebeard gently asked, "Ace, let me ask you a question. Am I a qualified old man?" Wow. Whitebeard's words were like a sharp thorn, striking deep into Ace's heart. Ace's body trembled even more than before. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes as if a valve had been opened, and they could no longer be stopped. Hoarsely, choked up with emotion, he seemed to use all his strength to shout. Of course. "Old man." That shout was heard by everyone, no longer just the two of them. Sumu heard it, and all the pirates and navy heard it as well. The words "old man" echoed across the chaotic battlefield. Though few, it was enough to stir the hearts of many. Whitebeard smiled slightly, his eyes filled with satisfaction and contentment. "Is that so? Then I can rest easy. All right, Ace, let's go home." But unfortunately, at home, there would no longer be an old man. Tears welled up in the corners of Sumo's eyes, and he couldn't help but wipe them away. He never thought he would cry on such a fiery battlefield. The excitement and joy he had felt while teasing Sengoku and copying Karp were completely gone. At this moment, looking at Whitebeard's back, he felt a profound sense of loss. Whitebeard swung his naginata, standing alone against a crowd of Marines. "A long life, huh? It's time to put an end to it. Marines, your opponent is me." Masters like Sengoku, Karp, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru, upon hearing Whitebeard's words, couldn't help but grit their teeth as they saw him standing alone. Akainu sneered contemptuously. "Leftovers from the old era? That's indeed a fitting description for a loser of the past. But with your current state, to think you can block an entire navy? How ridiculous." They all referred to him as old man, saying, "Whitebeard, it's time to end your little game. I don't care if others can escape, but Fire Fist, Ace, and Straw Hat Luffy, I will definitely eliminate them myself." "Is that so? If you can do it, then give it a try." Whitebeard roared furiously, pointing his naginata at Akainu, his gaze incredibly sharp. "Can you get past me, Sakazuki? Why say so much when you're about to die?" Akainu let out a cold laugh, magma covering his body once more. He glanced at Aokiji and Kizaru beside him and murmured, "Straw Hat Luffy, Fire Fist Ace, and that unknown brat. Leave those three to me. You guys can hold Whitebeard down or even kill him. Huh, no problem, right?" Upon hearing this, Aokiji and Kizaru both waved their hands, looking displeased. As admirals, why should they take orders from him? But then they noticed Sengoku nodding slightly beside them, and they fell silent, tacitly agreeing to this plan. Immediately, the three admirals began to elementalize. As their figures flickered, Akainu leaped into the air, charging toward the other side of the fissure. Whitebeard's gaze sharpened as he swung his naginata at Akainu, who completely disregarded him. Just as he was about to unleash the power of the Tremor fruit, a flash of yellow light and ice shards appeared in front of him. Boom! In an instant, Aokiji's ice blocked the naginata, and Kizaru's figure appeared beneath Whitebeard. Kizaru, moving at incredible speed, delivered a shining kick that directly struck Whitebeard's body. Z. A thin laser pierced through Whitebeard's body. In that moment of blockage, Akainu had already jumped over the fissure, charging straight for Ace and Luffy. Seeing this, Whitebeard gritted his teeth in unwillingness. Indeed, he was getting old. Being blocked by two admirals had truly prevented him from stopping Akainu from passing by. Cough. He cleared his throat, his expression darkening as he looked at the two admirals beside him, and suddenly unleashed a violent force from his body. Swinging his Naginata, he combined it with the power of the Tremor fruit, sending Aokiji and Kizaru flying. He glanced back at Akainu, breathing heavily, hoping that his sons behind him could return together and protect Ace. "Boys, don't you hear my words?" Whitebeard shouted in a low voice, his gaze heavy as he looked at the crowd of Marines and the two admirals ready to strike again. Return to the New World. Old man, many pirates witnessing this scene were unwilling to accept Whitebeard's decision to stay behind for them. They couldn't accept that Whitebeard would fall in the Marineford War like this. Every pirate, as Marco put it, felt abandoned by the world, scorned by society, and were considered wicked people. But it was Whitebeard who had helped them find their value, making their lives so vibrant. At this moment, they all wanted to cross that fissure with all their might, determined to fight the Marines to the death. They were resolute in wanting to share life and death with Whitebeard. However, the captain of the 1st Division, Marco, gritted his teeth and suddenly shouted, "Everyone, back to the ship. This is Old Man's order, our captain's final command. Don't let Old Man's wishes go to waste. Don't betray the legacy he has entrusted to us. Together, return to the New World." Marco caught a glimpse and saw that it was hard for Thatch to speak, tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes, unending. Clearly, the one who was most reluctant to part with Whitebeard was perhaps him. In the original anime, everyone remembers Luffy losing his brother, but they don't know that Marco lost everything. As the captain of the 1st Division, he lost his captain and his comrades. But Dad, there is no but. Go, Marco shouted angrily. Vista, Jaws, as the captain of the 1st Division, take them and go. After the captain of the 1st Division and the two most representative figures on Whitebeard's ship said this, the members of the Whitebeard pirates began their escape. Each of them was holding back their reluctance, turning their heads away from their true feelings and running towards the ship at the edge of the sea. That's right. They couldn't let Whitebeard's wishes go in vain. He couldn't die in vain. They had to live. Marco also breathed a sigh of relief as he saw his crew starting their escape again. Then, with tear-filled eyes, he looked towards Whitebeard's back. He was facing an entire navy, the Navy admiral and generals who made pirates tremble in fear. But perhaps this was Dad. Dad, let me be selfish one last time and see you off until the end. Marco had excellent flying abilities, and his retreat would have been the fastest. But he chose to stay in place because he wanted to witness his captain, Whitebeard's life to the end. At that moment, in Marco's eyes, a blue flame suddenly surged up on Whitebeard's white cloak. The flame was extremely bright, yet gentle, resembling his good nature. What is that? Marco couldn't help but focus. This blue flame did not come from his ability, so aside from him, there was another who had this ability. That kid? Flame. Whitebeard also felt the gentle and comfortable flame slowly healing his wounds and murmured, "Marco, no, who is it?" Whitebeard was slightly taken aback, and then he saw a blue flame in the sky, like a meteor streaking down. The flame was fierce and bright, carrying an absolute conviction. Its appearance immediately drew the attention of many Navy and pirates. Blue flame? Who is that? Wow. The flame swiftly crossed the large crack and finally landed hard next to Whitebeard under everyone's gaze. As the flame dissipated, Su Mu's figure suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The scene erupted in an uproar. Looking at Su Mu's eyes, however, was equally determined, gazing at the Navy ahead, radiating a resolute and fearless aura. Just now, seeing Whitebeard struck by Kizaru's laser, Su Mu, who had always been restless, could no longer hold back. Inspired by Whitebeard's words, he could not allow Whitebeard to stand alone against the Navy, the strongest man in the world, facing so many Navy attacks. He had gritted his teeth watching it back then. Now that he had the chance to come to Marineford, how could he stand by and do nothing? Especially since he now had the strength. He certainly had to intervene. If he were to die fighting alongside Whitebeard at Marineford, it would still be a way to make up for regrets, and that would be exhilarating. This is that kid with the pot lid head standing together with Dad. On the battlefield, the fleeing pirates turned back and saw this scene, and they couldn't help but be astonished. The pot lid head? He crossed the crack. Is he crazy? He just saved Ace, but now he's being impulsive. Pot lid head, come back. Let's return to the New World together. Hey, this kid clearly could escape, but he actually came back, It's really hard to understand. Crocodile frowned. Escaping under the cover of his nemesis Whitebeard was something that displeased Crocodile. But now, unexpectedly, this nameless kid firmly stood with Whitebeard, making him feel as if he owed these two a great favor. He immediately shouted, "Kid, don't be so self-righteous. Hurry up and get back here." Meanwhile, Doflamingo, watching from a pile of ruins, couldn't help but smirk at this scene. "Oh, you're back? Kid, although you're strong, the Navy is not as weak as you imagine. If you don't run, you might die. What a pity for such a strong person. What does this guy want to do?" Marco saw Sumu standing next to Dad and immediately gritted his teeth. Wasn't it agreed to retreat? Although he wasn't a member of the Whitebeard pirates, Dad stayed behind so that those who came to rescue Ace could leave alive. Now, this guy was clearly not planning to retreat. "Damn, kid, you came to deliver yourself." Sengoku glanced at Sumu, and the anger that had just subsided in his heart slowly rose again. "I said, Marineford is your grave, and I will not go back on my word." Hearing the words of those around him, Sumu gradually lowered his gaze and suddenly shouted, "Shut up. I want to do what I want." "What does it have to do with you?" Sumu gritted his teeth, turned around to look at the many pirates behind him, and pointed. "Do you know me? Do you know who I am? Does the captain of Whitebeard have any authority over me? Do I need your permission for what I want to do? All you need to do now is keep running. As for my safety." Sumu took a deep breath and suddenly shouted loudly, "You don't need to worry about people like you at all." The battlefield fell silent for a moment, and the pirates swallowed hard. Sumu's words seemed to naturally carry an aura of a strong leader. Crocodile and Doflamingo were particularly taken aback, beads of sweat appearing on their foreheads. When Sumu was speaking, he exuded a rich, kingly aura. The Conqueror's Haki seemed to radiate from every word. "Hey, let's go. We don't need to pay attention to him." Upon hearing this from Sumu, the pirates no longer hesitated and resumed their escape. Seeing this, Sumu let out a sigh, turned around again, and faced the group of Navy soldiers. The blue flames on his body suddenly surged up with a whoosh. "Hey!" Suddenly, the white-bearded man, standing beside him, spoke slowly. Hearing this, Sumu's expression remained unfazed. If Whitebeard wanted him to leave, he would definitely reject it immediately. He is that kind of person. Once he decides on something, he must go all out. "What the heck, old man? I won't let you hold me back." "Kid." Before Sumu could finish his sentence, Whitebeard suddenly uttered this phrase. Suddenly, Sumu was stunned, looking at Whitebeard in surprise. He didn't expect that Whitebeard would actually not let him go back at this moment. Then Whitebeard's mouth slightly curled up, tightening his grip on the Naginata. "In fact, the first time I saw you on the ship, I sensed that there was an aura about you that did not belong to this world. But for some reason, little brat, you seem to be getting stronger and stronger in battle. And that aura that doesn't belong to this world is also fading. Little brat, although I don't know where you came from, I know you have things you want to do on this battlefield too. You are not my crew member and have your own will. I won't stop you, but..." As Whitebeard spoke, he slowly raised his weapon, the power of the quake fruit enveloping it, and with his arm thrusting forward, he struck down fiercely. "I said, don't hold me back, kid." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying shockwave erupted, immediately cracking the floor and even sending a group of Navy flying. At this moment, Sumu, hearing Whitebeard's words at such a close distance, felt his heart racing and his breathing becoming a bit hurried. He clasped his fists and looked ahead, letting out a light shout. "Oh, I won't hold you back." Whitebeard and Sumu's figures, surrounded by blue flames, one large and one small, looked so majestic. Marco, glancing at this scene from behind, also relaxed his tightly furrowed brows. "Forget it. If that kid is willing to do this, then let him." Dad didn't say anything. Moreover, Marco gazed at Sumu's small figure and muttered to himself, "Perhaps you really can help Dad? Maybe Dad really doesn't have to sacrifice himself for us?" But then he immediately scoffed at his own thoughts. How could that be possible? That is a whole navy. If only Dad were still young and not worn down by injuries and age, that would be great. It's just a pity for that kid. He looks so young, yet possesses such powerful strength and Conqueror's Haki. His future potential must be high. Besides, why does his back figure remind me a bit of Roger? Standing together with Sumu, Whitebeard made Marco rub his eyes. In a moment of daze, he really saw that kid as Roger. But perhaps it was the blue flames around that kid that created this illusion. At this moment, seeing the Navy scattered by Whitebeard's powerful slash, Sengoku's face turned ashen. But he didn't direct his fierce gaze at Whitebeard. Instead, it fell on Sumu, who was clenching his fists but hadn't acted yet. Without further thought, the next second, Sengoku's body grew enormous again, transforming into a giant Buddha. Feeling Sengoku's watchful gaze, Sumu took a deep breath. This time, he He no longer felt the previous lightheartedness when facing Sengoku. His opponent this time was not just Sengoku, but the entire navy in front of him. Aokiji, Kizaru, and Karp. Sumi also understood that, among so many experts, he might really not be able to walk out alive. However, being able to fight alongside Whitebeard was much better than watching him fight alone and take hits. At this moment, although Whitebeard was severely injured and his physical condition was far from what it used to be, Sumi was certain that even this half-damaged Whitebeard remained the greatest threat to the navy and could still turn the battlefield upside down. With that in mind, Sumi felt no fear at all. With his extraordinary strength, he didn't know why, but it seemed that he had become indifferent to injuries and even to life and death. Since he no longer feared life and death, what else was there to be afraid of? Thinking this, Sumi clenched his fists, blue flames wrapped around him, and his armament Haki quietly covered him. He lifted his head, his sharp gaze piercing through the navy. The Conqueror's Haki was extremely intimidating. Just a glance made many navy soldiers turn pale and collapse immediately. Even among those who didn't collapse, some were drenched in cold sweat, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This terrifying Conqueror's Haki also turned Sengoku and Karp's faces ashen. Sumu glanced at Whitebeard, and the two exchanged looks, seemingly having made a decision to engage in battle at this moment. In the next second, Sumo left only an afterimage in place, having fully mastered the Navy's 6-style shave. When Sengoku saw Sumu disappear, his expression changed immediately. Moments later, he felt a flash before his eyes, and a fist engulfed in blue flames had already reached him. Boom! Sengoku never expected Sumu's attack to be so decisive and swift that he couldn't even react in time. Unable to dodge, he took a heavy hit. Sengoku's head was forced back, and his massive body staggered and retreated. The power of this punch was clearly greater than he had imagined. Seeing the scene, the navy below was also dumbfounded, revealing shocked expressions. This kid actually pushed Sengoku back with a single punch? Moreover, the speed of this punch was so fast that no one saw it clearly. Such a small fist contained so much power? Hey, we can't let this kid steal my Whitebeard's glory. Just as the pirates were stunned by Sumu's sudden punch, Whitebeard suddenly shouted. The navy was drawn over by Whitebeard's voice. He raised his weapon, the power of the tremor fruit covering it, and swung his blade at the navy in front of him. A strong attack from a powerful figure doesn't need much. Seeing Whitebeard's move, the elementalized Aokiji and Kizaru suddenly sprang into action. They couldn't just stand by and watch the navy get hit by Whitebeard's attack. As Whitebeard unleashed another ferocious shockwave, Aokiji quickly released an ice wall to block the shockwave. But Whitebeard's shockwave could not be so easily stopped. Aokiji's ice wall shattered in an instant, and the shockwave continued to surge toward the navy with fierce intent. Aokiji's expression changed. He didn't expect that Whitebeard still retained such strength. The shockwave ruthlessly penetrated through the crowd of navy, sending those hit flying, their fates unknown. The city walls outside the navy headquarters were also struck by the shockwave, adding another scar as stones rolled down, threatening to collapse at any moment. Karp clenched his teeth upon seeing this. Although he didn't want Ace to die, he was still part of the navy. Seeing those young navy members injured by Whitebeard made him furious. Ignoring Sumo by Sengoku's side, he charged toward Whitebeard. At the same time, Kizaru shifted from defense to offense, turning into a flash of light and appearing beside Whitebeard. Karp followed closely, raising his iron fist, aiming at Whitebeard's body. Kizaru lifted a leg, enveloped in yellow light, a dangerous aura radiating alongside the dazzling brightness. Old man, seeing the scene, Marco couldn't help but grit his teeth, murmuring worriedly. There are too many capable people in the navy, and with Karp also joining in, coupled with Kizaru, the old man is definitely going to suffer significant damage this time. Boom! Whitebeard raised his weapon, choosing to intercept Karp's heavy punch first. The blade clashed with Karp's fist, producing a sizzling sound and sparks flying. The two old-era powerhouses exchanged glances, gritting their teeth and exerting their strength, refusing to fall behind. However, Whitebeard also faced Kizaru's deadly strike that followed. Kizaru's foot landed heavily on Whitebeard's right chest. Then, a laser shot out from that golden kick. The golden light lingered on Whitebeard's chest, as if trying its utmost to penetrate that robust body. However, even though Kizaru's kick landed solidly on Whitebeard, it still felt like the attack didn't cause much damage. Looking at the surface of the skin, despite the ferocity of the golden light, it merely burned Whitebeard's surface muscles, failing to penetrate or explode. At this moment, Whitebeard's personal Haki clearly played a crucial role. Kizaru's strike alone was insufficient to break his defenses. "You bastard." Whitebeard felt the pain radiating from his right chest and muttered to himself. Glancing at Kizaru, his eyes turned cold, and the power of the tremor fruit climbed up the blade. Karp felt this fruit power and immediately changed his expression, hastily retracting his punch. After shaking Karp away, Whitebeard swiftly spun his weapon, twisting his body to slash at Kizaru. Yo yo yo. Kizaru sensed the blade coming towards him, his expression unchanged, softly murmuring. But as the blade passed, Kizaru transformed into a yellow flash, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already back beside Aokiji. Whitebeard retracted his weapon, planting it on the ground, regaining his imposing Haki, and coldly gazed ahead. Whitebeard still has this kind of strength at this time. Things are becoming more complicated. Aokiji squinted, observing Whitebeard's formidable figure. Karp and Kizaru's simultaneous attack surprisingly failed to inflict significant damage on Whitebeard. It must be said that Whitebeard at this moment truly has the aura of his younger days. Marco's eyes widened upon seeing this scene. Did the old man actually manage to withstand it so easily? Just now, Marco truly saw the old man's youthful prowess, the composed response, and the powerful Haki. It was as if the old man was still young. But how long can the old man hold on? As the captain of the 1st Division and the ship's doctor, Marco was well aware of Whitebeard's current physical condition. Right now, this is definitely the old man's final peak. In fact, it's a miracle that the old man can still handle 2 admirals with such composure. This blue flame. Whitebeard exhaled, looking at his body. The recovery effect of the blue flames above exceeded his expectations. This blue flame was even stronger than Marco's flames. He could feel the diseases in his body being suppressed repeatedly, gradually stabilizing and not erupting suddenly. The injuries Whitebeard had sustained previously did not have much impact on him. What truly affected him was merely this unstable illness. He never expected that the blue flames at this moment would have such an effect. "Kid, your ability." Whitebeard looked at Sumu, hesitating to speak, then a slight smile appeared on his lips. The arrival of Sumu has indeed provided him with a lot of help, saving him physical strength and reducing the damage he takes. At this moment, there is an even stranger flame than Marco's suppressing his condition. I really wish you could be my son, kid. Unfortunately, I didn't team meet you earlier at sea. On the other side, Sumu is delivering punch after punch, forcing Sengoku to retreat repeatedly. Naturally, he is unaware that the enhanced Phoenix Flames can provide such significant assistance to Whitebeard. At this moment, he is completely immersed in the state of fighting the Admiral. Clang! Clang! Sengoku's skin is as tough as iron, with each of Sumu's punches landing. It feels like hitting metal. However, this does not hinder the explosive power behind Sumu's punches at all, even though each punch carries immense force. Sumu's punching speed remains absurdly fast, even leaving behind afterimages. He fights like Luffy, wildly swinging his fists like a rubber machine gun, delivering punches at a terrifying speed while also possessing formidable strength. The surrounding navy is shocked by Sumu's attacks, staring wide-eyed in disbelief. They would never have thought that the usually overwhelmingly powerful Admiral Sengoku is now being utterly suppressed. He doesn't even have the opportunity to strike back. Moreover, Sumu's attacks are so relentless that they can't help at all. This seemingly small kid possesses such tremendous strength. Damn it, bastard. Sengoku crosses his arms in front of him, feeling the barrage of punches from Sumu like a torrential storm, and the anger on his face deepens. Get away from me, kid. Sengoku clenches his fists, his arm muscles tightening suddenly, unleashing an immense force. The massive shockwave from Sengoku's Buddha-like body immediately sends the tirelessly punching Sumu flying away. The stormy punches of the wooden stick finally came to a halt. Hey, the old man is quite tough. Sumi let out a faint breath, stabilizing his body in the air as a pair of blue flame wings sprouted from his back. Sengoku bent slightly, gasping for breath, feeling a dull pain radiating from his arms. How could this kid's fist be so wicked? Sengoku glanced at his arm and could already sense that some of the muscles inside, as well as the outer layer of skin, had seemingly been petrified. What kind of ability is this? What fruit has this kid eaten? He can fly, grow larger, and even petrify. Moreover, it's one thing for him to punch quickly, but every punch seems to cause him significant pain. And this is while he is in his Buddha form, which has decent defense. Is his Haki that strong? Can it break through his defense with every punch? However, this kid has been fighting for so long. He must be tired by now. Sengoku slowly looked up and glanced at Sumi, who was hovering in the sky with his blue wings. Seeing the calm expression on Sumi's face, his pupils suddenly constricted in shock. What? How is this possible? This kid has been fighting from the beginning until now, and doesn't he feel tired at all? Does he have that much stamina? Old man, what's wrong? Can't you handle it? Tired? If you're tired, just lie down and rest for a while. After all, you're the admiral, you call the shots. The blue wings behind Sumo gently swayed, casually glancing at the current expression of Sengoku. If you ask if he's tired, Sumo honestly doesn't feel much at this moment. This high-intensity, punching exercise seems like an everyday occurrence for his body right now. Moreover, every time he copies a new ability, Sumo feels rejuvenated, as if he has been fully revived. This makes it feel like his stamina hasn't been consumed at all. Plus, having just copied Karp, Sumo feels that his energy bar can last for quite a while. This might be the tradition of the Monkey D family. Not only do they have thick health bars, but their stamina is also incredibly good, making it hard for them to stay still. Tired? Kid, don't joke around. I won't go down until I've taken you pirates down. Sengoku, hearing Sumu's voice, immediately felt a surge of anger and retorted loudly. TCH, old man, I'm not a pirate right now. And I actually don't want to take you down because I have no so-called stance. Everything I do is just to protect myself and to make up for regrets. Sumi raised an eyebrow and pointed to the other side of the crack. Indeed, the reason he opposed the Navy was simply to rescue Ace and complete his mission. Coupled with Whitebeard's charismatic influence, he had temporarily decided to help Whitebeard escort Ace and those pirates away. Only once they had truly left could Ace be considered saved. As for truly wanting to be the Navy's enemy, he had never really thought about that. Making up for regrets, not being a pirate, and having no stance. What a ridiculous and laughable joke. Sengoku's golden giant hand swept forcefully, instantly dispelling his previous fatigue. He straightened up, his gaze intense as he stared at Sumi. After all, he's just a clueless kid. All this talk about protecting oneself and making up for regrets is something only children say. This is a battlefield. Everyone here has something they want to achieve. Kid, what do you want? You're not a pirate, so what are you fighting for now? Without a stance, relying solely on passion to decide whom to help. Kid, what do you think war is? Don't treat war as your reckless child's game. Everyone who comes here is betting their lives on it. Sengoku's furious shouts caused the battlefield to fall silent in an instant. Only the sound of Sumi flapping his wings in the sky could be heard. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, his expression sharp, and spoke again, his voice softening. If you have no stance, why not stand firm on the side of justice? Kid, is your passion more important than your life? In the sky, Sumi's expression was hard to discern, and Sengoku's words struck home. No one had seen Sumi. No one understood his identity and stance. Sengoku's words undoubtedly raised the hearts of the pirates present. Was this a public attempt to persuade defection? However, it could also be considered defection. Kid, is your passion more important than life? If you have no stance, why not stand firm on the side of justice? Sengoku's words echoed in Whitebeard's ears. The meaning of this was clear to everyone. After a brief understanding of Sumi, those who were clever quickly realized that Sumi did not belong to any faction. He was neither Navy, nor pirate, nor revolutionary army. And Sengoku's meaning was also very clear. If Sumi had no stance, why not try standing firm on the side of justice, that is, the Navy, as long as he was willing to give up helping the pirates? Sengoku would not hold grudges and would help him solidify that just stance. Sumo doesn't have to confront the Navy and die. At this moment, Whitebeard stopped his attack on the Navy. The Yellow Monkey and Karp, who were fighting him, also ceased their actions. The Navy soldiers all looked up at Sumu in the sky, their hearts filled with emotion. What their admiral said was indeed sharp and hit the nail on the head. For whom are you risking your life? What do you want? Is passion useful? Can passion be worth your life? Why not choose to preserve your life and embrace justice? If this kid really lost his fighting spirit after hearing these words, if he no longer had that passion, if he didn't want to risk his life for the pirates, and even considered joining the Navy, then they would have struck it rich. At this moment, people no longer cared about where Sumu was from or how he appeared on the battlefield. They were more concerned about how this kid would react. And this kid's reaction could potentially influence the entire outcome of the Marineford War. After all, he was too strong. Meanwhile, Marco, who had been watching the battle, looked at Sumu with trembling eyes, worry etched on his face. He didn't know that kid up there. If he really betrayed them, no, it wouldn't even be called betrayal. If he truly sided with the Navy or gave up on helping Whitebeard, it would be a huge loss for them. However, Whitebeard looked at Sumu's blue figure in the sky, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing a faint smile. At the same time, Sumo, who had always had a dark expression, slowly raised his head. In the next second, everyone saw the winged kid pouting, stretching his neck forward, and disdainfully pointing his finger at Sengoku below. A contemptuous voice emerged. "Damn it, Sengoku, old man. Who asked for your opinion? Are you my dad or my mom? Why should I take your lessons? You just can't beat me, you're scared of me. And here you are whining. Sengoku, old man, first beat my homeroom teacher, then my parents' triple turbine super hybrid 3 spray, and then we'll talk. I'm also a guy who's been through 20 years of training. You think you can use your words against me?" Saying this, Sumu straightened up, puffed out his chest, and pointed at the floor beside him. "If you're scared, just lie down over there. I'm not going to hit you. Anyway, you're the admiral. You have the final say. The Lesson Giant Buddha is meant to remain still, right?" Wow. As soon as Sumu's words fell, everyone seemed to be petrified in place, staring blankly. They were dumbfounded and unable to utter a word in response. The entire Navy did not expect that their admiral not only failed to persuade this kid, but instead ended up being shamelessly mocked. A blatant mockery, a humiliating mockery. The one mocking was still the leader of the Navy. This kid not only couldn't take in a single word, but also returned countless jabs of ridicule. Some of the taunts were even beyond their understanding, giving off a high-level vibe. Gwahaha. Hearing this, Whitebeard suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. He was not worried at all about Sumu's choice. The fact that he could cross that crack and stand with him only demonstrated Sumu's determination as a man. "Sengoku, you have miscalculated in front of this kid. Gwahaha. Damn it, this bastard, spouting wild words so unruly." Sengoku, transformed into a giant Buddha, began to tremble uncontrollably. He didn't know why, but seeing this kid and hearing him speak made him particularly angry. What was the reason? Was it his inability to control his temper? Or was it that he was used to hearing good words from the upper echelons and rarely encountered such humiliating mockery? Or was it simply that the one mocking him was just a little brat? Regardless of the reason, Sengoku now just wanted to punch this kid to death. "Karp, come with me. Let us take this kid down first. I will make sure he is ground to dust." Looking at Sumo like that, Sengoku had no choice but to call out to Karp. After all, relying solely on himself, it was indeed not that easy to kill this kid. But Karp, whom he called, was slow to respond. "Karp, Karp." Sengoku turned his head in confusion, only to see Karp looking worried, tightly clenching his fists, and eagerly staring at the other side of the crack. Sumo also looked at Karp with confusion. This guy, has he really aged and lost his hearing? Wait, what direction is he looking in? Meanwhile, Whitebeard sensed something was off and immediately looked back. Upon seeing this, Sumi quickly followed Karp's gaze and looked in that direction. It was to the left side of the surrounding wall, where Luffy and Ace were located. But at this moment, there was an extra person beside them wearing a navy cloak and a hat. Sumu focused his gaze and was shocked to discover that it was Akainu. Both Sumu and Whitebeard's eyes trembled as they suddenly remembered that Akainu had just crossed the crack beside Whitebeard, searching for Luffy and Ace. At this moment, Akainu had caught up with Ace and Luffy, and for some reason, Ace and Luffy had stopped. Meanwhile, Akainu was talking nonstop, though it was unclear what he was saying. However, Sumu could faintly see that Ace's emotions were visibly stirred up by these words, and for a moment, he completely forgot to escape. Sumi couldn't help but recall the original work, specifically Akainu's verbal tactics at a crucial moment, where he provoked Ace by belittling Whitebeard, causing Ace to impulsively challenge Akainu to a duel. In the end, to protect Luffy, Ace was pierced through the chest by magma. Damn it! Sumi slapped his forehead, realizing he had been focusing on the brave Whitebeard. Coupled with the back and forth with Sengoku, he had forgotten this crucial detail from the original. This time, that old dog Akainu was indeed using the same underhanded tactics. If he couldn't catch up, he would resort to words. Seeing this scene, Karp below was clearly worried but couldn't move. He knew Akainu's strength. If Akainu caught up, it wouldn't just be Ace in danger, but Luffy as well. Whitebeard was becoming anxious, having already taken 2 hits in his fight with Akainu, and now there was a hole in his chest. Not to mention the newly released Ace and the Straw Hat Kid whose body was almost at its limit. "Hey, kid, you're no longer needed here. Hurry up and go help Ace and the others." Whitebeard suddenly turned his head, a spark igniting in his eyes as he shouted to Sumi. He had seen Sumi's speed. If he hurried, he could definitely make it in time. And with Sumi's strength, he could surely block Akainu's attack. Oh, Sukma's expression instantly darkened. Without the need for Whitebeard to say anything, he would immediately rush over. If he allowed Ace to be with Luffy without intervention, according to the storyline, it wouldn't be long before Ace would be pierced through the chest by Akainu's punch. On the other hand, as for Whitebeard, even though he was facing so many Navy soldiers, he should be able to hold on for a while, right? Just wait for me to come back. Hold on until I return. Dad. Sumu looked at Whitebeard and solemnly advised him. To be honest, Sumu was afraid that if he left at this moment, when he returned, Whitebeard might already be on the brink of death. But there was no choice. Ace was in danger, and if he didn't go, Ace would surely die. If he went, maybe Whitebeard could hold on until he returned. Sumi no longer hesitated. He suddenly flapped his wings and was about to rush towards Luffy at an incredible speed. But at that moment, a yellow light appeared in front of him, moving even faster than he could. In the blink of an eye, Sumu felt a flash in front of him, and a yellow monkey, shimmering with yellow light, appeared on his path. Its shining kick was already coming towards Sumu. Hey, I can't let you leave so easily. Sumu immediately blocked in front of him, supported by blue flames and his extremely strong armed color Haki, and was not injured. However, his forward path was also obstructed, causing his flying form to come to a halt. Don't get in the way. Navy Admiral. Below, Whitebeard also swung his sword with all his might, roaring. It seemed that what the yellow monkey was blocking was not Sumu, but Ace's hope for survival. That sword carried a terrifying shockwave, raising the yellow monkey's eyebrows. However, he did not dodge, instead remaining calm and collected. At the front of that shockwave, a shard of ice suddenly formed, and Akiji's figure appeared not far away. An extremely thick ice wall, several times larger than the previous one, materialized out of thin air. Whitebeard's shockwave struck the ice wall. The next second, although the ice wall shattered with a loud crash, the shockwave also vanished, completely dissipating. This time, it won't be so easy to get through. Akiji's cold voice came, clearly still haunted by the fact that Whitebeard had easily shattered his ice wall earlier. You bastard! Whitebeard's eyes began to turn crimson. The obstruction from the Navy Admiral made him feel somewhat powerless. But Whitebeard was not the type to give up easily, and now that Karp was no longer in the way, facing Akiji, he was still rational enough not to lose his cool. It was just that the crisis concerning Ace made him a bit anxious. Raising his Naginata again, the muscles in Whitebeard's arm suddenly bulged to their limits. Facing those who wanted to block Ace's rescue, he was determined to use all his strength to free Sumo. However, Akiji and the yellow monkey in the sky were also on guard. In an instant, the calm and composed aura of the Navy admirals silently radiated. Facing Whitebeard's increasingly restless Naginata, the trembling air made both admirals look serious but not flustered. The yellow monkey firmly kept his foot on Sumo. As an admiral, he fully unleashed his strength against Whitebeard and Sumo. If at the beginning the two admirals had held back against Luffy, they no longer reserved any power at this moment. As a result, Whitebeard's attack did not seem unstoppable in their eyes. But they forgot that there was a man beside them who was currently stronger than Whitebeard. Just when the two admirals, especially the yellow monkey, were full of confidence and poised, thinking that blocking Sumu was a sure thing, a familiar yet terrifying Haki surged out from beside them. The yellow monkey and Akiji's expressions changed dramatically, and they quickly turned around. This Haki was Sumu's. The yellow monkey, with his foot on Sumu, felt the power beneath his foot vanish. The next second, he saw a flash, and Suma's figure disappeared. The blue flames then swirled up from the corners of his eyes. A terrifying, oppressive Haki poured down from above the yellow monkey's head. Seeing this, the previously calm expression of the yellow monkey changed dramatically. He actually felt his body becoming elementalized. Under the pressure of this Haki, everything seemed to slow down. He quickly looked up and saw Sumu, with enormous blue flame wings, drawing back his right fist. He couldn't see Sumu's expression, as the blue flames enveloped everything, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. The next second, before the yellow monkey could react, a fist that was even more terrifying than Karp's came crashing down. The fist, moving at a speed far surpassing light, struck the yellow monkey's head like a thunderclap. The blue flames instantly covered everything, and whether it was the Haki's manifestation or due to friction, lightning flashed and swept across the sky. As that fist came down, Suma's cold voice followed. You don't see me as a person, do you? You think you can stop me with just one foot? Then, amidst Akiji's and Sengoku's shocked expressions and trembling eyes, the yellow monkey fell like a cannonball towards the ground. Finally, he smashed directly into the floor of Marineford, causing the entire area to shake and tremble. What power is this? It's terrifying. A monster. He's a monster. Hey, did you see that? He drove the admiral into the ground like a nail. How is that possible? What did I just see? That's Admiral Borsellino. In the battlefield above, Not only the Navy, but even the fleeing pirates were shocked by this scene. The power of that punch was too terrifying. It could simply be described as off the charts. Borsellino. Damn, that bastard kid. Sengoku shouted angrily at the place where the yellow monkey had fallen, gritting his teeth. He felt that the power in that punch was even heavier than every punch he had received earlier. He also sensed that terrifying Haki. After taking that punch to the head, the yellow monkey would definitely not feel good. In the worst-case scenario, he might even lose his combat ability. That's right, no exaggeration. At this moment, Sumu in the sky was also slightly panting. This was the first time he felt a bit out of breath after replicating Karp's move. Earlier, Sumu had been anxious about Ace's crisis and had inadvertently used heavy force to escape quickly. However, this also successfully allowed him to break free. Ace, wait for me. Sumu's gaze was fixed on Ace's direction, and he immediately spread his wings and flew over. This time, no one came to stop him, as both Akiji and Sengoku had not yet reacted to the punch from earlier. Suk was also frantically flapping his wings, hurrying towards Ace, below, where Kizaru had fallen. Cough, cough, ouch, that punch really hurts. Kizaru spat out a mouthful of blood, covering his head and letting out a wail. As a Marine Admiral, he hadn't suffered much injury in this battle so far, but Suk's blow made him feel like he had experienced all the injuries he had accumulated over the years. How terrifying! Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enduring the pain and standing up, recalling the power of Suk's punch, still somewhat horrified. The domineering aura in that punch was incredibly oppressive and overwhelmingly strong. Where on earth did that guy come from? He's so strong. Kizaru squinted his eyes in the direction of Suk, murmuring to himself. Such a terrifying aura, and just like that, he got past it. Ah, forget it. I've sustained quite a heavy injury. I need to go back and rest. Kizaru covered his head and pointed to the nearby Marines, saying, Moses, hello. Could you please prepare a stretcher to carry me back? Ouch. I'm seriously injured. It hurts so much. Ah, but how will this battle at the top end? I'm a bit looking forward to it. That kid has really caused quite a bit of trouble for the Marines, seriously. Akiji calmed the shock in his heart and exhaled. Experiencing the domineering aura and extreme power of that punch up close, he also understood that if that punch had landed on him. Akiji looked over at Kizaru, who was leisurely lying on a stretcher, preparing to leave the battlefield. So now, the one on the stretcher who can leave without fighting is him. But now, Akiji's gaze fell on Whitebeard, who was standing in front of him, and his expression gradually turned serious. Now, as the highest-ranking admiral in the Marines besides Sengoku, he had to take on more responsibility for attacking Whitebeard. Moreover, if he didn't take action soon, the Whitebeard pirates would likely retreat completely. Ace, don't stop, run quickly. A nearby pirate shouted anxiously as he saw Ace stop. Ace, this guy is saying this on purpose. Don't fall for it. Yes, Ace, let's hurry. Jinbei also couldn't help but persuade. But Ace gritted his teeth and turned back with an angry expression, glaring at Akainu who was approaching them. What did you say? Say it again, if you dare. Ace shouted angrily at Akainu. If Akainu's insults were directed at him, Ace would definitely not care. However, unfortunately, Akainu's insults were aimed at Whitebeard, the man he admired the most. Just as many people behind said, if Ace didn't turn back at this moment, he wouldn't be Ace. If it were Luffy, he would definitely stop to confront Akainu. That's just how their personalities are. Whitebeard is a loser of this era, a remnant of the old era. He's quite self-aware. But Akainu adjusted his hair and hat, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He's not just a remnant of the old era. He's also the biggest failure of the old era. Ha ha ha. Compared to GOLD, Roger, what did Whitebeard gain? Did he gain you? Calling him Old Man one after another is truly a child's game among pirates. In the end, he even chose to sacrifice his life for you garbage. To stop someone who had once injured him from fighting, choosing to sacrifice himself. What a weak, unambitious, and incompetent coward. But there's no helping it. Whitebeard is just such a failure. After saying this, a sly and vicious glint flashed in Akainu's eyes. As the biological son of GOLD, Roger, he was actually weak enough to acknowledge Whitebeard, this coward, as his old man. How ridiculous. Shut up. Ace couldn't bear to hear Akainu's words. His eyes flashing with a crimson glow, flames from the Marimera, Nomi climbing up his fist, and he angrily charged at Akainu. Kid, let me end this ridiculous child's game. Akainu sneered coldly, not backing down at all, his arms transforming into magma, and he aimed a punch at Ace's fiery fist. In an instant, flames and magma collided, but the fierce flames were instantly eroded by the scalding magma, gradually fading away. Boom! Then, magma slammed down hard, sending Ace's figure flying from the tremendous impact. A painful wail escaped from Ace's mouth, and his body was covered in burn marks. Ace was burned. He is the user of the Mara no Mi, inherently fused with fire. How could he be burned? As Ace was sent flying, the surrounding pirates immediately shouted anxiously, looking worried and confused at Ace's figure. Ace is a Mara no Mi user. He plays with fire. How could he get burned? Fire? Mine is magma, the Magu no Mi, which is superior to your fruit. Kid, do you think you're invincible just because you're a Logia type? Akainu looked at Ace with disdain and sneered. Ace. Luffy quickly ran to Ace's side, carefully checking Ace's injuries. After a moment, he frowned and turned to glare fiercely at Akainu. Damn you. Right now, Luffy, after receiving a shot from Ivankov, was still under the effect of excitement. After all, Sook had quickened Luffy's pace to rescue Ace, so Luffy now had some ability to dodge Akainu's attacks. You actually injured Ace. Gomu no. Pistol. Luffy shouted loudly, swinging his fist to strike Akainu. Luffy didn't care who Akainu was. He could not tolerate anyone harming his friends and family. But right now, Akainu was not someone Luffy could compare to. Luffy couldn't even touch Akainu, let alone injure him. As Luffy advanced, Akainu sneered disdainfully, murmuring to himself as the magma on his arm covered him again. Kid, you really don't know your limits. Are you rushing over to die? Akainu shouted, delivering a fierce punch towards Luffy. In Luffy's eyes, that magma-covered fist grew larger and larger, the aura of danger becoming increasingly intense. At that moment, his still unawakened observation Haki actually foresaw the future. In that premonition, half of his body was pierced by that magma, blood flowing everywhere. Immediately, Luffy's face turned pale. Cold sweat drenched his back, and he quickly stopped his attack, turning to dodge. Boom! Although Luffy dodged Akainu's punch, the splattering magma burned him just like it did to Ace. The fierce impact also sent him flying high into the air. So hot, it burns. Luffy shouted and flew out, landing next to Ace, frantically blowing air on the burnt spot caused by the magma. Luffy, I'm sorry. Ace gritted his teeth and slowly sat up, feeling a twinge of guilt seeing Luffy hurt because of him. After all the commotion, Ace calmed down from his anger. Seeing Luffy injured made him realize that he couldn't let others get involved in unnecessary battles because of him. Luffy, let's go. Go. Just as Ace was about to stand up and continue fleeing with Luffy, a broad figure suddenly blocked their light. A dangerous aura enveloped the two of them. Akainu coldly stared at them, towering over them like a giant, ready to crush Ace and Luffy at any moment. In his mind, he indeed entertained the thought of completely annihilating the two. The son of Revolutionary Dragon, the son of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, your bloodlines are filled with too much sin, so you must die. Akainu spoke in a chilling tone, magma beginning to flow from his body. Although the magma was scalding hot, his cold voice and gaze made Luffy and Ace feel a chill. Damn it! Luffy, run! Ace shouted, his flames flickering again as he stood up, wanting to hold Akainu back. But as soon as Ace raised his fist, Akainu's magma-infused punch mercilessly sent him flying. As expected of a Logia fruit, not so easy to kill. Akainu glanced at the flying Ace, who had partially elementalized to evade his deadly punch. However, you won't have such good luck. Akainu looked down at Luffy. Luffy felt the overwhelming killing intent emanating from Akainu, and as his gaze shifted slightly, he hurriedly stood up to create distance. But at that moment, Luffy's heart suddenly trembled. An extreme sense of weakness surged through him, and the strength in his body seemed to dissipate rapidly. My legs, I can't move them? Luffy knelt to the ground, his vision blurring as he teetered between consciousness and unconsciousness. What's going on? I have no strength. Luffy shook his head, struggling to stand up. But that lingering weakness continued to haunt him. Straw Hat Boy, has your body reached its limit? The effects of the adrenaline seemed to have worn off. You've been fighting for too long, Ivankov observed from a distance, frowning with worry as he looked at Akainu, standing before Luffy. Since Ace had actively turned back to confront Akainu, Jinbe, Ivankov, Marco, and other members of the Whitebeard pirates were still some distance away from the two. However, Akainu stood right in front of them. It was too late to catch up. If Akainu made a move now, Luffy would undoubtedly die. Out of strength, huh? Straw Hat Kid? But you did well enough to rescue Ace from the execution platform. Akainu sneered at Luffy's helpless state, his arm transforming into magma, exuding suffocating heat. But you both must die. Roger, Dragon, you should hate the most sinful blood that flows in your veins. Akainu slowly raised his fist, magma continuously flowing out. his cold gaze locking on Luffy's heart. Others could run, but you too cannot. Luffy. Ace scrambled to his feet, looking at Akainu, who had raised his fist not far away, forcing himself to endure the pain from his burns as he crazily ran towards Luffy. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also looked at the person wearing the straw hat under Akainu's fist, clenching their teeth and speaking in low tones. That's Ace's brother? We have to save him. It was too late. Akainu was despicable. They couldn't stop him. Stop. Feeling everyone rushing towards him, Akainu sneered coldly, speaking dismissively. The searing magma enveloped Akainu's cold words, transforming into an unstoppable fist that fell towards Luffy with fierce momentum. It seemed that in the next second, Luffy's chest would be pierced by that fist. Nearby, Jinbe, Marco, and others hurriedly rushed towards Akainu, but it seemed their speed couldn't match Akainu's. The distance was too great. They couldn't reach Luffy in time before Akainu's fist fell. The only one who could make it, in everyone's sight, was Ace. That's right. Ace was just like in the anime, recklessly giving his all, unhesitatingly rushing to stand in front of Luffy. The back marked with Whitebeard's tattoo appeared beneath Akainu's deadly fist. Ace hoped to block this fatal blow with his own body. This time, he didn't choose to elementalize. If he didn't use his body to block this punch, and instead elementalized, Luffy beneath him would be threatened with death. Ace resolutely made his decision, his heart calm and unwavering. As Luffy's only existing brother, he must protect him, because Sabo was no longer there. Ace's act of standing in front of Luffy happened so quickly. The speed unleashed at the limit left everyone stunned. Time on the battlefield seemed to freeze, and everyone held their breath in unison. At that moment, no one dared to imagine what would happen next. Marco and Jinbe's eyes trembled involuntarily, their mouths agape in shock, unable to imagine or accept the reality that Ace stood in front of Luffy. If that were the case, Ace would die. On the other side of the crack, Karp's face had darkened to the extreme. He couldn't bear to accept that either Luffy or Ace would be killed by Akainu. When Ace moved under that crimson fist, Karp's breath halted and his heart stopped in that moment. Whitebeard's expression was even more somber. For a brief moment, his gaze was directed at Sumo, who was desperately trying to rush over. But Sumo was still in midair, and it was too late. There would be no miracle. Everyone knew Ace's body would be pierced in the next instant. To reach him in time, only light speed could do it. At this moment, Akainu's fist was merely a hand's breadth away from Ace, while everyone else was too far away to reach him, no matter how fast they were. They all seemed to see Portgas Ace's body about to be pierced by a single punch, falling on the battlefield. They also seemed to foresee the outcome of this war on the top and the fate of the Whitebeard pirates. No one could stop Akainu anymore. Ace, who was closest, barely managed to stand in front of Luffy with all his strength. Just like before, Ace ultimately chose to save Luffy. And Luffy, seeing Ace appear in front of him, couldn't push him away. If nothing unexpected happened, in the next second, he would be holding Ace, whose breaths were growing weak, with a gaping hole in his chest, crying out to the sky as he lost consciousness. On the battlefield, no one could change this outcome. It was as if it was all part of the script set in the anime. No one could disrupt or change it, including that kid who emerged during the Marineford War, surrounded by blue flames. Even if he were faster, could he be faster than light? That's right. Only someone faster than light could save Ace now. But just as everyone's hearts were already imagining the ending, as everyone had already thought of Portgas Ace's fate, as everyone understood that Luffy was about to lose his brother, even Whitebeard thought Sumo wouldn't make it in time. A flash of yellow light, accompanied by overwhelming blue flames, suddenly appeared beside Akainu. An incredibly furious and terrifying aura transformed into an invisible wave that surged towards Akainu. That was a speed surpassing the Marineford no Mi, a speed that transcended everything. The blue flames carried an overwhelming Conqueror's Haki, a force more domineering than anything else, enveloping one of Akainu's legs. Blue and gold intertwined. The terrifying power seemed to shatter the void. The sudden, terrifying force made Akainu freeze, his pupils constricting. His fierce fist, aimed at Ace, actually slowed down slightly under that powerful and terrifying Haki. Then, Akainu heard a cold voice by his ear. Flash kick. Boom. As the voice fell, that massive fist filled with magma was struck by a leg that seemed to want to tear through the void. In an instant, Akainu felt a sharp pain in his arm. That terrifying fist, which was just a hair's breadth away from hitting Ace, suddenly lost all its power due to that kick. Immediately afterward, a huge impact came, sending him flying. On the battlefield, Akainu's magma-covered body flew back like an arrow released from a bow. Finally, like hitting the bullseye, he crashed solidly into the surrounding wall not far away. Boom! The wall, which even Whitebeard couldn't break, was now dented by Akainu's collision, shaking and leaning toward collapse. Wow! The sudden turn of events left everyone dumbfounded. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Everyone's face turned pale, filled with shock. In this top battlefield, they had long been accustomed to shocking scenes. But compared to this moment, those scenes seemed trivial. Hey, what happened? Did you see clearly what just happened? What was that flash, that flame? They couldn't see it all. All they saw was Akainu flying away. Ace is alive. That fist was so close. Whose speed was that fast? Who was faster than light? The members of the Whitebeard pirates trembled as they spoke, unable to calm their emotions. That's right. No one had seen what happened clearly. It was too fast. Too fast. Akainu's fist was just a hand's breadth away from Ace, and was falling rapidly. Almost everyone believed there would be no miracle. Ace would be pierced through. But then a miracle happened, and it was so sudden and bewildering. Marco and Jinbei opened their mouths, unable to find their words. Ace was saved? It was just a blink, and Akainu had crashed hard into the surrounding wall. Yet Ace remained unharmed. The Marines and Whitebeard on the other side also witnessed this scene, and they were equally astonished. Admiral Sakazuki was knocked away by something. What was it? That speed felt so familiar. The yellow monkey, lying on a stretcher, raised his head slightly and murmured. Karp's previously dark expression shifted to one of surprise and confusion, as everyone paused to see the figure attacking Akainu. Who was it? But when they saw a massive blue flame not far above Ace, their eyes trembled involuntarily. This blue flame, thankfully it arrived in time. That ability activated at the crucial moment. From within that massive blue flame, a voice slowly emerged. As the flames unfolded, at its core, a figure appeared that was like a god in the eyes of pirates and like the king of hell in the eyes of the Marines. Upon seeing this figure's face, everyone in the Whitebeard pirates took a deep breath, then broke into joyous smiles. It was him. That kid. Bullcut. It's him again. Bullcut, you saved Ace. Amazing. You did great. Simply incredible. Bullcut, you knocked away an admiral. That's right. Amidst the flames, a person with wings of blue flames blossomed. It was Sumo, who had just been a short distance from Akainu a moment ago. This kid again. Why is he everywhere? Sengoku's expression darkened again, struggling to suppress his inner fury, nearing his limit. This kid who appeared out of nowhere was always there at critical moments, ruining their plans. How could he not be angry? Meanwhile, Whitebeard looked at Sumo, unable to help but let out a bitter laugh. How did this kid catch up? Just a moment ago, when Akainu swung his fist down, he saw Sumo was still some distance away. How did he catch up in the blink of an eye? It's becoming more and more difficult to figure out, kid. Oh, as expected of Luffy's second uncle, he's really been a great help. Above Ace, Sumo patted his own hands and let out a slight sigh of relief, unable to help but exclaim. I have to say, I suspect that guy used to be called Monkey D. Kizaru. This move is simply brilliant. Sumu smiled slightly and looked at his hand. How'd he manage to get here? Just now, when he struck Huang Yuan's head, he instantly unleashed the hand of God and immediately rushed towards Ace. When he saw Akainu swinging his fist, he was still a bit far from him. At that moment, Sumo was anxious. According to his top-notch physics knowledge, the time it took for his punch to land was far shorter than the time it took for him to rush over with all his might. Just like that. Before he could stop it, Ace was pierced through the body. But just when all efforts were concentrated in this moment and teetering on the brink, time seemed to pause. Finally, a thrilling voice appeared in his mind. Ding. The hand of God has been successfully copied. Acquired Monkey D. Luffy's abilities, gained all of Borsalino's powers. Affected by some of his lazy personality. Acquired the power of the Pika Pika no Mi and enhanced it, stored in his right index finger. In any case, he had copied Borsalino's Pika Pika no Mi ability and strengthened it. Although it wasn't true light speed, combined with the Phoenix, his speed greatly increased. And he quickly caught up. With that thought, Sumo couldn't help but glance at the far side of the crack, where Borsalino was lying on a stretcher. Indeed, he was the top-tier actor. Even lying on a stretcher, he could still be of help. Oh, it was really thrilling. It was almost a failure. Sumi took a deep breath and touched his chest. Fortunately, the mission was not a failure. Ace. At this moment, Marco's shout from below brought Sumi back to his senses. Marco, Jinbei, and some members of the pirate crew had also rushed to Ace's side. Are you okay? Ace, are you hurt? Jinbei quickly stepped forward to check on Ace's condition. No, I'm fine, Ace replied, exhaling, his eyes trembling, his voice and breath unstable. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Just now, he had clearly felt the magma giant fist behind him, and images of his own demise had flashed through his mind. It was as if, in the dark, this was all predetermined. Now, although he was still alive and standing here safely, it felt as if he had walked through the gates of hell. It was as if his other self in another world had already died. It's great that you're not hurt. That kid really helped a lot, Marco said upon hearing Ace's response. Regardless of whether Ace and Luffy were injured, a blue flame enveloping both of them. Yeah, that kid is truly a lucky star for the Whitebeard pirates. Without him, rescuing Ace wouldn't have been easy. Jinbei couldn't help but sigh. Ace. On the ground, Luffy struggled to recover from the fatigue his body was feeling. When he looked up, he saw Ace standing in front of him and weakly called out. Then, as if he had found a safe harbor, he relaxed all his defenses and laid down beside Ace's legs. Perhaps, for Luffy, the sense of security Ace provided as an older brother was unparalleled. In fact, it was true. Ace would rather sacrifice his life than let anything happen to Luffy. Ace looked at Luffy, who had quickly fallen asleep at his feet, fully aware that his brother had exhausted too much energy to save him. Immediately, he picked Luffy up and carried him on his back, just like they used to when they were kids. When Ivankov saw this scene, he also let out a slow sigh of relief and couldn't help but smile. The choice that Straw Hat Boy made at the cost of his life has been rewarded. Great, Ace and he are both still alive. All right, Ace, Marco, let's hurry. Jinbei pointed to a large sailboat at the side of the cape. Wait a minute, Jinbei. What's wrong? Jinbei stopped in confusion, only to see Ace turn around and look at Sumi in the sky, who had blue wings. Sumi felt Ace's gaze and immediately met his eyes. Although he didn't know who you were, he said, "Thank you for saving us," Ace murmured, bowing deeply to Sumi while carrying Luffy on his back. Huh? Seeing this, Sumu was slightly taken aback. To be honest, he felt a bit embarrassed to receive such a serious thank you from Ace. Ah, it's no problem, just a little thing. Sumu scratched his head and laughed. All right, you guys hurry up and leave. That guy over there is about to get up. Sumi pointed to the red dog that had fallen from the large pit in the surrounding wall. Ace looked in the direction Sumi was pointing and saw that the red dog had staggered to his feet, his expression slightly changing. After thanking Sumi again, he continued to flee with Luffy on his back. By the way, Ace. Suddenly, Sumu called out to him. What's wrong? AIC turned back in confusion and looked at Sumu. It's nothing, just wanted to remind you. This time, don't look back again. Sumu smiled slightly and gently said, the war, however, is not over yet. The words of Sumo stunned Ace, and he couldn't help but recall his father, Whitebeard, who was still battling fiercely against the Marines at that moment. Originally there to help his father, Sumo had temporarily set aside his concerns for him in order to save him. In a moment of clarity, Ace realized that everyone on this battlefield was fighting for him. I understand now. I won't. Ace lowered his head, gently bit his teeth, and spoke in a deep voice. All right, let's go. Summoner swung his massive blue wings fiercely, turning his back to Ace and facing the distant Akainu. He smiled slightly, and his silhouette was somewhat touching in Ace's eyes. This guy with a mouth that looks like a pug is left to me. Ace looked at Sumi in his back, then glanced at Whitebeard in the distance, who was once again locked in a bloody battle with the Navy, occasionally kneeling on one knee and gasping for breath. His eyes couldn't help but become moist. But this time, he hesitated not at all and turned to run. He could not disappoint everyone's resolve again. Ah, damn it, it really hurts, kid. Akainu murmured as he slowly stood up. He squeezed his arm and was shocked to find that part of his muscle had turned to stone. Akainu raised his eyes and saw Ace and Luffy unharmed, starting to run away again, his gaze instantly turning cold. A fierce and murderous glare pierced through the air for dozens of meters, landing on Summoner, who was soaring in midair. Once again, you've done the Navy a good deed. Kid, you didn't even wait for me to find you. You delivered yourself right to my door. Akainu gritted his teeth. His voice was low but clearly reached Sumina's ears. Let those two go, and you'll have to stay. You, still young, with such potential, if you were in the Navy, I would appreciate you. But if you choose to oppose the Navy, then you might as well die, kid. Akainu roared, his whole body transforming into magma, and he punched toward Sumuna. Several streams of scorching magma shot toward Sumuna like cannonballs. Sumu glanced at the several streams of magma, carrying terrifying power, with no change in his eyes. Although Akainu was fierce and talkative, his attacks were straightforward and decisive, but this attack was too slow. Just as the magma was about to reach Sumu, he transformed into a yellow flash and suddenly vanished. In the next moment after disappearing, Sumu appeared above Akainu. The blue flames instantly enveloped Akainu. and his large wings looked particularly imposing. Sumu raised his fist and, just like Akainu, struck down decisively. Rubber, rubber, jet, pistol. Rubber, rubber, jet, pistol. A cold voice accompanied the punch that fell as straightforward as Garp's and as elongated as Luffy's. Akainu's face instantly froze in anger as he sensed this powerful aura and suddenly looked up. At that moment, the fist came crashing down, and he couldn't dodge in time, taking the hit directly to the face. Ding! The hand of God. The power of this punch not only had Luffy's elastic enhancement, but also Garp's strength enhancement, Hancock's petrification enhancement, and Kizaru's speed enhancement. With the stacking of so many buffs, such a simple punch had the power to shake the heavens and the earth. It completely shattered Akainu's demeanor. In that instant, Akainu's face seemed to sink in from the impact of the punch. Then, Akainu crashed down to the ground, creating another large crater on the floor of Marineford. Whoosh! After the punch, Sumu retracted his elongated fist, and his whole body remained soaring in the air. The wings of blue flames carried his figure, exuding an extraordinary dominance that moved many pirates, even stirring a feeling of wanting to worship him. Wow, amazing! His speed is so fast that we can't even see it clearly. He knocked Akainu down again. Gokai, you're incredible. Great job. Beat Akainu to death. I've never liked him. What an admirable figure, Gokai. Even though I'm a man, I love you. Although the noise below was incessant, Sumu was completely unfazed, still immersed in his own world. As a top national server player, he had already planned out all his current abilities in his mind. He knew how to combine and use them. Moreover, this time he was fighting Akainu. Not only were the people below excited, but he was also thrilled. This guy, unable to distinguish right from wrong, has a twisted sense of justice, killing even his own Navy comrades and innocent civilians. What absolute justice! In Suma's eyes, he was just a cold-blooded, emotionless machine. The past massacre orders that killed innocent people and the indiscriminate attacks in the war made Sumu feel disgusted. Don't talk about obeying orders. You can't kill your comrades just because you follow orders. Besides, that massacre order is the thing Sumu finds most disgusting. The massacre order is nothing but a willingness to wrongly kill rather than allow indiscriminate slaughter. In Sumu's world, what should be wrongly killed and not let go of are just the decayed systems of ancient times. Therefore, Sumu has never liked Akainu's style. Back then, Whitebeard had beaten Akainu to near death, but now it was his turn. Hey, Sakazuki, are you dead? If you're not dead, get up. Take my hits. Sukemu pointed down at the smoke with one hand and shouted loudly. From the smoke below, a coughing sound emerged, and, as the smoke cleared, the figure of Akainu, kneeling on one knee, appeared. He was covered in blood, clutching his chest, his body trembling. It seemed that Sukemu's punch had caused him significant injury. Sumu glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "What's wrong? Can't do it anymore. Even if you can't, you still have to take the hits." As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu's figure flickered and he instantly closed the distance with Akainu, raising his fist to strike down again. He didn't want to give Akainu any chance to breathe. He just wanted to hit him. However, Akainu, as a Marine Admiral, was not just a name. This time, he didn't dare to underestimate Sumu's attack and immediately summoned all his strength to dodge the punch. Sumu's fist missed its target and smashed heavily into the ground, instantly cracking the floor within a radius of nearly 10 meters. The sheer power of that simple punch was truly terrifying. Seeing Akainu rolling on the ground, his speed in rolling was exceptional, which made Sumu pause for a moment. Oh, he can roll so well? Sumu's gaze shifted slightly, and he transformed into a flash of yellow light, appearing above Akainu. In terms of speed, the Goro Goro no Mi could not lose. Rubber, rubber, jet, blue flame seal. With a light shout, Sumu suddenly lifted his foot and stomped down towards the ground where Akainu was. However, Akainu's evasion speed was far faster than his, and in an instant, he managed to dodge again. The bright red right foot smashed into the floor, creating a pit and sending debris flying, dust swirling around. Akainu rolled out of the smoke and stood up again, glaring at Sumu with a vicious look in his eyes. Sumu furrowed his brows slightly. After 2 missed attacks, it seemed that Akainu had also heightened his vigilance. Or rather, Akainu had a high combat intelligence and was very observant of his attacks, quickly spotting the flaws in them. Just now, Sumu had been using Luffy's techniques, and after taking a hit, Akainu evidently figured out. His techniques generally involved a small charging process. Although Sumu had activated the second gear to reduce the charging time and increase his speed, that charging process still existed. It was this process that allowed Akainu to find an opening. This time, it was Akainu's turn to take the initiative in the attack. He was not the kind of person who could just be at the mercy of others and only defend. Not to mention facing Sumu, even against Whitebeard. He would seek to regain the advantage through continuous attacks. At this moment, he was completely enveloped in magma, charging towards Sumu with his fist. Tosumue's sapras. Akainu's speed was not as slow as he had imagined. As his figure emitted a scorching heat wave, he had already forced himself right in front of Sumu. Suki quickly transformed into a flash of yellow light, swiftly dodging away. However, Akainu was clearly a genius in battle, relying on his powerful observation haki. He had already locked on Suki's landing point. In that moment, countless streams of magma fire rushed towards Suki. The magma in Sumu's eyes was getting closer and closer, almost impossible to avoid. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, clenched his fists, and blue flames instantly surrounded his body. Rubber, rubber, blue flame machine gun. As the words fell, Sumu swung his fists countless times. With each punch, he collided with the ferocious lava fire beam, creating sparks that flew everywhere. The lava fire beams fell like rain, and Sumu's fists were like rain as well. The explosions at the point of collision between the fists and the lava echoed continuously, making the scene extremely spectacular. But just as Sumu was shattering the lava with his punches, Akainu's figure suddenly appeared beside him. A terrifying aura surged towards Sumu. After releasing the meteor volcano, Akainu had keenly sensed the gap in Sumu's punches. Without hesitation, he moved forward to attack Sumu. His entire body transformed into magma, channeling all his power into his right fist. Looking at Sumu, a deadly light burst forth from his eyes. Hellhound! With a low, heavy shout, Akainu's right fist swung violently towards Sumu's chest. At that moment, Sumu had just retracted his fist and felt that Akainu's punch contained power far beyond his previous first punch. His face instantly changed, and for the first time in this top war, a sense of crisis emerged from his heart, especially upon hearing Akainu utter the name of this move. Sumu felt even more fear towards that punch. Hellhound! This move was Akainu's strongest killing move. Whitebeard had once had half his face blown off and his entire chest pierced by this move. It was the most severe and life-threatening attack he had experienced in the top war. Looking at the approaching fist, cold sweat instantly covered Sumu's body. He quickly exerted all his strength, activating both the Phoenix Fruit and the Glint Glint Fruit simultaneously. Blue flames and golden light flashed at once. And with a speed beyond the natural, along with the explosive power of a person in crisis, he barely dodged this attack. However, due to the excessive force of his charge, his body crashed heavily onto the ground, rolling for dozens of meters. Damn! Damn! Sumu kept rolling and crashing, shouting repeatedly. Stop! Stop for me! Sumu struggled to steady his out-of-control body, extending one hand to claw at the floor, gritting his teeth, and roaring in a deep voice. Zila! Sumu's hand left a long mark of about 10 meters on the floor, causing cracks wherever it passed, and only then did he manage to stop and steady himself. With too many abilities that needed to be coordinated with each other, he was far from proficient at this stage. Sometimes he couldn't even exert his full strength. That was really close. That move was too terrifying. Suma raised his head and gasped for breath, only then realizing that cold sweat was already breaking out on his forehead. This attack from Akainu was simply terrifying. In the original work, Whitebeard's massive body was blasted with such a huge hole. If he, with his small frame, were hit, wouldn't he be left without half of his body? Sumi finally understood why it was said that in battles between strong opponents, there is no such thing as absolute domination. The weaker side can also seize an opening and deliver a fatal blow to turn the tide. Looking towards Akainu in the distance, Sumi deeply comprehended this truth. Although he was currently stronger than Akainu, he had to understand that Akainu's attacks could still potentially kill him. Just now, he almost fell into a trap and suffered serious injuries, even facing the possibility of being killed in one hit. Fortunately, he had copied the Marimara no Mi. Thank goodness for my second uncle. Damn, did he dodge it? How was that possible? Akainu was panting heavily, unable to help but support himself with one hand on the ground, clearly showing that the previous move had taken a significant toll on him. It makes sense. If such a highly aggressive killing move could be used continuously, wouldn't Akainu be invincible? How'd he dodge it from such close range? Also, that previous punch, Akainu gritted his teeth, recalling the punch he had aimed at Ace, which Sumi had intercepted with his lightning-fast speed. Kid, it seems you are the greatest enemy of the Navy. Compared to Whitebeard, I recognize you more. I must kill you. Akainu's eyes glinted with a fierce red light as he charged at Sumi once more, riding a wave of scorching hot magma. Like a ferocious magma beast, Su-Mu straightened his body and adjusted his breathing, staring at the fierce and seemingly unstoppable Akainu. Without a hint of fear, he threw a punch. The two fists collided, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Akainu's scalding hot fist did not affect Su-Mu in the slightest. His armament Haki completely kept the high temperature at bay. As their fists separated, they came crashing down again for another clash. Time again, Su-Mu and Akainu's fists collided fiercely. Waves of air surged from the center of their battle, and within 100 meters around them, there was not a single person left. Not even a pebble remained on the ground. Kid, victory always belongs to the side of justice. Stand down. You cannot defeat me. Akainu shouted loudly, veins bulging on his forehead as he swung his fists with all his might. Shut up. Are you out of strength? Su-Mu furrowed his brows at Akainu's grandiose words and retorted. However, Su-Mu's gaze sharpened slightly as he looked at Akainu with satisfaction and exhilaration. All right, I've enjoyed myself. I'll hold back now and give you one last hit. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-Mu's figure flickered and appeared above Akainu's head. Having just exchanged punches with him, he had experienced the thrill of fighting like Luffy. Akainu's magma fruit truly lived up to its reputation as one of the strongest offensive fruits, capable of matching the power of his punches. However, Su-Mu had only used 50% of his strength. He could completely dodge Akainu's big move, and he hadn't exhausted too much of his stamina yet. Since Akainu had noticed the pattern in Luffy's technique, it was time for him to switch things up. He had more than just Luffy's moves. Hee Akainu, let me show you something new yet familiar. Su-Mu revealed a sinister smile, and then, surprisingly, some magma appeared on the surface of his skin. Su-Mu's fist gradually transformed into lava. Seeing the lava flowing from his hand, Su-Mu wore a face of joy and satisfaction. 2 minutes ago, when he punched Akainu in the face, he had successfully unleashed the Hand of God. Ding! Hand of God replicated successfully, acquired all abilities of Sakazuki, stored in the left ring finger, obtained the magma fruit. Naturally, he copied all of Akainu's abilities, including the magma fruit. The attack power of the magma fruit is akin to a bug existing in the game. This is also why Su-Mu realized that the Hellhound was Akainu's strongest move. With his understanding of the Hellhound, Su-Mu's instinctive reaction was to dodge instead of block, because he knew that the penetrating power of this move was extremely strong. Blocking it would be futile, and his hand might even get ruined. But now, since Akainu had used the Hellhound on him, it was his turn to strike back. In Su-Mu's mind, the recognition of Akainu regarding this move flashed through instantly, including how to use it and the right timing for its application. He took a deep breath, and magma erupted all over his body. Then, all his strength was concentrated in his right fist. A terrifyingly sharp aura suddenly surged outward from the center of his fist. Feeling this terrifying aura, Akainu's face turned pale, and he suddenly looked up, only to see Su-Mu's right fist enveloped in magma. He was immediately stunned, his eyes wandering between confusion and astonishment. Huh? Why does this kid have magma on his hands? I haven't attacked him at all. The magma isn't from me. Wait, why is that magma coming toward me? Hellhound! Su-Mu let out a roar, aiming a powerful punch at Akainu's chest. Akainu suddenly snapped out of his daze, and upon sensing that familiar yet highly threatening move, his face turned pale with shock. His eyes seemed ready to pop out of their sockets in astonishment. His own move was being used against him, but the threat of death left him no time to think. He hurriedly tried to dodge. However, he didn't possess Su-Mu's speed, and after being momentarily stunned, it was already too late to evade. Boom! Su-Mu's punch slammed hard into Akainu's heart, causing a massive eruption of magma. Instantly, it pierced through his entire chest. The splattering blood was also instantly evaporated by the intense heat. The people on the battlefield, upon witnessing Su-Mu pierce Akainu's heart, all widened their eyes in disbelief. Hey, no way, are you kidding me? Akainu's chest has been penetrated. What? He's a Marine Admiral, and he got pierced by this kid's punch? Impossible. No way, that kid is so strong. Admiral Sakazuki, someone quick, medical soldiers, hurry and help. The pirates and Marines on the battlefield couldn't help but cover their heads, unable to believe what they were seeing. Among the 3 Marine Admirals, the strongest Akainu was pierced through his entire chest by this kid. Hey, that's an Admiral. Did that kid just kill an Admiral? This must be a joke. Doflamingo, who had been leisurely watching from a corner of the ruins, couldn't remain calm at this moment. The Marines are in trouble this time. Have they lost an Admiral? Will that little brat really cause an Admiral to fall in battle? Crocodile's face turned pale, and the cigarette in his mouth fell to the ground. Medical soldiers. Medical soldiers. Hurry and go rescue him. Impossible. We can't do it. Whitebeard is blocking the way. We can't get through. Stop saying such discouraging things. Get over there, even if it costs us our lives. The death of an admiral would greatly undermine our Marines' morale. Meanwhile, the various vice admirals were engaged in battle with Whitebeard, while also organizing the soldiers below to go for rescue. Sengoku and Akiji were fully immersed in their battle with Whitebeard, naturally unaware of Akainu's condition. Over here, Whitebeard wasn't in a good state either, with wounds all over his body, slowly bleeding. At this moment, in the battle between Sumu and Akainu, cough. Akainu, pierced through the heart, coughed up blood. But he didn't look like someone about to die. His expression was still fierce. Meanwhile, Sumu showed no signs of relaxation, instead furrowing his brows. Because he sensed that the previous move, the Hellhound, hadn't completely hit. What's going on? Did he dodge it? Could it be elementalization? Sumu focused his gaze on Akainu's heart and realized that the area was empty. This was a common ability among Logia fruit users, allowing them to elementalize their bodies in advance to avoid attacks. However, this required a strong observation haki and mastery over their fruit. Just now, Akainu was unable to dodge in time. He could only anticipate the landing point of Sumu's punch and elementalize that part of his body in advance. Although a part of him was still hit before he could elementalize it, his vital areas were protected, so he wouldn't die. To outsiders, it looked like Sumu had pierced through Akainu's chest, but in reality, it was Akainu's intention. To be honest, Akainu truly deserved to be the strongest Marine admiral. In such a situation, he could remain calm and devise a countermeasure. Upon seeing Sumu use the same technique as him, he quickly accepted it and responded. Cough. Damn it. Akainu gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain in his chest, and once again unleashed a tremendous amount of power. He grabbed Sumu's hand fiercely, his eyes filled with intense ferocity. Seeing this scene, Sumu's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly tried to retract his arm. But to his astonishment, he found that his arm was firmly grasped by Akainu, unable to be pulled out from his chest. Hellhound! At that moment, a deep growl came from Akainu's mouth. Akainu's right fist once again radiated the same terrifying aura as before. Kid, you have nowhere to run. Akainu yelled, and with a powerful punch, he slammed towards Sumu's chest. Sumi was greatly shocked to see Akainu able to use the high-energy technique Hellhound again in this state. Akainu's stamina was clearly beyond his expectations. He had just used it against Whitebeard, and now he was using it against Sumi, delivering 2 attacks in such a short time. Moreover, the power of each attack showed no signs of weakening. Facing the Hellhound coming at him, Sumi was unable to dodge as he was held by Akainu. He could only watch helplessly as Akainu's fist pierced through his chest, causing a large amount of magma to erupt into the sky, thick and scalding hot. However, after this punch landed, Akainu's expression was not very good. He looked at Sumi's chest with surprise, his mouth slightly agape, his voice trembling with astonishment. What's going on? Akainu clearly saw that Sumi's chest had, at this moment, transformed into a mass of magma, elementalized to evade the attack. Moreover, the elementalization was even more perfect than his own, completely avoiding that punch without taking any damage at all. Haha, surprised, aren't you? Unexpected, right? Sumu revealed a smile, looking at the colorful expressions on Akainu's face, feeling particularly pleased inside. This was purely a case of learning and applying it on the spot. Although he couldn't completely evade it, the magma fruit is a Logia type, allowing him to elementalize and partially avoid attacks in an instant. However, his mastery of the fruit's abilities, as well as the strength of his observation haki, surpassed that of Akainu, so he naturally executed the technique well. Magma. Upon seeing the magma element, Akainu's eyes trembled slightly, and he couldn't help but exclaim. He had even thought that Sumu's previous move, Hellhound, contained magma that was his own, merely utilized by Sumo. But now, seeing that the latter's body had turned into magma, Akainu found it hard to accept, and a huge wave surged within him. This kid is so strange. All right, it's time to let go. Sumi's gaze suddenly sharpened, his left leg covered in yellow light, and he kicked out, although Akainu immediately retracted his fist. He couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying several dozen meters by the kick. He stood firm, his lower body as stable as a rock, his heel carving a long mark on the ground. Cough. Once the force on him dissipated, Akainu coughed up a mouthful of blood and began to gasp for air. Having used Hellhound 3 times, battling Whitebeard, fighting Sumi, and chasing Ace, Akainu's stamina had clearly reached its limit. Moreover, The injuries inflicted by Sumi were not light either. Even as an admiral, his abilities had their limits. He crouched down, holding his chest where he was injured, trembling as he raised his eyes to look at Sumi. Although he couldn't believe the boy's abilities, Akainu quickly calmed down and kept pondering in his mind, combining what he had seen before with what Sumi had displayed. Akainu finally spoke. Kid, you can use my abilities. What's wrong with using yours? That's right, it's yours. I've also realized that from the very beginning, you've been using the abilities of others. The blue flames of the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, the stretching arms of the Straw Hat Kid. Just now, you even used the ability of Borsellino's Pika Pika no Mi. Now, you're using my abilities too. Kid, who exactly are you? How many people's abilities can you use? Akainu's voice was extremely deep, and everyone on the battlefield turned their attention to him upon hearing it. With Akainu's reminder, everyone suddenly reacted. This guy had indeed been using the abilities of others all along. Now that it was mentioned, it was true. The blue flames and wings were exactly the same as Marco's. And that gigantic fist from the Straw Hat Kid. How did he manage to use so many people's abilities? What kind of fruit is it? The battlefield was filled with noise, mostly discussions about Sumi. Hearing their words, Sumi sighed. As expected, if he kept copying, people would notice. But it didn't really matter. That's right, what I'm using are your abilities. Sumi spread his hands, shrugged, and made a dismissive expression. Akainu, what's wrong? You don't accept it? If you don't accept it, come and hit me. I just want to use it. The battlefield fell silent for a moment. Although I am a pirate, why do I feel he is so annoying? Yeah, even when he mocked Sengoku just now, he seemed even more savage than me. Clearly, he didn't use any foul language. But why does it make me so angry? The pirates swallowed hard, and although they felt embarrassed by Sumi's expression, they still wanted to know why he could use these abilities. Such a thing is quite shocking and rare in the entire pirate world. Sumi naturally understood the doubts in everyone's hearts on the battlefield, with the foundation of his past life as quick-fix method of making up lies to deceive teachers. He quickly crafted a few words to explain. Akainu, seeing your eager expression for knowledge, I'll reluctantly tell you, I am the user of the swap fruit, able to exchange my lifespan for abilities. The abilities I'm currently using are all exchanged with my lifespan, with a duration of 24 hours. I have exchanged too many abilities and consumed too much lifespan, and I don't have much time left. All that south left is square root plus 1 divided by 3.14 times 10 divided by 0.1 year. Sigh. So young Akainu, there's no need for you to kill me. I will die soon enough on my own. I really want to take a good walk and see the world before I die. Sumu shook his head and murmured, his words heavy with gravity. The people on the battlefield, upon hearing this, gradually wore expressions of confusion. Although they couldn't understand the symbols and formulas Sumu spoke of, it was clear from his tone that this kid had overdrawn his life to gain such powerful abilities. Moreover, it seemed he had overdrawn excessively. This kid didn't have much time left. However, what was this swap fruit? Why had they never heard of it before? Was there any record of such a fruit? So that's how it is. Doflamingo gazed at Sumu's massive blue flame wings, pondering deeply. The swap fruit is a superpower type fruit. But does it really exist in this world? Forget it. Perhaps it's one of those ancient fruits that Haven T been documented. No wonder this kid has so many abilities. How much time does he have left after swapping for so many powers? With this thought, Doflamingo's tightly furrowed brow suddenly relaxed, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. It meant that once this kid dies, this fruit will reappear. Will the artificial devil fruit factory be able to create it then? I'm really looking forward to it. By the way, Doflamingo's gaze darkened as he looked at Sumu. This kid's Haki is truly terrifying. Sacrificing his lifespan to save Ace, wasting what could have been a powerful life, is utterly foolish. Indeed, everyone knew that although Sumu had exchanged for devil fruit abilities, it didn't mean his original strength was weak. His powerful Haki proved everything. Furthermore, with so many fruit abilities, if he wasn't strong himself, how could he utilize them so well? Little did they know, Sumu was actually quite weak. Once 24 hours passed, he would revert back to that powerless college student. To retain this ability and place it into the ability pool, he needed to complete that task. Sumu glanced at Ivankov, looking at those sexy lips, and felt a shiver run through his body, goosebumps all over. No, absolutely not. Luffy, who was sleeping on Ace's back, for some reason, clearly and sensitively heard this sentence. He woke up, turned to look at Sumu, and murmured, so that powerful ability is exchanged for lifespan. Huh? To save Ace, you don't have much lifespan left, do you? Want to go out and see the world? Luffy took a gentle breath, suddenly signaling Ace to stop. Luffy, what's wrong? Ace also turned around, looking at Luffy in confusion. Luffy, regaining some strength, got off Ace's back, stood up, took a deep breath, and shouted towards Sumu in the distance. "Hey, pot lid head!" Sumi was also taken aback by Luffy's loud shout, tilting his head slightly. "What's wrong? King Luffy? You're awake, and yet you're not running away, just shouting? Let's go on an adventure together," Luffy said softly. "Huh? What?" I said. Luffy put on his straw hat and raised his voice. "Be my partner. Let's go to the sea and have an adventure. Don't you want to see this world? I'm going to be the pirate king, and I will take you around the world to see everything." Luffy's words pierced through half of the battlefield and reached Sumi's ears, leaving him frozen in place. "Be my partner." The words echoed continuously in Sumu's mind. He vaguely recalled the daily life on various ships of the Straw Hat Pirates that he had seen on TV before his time travel. At that time, he had sighed, thinking that if he could board Luffy's ship, such a daily life would definitely be very comfortable. But now, he was truly hearing Luffy inviting him aboard. Sumu took a deep breath, waved his hand, and the wings behind him suddenly spread wide. He looked at Luffy with a serious expression. "It's good. But you won't get me killed, right? Just to be clear, Wong Luffy, I'll be boarding your ship later, so you better protect me. I can't handle your recklessness." "Hee hee." Luffy suddenly grinned, showing 2 rows of teeth. "Don't worry. Pot lid head. Haha, it's all good. No need to worry." Sumu forced a smile. He didn't want to understand Luffy too much, because that guy just liked to mess around. However, Sumu thought that being Luffy's partner would truly provide some security, since Luffy valued his friends above all else and would definitely protect him. But what if he didn't get any powerful abilities? He would really need someone to protect him. Should he just rescue Ace and then kiss Ivankov? But would that lead to being tied down to Mary in hell? While thinking, Sumu glanced at Ivankov again and got goosebumps. Damn, if he kissed him, he would be soft for 3 years. All desire would vanish. "Hey, that kid. He joined the Straw Hat Pirates." Below, someone broke the momentary silence, their voice trembling. "Did you hear that?" That kid agreed. He agreed to join the Straw Hat Pirates. This is huge news. The kid who emerged during the Marineford War has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Nanny? The Straw Hat Pirates still exist? Didn't they get wiped out by Kuma? You idiot. As long as the captain is still around, there is always a chance for a comeback. Exactly. Look at that kid. With such a powerful person joining the Straw Hat Pirates, they can only become stronger. Although that kid's fruit ability has a time limit, his inherent strength is still formidable. That terrifying Haki. Hearing the distant conversation between Sumu and Luffy, the crowd around them was in shock. A man this powerful has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Another pirate crew is about to rise in a new world. That kid's strength is comparable to the 4 emperors. Everyone calm down. The Navy needs to chill. That kid's lifespan is running out. He can't be this strong for long. No need to worry too much. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates have long been wiped out. Right, that kid has switched so many abilities, his lifespan is almost gone. He probably won't even have time to make a name for himself in the new world. After some contemplation, the Navy gradually calmed down. That kid wouldn't be able to remain this strong for long. Sukuma naturally couldn't care less about what the Navy thought of him. The talk about not having enough lifespan was nonsense. It was just their poor math. The answer to that formula was over 100 years, and he wasn't wrong. He didn't need Akainu to kill him. He would die on his own. Naturally, he would die after 100 years. "Hey, Wong Lu, Luffy, you should run. The Navy has caught up with a lot of them." The Navy, which had originally remained on this side of the crack, murmured as they continuously crossed over the fissure. "Yeah, but pot lid head." Luffy adjusted his straw hat and said, "You have to survive. This is my captain's order." "Oh." Someone nodded. Luffy naturally wouldn't stop Sumu's intention to stay behind. Even though Sumu had become his crewmate, Luffy understood that it was Sumu's resolution, and he couldn't destroy that resolution. It seemed that Sumu had his own things he wanted to do. If Sumu were being forced, Luffy would have fought to the death to rescue him without hesitation. Without thinking too much, Luffy turned and ran, but the sense of helplessness still lingered. So, once again, he was carried by Ace, rushing towards the corner of the sea. That Straw Hat Kid is infuriating. Below, Akainu, seeing Luffy getting farther away out of the corner of his eye, gritted his teeth in unwillingness. He was crouched down and could no longer stand. His body had already suffered great exhaustion. "You don't have much life left, kid. That would be just perfect, damn it." Akainu muttered, adjusting his breathing. Right now, he feared that Sumu would suddenly rush down and continue attacking him. But at this moment, Sumu's gaze showed no concern for him. Instead, he focused on the other side of the crack. Clearly, his energy was no longer directed at Akainu. Ace had been rescued, and Akainu was severely injured. Now, he could only go help Whitebeard. Indeed, following Sumu's gaze, Whitebeard was also crouching at the edge of the crack, panting heavily. What shocked everyone was that Whitebeard's body was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. On one side of his shoulder was a massive gash, emanating a chilling air. Even the blue flames were dimming, ready to extinguish at any moment. It was evident that Whitebeard had given it his all against the numerous Marines, but still couldn't hold them back. Opposite him stood the fleet admiral, the admirals, and various vice-admirals. Even now, Soma would find it difficult to face so many Marines. Naturally, Whitebeard couldn't block all the Marines on that side of the crack. However, he still did his utmost to hold back more than half of the Marines, most of whom were quite strong. This provided significant assistance for the Whitebeard pirates' retreat. Dad is almost at his limit, Marco thought, his eyes trembling, his feet feeling as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. Several times he almost impulsively rushed forward to help Whitebeard. But doing so would not only shake the determination of the Whitebeard pirates to retreat, but also betray the captain's orders. Yet he couldn't bear to run away, wanting only to see Whitebeard's final moments. Whitebeard gripped his naginata tightly, kneeling on one knee, his blood-soaked body trembling uncontrollably. He had been keeping an eye on the battlefield behind him, watching to see if the kids had evacuated. If they hadn't, he couldn't stop. At this moment, even though he was gasping for air, breathing erratically, when he saw another group of Marines trying to cross the wide crack, he gritted his teeth and raised his naginata for another strike. With each attack, his body suffered damage. The original wounds bled even more, offering no relief. Each attack sent immense pain throughout his body, stimulating his mind. Whitebeard endured the frequent feelings of weakness that surfaced in his body, striving to perfect his final dance. It was also his last battle in life. But just as Sengoku was about to step forward again, using all his strength to defeat Whitebeard completely, the Marines suddenly began to stir. What's going on? Look quickly. Look behind the headquarters fortress. What's that thing? Hearing this, everyone turned to look behind the battered fortress marked with the words Marine. There, behind the fortress, a massive shadow was stealthily hiding, surveying the battlefield. The shadow gradually became clearer, revealing that it was a giant, and he was wearing a Marine prison uniform. Oh no, have I been discovered? The giant, upon noticing everyone's gaze, froze momentarily and couldn't help but speak, his voice sounding somewhat deep. Hey, this is a prisoner from Impel Down. Why is he here? Immediately, a Marine recognized who the giant from the Marine fortress was. It was the pirate, the giant warship, St. Lake's Evil Wolf. What? This pirate was supposed to be imprisoned in Impel Down. Damn it, how did he escape? Hearing the commotion below, Soma was slightly taken aback, looking at the giant behind the fortress, and frowned. Who is this ugly guy? So ugly? Looking at that face resembling a butt, Soma was baffled. Even as a longtime fan of the sea, he surprisingly forgot who this person was. It shouldn't be. Someone this ugly, I should know. Before he could think too much, the Marines below began to shout again. Hey, and there's a new batch of people on that execution platform. Who are they? This time, not only the Marines were shouting, but the pirates also voiced their astonished cries, seemingly filled with resentment. Hearing the Marine shouts, Somo frowned slightly. Execution platform? He looked towards the execution platform and was astonished to find that, as the Marine said, there were indeed more people up there. Sumu squinted and, when he clearly saw the appearance of the leading man, his pupils suddenly contracted. It was a rough-looking man resembling a pig, wearing a black hat, a black cloak lined with red, green pants, with his chest exposed and several guns tucked at his waist. The person before him was none other than Blackbeard, who had sent Ace to the Navy and killed his partner, Marshal D. Teach. Glancing at his toothless grin, Sumu took a deep breath and thought, I recognized this ugliest one. Recognizing Blackbeard, Sumu also saw the group of people, which was naturally the Blackbeard pirates. And that one who looked a bit better than Blackbeard should be the pirate he rescued from Impel Down, now having joined the Blackbeard pirates. Sumu remembers that this time was Blackbeard's greatest release of ambition. He had taken away the most ruthless criminals from Impel Down and made them part of his crew. Each of these individuals was an ultimate criminal hidden away due to their extreme cruelty. The tyrant king, Bartolomeo Pizarro. The drunken one, Bacchus Choate. The string hunter, Katarina Devon. And the former warden of Impel Down, Shiryu of the Rain. What on earth is going on? How did they all come together? The appearance of Blackbeard clearly caused an uproar among the people below. When Sumu saw the group of people with an extremely dark aura, his frown deepened. Finally, he couldn't help but curse loudly, the blue flames on his body flaring up. Do you have to be this ugly? The ugliest pirate crew in history, damn. It's really nauseating to look at. Not only Sumu, But Whitebeard's face was also extremely gloomy upon seeing Blackbeard. You bastard Teach. Teach killed his crew, betrayed his companions, and even handed Ace over to the Navy, leading to a war with countless casualties. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to see you before dying, old man. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. But old man, it's surprising that you've lasted this long. Blackbeard revealed a rough, toothless grin, looking at Whitebeard with a sinister expression. On the side, Sengoku couldn't help but grit his teeth at this scene. Damn it, you bastard. These are all criminals. How did you get here from Impel Down? It should be known that there's a Justice Gate blocking the way from Impel Down to Marineford, and if the Justice Gate doesn't open, no one can pass. Ha ha ha. Marshal Sengoku, do you think I joined the Shichibukai for no reason? Of course, it was to smoothly enter Impel Down and then open the Justice Gate. Blackbeard spread his arms and laughed heartily. Now, take these people behind me. His joining the Shichibukai was merely to find a legitimate reason to enter Impel Down and then take away those vicious criminals. As for how the Justice Gate was opened, everything should be asked of Shiryu of the Rain and the hypnotist Lafitte. Shiryu, what have you done to Impel Down? What happened to Magellan? Marshal Sengoku. Us being here speaks for itself. Ha! The man in uniform wearing a hat and smoking a cigarette smiled slightly and murmured. From now on, I will team up with these guys. I look forward to working with you, Navy. As the former chief warden of Impel Down, Shiryu had clearly betrayed them. Sorry. Marshal Sengoku. The reason the Justice Gate opened is that I hypnotized the Navy in the command room, making them open the gate whenever they encounter a warship. And I unexpectedly helped others too. Lafitte suddenly laughed, looking at the distant running Fire Fist, Ace, and Luffy on his back. I'm really sorry. You bastards. This is the Navy headquarters. Don't think you can escape. Ha ha ha. It doesn't matter, Sengoku. I no longer need the title of Shichibukai. Blackbeard's eyes flashed with greed and cunning, his gaze penetrating the battlefield and landing on Whitebeard. Old man, long time no see. Did you miss me? Ha ha ha. You're old. It's time for you to die. With a deep breath, Whitebeard knelt on one knee, his face darkening as he exhaled long and deeply. His body, which had been trembling slightly due to injuries, suddenly stopped shaking. His scarred body slowly stood up with the support of his naginata. Whitebeard suddenly raised his eyes, his gaze piercing, aiming directly at Blackbeard on the execution platform. Blackbeard felt this gaze, and his smile instantly froze, his body shuddering. Teach, whether you were a Shichibukai or how you got to the battlefield, none of that matters. You killed Thatch. You betrayed the only ironclad rule on my ship. Whitebeard suddenly raised one arm, his muscles tensing, and the power of the tremor fruit immediately enveloped him. Only you are unworthy to be my son, Teach. With that, Whitebeard's fist swung towards Blackbeard's pirate crew on the execution platform. A massive shockwave swept everything away, racing towards the execution platform. Rocks rolled along the way, and the Navy was scattered, arriving at Blackbeard's crew at incredible speed. This terrifying shockwave immediately changed the expressions of everyone in Blackbeard's crew. Boom! Then, the shockwave engulfed the entire execution platform. The execution platform instantly collapsed, turning into rubble, with a tremendous crashing sound echoing, smoke and dust swirling. What a powerful attack! What happened to Blackbeard's crew? Were they wiped out? The young Navy below discussed in amazement, and Sumu in the sky also smiled lightly. It seems they are still young and don't know the law of smoke means no harm. Wiped out? How could that be? As the dust from the collapsed execution platform slowly dispersed, several shadows emerged from the smoke. Yaya, how careless of me, old man. But you wouldn't show mercy, would you? Blackbeard pushed aside a stone that was pinning him down, brushed off the dust from his body, and smirked. Soon caught a glimpse of Blackbeard's appearance, his brows furrowing tightly. Why did he feel increasingly displeased the more he looked at him? Teach, the wish of the 4th Division Captain, Sachi, I will fulfill it. Whitebeard swung his naginata, pointing at Blackbeard, and said in a deep voice, I will take your life, you bastard, so that he may rest in peace. Cough. But as soon as he finished speaking, Whitebeard felt a sharp pain in his chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. He clutched his chest, furrowing his brows tightly, enduring the pain while trying to maintain his imposing posture. Old man, damn it, why did it have to be at this moment that his illness flared up again? Seeing Whitebeard clutching his chest and spitting blood, Marco and the other pirates couldn't help but feel worried. Ha ha ha, old man, it seems that you're not in great shape right now. Although I've seen your glory in your youth, you're old now, so old that even if I kill Sachi, you won't be able to do anything to me. Ha ha, Whitebeard, it's time for you to die. You've existed in this era for too long. From now on, let this era belong to us. Blackbeard's gaze shifted from cunning to fierce as he laughed wildly. His laughter making the pirates on the other side of the fissure extremely uncomfortable. Damn, that bastard. I want to kill him. On the other side of the fissure, Marco, Bista, Jozu, and others, seeing Blackbeard like this, couldn't help but rush towards the fissure. For Sachi's revenge, Marco transformed into a phoenix, spreading his blue wings, flying into the sky with fierce momentum toward Blackbeard. But at that moment, a deep reprimand stopped him. Marco, Whitebeard gasped for breath, his tone heavy. Didn't I tell you to retreat? None of you are allowed to act. I said this guy is mine to deal with. Sachi's wish, let me conclude it. Whitebeard's gaze was stern, his voice full of strength. As his words fell, he planted his naginata on the ground, once again unleashing a terrifying aura. Although blood continued to drip from his wounds, his body remained exceptionally upright at that moment. Seeing Whitebeard like this, Sumu understood his concerns. He didn't want his sons behind him to take action against Blackbeard, because once they took action, it wouldn't be so easy to go back. But Sumu was different. If he wanted to take action, he could. With that thought, the blue wings behind Sumu flapped, ready to rush through the crack and return to Whitebeard's side. However, at that moment, a shard of ice suddenly condensed beside him. Kid, you've caused a lot of trouble for the Navy, but this time, don't get in the way again. Let those pirates kill each other. A cold voice from Akiji rang out, and then a figure holding a powerful ice spear infused with Haki blocked Sumu's path. When Sumu saw Akiji, he frowned slightly, and the blue flames immediately blocked his attack. It seemed that Akiji could also see that Blackbeard's target was Whitebeard, so he naturally wouldn't let Sumu interfere. The strength of the Blackbeard pirates coming out of Impel Down was certainly formidable, and killing a Whitebeard who was already physically and mentally exhausted would definitely not be a problem. As long as Whitebeard died quickly, all of his pirates would undoubtedly lose their morale. At that time, even if those pirates had already retreated halfway to the sea corner, they could still take the opportunity to catch up and wipe out most of Whitebeard's crew, thus completely eliminating Whitebeard. If Sumu were to interfere, Whitebeard would definitely not die anytime soon, and the large number of pirates on the battlefield would probably be beyond the Navy's ability to contain. Get out of the way quickly. Sumi naturally understands that in the later plot, Akiji joined the Blackbeard pirates. Could it be that this guy is already starting to feel like he's helping Blackbeard? Back then, Akainu fought Akiji for 10 days and nights, and their strengths must be comparable. Akainu must have spent a long time trying to shake off Akiji. Moreover, back then, Rayleigh managed to hold off Kizuro by himself, which proves that the speed of the Pika Pika, no me, can be intercepted. Damn it, so annoying. The admirals sure have a lot of trivial matters. On the other side of the crack, Blackbeard said, let us settle this. Ha ha ha. Whitebeard, just as I wanted. Blackbeard laughed ominously, his expression darkening, hands spread wide. Suddenly, a black smoke emerged from Blackbeard's body. Black smoke? What kind of ability is this? Is it another Logia type? Upon seeing this black mist, the surrounding Navy were also astonished. The black mist, like liquid, spread outwards, soon flowing past Whitebeard's feet. In places where no one was paying attention, many fragments of stone and remnants of firearms were swallowed by the black mist. Even Whitebeard's body seemed to be sinking slightly. This is the power of the fruit I obtained after killing Thatch, the strongest power, the Yami Yami no Mi. Ha ha, Whitebeard, come and see how powerful it is. Whitebeard frowned slightly, the blood dripping from his wounds merging into the black mist. He raised his fist, completely unconcerned about this strange ability. After all, in his lifetime of battles, what hasn't he seen? Blackbeard's expression darkened as he looked at Whitebeard's gra no mi power, showing no signs of fear. He immediately closed the distance and effortlessly blocked that terrifying punch. As a black vortex appeared, Whitebeard's fruit power was completely absorbed, vanishing without a trace. Useless. In front of my power, all devil fruits are ineffective. Ha ha ha. Just as his sinister laughter fell, Blackbeard suddenly smirked and punched Whitebeard's bloody wound. Whitebeard never anticipated the power in his fist would dissipate, and at this moment he could not evade, only endure the worsening injury. Blackbeard pressed against Whitebeard's wound, secretly exerting force. Cough. Whitebeard endured and spat out another mouthful of blood. Old man, damn it, that bastard. Don't stop me. I want to help the old man. Hey, calm down. Do you want to defy the old man's orders? But many members of the Whitebeard pirates wanted to rush forward to stop Blackbeard upon seeing this scene, but they were all suppressed by the captain's orders. They could not defy Whitebeard's repeatedly emphasized orders on this battlefield. Whitebeard, enduring the pain, threw another punch at Blackbeard, wanting to knock him back. Blackbeard, seeing this, was not the least bit flustered and met it with another palm. The same outcome replayed. The power in Whitebeard's fist was once again absorbed by that black energy. Blackbeard didn't pause at all, delivering another punch that struck fiercely at Whitebeard's chin. Bang! Instantly, Whitebeard's body was lifted by Blackbeard, and his tightly clenched naginata was flung into the sky. Ha ha ha! Whitebeard, how does this feel? I told you, your attacks are ineffective against me. How could you possibly beat me now? Old man, you're getting old. Accept reality. Blackbeard laughed heartily, watching Whitebeard's body nearly suspended in the air, feeling the hot blood on his hands, his eyes growing increasingly vicious. But in the next second, Blackbeard's expression suddenly changed. He saw Whitebeard erupt with a powerful aura, stepping down hard and catching the naginata that had been flung into the air. The naginata spun once in his hand and was tightly gripped. Immediately, in a swift motion, he slashed down toward Blackbeard. Blackbeard's pupils constricted. He never expected Whitebeard could retaliate so quickly and was unable to dodge. Swish! The naginata struck down, leaving a long gash on Blackbeard's body, blood splattering everywhere. Blackbeard was sent flying by the slash, lying on the ground and screaming in agony. It hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it, bastard, you bastard. Blackbeard rolled around, clutching his wound. That slash was excruciating. It should be known that the side effect of the Yami Yami no Mi is that it doubles the pain felt. At this moment, even without the fruit's ability, Whitebeard's slash could cause Blackbeard to suffer for a long time. Faced with this guy who violated the ship's iron rules and killed his partner, Whitebeard would show no mercy. He wouldn't give Blackbeard a moment's respite. Immediately planting the naginata on the ground and leaping up, he stepped on Blackbeard's hands, one hand tightly gripping his throat. In this moment, Whitebeard regained the advantage, firmly suppressing martial D. Teach. This scene resembled a father teaching a lesson to his son. Arrogance. Pride. These have always been your weaknesses, Teach. Now, can you still use your fruit powers? Teach. Whitebeard's gaze was incredibly sharp, and the power of the Gura no Mi enveloped his hand that was gripping Blackbeard's throat. Blackbeard felt a powerful energy emanating from his head, his face changing drastically as he panicked. His hands and feet were firmly pressed down by Whitebeard, unable to unleash the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. Hey, old man, I'm your son. Are you really going to kill your son? Hey, old man, I've been with you for so long. Are you really going to kill me over a disagreement? Blackbeard's pleading voice reached Whitebeard's ears, but Whitebeard only coldly snorted. I have no son like you. As soon as those words fell, the power of the Gura no Mi erupted at point-blank range on Blackbeard's head. Boom! The explosion centered on Blackbeard's head erupted violently. A large pit immediately appeared in the ground, shockwaves radiating outward. The ground trembled several times. The power of Whitebeard's Gura no Mi was still terrifyingly overwhelming. Blackbeard's body was instantly engulfed in smoke and shockwaves. Captain, upon seeing this scene, the members of the Blackbeard pirates watching from the side couldn't help but shout. The force of the shockwave made their hearts tremble. What would happen to Blackbeard after taking such a close hit? Could it be that their newly formed captain was about to die? Cough, cough, damn it, you bastard. However, sounds of coughing and wailing came from the smoke. Blackbeard's face was already covered in blood, and it seemed he had lost a few teeth again. Though injured, he clearly had not lost consciousness, nor was his life in danger. Bastard, can't you just die quietly? Whitebeard, you still want to trouble me even after you're dead. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. He is still alive. The members of the Whitebeard pirates felt their eyes tremble. Blackbeard's resilience was beyond their imagination. They never expected him to survive such a close-range attack from Dad. At the very least, I must kill you, Teach, or how can I explain it to my son, Thatch? Whitebeard roared, once again manifesting the powers of the Tremor fruit. Damn it, Dad. Are you really going to go all out to kill me? Can't you just die quietly? You monster. Feeling the terrifying power in that hand once again, Blackbeard was completely panicked. The previous attack had left him in excruciating pain, on the verge of losing consciousness, and if he took another hit like that, he definitely wouldn't be able to handle it. As he saw the energy from the Tremor fruit about to explode, he hurriedly shouted to his crew behind him, "You guys, hurry and help me. Kill him." As soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, the leader of the crew, Van Augur, quickly drew his sniper rifle with lightning speed, aimed at Whitebeard's head, and fired a shot. The bullet whizzed through the air, the sound of it cutting through the wind was heard, and with a thud, it struck Whitebeard's head. Snipers like them would infuse their shots with Haki when firing to enhance their attack power. The bullet lodged in Whitebeard's head, causing blood to spurt out instantly. Cough. The sudden attack caused Whitebeard's body to stiffen momentarily. The energy from his hand that was directed at Blackbeard began to dissipate slowly. The bullet, infused with Haki, left a significant mark on Whitebeard's head, thoroughly draining his remaining strength. Blood dripped onto Blackbeard's body. Drip, drip. The battlefield seemed to quiet down. Huff, huff, has it stopped? Blackbeard gasped heavily. Looking at Whitebeard's hand, the terrifying energy had completely vanished. Indeed, it was no longer possible. This monster, I said, how could he fight for so long? Seeing Whitebeard's body stiffen, Blackbeard smirked and finally let out a sigh of relief. Feeling the power that had bound him slowly dissipate, he quickly withdrew his hands. Taking advantage of Whitebeard's body reaching its limit, he delivered a heavy punch to the spot where the bullet had struck. Ugh! Half of Whitebeard's head was already a bloody mess, blood pouring down like rain. Throughout this war, he had shed countless amounts of blood. Even though he felt excruciating pain in his head and was pushed back repeatedly by Blackbeard's punches, Whitebeard still stood tall, gripping his Bicento tightly. Finally, when he was just a step away from falling into the crevasse, he planted his Bicento on the ground, managing to stabilize himself. However, the endless fatigue and pain coursing through him made it impossible for him to move. He had reached his limit, standing alone against the Navy for so long and giving Blackbeard a great show of strength upon his arrival. Even the strongest man in the world had reached his limit. Dad! On the other side of the crevasse, Marco's eyes were filled with tears, his hands tightly clenched and trembling uncontrollably. Whitebeard's back was so close to him, yet he felt utterly powerless. Ha ha ha, all right, Whitebeard, it's time for you to die. The members of the Whitebeard pirates fell silent on the battlefield. They looked at Whitebeard's back, feeling a deep, piercing pain in their hearts. Was this the end for their father? Dad, you've reached your limit and can't move anymore. Damn it, I really can't do anything. Marco's tears finally fell uncontrollably. He understood his father's condition. Whitebeard had been enduring pain to launch his attacks. That bullet had reignited all the injuries he had sustained. Fighting all the way to now, facing numerous Navy forces while constantly being afflicted by his ailments, Marco understood, no matter how much he didn't want to accept it, that Whitebeard had truly reached his limit. Damn it, I've been delayed, I can't get over there. Far from the crevasse, Sumo was being relentlessly entangled by Aokiji. Even their fighting forms were drifting further away from Whitebeard. Aokiji's fruit power was different from Akainu's. It was lighter and faster, and the ice shards infused with Haki also slowed Sumo down. In terms of delaying, Aokiji's fruit was clearly more suited for holding Sumo back than Akainu's. As an admiral, Aokiji's observation Haki was not weak either, allowing him to easily predict where Sumo would run. The shimmering fruit of Sumo can always be reflected by Qingji's ice mirror. Moreover, Sumo is quite unskilled in coordinating the abilities of the fruits. As a result, he really can't get through for a while. Additionally, while Sumo is trying to run, he is also attacking and using ice shards to freeze. This freezing fruit is really annoying. Sakazuki is becoming more and more popular, but this guy has been blocking him all along. It's not that Fujitora can hold him off for long. After all, the events between Blackbeard and Whitebeard have only just begun. Fujitora can only hold him off for a while, and so much has already happened. It was already a stretch to rush over to save Ace, and this time, he really can't make it back. Damn it. Fine, Marine Admiral Fujitora, this is your doing. Since that's the case, I'll fight you. You won't be able to stop me. Sumi took a deep breath. The red dog below had been beaten by him and was still resting. Now that Aokiji was coming to join in, he would take down another admiral. Moreover, the situation over there wasn't looking good. Sumu looked worriedly at the white-bearded man at the edge of the crack, understanding that the white-bearded man had reached his limit. It was estimated that even if he acted to save him now, the white-bearded man's body would be very difficult to recover. After all, this was an injury that had been accumulating for a long time. Sukumu clearly understood that Whitebeard might really not be able to return. Even if he did, he wouldn't have much time left, and his phoenix flames were beyond salvation. But he didn't want to give up his last breath. At the very least, he wanted Whitebeard to let out one final shout. When he saw Blackbeard starting to attack Whitebeard, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. In the original story, Whitebeard died in a brutal collective attack of gunfire and blades from the Blackbeard pirates. If he could get there, he had to get there. He couldn't let them desecrate him, torture him. Summo looked towards Kizuru, who was coming at him again. I don't have time to waste with you, Kazan. Kid, it seems Whitebeard can't hold on any longer. You're too late. I said, I'm not dragging this out with you. If he can't hold on, it won't be Blackbeard who sends him off in his final moments. Suddenly, Sumo let out a roar, and a terrifying aura enveloped his right fist. Karp's armament Haki was pushed to its limit, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared above Akiji. Move aside. Boom. On the other side. Damn it. It hurts so much, bastard. Whitebeard. You bastard. You show no mercy at all. Since that's the case, I won't hold back either. Blackbeard rubbed his head, gritting his teeth as he cursed fiercely. What's wrong? Can't move anymore. Old man, why don't you kill me again? Use the powers of the tremor fruit to attack me. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard shook his head, slowly rising with a sinister smile. If I don't take care of you in this state, you're definitely going to die, old man. But I can't wait for you to die slowly, old man. Let me help you with one last thing. I'll help you die faster. You guys kill him for me. Blackbeard roared, his eyes fierce and sharp, gesturing with his hand. As Blackbeard's words fell, the members of the Blackbeard pirates behind him jumped up. A powerful aura spread out. The few people stood beside Blackbeard, each showing a murderous expression, their eyes extremely bloodthirsty, revealing a wicked smile. In the next second, everyone drew their guns and knives. They began a brutally bloody massacre against the defenseless Whitebeard. Bang, bang, bang. Countless triggers of guns were crazily pulled, and countless bullets viciously shot out from the gun muzzles. That day, the air was filled with a rain of bullets and sparks flying. Participating in the act of killing the world's strongest man was simply amazing. Ha 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 ha. I also have the credit for killing Whitebeard. The final blow must be mine. In that case, the heaviest wounds on him must be from my knife. The credit for killing the strongest man is all ours, the Blackbeard pirates. This man is already old. His strength is simply not worth mentioning. He can't avoid our attacks anymore. The wounds I inflicted are the biggest. Look here, the most blood is spilled. Ha ha ha. The members of the Blackbeard pirates moved forward, slashing at Whitebeard with their knives and shooting bullets at him. Each person's face was filled with a bloodthirsty grin. Instantly, that already battered body became even more riddled with holes, bleeding profusely. This was the final bloody and brutal massacre of Whitebeard by the Blackbeard pirates. Old man, don't stop me. They're treating the old man like this. Bastards. Beasts. Damn it. Let go of me. I want to avenge the old man. I must avenge the old man. Don't look at the old man. Feeling the loss of blood from his body, listening to the angry and tearful voices of his sons behind him. Whitebeard's body felt numb, and his spirit was also numb. A scene involuntarily flashed in his mind. In the scene, he was drinking with the pirate king, Gold, Roger, under a cherry blossom tree. Hey, Roger, are you about to die? The Roger with the pirate hat took a sip of his drink and nodded. Yeah, not much time left. Hey, Newgate, do you want to go to Raftel? I can tell you how to get there. Not going, I'm not interested in that. Of course, for you, the most important thing is family. By the way, that day, do you know how those Marines referred to me? Pirate King? No, they call me Gold. Roger, but I am Gold. Roger. Whitebeard also took a sip of his drink. D? That being said, we also have a name with D in our pirate crew. It's Marshal D. Teach. What does D mean? Roger laughed. D? Haha, you want to know? Okay, I'll tell you. Bang, bang. The sound of bullets being fired was still so piercing. The wounds on Whitebeard's body were shocking. Riddled with holes was no longer an adequate description. In the end, Whitebeard had no strength left to use Haki to defend himself, and could only let the blades and bullets tear through his body. But even so, his body remained so straight with dignity. Crack, crack. The bullets in Blackbeard's gun ran out, and all the others' guns ran out of ammo as well. Hey, do you have any bullets left? Give me some more. No need. Whitebeard is already dead. He has no breath left. Shiryu took a puff of his cigar and exhaled a faint cloud of smoke. But at that moment, a breeze swept past everyone. Whoosh. That battered body suddenly exhaled a breath. It can't be you, still alive. Blackbeard's face changed drastically, his muscles tensed. Looking at Whitebeard in horror. This monster is still alive. At least he is definitely not the person you, Roger, were waiting for. Definitely not you, Marshal D. Teach. Whitebeard's body had already stiffened, relying on the last breath of life to slowly say, this era will not sink like this. Everything will be continuously inherited from the distant past, and one day in the future, there will be someone who can bear the weight of these hundreds of years of history and challenge this world. That person can never be you, Teach. Sengoku, what your world government fears will one day come. When that treasure is discovered by someone, the world will be overturned. Someone will find it. That time will definitely come. Although I have no interest in knowing when it will be, but Whitebeard could no longer continue speaking. He wanted to shout, but some words couldn't come out. His chest no longer rose and fell. It seemed that the burden had exceeded his limits. But suddenly, Blue flames erupted from his body. A warm current appeared. Is it him? Whitebeard smiled faintly, took a deep breath, finding the strength to shout out his last words. At that moment, the seed of his life seemed to bloom with unprecedented vigor. Inside it burned, as if it was his entire life. In his entire life. Exchanged for this last sentence. One piece. It truly exists. At that moment, the battlefield had never been so quiet. The live broadcast signal had somehow been turned on. Whitebeard's voice, the last spark of life, spread throughout the entire world. Everyone froze in place, unable to speak. Sengoku trembled, gritting his teeth, as if these two strongest beings of the old era left the Navy with a huge problem before their death. Is that the inheritance of dreams? Is that the wish to overthrow the celestial dragons? The hope to overturn the world? But in the end, everything has come to an end. Whitebeard's life has finally reached its conclusion. His gaze gradually dimmed as he looked faintly towards the distant sky, toward the figure with wings of blue flame. Thank you, kid. Thank you for saving Ace. You changed his life. As for my life, there's no need to trouble you with that. You've already done enough by coming here. But if possible, I have one last request. Let my sons return safely to the new world. My journey ends here. It has truly been a long and happy life. Sumi's face was dark as he watched the ice shards on his fists slowly melt away in the flames. Below him knelt Akiji, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Huh, he said, I heard your last words. Don't worry, I will do it. He slowly exhaled, his gaze directed down at Blackbeard, his expression deeply somber. Whitebeard died on the battlefield. Now, what use is it for you to go? Akiji exhaled, wiping the blood from his mouth. It is useless. But just now, there were two people who stopped the Navy. Whitebeard is dead, and now it's my turn. Do you think? Sumu slowly raised his eyes, facing the vast land. There, the twisted Navy headquarters and seagull insignia loomed, and he said heavily, Can I withstand all the Navy by myself? Whitebeard is dead. The world's strongest man, Whitebeard, died at Marineford. Although this outcome was anticipated, seeing it now still felt unbelievable. It's truly frightening. He died, yet he was still standing. Hurry and contact the newspaper. Do everything possible to print the news as fast as you can. Edward Newgate died in battle. People all over the world saw the images in the news and immediately erupted. Whitebeard is dead. The strongest of the four emperors is dead. This is no small matter. This not only proves that the situation on the battlefield will change, but it also proves that the entire layout of the new world will change. However, Whitebeard is dead, and the battle at Marineford is not over. Dad! Marco burst into tears, unable to hold back any longer. Their captain died on this battlefield. Damn it! The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all in tears. Especially those captains of the divisions, tears streamed down their faces. Their adventures as the Whitebeard pirates had come to an end. The captain was dead, and the pirate flag flying above had lost its meaning. In the distance, Ace's heart suddenly trembled, and he immediately stopped in his tracks. Jinbei, after knocking away the pursuing Navy with a punch, also felt his eyes moistening. Dad is dead. Ace, carrying Luffy on his back, held back his tears and slowly turned to look at Whitebeard's upright body in the distance, his nose tinged with sourness. As the sadness surged into his mind, he felt as if he should have gone with Whitebeard, yet at this moment he was still alive. Ace, let's go. Jinbei wiped his tears and shouted at Ace. If Ace couldn't safely leave Marineford, then everything they did in this battle for Whitebeard would be in vain. Ace gritted his teeth, carrying Luffy, suddenly turned around, and tears scattered in the sky. Ha ha ha. What nice last words, Dad. But since you're dead, who will find the treasure? It won't count if you say it. Ha! Blackbeard wiped the blood from his head and casually tossed away the gun in his hand. Then, he looked at the members of the Whitebeard pirates on the other side of the crack, a cold smile appearing. As for you, I'll deal with you later for now. Let you live a little longer. However, whether you can escape from Marineford alive is still an unknown. Blackbeard's gaze fell back on Whitebeard's body, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. Now, it's time to start my experiment. If it fails, we'll have to disband the Blackbeard pirates. Then everything I've done so far will be in vain. Dad, after you die, let me inherit your devil fruit power. Ha ha ha. You guys guard the area for me. Don't let anyone disturb me. Blackbeard waved a black cloth, covering both him and Whitebeard. The experiment begins. Damn it. Marco and Bista wiped away their uncontrollable tears, feeling both sorrowful and angry. I want to kill him. This time, none of you can stop me. What does he want to do with Dad's body? Get away. Bastard. Stop. Our top priority now is to retreat. Do you want Dad to die in vain? I don't care. I must avenge Dad. You all retreat. Even if I die, I want to die with Dad. Some pirates, seeing Blackbeard's appearance, could no longer endure and stood up, wanting to fight to the death. But just as everyone was arguing, an extreme pressure descended from the sky, carrying a devastating attack. Boom! A terrifying aura descended from above, instantly enveloping the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Swish! Feeling this aura, the faces of the Blackbeard pirates changed dramatically. Their pupils constricted. What is this? Before they could speak, the terrifying aura suddenly approached their heads, an overwhelming wave of attacking energy pouring down. Blue flames surged up like a falling meteor. Somu's expression was gloomy. His right fist clenched tightly, descending from the sky. On his right fist, flames, magma, ice shards, phoenix flames, pink energy, and even the ultimate armament Haki were continuously surging. Run! Get out of the way! But the captain is still inside. Stop talking nonsense. If you don't get out of the way, you'll be dead. Who is it? Who has such a powerful attack? What does it matter who it is? I just got out of prison. I don't want to die. The members of the Blackbeard pirates shouted in panic, their faces filled with horror. They immediately abandoned Blackbeard, who was conducting experiments under the black cloth, and fled in all directions. As they escaped, that nearly ultimate power instantly struck down with a punch. In that moment, the battlefield suddenly changed dramatically. The surrounding sea seemed to be in turmoil, and the clouds in the sky even formed a vortex. The terrifying power penetrated through an entire expanse of ocean. Half of the floor of Marineford collapsed in an instant, completely shattered. The naval fortress could not maintain its structure and was blown apart with a loud bang. The power of this punch surpassed all the forces on the battlefield, directly exceeding all the techniques seen in the Marineford War. The faces of the Navy and pirates changed dramatically, and the members of the Whitebeard pirates were left dumbfounded in place. Everyone looked towards the place where the fist fell, and there was no place left to stand. Debris flew everywhere, dust swirled, and buildings collapsed with a roar. This land of Marineford was on the brink of destruction. What is happening? This attack, the other side of the crack, is destroyed. Is this attack from the pot lid head? I saw it, it's him. Crash. Debris fell, and through the gaps, everyone saw Soma's gloomy face at the center of the big pit. The members of the Blackbeard pirates were scattered. Beat them up. Pot lid head. Avenge our old man. The appearance of Somo made the pirates cheer immediately. Unfortunately, his punch failed to hit anyone from the Blackbeard pirates. Instead, it caused significant damage to the surrounding buildings. However, Somu turned his head, his sharp gaze locking onto the black cloth that was swaying due to the broken floor. Inside that black cloth was Blackbeard. There's no way I'm going to let you take Whitebeard's fruit. Sumu's eyes narrowed, and his body transformed into a flash as he rushed forward. He swung the black cloth aside and was about to strike down with a punch. But the scene before him made his pupils shrink sharply. A thick black mist tightly enveloped both Blackbeard and Whitebeard, making it impossible for Sumu to see what was happening inside. Moreover, the power emanating from that black mist seemed to have a faint and elusive attraction to the abilities within his own body. It is said that after a devil fruit user dies, the fruit's power will detach from their body. Could it be that Blackbeard is using his dark fruit's absorption ability to wrap around Whitebeard entirely, thus transferring the Tremor fruit's power to himself? Get away from me. Disperse. The power of the magma fragments surged again in Sumu's hand, and he smashed his fist down towards the black mist. But that black mist, like a black hole, absorbed all the fruit powers from his fist. Damn it, I forgot about the ability of the dark fruit. Sumu couldn't help but curse himself. But soon, he felt a sense of weightlessness from beneath his feet. Looking down, he saw that the ground beneath him and the black mist had completely collapsed, revealing a crack once again. This is bad, Whitebeard's body. One pirate exclaimed anxiously as he saw Whitebeard's body covered by the black cloth being submerged by the rubble in the deep chasm. However, Sumu was quick and grabbed the black mist, wrapping it around with his extended arms. It then transformed into a yellow light, flashing before Marco and the others. That was close, that was close. Suma gasped, looking at the collapsing floor, feeling both anxious and guilty. He had intended to unleash all his power in a single strike to wipe out Blackbeard, but instead, he nearly destroyed Marineford. What about the members of Blackbeard's crew? They moved so quickly. Did they abandon their captain? Old man, what is going on? Marco looked at the swirling black mist and rushed forward, wiping away his tears anxiously. Like the others, he didn't want Whitebeard to end up without a proper corpse. Damn, Blackbeard, what are you doing in there? Get out here. Everyone move aside. Let me split him in half. Blackbeard, give back the old man. I'll take your life for his. Flame Sword, Bista shouted, then flickered to the front of the black mist, bringing his sword down. To Somu's surprise, that strike actually split the black mist. Before everyone appeared the grim-faced Blackbeard and the still proud body of Whitebeard, even in death. Blackbeard shook his head, a sinister smile creeping across his lips. In that smile was an excitement from the success of his long-planned scheme and endless ambition. Why is it so lively outside? What are you all planning? Despite being surrounded by Whitebeard's crew, Blackbeard remained fearless. Instead, he lifted his head, scanning the crowd with a sharp gaze, finally locking onto Bista, who had split the mist. Ha ha ha, what a familiar bunch of faces. Good thing I succeeded at the last moment. Bista, that was thrilling. Old man, as your former captain, I thank you for the power you bestowed upon me. Ha ha ha. Teach, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. Bista, seeing Blackbeard appear, held back his tears, gritted his teeth, and instantly closed the distance. Ha ha ha. Blackbeard showed no signs of fear, looking at Bista with a slight smirk. He then lightly swung a fist. Kabang! The air before Bista seemed to shatter at that moment, and a powerful shockwave surged forth. Vista's eyes trembled as he sensed that familiar impact. Before he could react, he was sent flying. Bista! Marco shouted worriedly toward Bista's direction. The surrounding pirates swallowed hard. Just now, they had sensed a familiar power from Blackbeard's punch. Realizing something, their expressions changed slightly. Could it be? That's the old man S. That's right. Ha ha ha. This is Edward Newgate's Tremor Fruit. Blackbeard revealed with a sinister smile, looking at his fist, feeling the terrifying power. One of the strongest attack fruits. The Tremor Fruit. This feeling is simply too powerful. Ha ha ha. Wow. Blackbeard's words stirred a wave of disbelief in Marineford. However, they still didn't reach the point of shock. After all, Somu had displayed more than one fruit ability before. How could he have stolen the old man's fruit? Could it be a similar ability to the Cap's? Is there a time limit? Trading lifespan for power? No. Teach had been with the old man for so long. It was impossible for him to be like that kid. Although they didn't know how, he must have stolen the old man's fruit. Marco's expression turned extremely grim as he gritted his teeth and trembled. The feeling of Blackbeard's fruit absorption felt as if the old man's fruit had been sucked into Blackbeard. As expected of Marco, he's smart. But how can you say it was stolen? I just borrowed his power to overturn this world. Don't worry. I will carry the old man's will and seize the greatest treasure in this world. Blackbeard grinned, revealing a gap-toothed smile. Captain, it seems your experiment was a success. That's right, then we don't have to disband, right? Suddenly, various voices came from behind the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Blackbeard's crew emerged from the smoke, leaping over the cracks, approaching Blackbeard. Now we can wreak havoc in the new world. I'm really looking forward to it. The Blackbeard pirates can be considered officially established, right? Should we throw a party when we return, Captain? I've been locked up for so long. Finally, I can show my skills. Just so you know, I want to be the vice captain. Whitebeard is dead. Aren't we the new Yonko? The vice captain has to be me. Ha ha ha. These pirates, who just lost their captain, aren't even worthy opponents for the Blackbeard pirates, are they? The hypnotist Lafitte and Rain Shirio laughed. The few of them looked down on the members of the Whitebeard pirates with contempt. One captain just died, and another captain received an epic boost. Now the Blackbeard pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are on completely different levels. The war is over. The Blackbeard pirates will return to hold a banquet, while the Whitebeard pirates can only hold a memorial for Whitebeard. Just thinking about it is ironic. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard spread his hands and laughed. Ha ha ha, this endless power. Who is still scared of me now? That's right. Now, with a captain as powerful as me, you should all have no objections. But before he could finish his sentence, Somu stepped forward expressionless, taking 2 quick steps. With a punch as straightforward and powerful as Karp's, he struck Blackbeard's face cleanly and decisively. Bang! Instantly, Blackbeard's face was dented by the punch, his features twisted and his eyes turning white. He had no time to defend himself at all, being blasted away like a cannonball. Boom! Blackbeard's body rolled on the floor of Marineford like a corpse. Debris followed him, dust rising, and his massive body turned into a shadowy figure. Ultimately, he crashed heavily into the surrounding wall through the entire battlefield. This sudden scene made the previously sinister smiles of the Blackbeard pirates freeze in an instant. What happened? Their captain was sent flying with a single punch. This was so unexpected. Weren't they just laughing? Weren't they enjoying the upcoming banquet? How did their captain get hit and sent flying? Captain, Lafitte shouted anxiously, looking towards the direction where Blackbeard fell. What kind of power was this to fly so far? Someone go, check if he's okay. He is tough. He should be fine. But how can he be our captain if he gets into trouble like this? Shiryu exhaled a puff of smoke, glancing at Blackbeard, then turned back with a serious expression. But here, who struck? The incoming person had quite a bit of hostility. Who was it? Such a fast punch. Lafitte and the other members of the Blackbeard pirates all looked toward Sumo. Sumu's body was still in a punching posture, and a breath of cold air slightly escaped from his teeth. Toothless pig, what the hell are you laughing at? He looked up, his eyes filled with horror, staring fixedly at the spot where Blackbeard had struck. Do you think that just because you got the tremor fruit, you're invincible? He originally wanted to stop Blackbeard from stealing Whitebeard's fruit, but unexpectedly, beneath the black cloth, was this scene. This caught him completely off guard, and he was too late to stop this toothless pig from stealing the fruit. Seeing Blackbeard laugh, Sumu couldn't hold back his anger and threw a punch. His laughter was clearly unpleasant and unsightly. With crooked teeth showing, it was just asking for a beating. Ding! Success! The hand of God has copied. Obtained all abilities of Martial D. Teach, stored in the right ring finger, gained the tremor fruit and the abilities of the dark fruit. Sumi squinted his eyes. That didn't copy Whitebeard's, but it ended up copying Blackbeard's. At this moment, Marco and the others were momentarily stunned. However, when they saw Blackbeard being sent flying, cheers erupted immediately. Nice hit. That damn Teach dared to steal Dad's fruit. Good job, Cook. Let's all go and take down these arrogant bastards. Just look at you laughing. Teach, getting punched away like that is really satisfying. Bastard, let's kill him together and avenge Sachi and Dad. Enough, Marco said as he saw Sumi knock Blackbeard away. Although he felt a bit relieved, he quickly calmed down. Look in front of you, the Navy is almost upon us. If we don't leave now, how am I supposed to explain to Dad who has passed away? Marco wiped away his tears, thankful that Ace had already retreated. He looked towards a nearby cape and shouted resolutely, everyone, retreat at full speed. Don't worry about the Blackbeard pirates. No fighting with them. We can't let Dad's sacrifice be in vain. This is an order. Marco's voice was extremely firm, without a hint of hesitation, carrying all the responsibility of a First Division captain. Hearing this order, the Whitebeard pirates finally set aside their anger towards Blackbeard for the time being. They suddenly realized, what did Whitebeard die for? With his strength, after rescuing Ace, he could have safely retreated, but he chose to stay. What was the reason for that? Everyone understood that if they were still entangled with Blackbeard and the others out of momentary hatred, it would truly be a disgrace to their dad's death. If they didn't run, all of Edward Newgate's injuries would be for nothing. Sumu glanced lightly at the retreating movements of the several pirates and smiled slightly. That's right. It's better if they all leave. I can handle this by myself. Marco looked at Sumu, clenched his fists, his eyes still slightly red, and wanted to persuade him. Let's go together. Don't do anything pointless. It's none of your business. Sumu interrupted, standing up straight, stretching his neck and wrists, and casting a sharp gaze at the members of the Blackbeard pirates in front of him. This is my personal matter with them. You should leave quickly. Besides, it seems that without me, they won't let you go so easily. Sumu pointed at the Blackbeard pirates, who had already drawn out their reloaded guns and unsheathed their swords. Marco took a deep breath and looked at Sumu with a sense of admiration. Take care. If you can survive, we will definitely thank you properly for Ace. After saying that, he bowed and turned to run away. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates were about to leave, Sumu exhaled deeply. Next, it would be his turn to engage in a thrilling battle. The reason he didn't choose to retreat wasn't for any other reason. It was simply because he couldn't stand the Blackbeard pirates. As for his safety, he wasn't worried at all. Just now, he had copied Akiji's abilities, and his physical strength had returned to its peak state. With that stamina, it meant he could face 2 or 3 admirals at the same time without falling behind. Moreover, what was the Blackbeard pirates to him? Furthermore, if Sumu remembered correctly, a very powerful person would come soon to end this war. It seems like they are about to run away. What does the captain say? Should we chase them? I don't know. I haven't stood up yet. Lafitte shook the cane in his hand and looked towards Blackbeard, who was surrounded by smoke and dust below the wall. However, judging by the captain's temper, the top priority was to kill this kid. Lafitte stared coldly and smiled. Even if he doesn't do that, I will kill this kid. Shiryu bit down on a cigar and exhaled a puff of smoke. After all, the Blackbeard pirates just established, and he gave us a slap in the face. If we don't kill him, wouldn't that be an insult to our Blackbeard pirates? Ha ha ha, that's right. Let me return the favor for the first punch he threw at our captain. Nearby, Jesus Burgess also laughed heartily, swinging his fists fiercely. Kid, regret hitting our captain. As soon as he finished speaking, regardless of the other members, Burgess leaped forward and stood in front of Sumo. He wore a disdainful smile, raised his massive fist, and positioned himself as if drawing a bow. boasting. Although I don't know how the captain was knocked away by your sneak attack, it doesn't matter. I will help him get back at you. Sumu's face was dark and silent, as the fierce and sharp fist, accompanied by a chilling wind, descended toward Sumu. A triumphant smile appeared on Beiji's face. Sumu gently exhaled. Then, with a flash of yellow light from his left fist, he struck at Bayer's face, which was adorned with an exceedingly arrogant smile. At lightning speed, the punch was delivered with incredible swiftness and retracted just as quickly, leaving no afterimage. To the onlookers, it seemed as if Sumu hadn't moved at all. Bang! Bayer's helmet shattered instantly, and, as blood splattered, his eyes turned white, causing him to fall backward and fly out. His body pierced through half of the battlefield and crashed violently against the distant encirclement wall, losing consciousness on the spot, a dull thud following. But after the dull sound, an unknown force of shockwave surged over. What? Lafitte was momentarily stunned, looking at Sumu in disbelief. Did he just move? Byers approached him and then flew out. Did he move? Indeed, Lafitte couldn't clearly see how Byers was sent flying. Sumu twisted his neck and casually glanced at the unconscious Bayas in the distance. This kind of trash, just like a fly, loves to make noise. In the original work, during the Dressrosa Doflamingo arc, Bayas was crushed by Sabo with a single hand. Moreover, that was 2 years later. Sumu's current strength is at least a level above Sabo, so how can someone like Bayas compare? This kid is a bit strange. And besides, isn't this person in your pirate crew too weak? Shiryu cast a faint glance at Bayas and murmured. He had just joined the Blackbeard pirates, so he was naturally unaware of the members' strengths. No, be careful. This kid's ability is a bit strange. Wait until the captain arrives. Lafitte narrowed his eyes and then looked towards Blackbeard's location. Damn it, it really hurts. What kind of attack is this? Damn, why does it hurt so much? Under the encircling wall, Blackbeard covered his head and rolled around. That punch felt like it struck his nerves, giving him a feeling worse than death. Damn it, who did this? Who? I will tear them to pieces. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, letting blood flow from his head. His fist clenched as the power of the tremor fruit enveloped him. Just right, I haven't had the chance to unleash this powerful strength yet. But just as he viciously glanced towards Sumu, wanting to see his face clearly, a shadow charged at him, getting closer and closer. Blackbeard paused slightly. Then his eyes turned fierce. What the hell, daring to attack me? My mood is not good right now. He then threw a punch at the figure rushing towards him. A crack spread in the air as the shadow slammed heavily against the encircling wall. Following that, the shockwave from the tremor fruit violently surged forward. Ugh, Captain! Baya's cries were drowned out in the intense vibrations. Humph, how about this powerful shock energy? This strong fruit, this newly acquired power, huh? Blackbeard looked at the first person to be hit by his tremor fruit attack, grinning widely, spreading his hands and laughing. Arrogant, reckless, ambitious. This was the culmination of his years of restraint exploding completely. But when he saw the face of the fallen person, his expression changed dramatically. Nanny. Bayas. How could it be you? Hey, what is going on? Blackbeard hurriedly approached. Bayas was one of his first companions, and they had been together for quite some time. At this moment, he was injured so severely. Abba. Shaking the unconscious, bloody Bayas, Blackbeard took a deep breath. Damn it, I hit him by mistake. Damn, which bastard knocked you away? Blackbeard grabbed Bayas. His strength was not weak, and he was a reliable division captain. He couldn't just let him die like this. Blackbeard looked towards Sumu, his gaze darkening. Is it that bastard kid again? Good, very good. Let you be the first to die under my fruit's power. In the distance, Lafitte saw Blackbeard leaping towards him with the unconscious Bayas, and he smiled faintly. Looking at Sumu, good, it seems our captain is back, so shall we start settling the earlier matters? Shiryu tightened his grip on his sword. As I said, leave this person's final blow to me. No, you don't need to do anything, I can handle it. A pirate whose face I haven't even seen. Not one of those famous pirates on the wanted posters, nor a dangerous criminal. Although I don't know how you knocked the captain and that brute away. But the strange tricks end here, kid. Wait, Shiryu, this kid is a bit strange. Shut up, this is the purpose of me joining your pirate crew. Just let me handle it. Shiryu revealed a bloodthirsty smile, the blade of his sword slowly showing a glint. Back when he was the chief warden in Impel Down, he was sentenced to life imprisonment due to his bloodthirstiness and frequent killings. Joining the Blackbeard pirates, aside from ambition, was to kill without reservation. And the Sumu in front of him was the perfect first example to cut down. Shiryu slowly advanced, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, smoke swirling in front of his face. Sumu glanced at him lightly, Yuji Shiryu, who didn't really take action in the original work. It's hard to make comparisons with Somo, and I don't really know what his strength is like, but one thing is certain. His strength is a notch above Moria. After all, he is the warden of Impelled Down, and when Moria invaded Blackbeard's base, he was easily dealt with by ranged Shiru. But no matter what, Somo is not the Moonlight Moria. Kid, have you thought about your last words? I miss your mom. Somo blurted out, his gaze cold as he stared at Shiryu. He was not a civilized person. Cursing was a habit that would come out whenever he saw someone he disliked. Sumu frowned and looked at Shiryu with annoyance. Acting all high and mighty, if you want to fight, just do it. But don't worry. I'll make sure to pay back everyone who just attacked the white-bearded man, one by one. Sumu opened his mouth faintly, calming his emotions. Whitebeard died before his eyes, brutally slaughtered by this group of people with guns. The scene he had seen in the anime was far less infuriating than witnessing it in person. Originally, he didn't have much anger towards anyone here except for Blackbeard. But after experiencing that scene, there was no doubt that Sumu's anger was no longer focused solely on Blackbeard. However, Blackbeard remained a special target, especially after seeing him take Whitebeard's fruit. Sumu could no longer bear it. Sumu wants to repeatedly torment that toothless pig. Is that so? Hearing Sumu's words, Shiryu suddenly had a vein pop up on his forehead. He extinguished the cigar between his fingers, then raised his eyes to coldly stare at Sumu. Bloodshot layers appeared in his eyes, making him look somewhat ferocious. Such words make me want to kill you even more. Kid, it feels like the blood in my veins is boiling, and the knife on my waist is also yearning for your blood. Ha ha ha. I hope you can hold on. Don't let my knife get too bored. With a loud shout, Shiryu drew his blade, his figure flickering, and with the knife in hand, he transformed into a gust of wind, charging straight at Sumu. Pucci. Moments later, a dark shadow swiftly pierced through Sumu's body. A huge gash suddenly appeared on Sumu's body. Shiryu was seen behind Sumu, slowly twisting the hilt of his sword. He exhaled softly, a hint of a smile curving at the corners of his mouth. Then he slowly sheathed the blade without looking back. It seems like a single strike, a guaranteed kill. Without using Haki for defense, it felt like cutting through tofu with no resistance at all. Oof, how boring. Shiryu adjusted his hat and pulled out a cigar from his pocket to light it. This scene left Blackbeard's crew slightly stunned. Oh, such speed, meow. This kid, did he get taken out before he even had a chance to react? The former warden of Impelled Down, Shiryu of the Rain, was indeed powerful. All right, we should go. Are we going to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates? Asked the captain. No, wait, look at this kid. Something strange. At this moment, Lafitte suddenly pointed at Somo, and everyone turned to look. They saw that from the huge gash that had been cut, molten lava was slowly bubbling out. Then, to everyone's astonishment, it began to heal slowly. What? What's going on? Shiryu, be careful. This kid isn't dead yet. Lafitte frowned and immediately reacted, shouting at Shiryu. He already thought Somu was strong, being able to knock back Bagus and Blackbeard. He was no ordinary person. Shiryu took a puff of his cigar, and upon hearing the shout, his expression changed slightly as he slowly turned his head. But just as he turned, a dangerous aura suddenly rushed towards him. Shiryu felt a flash of yellow light before his eyes. Then, a fist engulfed in blue flames suddenly appeared in front of his face. At that moment, Shiryu's expression changed dramatically, his pupils constricting, and a chill shot up his spine. The aura in that fist was so dangerous. There was no way to dodge it. It was absolutely impossible to evade. Bang! A muffled sound echoed as the fist came crashing down. The moment Sumu's fist struck down, Shiryu's face caved in, and the cigarette in his mouth flew away. His eyes turned white, and his face twisted, just like the previous 2 times. Ranged Shiryu shot through the entire battlefield like a launched cannonball. In the end, he crashed violently against the surrounding wall. Boom! The sound of the impact exploded, echoing across the battlefield. Splash! The swift punch from Sumu caused an uproar among the Blackbeard pirates. Everyone's faces changed dramatically, their eyes trembling as they looked at the trajectory of Shiryu, flying through the air, filled with astonishment. At this moment, they all raised their vigilance, their bodies tensing as they looked at Sumu, who had thrown that terrifying punch. Indeed, no matter how foolish they were, they could see that the strength of this kid in front of them was formidable. He had actually knocked away the 3 main pillars of their pirate crew in succession. Ridiculous. At this moment, the Blackbeard pirates looked at Sumu, no longer holding the same contempt as before. Could it be that the punch that fell from the sky when the captain seized Whitebeard's fruit was delivered by this kid? The punch that destroyed Marineford was also thrown by this kid. Lafitte swallowed hard, and along with the other members of the Blackbeard pirates, suddenly recalled that earth-shattering punch that had attacked them before. Could it be that this kid was responsible for it? If that's the case, doesn't that mean this kid's strength is nearly on par with an admiral? Sumu retracted his fist, a breath of cold air escaping from his mouth, with a few ice shards swirling around him. He glanced faintly in the direction where Shilio had flown out, a subtle chill emanating from his eyes. Holding a cigar. What are you pulling? Then, Sumu shook his wrist, coldly looking at the members of the Blackbeard pirates, and murmured, "Come at me together. Let's see just how powerful your Blackbeard pirates really are." Sumu's words were as cold as ice, sending a chill down the spines of the Blackbeard pirates. Looking up, they noticed that the ice was silently spreading from under Sumu's feet. Ice? What's going on? The floor is freezing? Sniper Van Oka sharply sensed something unusual, his brows furrowing. What kind of devil fruit user is this kid? Be careful, this kid is not simple. Lafitte glanced at the ice shards on the floor and spoke with a serious expression. Sumi glared at the group of crew members with a sullen expression, lips curled in disdain, and took a slight step forward. Just as he was about to make a move, a rough voice suddenly interrupted. Hey, Lafitte, Van Oka. Regent, what are you doing? Why are you so afraid of this kid? You are my Blackbeard's crew now. Blackbeard, having dragged the unconscious Burgess back to the crew, tossed him in front of Daku. You all, treat this guy, he is seriously injured. Afterward, Blackbeard turned his head, wiped the blood from his forehead, and looked at Sumi. It hurts, kid. Recalling the pain he had just experienced, Blackbeard gritted his teeth and revealed a cold, sinister smile. Then he extended his fist, channeling the power of the Quake fruit. Ha, kid, where are you from? I've never seen you before. Revolutionary Army? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Dealing with those revolutionaries is in my plans for later, but you're different. I'm going to kill you right now. Ha. Hey, you guys watch closely. This is the power of your captain after obtaining the Quake fruit. Blackbeard's lips curled into a smirk, revealing a gap-toothed grin, his gaze turning sharp and fierce. Sumu and Blackbeard exchanged a glance, and Sumu's gaze was no less fierce than that of the latter. He initially wanted to test the strength of the captains of Blackbeard's pirate crew, but Blackbeard had returned. In that case, all of Sumu's anger refocused on the toothless pig before him. It was he who killed Sachi, he who handed Ace over to the Navy, triggering the Marineford War. Finally, it was he who ruthlessly slaughtered Whitebeard. How could Sumu tolerate such arrogance, such a self-satisfied, ugly-faced Blackbeard? Taste the power of this fruit that will overturn the world, kid. Blackbeard's voice rumbled as he suddenly swung a fist at Sumu. The air shattered instantly, and a long crack rapidly spread from the center of Blackbeard's fist. In an instant, a violent tremor erupted on the ground of Marineford. A terrifying shockwave surged towards Sumu with great momentum. Blackbeard's sudden attack stirred not a single ripple in Sumu's heart. However, looking at the terrifying power within the shockwave, Sumu did not dare to underestimate it. He instantly transformed into a streak of yellow light, shooting into the sky and easily dodging it. His main concern was not Blackbeard, but Whitebeard's tremor fruit. He was well aware of the destructive power of the tremor fruit. Even a dog could unleash earth-shattering attacks with it. But with Blackbeard's current strength, this shockwave was clearly insufficient to hit Sumu. Was Blackbeard's Haki mature enough? No. His Haki was nothing but trash in front of Sumu. Without the suppression and prediction of Haki, how could Blackbeard possibly hit him? As Kaido said, in battles of the strong, fruits are more of an auxiliary enhancement. The true determinant of strength is the significant portion that Haki occupies. Akainu was able to make Sumu feel a hint of danger due to his excellent observation Haki prediction and skilled fruit usage. But what about Blackbeard now? Moreover, Sumu's Haki at this moment was top tier in every aspect. What? Did he dodge it? Blackbeard was slightly taken aback to see Sumu evade so swiftly, exclaiming in surprise. I think I saw a light. Was it an illusion? Hey, you fat pig. At this moment, Sumu in the sky shouted down, and suddenly, massive wings of blue flames erupted from his back. Sumu looked down from above, his gaze indifferent. Toothless pig, does the damage you receive double? Sumu has thought it over. Compared to killing Blackbeard, torturing him seems more satisfying. He wants to take his time playing with him. Huh? What are you talking about, kid? Don't get too cocky. Blackbeard frowned and glared at Sumu, gritting his teeth. But when he caught sight of Sumu's wings made of blue flames, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. So, you're a devil fruit user too. That makes things easier. Dark water. Blackbeard extended his palm, and a layer of black mist suddenly covered above. He laughed heartily. The powers of the devil fruit won't work against me. Ha, kid. You managed to get a lucky sneak attack just now, but if you can hurt me again. Suddenly, Blackbeard's laughter stopped. In his eyes, A pair of fists enveloped in blue flames instantly reached his face. He heard Sumo calmly say, "Toothless pig, I was asking, will the damage you take double?" Blackbeard's pupils constricted, and he quickly extended his hand, covered in black mist, to block Sumu's fist. Then he forced a smile and said, "I told you. The powers of the devil fruit are useless against me. You really are a fool." Boom! But before he could finish his sentence, Sumu's fist came crashing down, smashing through his hand covered in black mist. It then struck his face hard. At that moment, a shockwave erupted from Blackbeard's face, spreading outwards. Blackbeard's features contorted. His eyes once again turned white, and the remaining teeth flew out, history repeating itself. However, this time, Blackbeard's body did not fly out. Instead, Sumo firmly punched him down into the floor like a nail. Boom! In that moment, the floor shattered, dust swirling once more, and a loud explosion echoed. Ugh! Blackbeard mumbled something, teetering on the edge of losing consciousness. "Captain!" Lafitte exclaimed as he saw Blackbeard take another heavy punch, and he immediately became anxious. The crew members of the Blackbeard pirates nearby had serious expressions, looking shocked. "What is going on? Why is that kid's fruit ability working? Isn't the captain's dark fruit supposed to absorb fruit abilities? Why'd he still get hit? Who is this kid, and why is he so strange?" A few of them gritted their teeth and discussed amongst themselves. They never expected that this seemingly ordinary kid would continuously land heavy punches on their people. Their captain, who had received an epic enhancement, had actually taken 2 punches, and why did Blackbeard's fruit ability not work? Sumu retracted his fist, and with a sudden sweep of the wings behind him, he stood steadily on the rubble. He cast a faint glance at Blackbeard, whose eyes had turned pale, and snorted lightly. "Toothless pig, it's not over yet. I held back on purpose to avoid killing you." Cough. "How is it possible that my ability is useless?" Blackbeard coughed up a mouthful of blood, and his pale eyeballs regained clarity. But the ensuing intense pain made him wish he were dead. "Ugh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Damn it, bastard." Blackbeard clutched his head, rolling about incessantly. "Why is it useless? Why?" Seeing Blackbeard like this, Sumo couldn't be happier. Indeed, directly striking the head and using the powerful application of Haki to hit the internal nerves is the most painful. Just as Whitebeard said, arrogance, pride, and relying too much on the abilities of the devil fruit are Blackbeard's greatest weaknesses. If he had chosen to counter with the Tremor fruit or opted to dodge, he wouldn't have been hurt this way. But he chose to trust in the dark fruit. Although Sumu just used Marco's Phoenix Flames for recovery, the real attack on Blackbeard came from Karp's terrifying punch. With such extreme martial arts, how could Blackbeard's dark water withstand it? Truly deserving of the nickname Toothless Pig. His skin is incredibly tough. After taking such a punch, he can still move. Sumo glanced at Blackbeard with disgust, his lips curling in disdain. "I'll make sure you can't move first." He slightly bent his knees, recalling the miserable state in which Whitebeard had been tortured by this man before him, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Today, he would let him do one more thing. Kill this bastard. Sumo clenched his right fist, and the blue flames above burst forth again. But just as he moved his feet, a gunshot suddenly rang in his ears. A bullet flew in sharply. Sumu's expression slightly changed as he gently raised his head, feeling a fierce bullet was past his chin. But it wasn't over yet. He sensed the sunlight above his head being blocked. Suddenly, a figure, entirely red in color, appeared. He held a wine jug in his hand, his tongue wagging inside his mouth. It was Jot, the big drinker from the Blackbeard pirate ship number 8. As Sumu's gaze sharpened, ready to deliver a punch that would send him flying, a dangerous presence emerged behind him. The Tyrant King Pizarro, with 2 horns atop his head, smiled as he aimed a cannon at him. It seemed that if Sumu intended to deal a fatal blow to Blackbeard, his subordinates would not just sit idly by. Boom! Pizarro fired a cannon, while the barrel-headed Chote crazily raised his dual guns and shot at Sumu. Sumu's expression darkened. He could sense the overwhelming dominance that accompanied these firearms. Clearly, Blackbeard's crew members were not to be underestimated. After all, they were dangerous criminals locked away in a high-security prison. In the original story, Blackbeard became one of the 4 emperors not only because of his own strength, but also due to the exceptional capabilities of his subordinates. Bullets whistled toward him, and Sumu's gaze sharpened as a massive blue flame erupted from his body. The flames shielded him, absorbing the gunfire from the 2 attackers. Immediately after, Sumu suddenly twisted his body, and a yellow light began to flicker. Sumu jumped up at incredible speed, first kicking the wine barrel at Chote. Then he turned around and delivered a heavy whip kick to Pizarro beneath him. Bang! Bang! Both of them were sent flying from the overwhelming power of Sumu's kick. Without any hesitation, damn it, how can this guy be so fast? Lafitte gritted his teeth and exclaimed as he saw two more division captains being kicked away at such high speed. The attack from Sumu is not only decisive, but the coherence of his moves is also extremely high. In Lafitte's eyes, in just the blink of an eye, the two were kicked away like a ball. Sumi coldly glanced at the two who had flown out. They were clearly on guard and stabilized themselves without flying too far. Meanwhile, Yu Shilu, who had previously flown out, had regained his senses at some point and was rushing towards Sumi with a knife in hand. It seems Sumi had held back earlier. Don't underestimate him. Everyone attack together and kill this kid, just like we did with Whitebeard. Blackbeard raised his head and shouted loudly at his comrades all around. He looked at Sumi's face and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The pain in his head not yet fully subsided. Who is this kid? Where does he come from? Are the Revolutionary Army members really that powerful? Blackbeard said gravely, holding his head. As Blackbeard spoke, the members of the Blackbeard pirates tensed up, ready to make a move. What the hell are you shouting for? But the next second, Sumi suddenly appeared in front of Blackbeard again, throwing another punch. Ugh, so painful. Blackbeard's head once again sank into the floor, his exposed feet trembling uncontrollably. Sumu looked at Blackbeard's pained expression with a faint smile and snorted softly. It was still his control over his strength. Otherwise, if Blackbeard lost consciousness and couldn't feel the pain, wouldn't that be a loss? But clearly, the crew of this toothless pig would not stand by and watch. Suddenly, a combined attack from several people came rushing towards him. Sumu calmly looked up, then transformed into a flash of light, easily dodging again. They weren't even worthy of hurting him. Without any foresight, how could they possibly injure him? Surround him, surround him. It hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard poked his head out, trembling, looking at Sumu with fear, unable to speak properly. This kid, everyone attack together. You all attack together. Hearing Blackbeard's words, the crew members nodded and began to flicker their forms, surrounding Sumu completely. Sumu was surrounded by everyone, and it seemed that a new, intense situation in the war was about to unfold. The struggle between the Blackbeard pirates and this unknown young man, who had turned Marineford upside down, seemed to truly begin at this moment. Having just witnessed the previous scenes, the Blackbeard pirates naturally became alert and no longer underestimated Sumu. As Blackbeard said, although he had never met this kid before, he could very well be the hidden boss of the Revolutionary Army, and one with extremely top-notch strength at that. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth, his gaze sharp as he looked at the few people in front of him. He smiled faintly and spoke lightly. If you can hurt me, then I admit defeat. Hey look, the Blackbeard pirates are going after the cap. At that moment, one of the fleeing pirates noticed the scene and spoke up. The other pirates turned to look and saw the encirclement, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn Blackbeard pirates. Always using numbers to bully the few. If it was just Blackbeard, the cap could take him down. Although it seemed unlikely, cap, take them all down. For Dad's revenge." One pirate couldn't help but shout to the sky. He was genuinely looking forward to Sumu fighting against many. Even if the opponents were all top-tier powerhouses. The cap stayed back to block the Blackbeard pirates for us. We the Whitebeard pirates thank you. Woo-woo. If we really want to thank him, we need to survive. For Dad. And for him, we can't let their intentions go to waste. And he is guarding us just like Dad did. On the other side, in the Navy camp, catch up. Whitebeard is dead. Don't let them escape. Leave none alive. Forget about the Blackbeard pirates. They're currently dueling that kid. Many seamen shouted as they rushed towards the pirates. Why do the Whitebeard pirates still have the spirit to flee? Akiji slowly stood up, rubbing his head. That punch from that kid really hurt. With Whitebeard dead, should those pirates be in disarray? He frowned slightly, watching the pirates desperately fleeing. This was different from what he had imagined. He thought that with Whitebeard dead, the pirates would be panicking while escaping. After all, with their most cherished person dead, their will to flee should be affected. But now, these pirates seemed unaffected. Could it be because of that kid? Was their mindset changed because of him? Or did that kid make them feel that the war wasn't over? That someone was still guarding them like their dad? So that is how it is. Akiji glanced at Sumu, surrounded by the Blackbeard pirates, and smiled meaningfully. It seemed that the Straw Hat Kid had gained another reliable partner. On a pile of rubble, Doflamingo stretched lazily, casting a glance at the encirclement of Blackbeard. With a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. The Blackbeard pirates, huh? Seems like a guy with big ambitions. Actually taking Whitebeard's fruit. Truly surprising. But Doflamingo suddenly laughed, looking at Sumu, a glint flashing his eyes. Blackbeard, that kid, isn't so easy to deal with. Even admirals and the fleet admiral have to be suppressed by him. So, after you two end up mutually damaging each other, who will the fruit belong to? Ha ha ha. What a good show. Damn it, bastard. No matter how strong you are, we will kill you. Blackbeard covered his head, unsteadily standing up. Then, he joined the encirclement. Just like killing Whitebeard, he laughed maniacally. Blackbeard's expression darkened, wiping the blood from his forehead, his eyes flashing a faint red light, radiating a cold, killing intent. Sumi calmly surveyed the encirclement. All members of the Blackbeard pirates, except for the unconscious Burgess and Shiryu, wore smiles. It seemed that even though they understood Sumi was strong, they believed that no matter how strong someone was, they couldn't walk out alive, surrounded by all of them. Still unaware of the gap in strength, Sumu shook his wrist, not caring at all about how strong this group of people was. For him now, even if they all attacked together, they really weren't enough to kill him. Sumu now possesses a speed that surpasses light. As his strength increases, the regenerative abilities of the Phoenix Fruit have also strengthened. This is all in terms of defense. As for offense, Sumu now only needs to strike once. If he connects, the opponent will at least lose a layer of flesh, if not die. Moreover, his fruit abilities have increased significantly, and he now also possesses the powers of the Dark Fruit and the Quake Fruit. Just a moment ago, when he punched Blackbeard away, he inadvertently triggered the Hand of God, which directly granted him the abilities of the Dark Fruit and the Quake Fruit. However, at that time, Sumu was too focused on beating Blackbeard to pay much attention to it. Sumi smiled slightly. As for the Dark Fruit, he didn't care about it. The most important thing was the Tremor Fruit. Blackbeard, that trash, couldn't yet harness the power of the Tremor Fruit, but Sumi was different. He now possessed the combat abilities of numerous strong fighters and mastery over the fruit, along with extreme Haki. He could guarantee that when he utilized the Tremor Fruit, he would definitely outclass Blackbeard by a mile. With that being said, how could the Blackbeard pirates possibly compete with him? Don't worry, Toothless Pig. Even if you all come at me together, I'll only focus on you. Sumu squinted his eyes, staring intently at Blackbeard, his gaze seemingly murderous. Blackbeard sensed Sumu's gaze and involuntarily shivered, his body tensing up. The pain he had felt earlier suddenly flooded his mind. Since you're a Devil Fruit user, your abilities must be ineffective against me. Blackbeard continued to ramble on. He had thought it through carefully. The punch that this kid threw at him earlier might not have used any fruit abilities, just a simple punch. From now on, as long as he was on guard and dodged in time, he would definitely be fine. And under the pressure of so many people, he still didn't believe that his Tremor Fruit couldn't hit this kid. Thinking of this, Blackbeard laughed. Ha ha, you guys go for it. As soon as Blackbeard's words fell, everyone immediately leaped towards Sumu. The sun in the sky was completely blocked. Below, Sumu felt the crowd rushing towards him, his face showing no signs of disturbance. But in the next moment, his body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. In Sumu's eyes, a terrifying red light flickered. His gaze pierced through the encirclement of the Blackbeard pirates, aiming directly at Blackbeard at the end. The overwhelming aura of dominance transformed into an extremely intimidating wave of energy. Sweeping towards Blackbeard, Blackbeard felt this strong Conqueror's Haki, and for a moment, he was unable to release his own Haki, breaking out in a cold sweat. But before he could react, Sumu shot towards him at an astonishing speed in the blink of an eye. Blackbeard's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting as he hurriedly unleashed the power of the Tremor Fruit, meeting Sumu's punch. Sumi felt it from Blackbeard's fist and couldn't help but smile lightly for a moment. The Tremor Fruit? Who doesn't have it? On the fist of Sumu. The power of the Quake Fruit was silently activated, and this power was a notch higher than Blackbeard's. The two fists immediately collided, unlike the earlier, evenly matched fist clashes. This time, Sumu's fist directly crushed Blackbeard's fist with overwhelming force. Instantly, the tremendous impact sent Blackbeard flying. How is this possible? The power of the Quake Fruit is actually at a disadvantage. Blackbeard exclaimed in disbelief. At that moment, the shockwave followed, and Blackbeard spat out blood again, wailing in pain. Captain, but one must know that surrounding Blackbeard were many powerful subordinates. Seeing Blackbeard being sent flying, they all used their abilities and rushed forward. Sumu retracted his fist, transforming it into a streak of yellow light that directly pierced through the encirclement. As the yellow light flickered, Sumu appeared directly above the crowd. The members of the Blackbeard pirates changed their expressions slightly. Just moments ago, they felt a breeze pass by their ears, and then Sumu vanished without a trace. This kid's speed is too fast. Damn it, where'd he go? This kid not only knocked Blackbeard away with a single punch during their attack, but he also managed to swiftly escape from this encirclement like a fishing net. The crowd's attacks missed and fell to the ground, leaving no time for them to be surprised. A dangerously intense aura came from above their heads. Meteor volcano. Suma murmured a low shout, and several fierce lava streams fell from the sky. However, unlike Akainu, his attack range was concentrated on a single point. Just like a tracking missile, it surged towards the flying Blackbeard. Is this magma? ISNT is flame blue. It's not attacking us. It's the captain. This is bad. Before Blackbeard and the others could be surprised, Lafitte immediately reacted, looking at Blackbeard with a face full of anxiety. However, Blackbeard clearly wasn't that weak. He gazed at the rain-like magma approaching him. Gritting his teeth, he sank down and steadied himself. Enduring the lingering intense pain, he extended a hand. Dark water. Then, an unending stream of black mist emerged from his palm, absorbing all the magma completely. Kid, don't get too cocky. I told you. The power of the devil fruit is useless against me. But before Blackbeard could finish his words, Suma's cold voice came from behind him. Meteor volcano. Countless meteoric volcanoes suddenly erupted from Suma's arm. Are you still stubborn? Although I don't know where your magma ability comes from. My dark fruit is the true king. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and turned around, releasing black mist in front of him once again. But just as the meteoric volcanoes were about to touch the black mist, they were all absorbed by it. Sumu couldn't help but smile lightly. The dark fruit. It's not something only you can use. Dark water. A cold voice came from Sumo, and a layer of black mist covered his palm. Immediately after, this black mist shot toward Blackbeard at an astonishing speed. What? What is this? Blackbeard was momentarily stunned by this scene, only to see the black mist from Sumu swirling around the edge of his palm. In the next moment, something that amazed everyone happened. The black mist of Sumo actually flexibly devoured the black mist of Blackbeard. It was like the suppression of a superior over an inferior. Blackbeard's dark water was instantly broken. How is this possible? My dark water has lost its effect. How can this be? Following closely was Suma's countless meteor volcanoes. Without the absorption of dark water, these magma surged towards Blackbeard like hungry tigers and wolves. Blackbeard was taken aback and was instantly overwhelmed by the magma. Seeing this scene, Sumu slowly smiled. Dark water? The dark fruit replicated by his divine hand was enhanced, naturally stronger than Blackbeard's. To use the dark fruit to devour the ability of another dark fruit. Haha, such a thing could only be thought of by a genius like him. Boom! As the magma fell, the members of the Blackbeard pirates all changed their expressions drastically, looking at Sumu with undisguised shock. How is this possible? Did you see that? He devoured the captain's black mist. What on earth is going on with this kid? Sumu naturally heard the doubts of the others, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he turned his gaze once again to the Blackbeard submerged in the lava. Faint screams could be heard coming from within. How could the toothless pig let you die so easily? Mu spread his wings and suddenly transformed into a flash of yellow light, piercing through the meteorite magma group and grabbing Blackbeard, whose eyes were white and was screaming in agony. Then, he was discarded on the ground like a piece of trash. It hurts. It hurts. Why do you have a magma fruit? And my dark fruit? How many fruits do you have? Blackbeard touched the various wounds on his body, his face pale, rolling on the ground in madness. His dark water was unexpectedly devoured, leaving him no time to make any other defenses, and he could only be hit by the magma. Fortunately, his tough skin and flesh saved him from life-threatening danger, but the numerous wounds were excruciatingly painful. You toothless pig, how many fruits do you want to manage? Sumu glanced faintly at Blackbeard and said, Do you know why I used a meteor volcano to hit you? Now, you know what it feels like to be hit by your cannons, right? But he's different. He never cried out in pain. Why do you fat pig, have the right to shout in pain? Sumi stepped on Blackbeard's head, forcefully pressing him into the floor. The reason for using meteor volcano was simply because of its abundance, just like the bullets fired by their Blackbeard pirates at Whitebeard back then. Blackbeard was covered in wounds, with burn marks all over his body, and the intense pain was nearly making him pass out. You bastard, get away from me. Boom. Before Blackbeard could finish speaking, Sumi punched him on the head again. By using armament Haki, he struck the nerves, making him feel extraordinary pain. Killing you would be too easy. Sumu gritted his teeth, and the flames of the phoenix immediately enveloped Blackbeard, helping him stop the bleeding and regain consciousness, but the pain still lingered. If he suddenly died and lost consciousness, how could he still feel pain? Sumi struck Blackbeard's head again with a punch. How did you beat Whitebeard? Why are you back? Blackbeard, on the verge of losing consciousness from the pain, was brought back to awareness by the flames of the phoenix, fully enduring the terrifying agony. Su-Mu chuckled coldly. His fists were under control, knowing how to make Blackbeard feel pain without killing him too quickly. Ah, damn it, you bastard. Still calling me a bastard? Boom. Sumi stepped down and broke Blackbeard's leg. Then the phoenix flames went to repair it, and with another stomp, it broke again. The magma from his body dripped down, one drop after another, onto the original burn wound of Blackbeard. Is this how you fight Whitebeard, you beast? Who? Who? Under Su-Mu's feet, Blackbeard's pig-like screams echoed throughout Marineford. It even spread across the entire world through the live broadcast signal. Huh. Blackbeard was being beaten down. He was being tormented. That was Blackbeard. Now, he was being tortured by that kid. Hey, didn't Blackbeard just take the tremor fruit? How could he be beaten like this? No way. That kid is too terrifying. Blackbeard had no power to retaliate at all. On the battlefield, and outside of it, everyone who saw this scene was frozen in place, rubbing their eyes. They couldn't have seen it wrong, right? This kid actually tormented Blackbeard like this. Doflamingo took a deep breath. He never expected the situation on the field to be like this. Hey, are you kidding me? This kid is strong to this extent. How is that possible? Even if he switched fruits, could the ability be this strong? He swallowed hard, originally thinking it would be a situation of mutual destruction. But it turned out that Blackbeard's crew didn't even manage to hurt this kid at all. That's right, not a bit. Just now, when he fought against the admiral, it didn't look this easy. Could it be that this kid got angry after seeing Whitebeard die and started to take things seriously? The guy with the pot lid actually didn't fall into a disadvantage at all. At this moment, the members of Blackbeard's crew who had already fled to the corner were stunned. They looked at Blackbeard being hammered by Su-Mu and smiled. They had originally thought that Su-Mu staying behind meant certain death, but they never expected that this kid would press Blackbeard's crew down and hammer them. What are you waiting for? Go help the captain. This kid can't possibly think so little of us, right? Let us go together. Damn bastard, let our captain go. Captain, I'm here to lend you a hand. In an instant, when Blackbeard's crew saw Blackbeard being pressed down and hammered, their faces changed dramatically, and they shouted. Immediately, everyone exerted their full strength and attacked Su-Mu, who was stepping on Blackbeard. They spread out all around, densely packed, descending from the sky. Su-Mu's eyes were extremely somber as he felt the attack net, like a fishing net, closing in on him. He let out a gentle breath. In the next moment, he transformed into a beam of light that blended yellow and blue. In an instant, he disappeared from his original spot. Whoosh! The figure of Su-Mu disappeared without even leaving a shadow behind. His speed seemed to be so fast that even light couldn't catch him. The members of the Blackbeard pirates in the sky were momentarily stunned by this scene. Soon after, endless attacks hit their bodies one after another. Bang! A flash of yellow light flickered beneath Pizarro, and he was suddenly sent flying into the sky. But it wasn't over yet. The next moment, the yellow light flickered under Lafitte. Bang! Lafitte was also instantly sent flying. Bang! Jot the barrel saw the two fly up and didn't have time to react before he was similarly punched away. Bang! Catherine, still moving her tongue in her mouth, saw the people around her being knocked away one after another, barely having time to blink before a sharp pain hit her chest. She was also sent flying. The figure of Su-Mu transformed into a flash of light, just like the alpha strike of the sword Saint E in the Alliance, weaving through the crowd. In an instant, he sent all members of the Blackbeard pirates flying into the sky with a single punch. The attack was swift and decisive, without any hesitation. At this moment, the powers of the Goro Goro no Mi and the Tori Tori no Mi model Phoenix were perfectly synchronized, reaching the pinnacle of speed. But it wasn't over yet. Su-Mu flashed above the crowd, soaring into the sky, and repeated the process. Transforming into a flash, he struck them down one after another. At that moment, the members of the Blackbeard pirates fell from the sky like rain, crashing onto the ground. The scene was spectacular. At this time, the giant from the Blackbeard pirates, San Juan Wolf, who was watching the battle, let out a roar and ran over. Damn it. It looks like I have to fight too. You stop right there. Su-Mu Ly turned his head, a trace of blue light flickering in his eyes, fiercely staring at the massive figure of San Juan. I almost forgot about you. The fish that slipped through the net. Immediately, Su-Mu transformed into a flash of yellow light, instantly appearing behind San Juan's head. Looking at his huge butt head, Su-Mu's expression darkened, and a terrifying aura erupted from his fist. Don't think I'm easy to deal with. I'm not like those others. I won't be taken down by you. San Juan's deep voice abruptly stopped as Su-Mu's fist slammed hard into his head. Boom! The immense force erupted. causing San Juan's eyes to go white, losing consciousness and toppling forward. Then, his massive body crashed heavily onto the pile of rubble. At that moment, the Blackbeard pirates all fell to the ground in a short time. It took Sumu to act. They all had to take a break. After a series of attacks from Sumu, it was less than half a minute, and the extreme speed combined with the attacks was like flowing water, one against many, and they were all terrifying criminals. What's going on here? The Blackbeard pirates have all fallen. Hey, did you see that? I couldn't even see that kid's attack clearly. Some Navy soldiers trembled as they looked at Sumu's figure with blue wings, exclaiming in surprise. This guy, is he really that strong? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength when he fought me just now? Meanwhile, Sengoku covered his fist, seemingly shocked by Sumu's earlier performance. The members of the Blackbeard pirates are the most dangerous criminals. But now they were actually defeated by this kid in just a moment. You little brat, you must die. Your Nomi must drain your life away. Otherwise, the Navy will be in trouble. Boom. Suma knocked down the Saint One evil wolf with a punch, and then flashed in front of Blackbeard. He struck him on the head again. Just now, he had seen that under the influence of his phoenix flames, Blackbeard was actually trying to lift his head. He can make this guy lift his head. Oomph. Don't worry, toothless pig. My Haki is well controlled, and with one punch, or two, I can ensure it won't take your life. I want to torture you punch by punch. A huge blue flame erupted from Sumo's body, enveloping Blackbeard and doing its utmost to heal his injuries. Dying too early would be too easy for you. He pulled Blackbeard up from the floor. At this moment, Blackbeard's face was covered in blood, and his legs were bent at a 90-degree angle. Although his eyes were clouded, he continued to wail and gasp for breath. Sumu could even smell the strange odor coming from his mouth. How dare you smoke me? Boom. Sumu raised his fist and swung it at Blackbeard again. Blackbeard immediately howled in pain. His eyes could barely focus, let alone muster the strength to utter any threats. Sumu glanced at the blood on his knuckles, and, for some reason, the gentleness from his previous world seemed to be slowly fading away. Had he really arrived in the pirate world? The Marineford War might have been deliberately arranged by the system for him to undergo mental training. He had come here as a naive 20-year-old boy, somewhat hesitant in the face of the bloody scenes involving strong opponents. But as the war progressed, anger and disgust began to take over his mind, transforming him into this state. Is this really a good thing? Damn it. Do I need any reason to hit Blackbeard? Sumu thought, and threw another punch at Blackbeard's face. Hey, I'll keep hitting. No one can stop me. I'll keep going until I kill you, you toothless pig. Sumu took a deep breath and swung his fist again. The remaining conscience from the old world kept him rational, leaving a glimmer of restraint. However, there was nothing he could do. Enduring for a moment brought only calm, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. This Blackbeard dared to slaughter Whitebeard, and even snatched his fruit. Puffed. Ugh. Blackbeard howled. It seemed Sumu's phoenix was restoring him well, giving him enough strength to scream. That's enough. Stop. Put the captain down. Just as Sumu was enjoying his punches and Blackbeard's screams were loud, an angry roar came. He saw Lafitte, Pizarro, and Jot, the few stronger individuals, swaying as they stood up. Sumu glanced coldly and took a light breath. It seems that the speed of the previous strike was too fast, and the power was not enough. One punch couldn't kill them. They can still move. Since that's the case, Sumu discarded Blackbeard like trash, casually covering him with a blanket of lava. The latter's screams were a step up to another level. Afterwards, Sumu cast a sharp gaze at the rest of the crowd. Feeling Sumu's cold stare, Lafitte and the others trembled. They looked at Blackbeard and gulped repeatedly. How could this guy be so strong? Their expressions at this moment were worlds apart from the disdain they had at the beginning. The blue wings of Sumu spread wide as he soared into the sky, then looked down at the members of the Blackbeard pirates below, including Blackbeard himself. He gently bit his teeth and murmured, "Enter third gear." Immediately, like Luffy, he inflated his fist dramatically, the giant fist blocking out the sun in the sky. In that light, Sumu's figure resembled a deity. Armament. A powerful layer of armament Haki enveloped him. But it wasn't over yet. Immediately after, an overwhelming pressure surged from Sumu's fist. The powerful tremor of the Tremor Fruit's ability covered the surrounding air, making it seem like it was swaying and could shatter at any moment. Seeing the scene, everyone below changed their expressions drastically. Could be that this kid just used the swap fruit to exchange for the Tremor Fruit's power. Sengoku looked up, his face filled with horror as he gazed at the gigantic fist in the sky. The Haki within it was extraordinary. The shaking power was truly terrifying. With this punch, empowered by the Tremor Fruit, the entire Marineford would be shattered, engulfed by a massive tsunami. An entire island would sink to the bottom of the sea. Moreover, the distant Sabeti archipelago would also be struck by the earthquake. This would bury countless people in the depths of the ocean. How could this happen? Luffy looked up, his eyes trembling as he stared at the giant fist, his cane falling to the ground. Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been watching the show, also panicked completely. His sunglasses almost fell off in shock. Hey, what is he planning to do? Don't joke around. At this rate, Marineford will be destroyed. No, I have to run quickly and prepare the ship to leave. I don't want to be buried in the sea along with Marineford. Da Flamingo stepped down from the rubble. Losing all composure. This kid has gone mad. He must have exhausted his lifespan. Retreat. Retreat. Get out of here. This place is about to be blown up by that kid. Many Navy soldiers shouted. Don't run. At this moment, the severely injured Akainu slowly stood up, magma flowing from his hands. Instead of trying to stop him, you all want to flee the battlefield. You are all morally corrupt Navy. Bring him down. Fire. He glanced at Sumu, his gaze fierce yet filled with a sense of helplessness. Akiji furrowed his brows and murmured, even if we run, we want to be able to escape. I wonder if I can freeze that tsunami and save these people. I must give it my all, it seems. The Kizaru, lying on a stretcher, sensed this aura and slowly straightened up, transforming into a flash of light and standing up. How terrifying it is to have someone like me, severely injured, survive under such an attack. It's too much to ask, but it seems quite interesting. Marco looked serious, watching the members who were still not on the ship and were being held back by the Navy, feeling anxious. Whitebeard pirates, get on the ship. Hurry, stop fighting. He looked at Sumu, gritting his teeth, murmuring, you exchanged for Dad's ability. Huh? Kid, are you sure you want to throw this punch? Dad's ability is not as simple as you think. With your strength, if you throw this punch, Marineford will explode. Who? In the sky. Sumu's gaze locked onto the members of the Blackbeard pirates below. With this punch, they would surely be unable to escape. Sumu's eyes had turned blood red, as if he were immersed in anger and disgust. Killing was gradually replacing his reason. He thought that after copying the ability, his mind would still be that of an ordinary person. But in the pirate world, the killing hidden among the various abilities seemed to be baptizing him. Shaking his head, Sumu murmured softly, no, I'm very clear-headed. All I want to kill is Blackbeard. Die for me. Sumu's eyes were blood red, ready to strike with a punch. However, just as the people of Marineford were in a state of panic, staring at the giant fist filled with a sense of impending doom, suddenly, a powerful wave of aura swept through every corner of Marineford. Wow! Everyone immediately felt a shiver run through their fur, and many weaker Navy soldiers even fainted from shock. This invisible yet domineering wave of energy was accompanied by a gentle voice that clearly reached everyone's ears as it fell. All right, my friend, it's time to stop. Whoosh! This voice struck Sumu's mind, causing the blood-red hue in his eyes to immediately dissipate. Sumo felt a breath penetrating through him, and he was momentarily stunned. Is this Conqueror's Haki? Friend, that punch of yours. Not only will Marineford suffer, but the people on the nearby islands will also be affected by the earthquake disaster. That gentle voice once again entered Sumu's ears. Hearing this sound, Sumu opened his eyes slightly and quickly looked up at Marineford. Marineford was already filled with cracks and pits, and the naval headquarters fortress had become a ruin. Upon seeing this, Sumu took a deep breath, and the giant fist in his hand slowly deflated to a normal size. The power of the tremor fruit dissipated along with it. Indeed, he had been a bit too irrational just now, only thinking about killing Blackbeard and forgetting how powerful that punch was. With both the Navy and the pirates below, if he threw that punch, it could kill more than just Blackbeard. Fortunately, he regained his composure in time. Thinking of this, Sumu directed his gaze towards the source of the voice. Without even looking, he already had a good idea of who had arrived. Cloaked in a black robe, wearing floral pants and a white shirt, with a head of striking red hair. The Emperor, red-haired Shanks. How'd he get here? It's impossible. The red-haired Emperor of the New World was supposed to be battling Kaido. How could he be here? The Navy stared at Shanks, all gasping in awe. This is the real deal. The Emperor, red-haired. It feels like the duel between the two great emperors in the New World was just yesterday. How did he manage to come here? Red-haired. The man who took Luffy on the path of piracy. Karp's astonishment was different from the others. His eyes turned fierce, tinted with killing intent. Red-haired, you've come. Sengoku also dropped his Buddha-like demeanor, exhaling deeply, his brows furrowed. Ah, thank you for the reminder, Shanks. Tsukumu flapped his wings and slowly descended from the sky, landing in front of the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Shanks glanced at the straight-standing, scythe-wielding Whitebeard, who was already dead, and gently gritted his teeth. He scanned the battlefield and saw that there were still many Marines pursuing the pirates, while several pirates were covering the retreat and killing Marines. Taking a deep breath, he spoke again. "This is the end, Sengoku. It's time to stop." As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted. "I am here to end this war. Everyone stop." Shanks' tone was heavy, carrying an irresistible kingly aura. He stepped onto the battlefield from a surrounding wall, slowly walking towards Whitebeard's body, saying as he walked, "Sengoku, if this continues, it will only lead to unlimited losses for both sides, so let us all stop, if there are still those who want to cause trouble." Shanks stopped beside Whitebeard's body and suddenly drew his sword. The sword swung out. A commanding and domineering aura erupted. "Come on. Our pirate crew will accompany you to the end." Shanks' words, accompanied by an extreme Conqueror's Haki, penetrated the entire battlefield. Behind him, unbeknownst to Wen, stood the members of the red-haired pirates, each wearing a smile. Facing off against the red-haired pirates? Don't joke around. This is one of the 4 emperors. The Marines, hearing this, were all shocked and halted their pursuit. Blackbeard trembled as he propped himself up from a pile of magma, looking at Shanks and struggling to speak. He glanced at Tsukumu standing in front of him, and a look of miscalculation appeared in his eyes. It was as if a perfect plan, which had been plotted for a long time, was completely shattered by some unknown factor. At that moment, the members of the red-haired pirates exuded a fierce momentum. Meanwhile, the Blackbeard pirates were listless, each one heavily injured. The members of the Blackbeard pirates wobbled as they stood up, their fierce gazes locking onto the red-haired pirates. Jesus Burgess raised his spear, a smirk on his face, suddenly aiming at the Blackbeard pirates. "Still want to cause trouble, Blackbeard pirates?" On the other side, Van Augur, seeing this scene, gritted his teeth and also prepared to raise his gun to confront them. But before he could lift his gun, Tsukumu stepped forward and a fist of magma quickly slammed into his face. In that moment, smoke erupted from Van Augur's head and his body flew out like a corpse. Sumu's gaze was dim, still pretending, "Isn't it never-ending? You guys, have you forgotten my existence?" Sumu Ly glanced over the members of the Blackbeard pirates in front of him and spoke. "Damn it, you bastard, don't go too far." Jote gritted his teeth and shouted at Sumo. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu's fist crashed into his face the next second. This time it was frozen. Jote's head turned into an ice ball, and his body was sent flying out. He then crashed to the ground and shattered with a loud sound. Sumi twisted his neck and exhaled a breath of cold air. Then, he slowly walked over to Blackbeard's side and, in front of Blackbeard's crew, grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. Whoever comes to help him will end up like those 2, just now dead. As soon as he said this, the bodies of Lafitte, Pizarro, and the other crew members, who had been eager to act, suddenly froze. They looked at Sumi's back, and not even a thought of a sneak attack crossed their minds. This guy is too terrifying. They had no doubt now that this kid could take them out with a single punch. His speed was too fast. Their observation Haki wasn't enough to predict it. So how could they dodge? Shanks watched Sumi, who was separated from him by a crack, with a solemn expression. It seemed as if he was saying that Sumi was not giving him face. "Friend, it's time to stop. The war must end." Shanks glanced at Blackbeard, who was being lifted by Sumi. His gaze shattered, blood splattered all over his face, and all his teeth were broken. He wasn't feeling sorry for Blackbeard. If Sumi continued to fight, the others might not be affected, and then how could this war possibly stop? Shanks's expression darkened as he shifted his gaze from Sumi to the naval fortress and spoke again, his voice booming. It was far more powerful than before. "Everyone, I hope you can give me a favor once more. End the war, and leave Whitebeard's funeral to me. Sengoku." The impact of the war had already spread across the entire world. I will not allow anyone to tarnish Whitebeard's death. At this moment, the Navy on the battlefield was in an uproar, looking at each other in disbelief, discussing among themselves. Not to mention letting the Navy escape from Marineford. "What can Whitebeard's corpse give you?" Immediately, a Navy officer shouted back. "Impossible. What are you trying to decide on your own, red-haired? Only by displaying Whitebeard's head can we represent our Navy's victory. Do you want to tarnish our victory? We will not accept the Navy's orders." "No problem." But just as the Navy was rebutting, Sengoku suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke. As soon as these words came out, the Navy members were taken aback, looking at Sengoku in surprise, as if they couldn't believe their ears. "Marshal, red-haired, you can take care of Whitebeard's corpse. I will take all the responsibility. Thanks." Sengoku let out a heavy breath, listening to the cries of injured Navy soldiers on the battlefield, gritting his teeth. You people, stop pursuing the pirates. Hurry and rescue the injured. Although Fire Fist Ace had been rescued, the Yonko, Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, was dead. Sengoku took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, "The war has ended." Sengoku's voice echoed across the entire battlefield, like the sound of a game-ending bell. It slowly eased the tension in everyone's hearts on the battlefield. In that moment, the Navy soldiers and the pirates fell silent for a moment. Then, they erupted into intense cheers. Oh, for the Navy, there were so many pirates in the world, and most of them had long wanted to end this meaningless fight. For the pirates, they could only escape to honor the deceased Whitebeard. The war has ended. The deafening roar around Sumu tingled in his ears, and he murmured to himself, "But my fight is not over yet." Sumi slowly placed the nearly lifeless Blackbeard on the ground and gently stepped on his chest. At this moment, Shanks also clearly noticed Sumi's actions, but he no longer had the same reservations as before. Since Sengoku had made that declaration, he could not retract it like Karp. Whatever this kid wanted to do to Blackbeard was irrelevant now. After all, the war was already over. Captain Lafitte and the others behind him watched as Blackbeard's life and death was in Sumi's hands, and they couldn't help but shout out. Sumi stood on Blackbeard's chest, but paused for a moment before moving his foot away. Although he had tormented him enough, it would be too easy for him to just die like this. Sumu coldly opened his mouth, then clenched his fist tightly, the power of the tremor fruit emerging, condensed. He fixed his gaze on Blackbeard's lower limbs. "Shatter for me." As his icy words fell, Sumu's fist smashed into Blackbeard's leg. In an instant, the ability of the tremor fruit was controlled and condensed to a point. The next second, Pucci, blood erupted. The ability of the tremor fruit shattered Blackbeard's lower half into pieces. At first glance, Blackbeard was left with only his upper body. The wound gushed blood. This horrifying scene caused the pupils of the Blackbeard pirates behind him to suddenly constrict. Blackbeard let out a wail and fainted, blood pouring from his lower half. Sumu glanced at the bloody scene and surprisingly felt no waves in his heart. It seemed that his heart had completely belonged to the pirate world. Then, with a wave of his hand, blue flames shot towards Blackbeard's bleeding thigh, and the blood stopped flowing in no time. Continuing with the same method, Sumu shattered Blackbeard's left hand, ruining you, making you spend the rest of your life in prison. This punishment is quite good. I'll leave you one hand to eat, so you don't die. See how comprehensive my thinking is. Thank me for it. Sumu lifted Blackbeard with one hand, feeling satisfied with his actions. There was no need to sympathize with someone like Blackbeard, especially considering how he killed Whitebeard. Sumu wouldn't feel any sympathy. Moreover, thinking about it would only make him angrier. Wishing he could have hit harder, Sengoku threw Blackbeard aside like trash. Next to him, "Warlord Kid, this idiot is up to you guys in the Navy to handle. Take good care of him, don't hit him too much in a day. 1,000 hits should be enough. He is not like Shiki, who has a strong leg. This guy doesn't even have a lower body and can't take a beating." Sengoku looked at Blackbeard, who had crashed at his feet, and couldn't help but break into a sweat at the sight. This kid is surprisingly powerful. He single-handedly fought against the Blackbeard pirates and not only came out unscathed, but is on the verge of wiping them out. Something's not right. This kid is not normal. No wonder it's a power gained by trading lifespan. It's indeed formidable. Sumu smiled. In this Warring States period, he was no longer angry at being called a child of the Warring States. He turned around and looked at the members of the Blackbeard pirates. The corners of Sumu's mouth curled up slightly, and then his figure flickered. In the next second, Lafitte, Pizarro, and all the members of the Blackbeard pirates were smashed into the floor by him. A slight shockwave surged ominously. At this moment on the battlefield, only Sumu was making a move, and everyone's gaze turned towards him. Upon witnessing this scene, no one could help but widen their eyes. The Blackbeard pirates, completely annihilated? Phew, I'm exhausted. Sumu shook his wrist, and the extreme dominance combined with the power of the Gura Nomi was indeed astonishing. "Hey, Navy, aren't you going to come and handcuff them?" Sumu glanced faintly at a Navy officer in the distance, who had flowers on his shoulder, looking like a high-ranking soldier. "You come here and handcuff these few. They are all ultimate criminals, right? Take them back where they came from. Just coming out for a round is enough." The Navy officer was startled, staring at Sumu, not daring to move. "Come here. I'm not going to hit you. What are you afraid of?" Sumu waved his hand. The naval officer took a deep breath, called over the surrounding soldiers, and moved forward with him to prepare the sea stone handcuffs. But just as he was about to unlock them, Sumu curled the corners of his mouth, suddenly raising both hands. He yawned. "Hey, no. The war is over. You can't kill me. You can't kill me." The Navy was so frightened that they sat down on the ground, exclaiming repeatedly. Seeing this, Sumo couldn't help but let out a laugh, then waved his hand. The Navy was taken aback when they saw Sumo just yawning. They were stunned. Is this to scare him? No, this kid must be sick, right? Swallowing hard, the Navy continued to stand up with their hearts in their throats, handcuffing the members of the Blackbeard pirates. Click! With the sound of handcuffs clinking, the final stroke of the Marineford War was completely drawn. The Blackbeard pirates were wiped out by the one and only Cook Pothead. From afar, the Whitebeard pirates' crew members on their ships were trembling in disbelief at the sight. But soon, smiles of vengeance appeared on their faces, tears streaming down. Dad, Sachi. Cook Pothead avenged you. That's great, woo woo woo. Cook Pothead, I love you. Dad, Sachi. You are our god. Cook Pothead. Thank you on behalf of Dad and Sachi. What a surprise. Shanks relaxed his gaze slowly and made eye contact with Sumo. The person in front of him exuded a terrifying aura. Indeed, Shanks could sense that Sumo's body concealed immense power. The Blackbeard pirates were wiped out by just you alone. Quite capable, huh? Shanks smirked. Speaking of which, you also avenged a scar on my eye, my friend. Shanks pointed to the 3 scars on his left eye. No problem. Red-haired Shanks. Sumo smiled gently, jumped over the crack, and walked up to Shanks. Friend, it seems you recognize me. How should I address you? Even as one of the 4 emperors, Shanks had never encountered a powerhouse like Sumo, not even among the Revolutionary Army. He also knew that Sumo was not a member of the Navy. Sumo curled the corner of his mouth and asked the red-haired man if he had asked for his name. Finally, he could leave his own resounding name at the tail end of this war. His name would surely spread throughout the entire world. But as Sumo took a deep breath, preparing to shout his name with great momentum and dominance, the pirates, not far away, suddenly shouted in unison. Bull Caphead. Long live, Bull Caphead. We will love you forever. Oh, so your name is Bull Caphead. What a special name. Shanks said with a gentle smile. Bull Caphead, I hope we can meet again on the sea. Sumo was stunned, petrified in place. No, my name is not Straw Hat Pirates. Pirate, Bull Cut. All right, kid, we in the Navy will remember you. Sumo was about to explain, but Zhang spoke up heavily. You messed up the good things for the Navy with the war on top. Next time we meet, I will definitely not let you go. We will print the most wanted posters for you. Who the hell is called Pot Lidhead? Hey, I'm called a... Shanks interrupted again, turned around, and his back looked particularly willful. None of this mattered anymore. Pot Lidhead. No matter what, we should retreat now. The war is over. Sumo was stunned. Pirate Pot Lidhead. Damn, Monkey D. Luffy. Good for you, Monkey D. Luffy. Now the nickname has been acknowledged by Shanks. It's really hard to explain. When I see Luffy later, I must beat him up, using Garp's ability, just like a grandpa beating up his grandson. Marco, let's go together and give him a proper burial. Shanks glanced at Whitebeard and said solemnly. Marco wiped his tears and nodded. Pot Lidhead, you want to find a Straw Hat Kid, right? He asked with Ace, so just come with us. I think our crew will welcome you. And the Straw Hat Kid and Ace will surely have a lot to say to you. Good luck to all the juniors and sisters for the college entrance examination. Sure. Although Sumo agreed, his gaze kept scanning the battlefield. He was looking for Ivankov's figure. He had to complete that task. Although it seemed hard to accept to kiss Ivankov, who looked like he came from hell, Sumo figured it out. The system didn't require him to kiss on the lips. Sneaking a kiss on the back or the arm was also acceptable. Such a powerful ability as the Hand of God should not be wasted. This kind of ability is rare and hard to come by. Although Sumo was looking forward to what new and interesting abilities he would draw later, he still needed to keep the Hand of God as a backup. Completing the task would allow him to add the Hand of God to his ability pool. If Sumo didn't draw something satisfactory after 24 hours, he could choose the Hand of God again. It's worth mentioning that even if Sumo was satisfied with what he drew and decided to switch, the Hand of God would disappear. It would always remain in the ability pool, ready to be switched back at any time. With that said, what reason was there not to complete the task? But after scanning around, Sumo froze. He suddenly remembered that Ivankov seemed to be with Luffy. If Luffy was gone, then Ivankov, oh no. Old horse. Old horse. You have to take me to find Luffy. Sumo grabbed Marco's hand tightly, with a hint of tears in his eyes. I can't bear to part with our captain. If you don't take me with you, I'll get lost. I was just saying to take you on board, Marco said awkwardly, scratching his head and giving a wry smile. All right, let's hurry up. Okay, little Marco, then I'll be on your boat. Sumo smiled happily. At this moment, with the pressure of war lifted, his mood had improved. Before that, you should take a look over there. Marco pointed to several ships not far away. At that moment, the pirates on the ships were all cheering and waving at him, shouting, Baldy, come sit on our ship. Ours is the biggest. Nonsense. Our ship is the biggest. Come on our ship. We're all about speed. Hey, Baldy, our ship is the fastest. Come ride with us. We can take you to find the Straw Hat Kid quickly. What are you talking about? If you're going to sit on ours. Somu looked at the groups of pirates calling out to him and couldn't help but smile. It seemed that the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates had earned him quite a bit of goodwill from the Whitebeard pirates. Plus, the fact that he had saved Ace and helped Whitebeard during the Marineford battle had been remembered by them. Which ship do you want to sit on? Huh? I'll sit on yours, little Marco. Sumu scratched his head and didn't hesitate too much. All right, let's go. Sumu has also experienced what it's like to be loved by the people every time Luffy passes a chapter. To be honest, he now has a lot of expectations. He is looking forward to what his bounty notice will look like. Also, when he boards the ship, he can't wait for the adventurous life with the Straw Hat Pirates. He must teach Zoro how to navigate properly. He has to try Sanji's cooking. He must steal Luffy's special seat and discuss geography with Nami. Talk about history with Robin. Pet Chopper's fur. Show Brook his underwear. Play with Frankie's giant mech. He must tell Chopper who the Sniper King is. Just thinking about it. Sumo feels like there are so many things he wants to do. It's not that the Straw Hat Pirates are the best, but he really likes that kind of life. As for whether Sumo gets along with them or not, it doesn't matter. He's socially awkward, and Marco naturally doesn't care what Sumo is thinking. The few captains gently lifted Whitebeard's stiff body and slowly walked towards the ship. Marco spoke solemnly, murmuring, "Everyone be careful. Dad is still standing even in death. Don't let him fall." Hearing this, the captains felt a lump in their throats and nodded. Whitebeard's body is very light, and one person can easily lift it. But none of the captains wanted to be left behind. They carried Whitebeard's body to the ship's underside. The gangway was lowered. The pirates all stopped their tears, took a deep breath, and looked at Whitebeard together. Suddenly they shouted, "Dad, welcome back. We are still alive." The last words of the pirates were deafening. As if they were afraid Whitebeard wouldn't hear them. Marco carried Whitebeard, step by step, up the gangway, each step bringing them closer to Whitebeard's home. Finally, Marco gently placed Whitebeard on the deck, tears streaming down. He whispered softly, "Dad, it's time to go home. We're on the ship." Shanks and Sumu quietly watched the pirates mourn for a moment. Then Marco stood up and wiped his tears. "Brothers, it's time to head back." "Oh." At night, under the inky sky. Old man, how far are we from Luffy? Are we there yet?" Sumu anxiously paced back and forth on the deck, constantly asking Marco. "Ah, not yet. The Sphinx is still a distance away. We agreed to meet Ace in our old man's hometown." Marco shook his head, unsure why Sumu was so anxious. But how could Sumu not be anxious? There were only about 10 hours left until the deadline for the Goddess Hand, and by tomorrow morning, he would have to say goodbye to the Goddess Hand for failing to complete the mission. At this slow pace of the ship, when would he ever arrive? He initially thought Ace and the others hadn't gone far, but Sumu had forgotten that their helmsman was Jinbe. That blue chubby guy could sail faster than he could drive. "No way, old man. Tell me how to get to the Sphinx. I'll fly over along the route and catch up with Ace and the others." Sumi clapped his hands, thought of an idea, and ran over to ask Marco. "Hey, could you please bring me the map?" "Thanks." Marco shouted to someone in a room. A pirate handed Marco a homemade map. Marco pulled out a red pen from somewhere and drew a circle on one of the islands. "Look, Kettlehead, this is Sphinx, Dad's hometown." Sumu looked at the map, and the more he looked, the deeper his brows furrowed. To be honest, he couldn't understand this map at all. Up, down, left, right, northeast, southeast, southwest, northwest. Hey, it's confusing. He needed to ask Soren for some guidance. "Old Ma." Sumu patted Marco on the shoulder and hugged him tightly, revealing a faint smile. Marco was slightly taken aback. "What's wrong? How about you turn into a phoenix and fly me over?" "Huh?" Marco was startled, and his expression changed. "Don't joke around. I don't have that kind of stamina anymore." Marco immediately refused. After the battle at the top, having taken a punch from Karp, to be honest, he was already exhausted. How could he fly to Sphinx? "Do you think I'm like you? Not aware of fatigue?" Marco forced a bitter smile. Not everyone could have endless stamina like this kid. This remark immediately froze Sumu's smile, as if he'd been doused with a bucket of cold water. His heart couldn't help but cry. Damn it, why is his little Ivan running so fast? But while lamenting, a spark of inspiration suddenly flashed in Sumu's mind. Right? He excitedly grabbed Marco's shoulders. "Old Marco, do you have Ace's life card?" That's right, Sumu suddenly remembered this. The life card could also lead him to Ace. Finding Ace meant finding Luffy. And Ivan would definitely be by Luffy's side. Ace's life card? Of course I have it. Marco was taken aback for a moment, then exhaled and affirmed. Hearing the affirmative answer, Sumu was overjoyed and thanked the heavens. "Oh my, thank heavens and thank the air. Marco, could you please hurry and get it for me?" Marco nodded, and in a moment, he took out a life card the size of an A4 paper, then tore off a piece and handed it to Sumo. We specifically brought Ace's life card to Marineford to check his life status. Oh, my Marco, thank you so much. Come here for a kiss. Sumi took the life card and laughed heartily, then kissed Marco on the forehead. He practiced kissing for a bit. He had never kissed a girl before. However, Ivankov, is she a woman? A transgender person, right? Who cares? With Ace's life card, he no longer had to worry about finding Ace. All right, little Marco, I'm going ahead. I have some important things to do. Behind the wooden figure, blue flames flared up suddenly, forming wings. Upon seeing this blue flame, Marco couldn't help but smile while covering his face. This guy, actually grew blue wings. Even though this is my ability, I can't do it. You're truly unpredictable. Also, why are you in such a hurry? What exactly do you want to do? Sumo flew into the sky, only smiling lightly without answering. Could it be that he still needed to tell Marco that he was going to kiss Ivankov? That couldn't be said. What would little Marco think of him if he did? Not lingering any longer, Sumo spread his wings and flew into the sky. The function of the life card is that no matter where Ace is, the life card will slowly move in his direction. Sumo hovered in the air, slowly waiting for the life card to drift. He watched as the life card slowly floated to one side in the palm of his hand. Immediately, a glimmer flashed in Sumu's eyes, and then he excitedly shouted, "Yo-ho! Little Ivan, here I come, Ace!" With a sudden spread of his blue wings. Sumu dashed off in that direction at an incredible speed. The reason he didn't choose to use the yellow monkey's fruit ability was that he needed to stop at intervals to check for changes in direction. The yellow monkey's speed was too fast and could easily lead him off course. Moreover, the yellow monkey's fruit ability wasn't very suitable for long journeys. Thus, on this pitch-black ocean, Sumu transformed into blue flames, streaking across like a meteor. The reflection on the sea surface also created a long mark stretching from south to north, with two parallel streaks under the sky. It seemed to form a path, symbolizing that Sumu's pirate journey had officially crossed the starting point and began the next leg of the journey. Wow, the sea breeze is really refreshing. Sumu felt the wind blowing by his ears and couldn't help but laugh. On this pitch-black sea, a gentle breeze was constantly blowing. In the vastness of the ocean, only the bright full moon emitted a faint glow. The sea of a new world is extremely dangerous. You never know when you might encounter a sea king. Usually, Sumu was quite afraid of the dark, and this deep, dark sea wouldn't normally scare him. But now, with his strength, Sumu truly felt fearless. If someone were to ask him to go to a haunted house with his abilities, if he made the slightest sound, he would consider it a loss. After flying for a while, Sumu stopped a couple of times to observe the direction of a life card. Finally, when a faint glowing point appeared in his sight, Sumu smiled. Found it. Sumu watched as the boat, under Jinping's control, drifted like it was drifting, and he excitedly flapped his wings even harder. Little Ivan, I'm coming. Sumu took a deep breath, ready at any moment, to prevent Ivankov from taking him back to that island of hell to get married. He must not be discovered. He wanted to steal a kiss. That's right, a secret kiss. Sumu Fei descended from above the ship, retracting his wings and landing steadily on the deck. It was only then that he noticed many pirates were already asleep. It seemed that they were exhausted from the battle above, their energy completely spent. As a result, no one woke up when Sumu landed on the deck. Adhering to the qualities of the original world, Sumu tried to tread lightly. With his powerful observation Haki, he quickly pinpointed Ace's location. Ace was in a room, and beside him was a sleeping Luffy. Ivankov was nearby. Sumu gently walked to the door of the room and slowly opened it. Creak! The wooden door made a piercing sound. Ace turned his head slowly, wondering who would come to their room at this late hour. Is it Jinbei? But after seeing Sumu's face clearly, Ace was slightly taken aback. Then a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. You're the strong one from the top. What was your name again? Pot Lidhead. Ace pointed at his own head with a finger, trying hard to remember Sumu's name. Damn it. Sumu took a deep breath. Although he was reluctant to accept this name, it was obvious that he couldn't change anything. How did you get here? Ace wanted to stand up, but his body was tightly surrounded by Luffy. I flew here. You flew here? It was truly unbelievable. The surroundings were all ocean. However, for you, it seemed there was nothing to be surprised about. Ace sighed and stopped asking. After all, he had seen Suma's performance at Marineford. Moreover, he had saved him from Akainu's hands. Sorry, even though I want to stand up and thank you, but you see. Ace scratched his head and gave a, pointing at Luffy, who was tightly holding him. Sumi looked over and saw a large bubble of mucus coming out of Luffy's nose, who appeared to be in a deep sleep, unable to be any more soundly asleep. However, his hand seemed to still have a lot of strength, tightly holding onto Ace, as if he was afraid of something. Suamu naturally knows what he is afraid of. In the original work, when Ace died, Luffy completely broke down. Moreover, it was also the first time Luffy doubted his dream since he was young. He was afraid that when he woke up, Ace would have disappeared. Sumu's lips curled slightly. Fortunately, Ace is still alive now. The arrival of Sabo saved Ace's life and prevented Luffy from losing his brother. It's important to note that Luffy still doesn't know that Sabo is not dead. If Ace had died, Luffy would definitely think that he no longer had a brother. He would be gone forever. Ah, it's okay. No need to thank me. He is my captain now. Suamu smiled slightly. So, there's nothing wrong with saving your brother. The captain. Well, this captain seems to be quite a troublesome one. I'll have to ask for your help. My younger brother is not very obedient. Ace let out A and glanced at Luffy. It's fine. If he's not obedient, I'll just give him a beating and he'll behave. Sumu revealed a hint of a sinister smile. And I remember how your grandfather used to beat you. On the ship. Sumu wouldn't allow Luffy to be more chaotic than him. If there was chaos, he would make sure to be even more chaotic than Luffy. Alright, the main thing. Sumu immediately looked at Ivankov beside him. At this moment, Ivankov had also fallen asleep. It seemed that after following Luffy and breaking out of Impelled Down, and constantly running around during the Marineford War, he was tired. Seeing Ivankov asleep, Sumu couldn't help but smile slightly. If he's asleep, it will be easier for him. As long as he gives a gentle kiss and doesn't get caught, it will be fine. Sumu took a deep breath and quietly approached Ivankov's side. Looking at those long eyelashes, sexy lips, crooked nose, and messy face, Sumu immediately felt like gagging. Hold it in. Hold it in. Close your eyes and quickly go for it. Sumu murmured to himself, that's right. As long as I don't look and imagine Ivankov as a beauty in my mind, it's fine. Turning off the lights makes no difference. There's a reason behind that saying. Sumu nodded and was about to take action, but suddenly felt something was off. He paused for a moment and glanced to the side, only to find AIC staring at him intently, a strange expression in his eyes. Immediately, the two locked eyes, and an awkward atmosphere emerged. AIC, could you turn your head? AIC was taken aback for a moment and gave an awkward smile while sniffing. Okay, I'll look away, you go ahead. No, who wants to do it? Do what? Don't misunderstand. Sumu's face wrinkled up, and he hurriedly wanted to explain. But Ace consciously turned his head away. Although it was hard for him to accept Sumu's preference, he still expressed understanding. After all, strong individuals often have their own unique quirks. Seeing this scene, Sumu sighed. Forget it. If Ace didn't say anything, and he didn't say anything, no one would know he kissed Ivankov. With that thought, Sumu looked back at Ivankov, fixed his gaze on Ivankov's shoulder, and quickly closed his eyes. With a burst of courage, swish, a yellow light flickered for a moment, and Sumu kissed with the speed of light and quickly pulled away. Such a lightning-fast kiss instantly made Sumu's face feel like he had eaten something disgusting. He kissed. Nice. Sumu shouted wildly in his heart. Although it was a shoulder he was close to, he ultimately still ended up kissing Ivankov. With that, he should consider the task completed, right? Ding. The crisp sound that echoed in his mind made Sumu's eyes burst with light. It's here. His divine hand was about to be added to the ability pool. That's right, as long as it's added to the ability pool, he can take it out and use it any time. And with the divine hand, who could defeat him? Task failed. The host must kiss him on the lips. Sumu was stunned by these words. His thoughts came to a halt. After a moment, he felt anger rise to his brows. Fire sprang up from within. Damn it. Sumu couldn't help but curse. Why didn't you make it clear from the beginning? I finished everything before you told me. How could I fail the mission? What kind of stupid system is this? However, considering the host's outstanding performance in the battle and that he rescued Ace, I, the young master, will assume the host has succeeded in the mission. Young master, the grass mud horse is a very precious horse, usually drawn by idiots. So what I mean is system, you're really great. Sumu laughed loudly, rubbed his hands in the air, and repeatedly bowed his head. Then, my goddess hand. Ding, the host has completed the task. And the goddess hand is locked in. The goddess hand has been permanently added to the ability pool. Once the experience time of the goddess hand is over, the host will be able to draw a new ability. And the host can choose to switch or select one from the ability pool. Currently, the abilities in the ability pool are Goddess Hand, none. Nice. Sumu happily waved his fist. The divine hand was locked in, which meant that even if he didn't draw the desired ability that day, he could still use the divine hand. Moreover, it was included in the ability pool, allowing for infinite changes. If Sumu wanted to try out another ability, he could switch. Anyway, If he didn't want the ability drawn that day, he could switch back to the Divine Hand. With Luffy by his side, he could ensure his life at any time. However, he wondered whether the abilities he had copied would still be available later. Little Shao, will the abilities I copied now still be usable later with the Divine Hand? What did you copy again? Gura Gura no Mi, Karp, Phoenix, Sweet Sweet. Nika, well, that depends on whether I remember what you copied at that time. If I remember, then yes. Sumu was stunned. It was the first time he had seen such a hasty system. Could it be that he was relying entirely on memory to give him abilities? Some of the copies that didn't succeed. Could it be that this foolish system just didn't react in time? Forget it. Sumu felt it didn't matter. After all, with Luffy by his side, he could copy any time. Besides, there are countless systems in the world, and since this one brought him to the pirate world, he couldn't believe that his system was so foolish. So forgetful? It felt really good. Sumu stretched lazily and found himself feeling a bit tired. He had been fighting in a war on the top for quite a long time, and even though he was constantly replenishing his stamina, the mental fatigue was unavoidable. Thinking this, he lay down around Luffy. Sensing Sumu's movement, Ace turned his head back. Are you done? Huh? What? Sumu was taken aback, and Huaiyan's face turned pale. He really didn't want Ace to misunderstand. I didn't do anything. Seeing Sumu so anxious, Ace couldn't help but scratch his head. It made sense. Someone like him wouldn't be done so quickly. When Sumu noticed Ace had withdrawn his strange gaze, he let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. It didn't turn out to be perverted. Just as Sumu was about to lie down, Luffy suddenly shouted out loud. Sumu was taken aback and looked over. At that moment, Luffy was still in a deep sleep, but he was mumbling something. Ace meet. Ace chuckled lightly, patted Luffy's head, and then raised his head to look at Sumo. Sorry, he's always been like this, ever since he was a child. I know. Sumo also smiled. He naturally knew that Luffy would shout about eating meat even while sleeping. After all, the way to wake up Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji is just that one phrase. Since childhood, Luffy has been like a little shadow following you around. It was so much fun, even though you initially hated him. Sumo patted Luffy's head and smiled slightly. However, upon hearing this, Ace was stunned. How do you know about Luffy's childhood? Did you know Luffy before? By the way, it seems like you know me too. Hearing this, Sumo was slightly taken aback, as if he had said too much all at once. But it didn't matter anymore. Sumo took agent Albrecht, and then the corners of his mouth slightly lifted as he murmured, well, I wouldn't say I know you. It's just that I'm very familiar with you all. You could say I've seen you from afar, like looking across a vast ocean. Is that so? Oh, by the way, I forgot to ask you. Where do you come from across that ocean? Well, that's a secret, Ace. Sumu tilted his head and looked at Ace, a hint of a smile in his eyes. All right, pot lid head. Hey, Ace, can you tell me in detail about your childhood with Luffy? Sumi slowly approached Ace, squatting down and looking at him with anticipation. In fact, besides what he had seen in the anime, he really wanted to know more about Ace, Luffy, and the others when they were kids. Ace was taken aback for a moment, then smiled. Childhood stories? Oh, of course. Ace suddenly rested his head on his hand, looking interested. It seemed that as soon as he started talking about his and Luffy's childhood, he became excited. I remember, this kid used to cry a lot, just crying at the drop of a hat. You could say he was timid, but that wasn't it. He was just plain silly. Back then, we encountered a big old tiger, and none of us dared to provoke it, but this kid just went up and punched it. Can you believe how silly that was? Hee hee, I know that. Luffy was just silly when he was a kid. Sumu chuckled. What else? We had a secret base when we were kids. What else? What else? Luffy has never won a fight against us. What else? Sumu looked at Ace with excitement. Everything Ace had talked about so far, he had seen in the anime. He wanted to hear about things he hadn't seen. This kid used to wet the bed. And every night, he would crawl in my blanket. I still remember when we went stealing together. It was Luffy who ran slowly and got caught by the shopkeeper. When we were called to wash dishes as punishment, he smashed a whole bunch of them. Haha, you didn't know that, did you? And we used to live at Dayton's place, and Luffy accidentally used Dayton's clothes as toilet paper. Ha ha ha, I really didn't know that. He was such a fool. Ha ha. Somo couldn't help but laugh. Luffy was truly a little fool during his childhood. By the way, did you know that Luffy was swallowed by a crocodile? Oh, at that time, both Sabo and I were so anxious. Suddenly, Ace stopped, his expression blank. The moment Sabo was mentioned, his demeanor clearly became complicated. A hint of sorrow appeared in his gentle eyes. Suo Moon naturally sensed Ace's emotional changes. Clearly, the name Sabo seemed to evoke his pain. By the way, Ace now, just like Luffy, probably doesn't know that Sabo is not dead. In the original story, Ace died, and if he didn't see Sabo in heaven, he would probably be very confused. Sabo, I accidentally brought him up. I'm sorry. You probably don't know him, but he was Luffy's brother just like me. However, he was very unfortunate and left me and Luffy first. Ace lowered his head and gently patted Luffy's head, his eyes filled with even more tenderness than before. So, I must love Luffy even more. He only has me as his brother now, and I only have him as my brother. Ah, I'm sorry, I accidentally said too much. I don't know if you can understand, but we did once have a brother. I understand your feelings. Sumi opened his mouth and then sighed slightly. He was hesitating about something, but after a moment, he no longer hesitated, raised his head, and looked at Ace. Ace, there's something I want to tell you. It's about Sabo. Sabo? Ace was slightly taken aback by these words. Do you know him? Impossible, Sabo. But he hasn't been able to set sail for a long time. How do you know him? Well, you can understand it as my ability. Ace, actually Sabo, is not dead. Somu stared straight at Ace, murmuring softly. As his last word fell, the surrounding air seemed to fall silent. Ace's eyes trembled slightly, slowly widening in disbelief. It was as if he had heard an extremely incredible piece of news. No, it can't be. Sabo's ship was sunk right in front of so many people. He should have already. He's alive, I promise. Somo opened his mouth again and said firmly, alive, Sabo, still alive? Ace stared into Somu's eyes, and after seeing the determination in them, he was completely stunned. Memories of the past moments with Sabo constantly floated in his mind. He had thought that Sabo had been dead for many years, but now Somu was telling him that Sabo was still alive? If someone else had said this, Ace might not have believed it, but just from the aura emanating from Somo, along with that resolute gaze and the knowledge of so many childhood stories, it was different. Sabo didn't lie to him. In that instant, Ace jumped up, flames erupting uncontrollably from his body. Luffy, who was wrapped around him, was also lifted up. Ace looked at Sabo excitedly, wrapping his arm around his shoulder, and said urgently, Hey, what's going on? You have to tell me. Hey, what's going on? You have to tell me. Ace's eyes widened as he grabbed Sabo's shoulders, his emotions quite intense. How could he not be excited upon hearing that his brother, who had been dead for many years, was actually alive? Wait, Ace, calm down, I'll tell you, just sit down first. Feeling the flames erupting from Ace's body due to his excitement, Sabo was momentarily taken aback. Soon, he noticed that things around them were catching fire. Actually, Sabo, oh no. Luffy's hair is on fire. Sumu's eyes trembled slightly as he pointed at Luffy, unable to hold back a cry. Ace was also stunned. Turning around to look, he finally noticed that Luffy's hair was on fire from the flames on his body. Fire, it's on fire. Luffy, wake up quickly. Ace took a deep breath and pushed Luffy hard. But that guy Luffy was sleeping like a dead pig, completely unaware that his hair was burning. Don't panic, let me handle it. Sumu hurriedly pushed Ace aside and stepped on Luffy's head. Annihilate. Do it for me. Somo gritted his teeth and frantically stomped on Luffy's head, hoping to extinguish the fire this way. But the fire not only didn't go out, it spread to Luffy's clothes. It even threatened to reach the straw hat behind Luffy. Seeing this scene, Somu took a sharp breath. That straw hat was a treasured item of Luffy's, and if it caught fire, he would wake up and overturn the ship. Damn it, Ace quickly sucked the flames back. This is bad. The fire is going to get bigger. Sumu couldn't help but frown, feeling a bit flustered. After realizing that the frantic stomping was ineffective, Sumu grabbed Luffy and rushed to the deck. Without hesitation, he swiftly tossed Luffy into the sea as if he were a hot potato. Ace, who had just come out of the room, saw Luffy being thrown into the sea and his eyes widened, as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. Luffy, this is bad. He's a devil fruit user. He can't swim. Ace shouted, and then, without hesitation, he dove into the sea. Splash, splash. With the sound of water splashing, Ace and Luffy fell into the water one after the other. Ah, that was close. The straw hat almost got burned. If that happened, Luffy would definitely make a fuss. Somo let out a breath, clapped his hands, but suddenly looked up. Wait, something seems off. Sumu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly turned around. Oh no, neither of them can swim. Suamu shouted loudly, and then quickly jumped into the water. Gurgle gurgle. Luffy and Ace, both lying on the deck with their stomachs full of water, gazed at the dark night, murmuring softly in lament. Sumu sat aside, using his abilities to evaporate the moisture on his body, looking at the two people with a sigh. You both are really quite impatient. Gurgle gurgle, what happened? At this moment, Luffy finally woke up, sitting up in confusion and looking at Sumo. Sumi looked over at Luffy and was stunned. Luffy's hair had been burned off completely, leaving him completely bald. Bald Luffy. Sumo couldn't help but exclaim, pointing at Luffy. Luffy covered his head and then realized that his hair was gone. He was immediately shocked, staring blankly at his surroundings. Where did my hair go? Huh, what about my straw hat? The straw hat. Ah, the straw hat is still here. That's great. Luffy's exaggerated reaction calmed Ace down a bit. He had originally wanted to ask about Sabo, but suddenly this scene unfolded. Ah, Luffy, sorry, I accidentally burned you. Ace scratched his head and then looked back at Sumu. This time he was clearly much calmer. But Sumu could still see the impatience in Ace's eyes. So, now, can you tell me about Sabo? Ah, yes. Sumi nodded. Sabo. Upon hearing those two words, Luffy's eyes widened, and a look of surprise burst forth in his gaze. Ace, is that the Sabo? Ah. Luffy paused for a moment, then rushed to Sumi's side. The water in his stomach already gone. Is it about Sabo's past? Hey, did you know Sabo before? Were you a friend he met when he was a child? In Luffy's current memory, Sabo had already died when they were kids. When he met Sabo, Sabo was already 10 years old, and he thought Sumi was a friend from before Sabo turned 10. The story must also be about Sabo's life before he turned 10. No, it's about Sabo's current situation. Sumi looked at Luffy and said, Sabo, about the current situation. Luffy carefully pondered over the sentence. But he isn't already. He's still alive. Sumi said firmly again. He looked at Luffy and Ace with unwavering eyes. Alive. Upon hearing this word, Luffy took a deep breath and his expression became blank. Even though Ace already knew this news, he couldn't help but breathe rapidly upon hearing it again. Hey, what's going on? How do you know this, you bullhead? Sabo. Sabo has been, since we were kids. Is he still alive? Where is he now? Luffy regained his composure and immediately stepped forward, grabbing Sumi's shoulders, asking urgently. Ah, he's still alive, and he's even very strong now. Sumi looked at the excited Luffy and smiled slightly. Then he continued to murmur. Although you may find it hard to accept, Sabo is still alive. He is now in the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing this, both Luffy and Ace were stunned in place. Ace, completely losing his composure, stepped forward and, like Luffy, grabbed Sumi's shoulders. The Revolutionary Army. Are you joking? How could Sabo be in the Revolutionary Army? He died under the Celestial Dragon's ship. Sumu gently exhaled, looking at the incredulous expressions on Luffy and Ace's faces. He had long anticipated that they would react this way. To be honest, it would definitely be hard for them to suddenly accept such news from someone they hadn't known for long. Well, he didn't die. He was rescued. Sumo slowly pushed aside the hands of Ace and Luffy, then sat down. He began to tell them everything he knew, including how Sabo survived the cannonball, how he grew up, who raised him, and how he was doing now. He explained why Sabo didn't choose to come find them. Sabo lost his memory in that cannonball incident and forgot about Luffy and Ace. It wasn't until Ace died and he saw the newspaper that he suddenly regained his memory. After listening to Sumu's story, Ace and Luffy were left speechless. The amount of information was overwhelming, and they didn't know if they could remember it all. They shook their heads and murmured, Sabo, he's actually alive? That's great. Woo-woo. Luffy's eyes suddenly welled up with tears, and he began to cry like he did when he was a child. Clearly, after hearing this seamless story, he unconditionally believed Sumo. No, Sumo, you are really too good. Woo-woo. Luffy stepped forward and hugged Sumo's head in his arms. To Sumo's surprise, Luffy actually got his name right. It made sense, though. Luffy usually didn't use nicknames for his crew, so he must have suddenly remembered Sumo's name. Then I'm going to find Sabo. We have to go. Even if he doesn't remember us, I will find him, Luffy. Ace stood up and looked into the distance, saying firmly. It seemed he had also come to believe Sumo's words. Although I don't know how you know this, I feel like you wouldn't lie. Ace turned to look at Sumo and smiled slightly. Thank you, Sumo, for telling us such good news. That is wonderful. Since Marineford, you've been helping us. Upon hearing this, Sumu shrugged and sighed, then pointed at Luffy. What can I do? After all, I'm this guy's crew. Luffy grinned widely and started to laugh. Hee hee. That's right. Sumu, you are now my crew. We must hold a big feast for you. Then where will your money come from? Asked Nami. Right, Sumo. You haven't met the other crew members, have you? They're all really interesting guys. When it came to his crew, Luffy smiled and happily said to Sumo. But for some reason, we are temporarily scattered, but we will meet soon. We agreed that 3 days later, we must gather at Sabati Archipelago. Sumo, let us go together then. No. Before Luffy could finish speaking with a smile, Sumo immediately refused. As soon as he said that, Luffy was stunned, but he quickly pouted. Huh? What? I've already decided. No. Sumi refused again. Luffy, I agree to become your crewmate. But have you ever considered if it's appropriate for you all to meet up now? Luffy frowned upon hearing this. Huh? Sumi, we still need to continue our adventures. Of course we have to meet up. After we meet up, then what? Will we have to fight with all our might against ordinary robots like the Pacifistas? Luffy was stunned, staring blankly at Sumi. Will we still have to run away against an admiral with no power to resist? Even when encountering a warlord of the sea, will you just watch your friends get knocked away one by one, unable to do anything? Sumu stared at Luffy and chattered on. As Sumu's words continued, Luffy's expression gradually became stiffer, as if every word Sumu said pierced his heart. Luffy, I think this separation is an opportunity for you and your companions. An opportunity to become stronger. The tone of Sumo became heavy. I believe that you can only do better adventures after each of you becomes stronger first. Sumi stared at Luffy, a different kind of light emanating from his eyes. He really should wake Luffy up. In the original story, it was Ace's death that made Luffy fully awaken and realize himself, leading him to temporarily give up sailing to become stronger. Today he saved Ace, but he didn't want Luffy to still stubbornly desire to reunite with his friends because of this. That's right, Luffy, what he said makes sense. At that moment, a voice came from the other end of the ship. Sumi looked over. It was Jinbe. Jinbe slowly walked over right now. You guys can't even hurt a Logia fruit user. But in the new world, many people are devil fruit users, and each person's strength is extremely formidable. If you carelessly head to the new world like this, your fate will be the same as most pirates, perishing in the new world, not to mention becoming the pirate king. Jinbe's voice was very deep, his sharp gaze fixed on Luffy. Hearing this, Luffy's clenched fists gradually relaxed, and his stiff expression became a bit more pleasant. Indeed, he didn't want to see his friends disappear before him again. He also didn't want to see an admiral so scared that he could only run away. Their current solution to this problem was also very clear. They needed to become stronger first, and then meet again after 2 years. I understand, Luffy slowly spoke, his voice slightly flat. Since the new world is full of monsters, it seems we also need to get stronger. In Luffy's mind, he couldn't help but recall the scene of being sent flying by Bartholomew Kuma. The image of each of his friends disappearing before him kept flashing through his mind. They needed to get stronger. When we see that bear-like man again, we can't run anymore. Suddenly, Luffy raised his head sharply, one fist clenched, a different color emerging in his eyes, as if he had made a decision. Then I've decided. I will train for 2 years, and then meet them again at Sabaody Archipelago, and then we will head to the new world together. As soon as he said this, both Ace and Jinbe were slightly taken aback. Then they both smiled slightly, looking at Luffy with appreciation. Seeing this, Sumu also smiled slightly. It is unclear whether Luffy came to this realization on his own, or if it was the result of his fate. In any case, Luffy now has to train for another 2 years before he can meet up with his companions. This also means that Sumu will not be able to see Zoro and the others until 2 years later. 2 years, which can feel long or short. Sumo looked up at the pitch-black sky and then smiled faintly. If the storyline were to follow its course, Luffy's master would still be Rayleigh, right? So during these 2 years, he should have a good time. Perhaps he could even learn the true 3-color Haki from Rayleigh, the kind that affects the essence. Forget it, let everything happen naturally. The Marineford War is over, and Sumu also needs to rest well. To be honest, he is really looking forward to 2 years later. Will his bounty notice come out? Lost in thought, Sumu fell asleep. As the sun rose in the east, a sound rang in Sumu's mind. Ding. He began to extract today's new ability. Obtained ability, Doraemon's 4-dimensional pocket. Sumu was lying on the deck, still asleep, when a crisp notification sound rang in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have drawn today's new ability, Doraemon's 4th-dimensional pocket and all its gadgets. What? What is this? Sumu's muddled head instantly cleared. What's going on? How could the ability be extracted automatically while still asleep? This isn't right. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet. The ability is extracted from the host every morning at 6 o'clock. Since the host arrived after 6 o'clock, it hasn't been a full 24 hours. The system also reminded him upon hearing the question. Sumu was taken aback. Forget it. Whether it has been more than 24 hours or not is not important. What matters is what did I draw? Dora, Eamon. Sumo immediately jumped up, staring blankly at the vast sea ahead. He had drawn Doraemon? Isn't this the anime he often watched in his childhood? Sumu remembered that he used to often fantasize about how great it would be to have Doraemon's gadgets. He wasn't afraid of being laughed at. He even dreamed at night about using those strange gadgets. Please choose whether to change. If you choose to change, you can select one ability from the ability pool to replace it. Sumu listened to the prompt in a daze, then eagerly spoke up. No change. No change. I want him. The system reminded the host that if no change is made now, the next opportunity to change will be after 6 o'clock tomorrow. And changes cannot be made midway. Oh, fine, I got it. Sumu nodded repeatedly. Not to mention 24 hours. Even if he were to go a whole month without changing, he wouldn't feel anything. After all, how fun must this ability be? At the same time, Sumu was sure that with Doraemon's gadgets, even in the world of pirates, he wouldn't face any danger. Because, as far as he knew, those gadgets were all bug-level items. Just with a time machine and an anywhere door, along with a devil's passport, he could easily navigate the world. Sumu also knows that one should never compare combat power with characters from the world of comedy. They're all akin to bug-level cheats. Ding! The host does not choose to switch, and has obtained Doraemon's fourth-dimensional pocket. As the voice in his mind faded, Sumo only felt that something extra had appeared on his stomach. He looked down and lifted his shirt, only to see a white pocket had appeared on his skin. Moreover, this pocket seemed to have grown onto him, and no matter what, it wouldn't fall off, merging with his body. Looking at this very familiar pocket, Sumo honestly felt his heart stop for a moment. Could he finally use those strange and wonderful gadgets? Damn, this system is amazing. Shrink light, anywhere door, time machine. Invisibility cloak, time tablecloth, dodging cloak, x-ray glasses, bamboo copter. There were too many gadgets to count. Additionally, Sumu also gained Doraemon's abilities, along with a thorough understanding and usage instructions for these gadgets. This meant he could quickly take out whatever gadget he wanted. This is so exhilarating. Sumu looked at the sky gradually glowing red and felt that the world was so beautiful for a moment. However, the accompanying weaknesses were also very apparent. Sumu's current body has turned into an ordinary person's body. To be honest, if someone suddenly unleashed Conqueror's Haki, he might just kick the bucket. Sumu swallowed hard and then looked at Luffy, letting out a sigh of relief. But it was fine. He had the most reliable captain, Luffy, who would ensure his safety no matter what. As long as he wasn't caught off guard by a sudden attack, with his skill, he could swiftly pull out his props and catch his opponent by surprise. Thinking of this, Sumu eagerly rummaged through the four-dimensional pocket, where the props were truly dazzling, making it hard for him to take it all in. He directly took out a bamboo dragonfly. Placing it on top of his head, the bamboo dragonfly slowly lifted him into the air. However, having experienced the sensation of light speed, this bamboo dragonfly's speed was simply not enough for him. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to look for other interesting props. At that moment, the pirate on the lookout suddenly shouted down, "We've arrived. We're at Sphinx." As soon as these words were spoken, the pirates below seemed to have received some command and immediately woke up. Luffy and Ace also ran out of the room. Feeling the first rays of sunrise in the east, Luffy couldn't help but smile. This island called Sphinx seemed very beautiful. "This is Dad's hometown," Ace murmured as he looked at the island before them. The island of Sphinx was the hometown of Whitebeard. Even though Whitebeard was the strongest man in the world, he never forgot his hometown. Every time he received a share of treasure, he anonymously sent it all back home. This was, besides the ship, Whitebeard's favorite place. "Dad, we're taking you home." Ace gazed at the sea behind them, as if he could already see Marco and the other's ship. And at the forefront of their ship stood the strongest man in the world, proudly holding a naginata, his body riddled with wounds yet still standing tall. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. The first rays of sunlight in the east pierced through the clouds and landed on Newgate's body. The yellow-red halo seemed to carry a hint of the victor's color. Indeed, even though Newgate died on the battlefield, he might well be the true victor of that battlefield. He not only shouted one piece with his whole life, but also saved his son, Ace. Compared to dying uselessly in a hospital bed, dying on a battlefield was probably what he wanted. As the waves rocked the ship layer by layer, it slowly approached the shore. Someone took a deep breath, looking at this island. This is the hometown of Whitebeard. In the original work, this is where Ace was buried. Sumi thought to himself, glancing at Ace with a slight smile. He was looking forward to Ace searching for Sabo, but now Ace definitely needed to hold Whitebeard's funeral first. After thinking for a moment, the ship slowly lowered its gangway. The pirates began to disembark, stepping onto the lush green grass. A gentle breeze came, softly brushing against Sumi's face. No, he couldn't stay here any longer. Suddenly, Sumu realized and hurriedly looked at the vast sea behind him. If you remember correctly, Shanks had followed them, right? If that's the case, he definitely couldn't meet Shanks. Previously, he had a lot of skills, but now it was different. He was just an incredibly ordinary person physically. Just getting close to Shanks might knock him out from that overwhelming aura. Moreover, he didn't know if any of Doraemon's gadgets could defend against such unrealistic attacks. But no matter what, he couldn't take any unnecessary risks. Anyway, Whitebeard's funeral should be left to the Whitebeard pirates. They would follow the original plot. He wouldn't be needed here. With that thought, Sumu pulled Luffy to his side. "Hey, Luffy, let's leave here." "Huh? Where are we going?" Luffy was slightly taken aback by this. To the place where we should train, we are no longer needed here. Huh. But Ace and that uncle. Just leave that to them. Shanks is about to come here. Do you really want to meet him now? Shanks. Luffy was shocked. Then his face lit up with excitement. Shanks is here too? Where's he? I haven't seen him in so long. Seeing Luffy like this made Sumu hesitate a little more about leaving. So he sighed and continued to brainwash Luffy. That's not the point, Luffy. It's not time for you to meet Shanks yet. You must become stronger, and then when you stand at the peak, you can meet Shanks again and finally return the straw hat to him. Wouldn't that be great? So come with me now. Hearing this, Luffy was slightly taken aback. Then he grinned, showing his teeth, and patted Sumu's back. You really are interesting. You even know I want to return the straw hat to Shanks. All right, you make a good point. It's not the right time to meet Shanks yet. After all, I'm a pirate now too. So let's go. By the way, are you planning to secretly take their ship? Luffy whispered into Sumu's ear. No, I have a special ability that allows me to quickly reach a place. Sumi smiled slightly, the corners of her mouth curling as she looked at Luffy. There's no need to say goodbye to them. Let's leave quietly and head to Amazon Lily first. Okay, but Ace and Sabo. Luffy nodded vigorously, then looked at Ace, his eyes clearly reflecting another thought. All right, Ace is safe now. It's time for us to say goodbye. Sumi tugged at Luffy, easily noticing what he was thinking. As for Sabo, Luffy, I have a way that will let you find Sabo soon and help him regain his memories. Really? Yes. Great. What are we waiting for? Let's go. Luffy pulled Sumi and ran towards the ship. Be careful. Don't get caught. Luffy murmured cautiously, and then the two hid behind the ship's hull, disappearing from everyone's sight. Seeing this, Sumo breathed a sigh of relief. If others found out he was leaving, he would probably be stuck for a while. He had to wait for Shanks to arrive. Otherwise, he might really be in trouble. Sumo, what abilities do you have to help us leave? Luffy looked at Sumo curiously, as if Sumo were a magician who could do incredible things at any moment. Watch closely, don't blink. Seeing Luffy like this, Sumo's lips curled slightly, and then he flipped up the pocket on his belly. Immediately, he pulled out a complete pink door. This is an anywhere door. As long as you say where you want to go, it can take you there. Huh, really? That's amazing. Sumu smiled slightly. That's right, this is the reaction. When he first watched Doraemon, he had the same reaction. All right, let's go to Daughter Island first. I have many plans to discuss with you, including the matter of Sabo. Sumi slowly opened his mouth and said, after all, his arrival had disrupted Luffy's original training progress. So he needed to make some adjustments to the plan to help Luffy get back on track. Moreover, the members of Straw Hat Pirates had not yet received the news of 3D, 2Y. He had to find a way to get this information to Zoro and the others. We need to go to Amazon Lily. Sumu slowly spoke to the pink door in front of him. To be honest, he felt a bit anxious, after all. It was his first time using such a large prop. He wasn't sure if it would really work. Grasping the doorknob, Sumu took a deep breath and carefully turned it. Luffy beside him also couldn't help but pay more attention, eagerly looking at what was behind the door. Was this door really that magical? The door slowly opened, and Sumu felt a flash of light before his eyes. Then, a jungle appeared on the other side of the door. Seeing this scene, Sumu was stunned, and Luffy was also taken aback. Soon after, a look of surprise appeared on Sumu's face. The scenery on the other side of the door had indeed changed. Could it be? This is Daughter Island? Sumi swallowed hard, but before he could take a step, Luffy suddenly rushed in front of him. Excitedly shooting. Ah, that's amazing. It's really changed. Let me go take a look. Wait, Luffy, wait for me. Sumi shouted anxiously and then followed Luffy into the door. As the door was casually closed, this pink door also disappeared from its place. With the disappearance of the door, a crisp sound rang out. Mission locked. Restore Sabo's memory. At this time on Sphinx Island. Hey, Straw Hat Luffy. The pot-lit head. Where are those two? A pirate shouted when he saw that Luffy and Sumi were missing. It can't be. Weren't they on the ship? They were clearly here just a moment ago. No, they weren't on the ship. Where did they go? The ship hasn't left. Did the pot-lit head take him away? Luffy? Sumi? Ace, who was walking at the front, couldn't help but turn back upon hearing this. After scanning the crowd and not finding the two, he frowned. Could it be that they left? Ace slowly spoke. Then he smiled slightly. Forget it, Luffy. Congratulations on gaining another great crew member. Next, we probably won't see each other for a long time. However, 2 years later, when you set sail, as your brother, I will definitely bring Sabo to see you off. Kaji. The pink door slowly closed. Sumi looked at the jungle and couldn't help but smile. It really was Daughter Island. It seems this item is truly useful. Wow, this is really that island. How amazing. We just went through a door. Speaking of which, this is very similar to that person with 2 horns on their head. Luffy opened his mouth wide, looking at the jungle in front of him, and couldn't help but exclaim, "All right, I still have more things to show you. In any case, we need to start planning what to do next, Luffy." Sumu slowly stepped forward and then found an empty space. Luffy nodded. "That's right. So our first step is eating." Thud. Hearing this, Sumu stumbled and almost fell to the ground. To be honest, Luffy really does prioritize eating above all else. "Well then, all right, Luffy. Let me now demonstrate my other invincible ability to you." Sumu smiled slightly and slowly sat down on the grass, looking at Luffy. Luffy was right. It was better to eat well first and then slowly plan for what came next. Moreover, after such a long battle, Sumu was indeed feeling a bit hungry. Sumu put his hand into the pocket and carefully rummaged around, then took out a tablecloth. When Luffy saw this scene, he foolishly walked up and said, "Hey Sumu, what are you doing? Shouldn't we start a fire before eating? Then we can just grab one of those 3-meter-tall wild boars." Sumu replied, "Hey, Luffy, you don't understand this. If you want to eat, why do you need to do it yourself?" Sumu smiled slightly, then looked at the tablecloth in front of his subordinates. This was the food tablecloth. As long as you said what you wanted to eat while facing it, it would appear out of thin air. Fried chicken, cola, and also fries. Sumu softly called out, then slowly lifted the tablecloth, revealing 3 items underneath. There were warm chicken steaks and fries, along with a chilled cola. Wow, that's amazing. Luffy's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Sumu, as if Sumu were a magician in his eyes. His gaze seemed to be filled with affirmation for having invited Sumu onto the ship back then. This guy is really interesting. "But, Sumu, are you only going to eat this little bit? Let me. Luffy eagerly snatched the tablecloth from Sumu's hands and carefully laid it out on the grass. "What should I eat?" "Got it. I want to eat the roasted pig that Sanji makes. It doesn't need to be too big. Just 2 meters long will do." Luffy clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, murmuring in front of the tablecloth. Upon seeing this scene, Sumu was slightly taken aback, unsure if the tablecloth could produce something so large. He looked beneath the tablecloth, and after a second, he heard a thud, and then the tablecloth was lifted by a huge object. A delicious roasted suckling pig came into view. Wow! Luffy opened his eyes wide, sparkling with excitement. It's really here. This aroma is definitely Sanji's cooking. Luffy couldn't wait to dive into the roasted suckling pig, drool already pooling at the corners of his mouth. Sumu was stunned. This tablecloth really is so versatile. Is this the roasted pig that Sanji made? It smells so good. Sumi curiously took a small piece and tasted it. Immediately, just like Luffy, his eyes sparkled with excitement. It was delicious. There were no special sauces to alter the flavor, but it was still full of taste. Sanji's cooking skills were indeed impressive. Thus, Luffy and Sumi began to eat wildly. It was uncertain whether it was due to their bodies changing after arriving in this world, but Sumi's appetite had increased. The two of them ate for quite a while, using many food tablecloths before finally feeling full. I'm full, really comfortable." Luffy patted his round belly, which looked like a ball laid down on the ground, took a deep breath, and then his belly shrank down. Sumu also patted his round belly and took out a super digestive tablet from his pocket. After taking one, like Luffy, returned to his original figure. After a satisfying meal, Sumu and Luffy lay contentedly on the grass. This is the daily life of a pirate, right? No economic pressure, no academic stress, no trivialities of life. If only we could lie here forever, it would indeed be comfortable. But, all right, Luffy, we need to get down to business now. First step. Sumu had thought carefully about it before. If he were to follow the original plot, there would be many tedious things to deal with. For example, when they get to the Navy headquarters, Luffy rings the bell 16 times to tell his crew that they will meet again in 2 years. However, now that he has Doraemon's abilities, he can use the gadgets to directly inform Zoro and the others about Luffy's plan. The first step is to let Zoro and the others know your plan. Luffy paused for a moment, then realized that they still didn't know about his 2 years of training. "Do you have a way, Sumu?" Sumu nodded and began to think about what tools could allow them to hear these things. "Got it." Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up Sumu's eyes, and he started rummaging through the white pocket on his stomach. After searching for a while, he pulled out a device that resembled a trumpet, a wireless megaphone. Sumu smiled slightly. When Luffy saw the pose that Sumu struck, even though he didn't know what it was, he couldn't help but shout, "Come on, Luffy, come over here. As long as you speak into this microphone, your voice will reach the ears of those you designate." Sumu waved at Luffy. "Okay." Luffy excitedly ran over, curiously scanning this megaphone like a child. "Well, that's it, Zoro, Chopper, Usopp, Nami, Robin, Sanji, Brook, Frankie, just those few. Sumu carefully adjusted it and murmured, "Wait a minute. It seems like there's something else." As soon as the words came out, Sumu suddenly remembered. There was another device that could show the current scene of the Straw Hat Pirates. If there was a visual, he could confirm whether they heard Luffy's words. Thinking this, Sumu continued to rummage through his pocket and then took out a small television. There was also a satellite transmitter. "Hey, what is this? It looks like the images projected by that bug." Luffy stepped forward and cautiously probed the bright, flickering display screen. This was somewhat similar to the images he had seen at Sabeti Archipelago. This is a mini satellite, with a smirk at the corner of his mouth. It's worth mentioning that Doryman's gadgets are truly comprehensive. You can find the corresponding tool for anything you want to do. As long as you launch this thing into the sky, the scene of Zoro and the others will be able to appear on this television. Then, you can see what they are up to. Sumi picked up the small satellite launcher, aimed it at the sky, and launched it directly. A flash of fire illuminated the scene as the satellite ascended, gradually disappearing from Sumi's sight. From that moment on, the first satellite in the pirate world was created. As the satellite reached its position, Sumi slowly began to adjust the display screen. Before long, 8 images appeared on the screen. The images displayed were not much different from the anime Sumi had seen before, just more intuitive. Among the images, there were the Straw Hat Pirates, experiencing their current situations. This is Luffy's expression, which had been playful, instantly became serious upon seeing this scene. He walked up to the display screen, eager to press his eyes against it. His body almost tried to squeeze through. This is Zoro, Nami, Sanji. Luffy's eyes trembled uncontrollably. After going through the Marineford War, he missed his friends dearly. At the same time, seeing that his friends were doing well brought him immense joy. Great, they're all doing fine. Now, Luffy, all you need to do is press this switch, and everything you say will be heard by them. Sumu stepped forward and handed Luffy a microphone, murmuring as he did so. Taking the microphone, Luffy's expression became serious. The previous lightheartedness completely vanished. It was as if the heavy burden of being the captain truly rested on his shoulders now. He seemed to be in deep thought, contemplating how to convey this news to his companions. Tsukumu quietly stayed by the side. During such important announcements, every member on the ship would tacitly listen attentively, even if this guy is usually an idiot. But right now, Luffy is the captain. Whenever there is an important decision to be made, Luffy often has to take on a very important role. Luffy took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. "Hey, everyone." Suddenly, an unexpected voice echoed in the minds of the Straw Hat Pirates, causing them to be taken aback. On the display screen, the bodies of the Straw Hat Pirates scattered across various locations visibly trembled. Sumi couldn't help but feel a bit excited. It was obvious that they all heard Luffy's voice. In the scene, on Klaken Island. What is this voice? Is it an auditory hallucination? Zoro, running inside the villa, suddenly stopped. His body wrapped in bandages, he frowned, scanning the surroundings with a domineering gaze. On the island of a merman, Sanji kicked a merman giant away while curiously probing his surroundings with trembling eyes. The voice in my mind? What's going on? What is this voice? On the broadcast islands, Visalia Sky Island, Barkamoya Island, the impoverished country, and the Terino Kingdom. Chopper, Nami, Usopp, Frankie, Brook, and Robin were also momentarily stunned, curiously scanning their surroundings. Voice. This is, "Everyone, are you all okay?" "I am." Luffy. Upon hearing this, Zoro and the others in the scene visibly trembled for a moment, their expressions changing drastically. Luffy-san, Luffy, what's going on? How can your voice be in my mind? Where are you? Are you with me?" Zoro curiously searched around the castle. "Luffy, are you here with me? Why can't I find you?" "No, this voice must be some kind of ability." Sanji also reacted, frowning. "Luffy, although I don't know how you transmitted your voice. Don't worry, as soon as I kick these mermen away, I will head to Sabeti Archipelago to meet up with you." Luffy, I've already borrowed a ship. I'm coming to meet you right away." "Great, Luffy, you're okay." Tears streamed down Chopper's eyes as he choked out. "Luffy, are you alright? What is the latest news about the Marineford War?" "Luffy, your brother." Robin also asked worriedly in her mind. Clearly, she also knew about the events before the Marineford War. Everyone, actually, I came to tell you something." Before the other members could finish, Luffy continued, his voice coming through again. "What? About our meeting in 3 days." We will definitely go. That is, the meeting in 3 days is cancelled." Luffy took a deep breath and said calmly. Upon hearing this, the Straw Hat Pirates in the scene were all frozen in place. After a moment, "Hey, don't joke around, Luffy. I'll be able to reach Sabeti Archipelago soon. Wait for me." "Yes, I'll kick this merman away and then go back." "No, I want to go back and adventure with Luffy." Chopper choked up. frantically rowing his oars in the scene, afraid that Luffy would leave him behind. Luffy stared at the people on the display screen and then continued to speak. A lot has happened. Everyone, what I want to say is, we are not strong enough yet. Zoro gritted his teeth, frowning. What are you talking about, Luffy? So, I decided. Luffy suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of teeth. Sumu could clearly feel that the nerves of the Straw Hat crew were starting to tighten, as if Luffy's decision would deeply affect them. We will meet again in 3 days, but let's change it to 2 years. In other words, we will meet at Sabaody Archipelago 2 years later. During this time, everyone will train and become stronger. Then, we will head to the New World. Luffy's voice was incredibly powerful, carrying a strong captain's aura. It seemed that at such moments, Luffy was quite reliable. Zoro, Sanji, Nami, Chopper, and the other members of the Straw Hat crew were stunned in place. Clearly, they were surprised by Luffy's decision. But then, so that's what it means. We have 2 years to train? In the scene, Zoro smirked, slowly drew his sword, Inma, and thrust it into the ground. His eyes held a flicker of unwavering determination. So, we first need to become stronger, huh? I really thought you were going to make some ridiculous decision again. Sanji also slowly took out a lighter, flicked it, and lit a cigarette, exhaling a puff of smoke. Then he smirked. Even though they were in different places, they surprisingly spoke in unison with Zoro from afar. Their voices were incredibly firm. Understood. Captain, we will meet again in 2 years. We will definitely become stronger. Sanji smiled slightly, looking into the distance, murmuring to himself. By then, don't let me surpass you, green algae head. Upon seeing this scene, Sumu smiled slightly. Now, Luffy had already conveyed this message to his companions. Those companions were also aware of it. So next, it was about finding a teacher for Luffy. But just as Sumu was about to look for suitable tools, Luffy spoke into the microphone again. By the way, everyone, I forgot to tell you, we have an interesting new companion. Companion? That's right, his name is Sumo. This guy is really something. After 2 years, we must throw a feast for him. He put in a lot of effort to save Ace. Sumo was slightly taken aback and quickly looked at the display screen. Did Luffy just introduce him to the crew? Sumo? Nami frowned, rubbing her head, hoping that this guy named Sumo wasn't some weirdo. After all, their captain had a habit of inviting strange people on board. Wasn't it true that this idiot once wanted to invite zombies onto the ship? Sumo was still a bit nervous as he looked at the display screen, not knowing how Nami and the others would react. However, after Luffy said that, the group didn't have much of a reaction, which made Sumo breathe a sigh of relief. He was afraid that they would all immediately voice their objections. It's important to remember that when they first invited Brook, they had strongly rejected him. It was only after the incident with Moria that they finally accepted Brook. Click. After the call ended, the image on the display screen also disappeared. Sumo slowly exhaled and then looked at Luffy. Captain, should we find you a master first or go look for Sabo first? Master? Luffy paused for a moment, then blurted out, of course, we should go find Sabo first. Sumu smiled lightly, knowing that Luffy would make this choice. Helping Sabo recover his memory was the task he had locked onto this time. Once this task was completed, this Doraemon-like ability could be added to the ability pool. Sumi has also thought it through. He cannot rely solely on the abilities of the God Hand and Doraemon in the future. Therefore, during the 2 years that Luffy is training, he will also embark on his own journey of self-improvement. He will try his best to complete the daily tasks to unlock abilities and put as many abilities into his ability pool as possible. This way, he will have many more options to choose from when it comes time to switch abilities. Alright, let's go help Sabo regain his memory. Sumu nodded and quickly took out the anywhere door from his pocket. Sabo was currently at the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army on White Earth Island, Baldy. Sumu had long found a way to help Sabo regain his memories. Using the memory hammer, as long as he struck Sabo's head with this hammer, all of his lost memories would come flooding back. From what Sumu understood, he had considered using the phone booth to help Sabo recover his memories. But upon closer thought, the principle of this item was to create a parallel world where Sabo would regain his memories, but this real world would not be affected. Therefore, Sumu naturally wouldn't use it. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to use this item either, as he was worried about getting trapped in a parallel world and being unable to distinguish between reality and illusion. First, he needed to get everything ready. Suamu put on the evasion cloak, which allowed him to dodge all attacks, and took out the memory recovery hammer and the time-stopping clock, which could pause time. He had already thought of a combo for what to do after opening the door. He would use the time-stopping clock to pause time, and then quickly give Sabo a hammer. This would take them to the Revolutionary Army, beside Sabo. Sumu took a deep breath and slowly began to speak. Upon hearing this, Luffy behind Sumu couldn't help but hold his breath. Could they really see Sabo? Is Sabo really still alive? Creak. The door slowly opened, revealing a vast desert. The wind and sand whipped up as the sound of running footsteps came from the other side of the door. Sumi and Luffy were both stunned when they saw this scene. Then, Luffy was the first to react, rushing into the anywhere door and shouting, "Sabo, where are you? Hey Luffy, wait for me." Sumu recovered from his daze and quickly followed Luffy. After passing through the door of dimensions, it closed and was stored in Sumu's pocket. Sumu stepped on a pile of sand and stones, looking around in confusion. This is the island of White Earth, Baldiga? Where is Sabo? Sumi's gaze was intense, and just a moment ago, he heard footsteps outside the door. In such a short time, Sabo had disappeared? Wait a minute. Where the hell is Luffy? Sumu's body froze in place, the surrounding sand and wind obscuring his vision. For a moment, he didn't even know where Luffy had run off to. Sabo, where are you? Fortunately, Luffy's voice was still quite loud, and Sumo quickly ran towards the sound. Luffy, don't rush. Sumu ran towards Luffy while trying to take out the locator from his pocket. Sabo must have been moving at high speed. So as soon as the door of dimensions appeared, they could no longer see Sabo's figure. In that case, he had to use other gadgets. Sabo, damn it, where are you? I can't see you. Huh, my eyes, there's sand in my eyes, damn it, where's Sumo? That guy really doesn't let people rest easy. Where did he run off to? Seriously, he really loves to run around. The sound of Luffy's commotion grew fainter, and Sumu's face darkened as he listened. Without hesitation, he took out the time-stopping device. With a bang, an invisible wave of light almost instantly penetrated the entire world. Subsequently, the wind and sand froze in midair, and Luffy's voice also came to an abrupt halt. Sumu's expression was gloomy, and his gaze instantly pierced through a cloud of dust, locking onto Luffy in the distance. With a dark face, he ran a few steps towards Luffy, then quickly taking out the Superman gloves. He didn't hesitate to punch Luffy on the head. Damn, I finally understand why Nami wants to hit you. Sumu couldn't help but curse. Indeed, being a crew member of Luffy requires a certain level of mental toughness. Otherwise, one would eventually be driven to death by this guy. He originally didn't want to use the time-stopping device so early. After all, Sumu wasn't sure if using such a limit-breaking tool repeatedly would have any impact on the pirate world. But now it seemed that he had no choice but to use it. Sumu sighed, then took out the search detector. Please take me to find Sabo. Sumu slowly said to the detector. But unexpectedly, the detector showed no response. What's going on? Is it broken? Sumu furrowed his brows and squatted down to carefully examine the surroundings, only to suddenly realize they were in a place where time had stopped. Everything except him was frozen, including this detector. Release. Sumu sighed helplessly and released the time stop. Luffy, having been struck by that punch, suddenly plunged into the sand pile. Luffy popped up, rubbing his head and looking around in confusion. Has my head gotten heavier? It wasn't until he caught sight of Sumu's gloomy expression that Luffy's eyes lit up. Oh. Sumu, I finally found you. Where's Sabo? Where did he go? Sumu let out a soft hum, then silently turned on the locator. Beep beep. The locator made 2 sounds. After Sumu adjusted it, he murmured, "This is the locator. It can help us find Sabo." Huh? Is this the thing? Luffy lowered his head and curiously examined the device. The locator was about the size of a weeding machine. Yeah, as long as you shout. All right, take me to Sabo. Let's go. Before Sumu could finish speaking, Luffy suddenly raised the search detector and shouted loudly, charging forward. Then he disappeared into the sandstorm, vanishing without a trace. Even his voice was covered by the howling wind. Only Sumo was left standing there, dumbfounded, as if turned to stone. Damn it. Sumu's face twitched continuously. The sound of the howling wind constantly echoed in his mind. Dust and stones flew around, and Sumu stood like a statue, blankly staring ahead. Luffy was gone again. After all this turmoil, Sumu felt like crying, but had no tears. He suddenly understood that this matter was not as simple as he had imagined. He didn't know if it was because of that idiot Luffy, or if there were unseen obstacles inherent in this task itself. Sumigan simply sat down on the ground. Although he understood the use of all the props, he still had to think for himself about which suitable prop to take out. Sumu held his head, trying hard to think of what props could make this matter simpler. After a moment, an idea flashed in his mind. He thought a prop that was just perfect. With that in mind, Sumu immediately began rummaging through his pockets. Then, he pulled out a diary. The pre-event diary. Sumu looked at the diary and his eyes lit up immediately. The functions of this diary are quite extensive. As long as one writes down the things that will happen later in this diary, then those things are bound to happen. Sumu took a deep breath and couldn't help but pat his own head, wondering why he hadn't thought of this notebook earlier. He opened the diary, and a pen appeared in Sumu's hand. Luffy, I told you not to run around. Sumu let out a light snort, then revealed a sinister smile and picked up his pen to start writing. Soon, Monkey D. Luffy would roll from his current position all the way to my front, finally coming to a smooth stop with the locator returning to my pocket. As the final period was drawn, the surrounding wind and sand seemed to change. Then, a black shadow rolled in like a ball, uncontrollably tumbling towards Sumu, and finally came to a steady stop. Ah, I feel so dizzy, what's happening? Luffy shook his head, seeing stars, with drool coming out of the corner of his mouth. Sumu saw this scene, then smiled lightly and ignored it, continuing to write in his notebook. Soon, Sabo would run right in front of us and stop to look at us. Sumu curled the corner of his mouth, making things much easier. It's true that this notebook can influence events, but I don't know if it can restore Sabo's memory. Never mind, there are other props anyway. As long as Sabo comes, time will stop. Then I'll hammer it down. Luffy caught up, turned around, and saw Sumu. Then he grinned. Ah, Sumu, I found you again. I'm really amazing. But the detector you gave me is useless. I still can't find Sabo. Hearing this, Sumu, that's a darkant. Do you even know how to use it? Thinking about how Luffy just picked up the detector and ran, Sumu felt anger rising. That thing is meant to be used on the ground. No need to search anymore. Yes, here, Sumu said softly. Around them, accompanied by the wind and sand, a sudden sound of running footsteps could be heard. Upon hearing this, Luffy took a deep breath and looked towards the figure running. Could it really be Sabo? He saw the dark figure rush past Sumu and Luffy at an incredible speed, stirring up a gust of wind. Sumu was taken aback and quickly turned to look back. Huh, why couldn't it stop? But before he could finish his confusion, the shadow turned back and slowly walked out from the wind and sand. Huh, I thought it was an illusion, but it turns out there are two people here. A cheerful voice came from that shadow. Hearing this voice, Luffy's eyes began to tremble, and his breathing became rapid. He looked at that figure, his heart racing. The figure gradually became clear. There were scars around the eyes, a tall black hat pressed down on golden hair, dressed in a black robe with a blue lining, and carrying a pipe on his back. Although Luffy couldn't recognize him at first, Sumu could tell at a glance that this was the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army, the Flame Emperor from the original work, Sabo. Sabo. Sabo couldn't help but exclaim, "Is it really you, Sabo?" Luffy's pupils shrank suddenly, his eyes trembling. After not seeing him for a long time, he didn't dare to confirm if it was really Sabo. But upon seeing that familiar face, the water pipes behind him, and his golden hair, he was stunned. Sabo! Luffy shouted loudly, and then suddenly lunged towards Sabo. Huh, do you know me? Wait. Sabo's expression changed slightly when he saw Luffy charging towards him, and he quickly dodged, causing Luffy to crash into the sandy ground. Although he felt no hostility from the other party, as a strong person, it was impossible to let his guard down in front of a stranger. Hey, who are you? Sabo furrowed his brows, about to ask, when he caught sight of the straw hat on Luffy's back, and he was immediately taken aback. This is, for some reason, he felt an extremely familiar and warm sensation from this stranger. Stahlhut? Luffy, don't rush. Luffy. Upon hearing that name, Sabo's heart suddenly trembled, and a vague fragment of memory flashed through his mind for some unknown reason. It was strikingly similar to the fragments from his past dreams. Who are you? Why do you know me? Do you know my past? Tell me. The clever Sabo quickly realized, looking at Luffy and Sumu. His gaze darkened as he spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Luffy sat on the ground, looked up, and shouted with tears in his eyes. I'm your brother. Luffy's words suddenly pierced through Sabo's mind like a thunderclap, exploding with a loud bang. But at the same time, Sumu immediately pressed the switch to stop time. In that moment, the wind and sand froze in the air once again. Sabo and Luffy both fell into a state of suspension. Sumu saw this and slowly let out a breath. It seemed that if he didn't use the memory recovery hammer, Sabo would still be affected by the name Luffy. Just like when he first heard the news of Ace's death. Sumu slowly picked up the hammer on his right, aimed at Sabo's head, and suddenly jumped up. With wide eyes, he fiercely swung down at Sabo's head. Puff! As the hammer struck down, an invisible wave rippled slightly. Then, a beam of light merged into Sabo's head. Seeing this, Sumu moved the hammer away. It should have taken effect by now, right? Sab has regained his memory, right? Thinking this, some of the time stopped. In the next moment, Sab's head suddenly lunged forward, stumbling on his feet, and stopped beside Luffy. When he looked up at Luffy again, Sab's eyes were already wide open. He held his head, and a series of memories surged in, making him momentarily tear up. Luffy, Ace. Sob's voice began to tremble as he stared intently at Luffy beneath him, his eyes red. You're Luffy. Sob, do you remember now? Luffy, sitting on the ground, saw Sob's reaction, and tears filled his eyes as he couldn't believe it and jumped up again. He threw himself onto Sob. Sob. Sob felt the person in his arms, shook his head as if he couldn't believe this was real. Suma quietly watched the two brothers reunite. Perhaps his arrival made Luffy extremely happy at this moment. It was directly contrary to the emotions of the original text, and it was hard to tell whether it was a good thing or a bad thing. Sabo and Ace were still there, and Dayton no longer needed to confront the person she had feared her whole life. After a while, Suma saw the two big men chatting with tears in their eyes. They talked about the Marineford War, about rescuing Ace, and Sabo shared how he had lived these past years. In short, after many years of separation, it felt as if they had endless things to say to each other. The memory recovery hammer of Sumu is somewhat useful. Sabo really remembers everything. Suddenly, Luffy pointed at Sumu and said, Sabo, it's Sumu who told us about your situation, and it was him who helped you recover your memories. Upon hearing this, Sabo turned around to look at Sumu and then bowed straight. Sumu looked at Sabo, slightly taken aback, and scratched his head. I don't know you, but I'm surprised that you know about me. However, I'm grateful that you brought us together again. Sabo raised his head and smiled slightly at Sumu. That's my ability. I'm just helping my captain. Captain? Sabo tilted his head and looked back at Luffy. Yeah, Luffy, you and Ace have both completed our promise, right? You've both gone out to sea as pirates. Thinking about it, with your abilities, having crew members is a given. However, I'm now in the Revolutionary Army. So it seems that I'm the only one who hasn't fulfilled the promise. Sabo smiled wryly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. But then he gently smiled again. But Luffy, I have a new goal now, which is to liberate this world. Upon hearing this, Luffy also showed a big grin. That sounds great. And Luffy's expression suddenly became serious, his smile disappearing. I'm going to become the king of the pirates. Ha! Luffy, you are just like before, whether it's your way of speaking or your dreams. Sabo laughed heartily, then stepped forward and patted Luffy on the head. All right, king of the pirates, we'll see each other again. Luffy nodded. He understood that even though he had reunited with Sabo, they couldn't stay together for long. Sabo was with the Revolutionary Army, and Luffy was a pirate. Both had their own things to do. Moreover, Sabo had a mission to complete on this trip. Sumu had already placed the any door aside. Although he wanted to see Luffy talking to Sabo, it was clearly not the right time. But it was fine. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future. Ace was still alive, and Sabo was still around. The three brothers could reunite at any time. He opened the any door, and on the other side was Amazon Lily. Luffy stepped in, but turned back reluctantly. Well then, goodbye, Sabo. Ace misses you too. At that moment, Luffy suddenly smiled. Oh right. Sabo. What's up? I will definitely become the Pirate King. As soon as he finished speaking, the any door slowly closed, leaving Sabo standing there in a daze. Then, he smiled gently and murmured, Of course, I already knew that. Amazon Lily. That's great. It's really Sabo. Luffy lay on the grass, looking at the blue sky, and couldn't help but sigh. That guy looks really strong now. Ace would be very happy to see him. Sumo glanced at Luffy and then smiled gently. Now that everything was taken care of, it was time to find a master for Luffy. He took out his journal again and wrote, Later, Rayleigh the Dark King will swim to Amazon Lily to guide Luffy in his training. After finishing, Sumo exhaled softly. With that, everything was arranged. The next steps could just follow the plot. Sumu thought carefully about why he came to the pirate world. Was it to experience the adventurous life of the Straw Hat crew? To make up for his own regrets? To travel the world on the Sunny? Clearly, these were all things Sumo wanted to do. He didn't have grand ambitions to dominate the pirate world or take Luffy's title as Pirate King. He just wanted to do what he enjoyed in the pirate world and experience happiness. Of course, strength was the key to all of this. In the future, he definitely wouldn't interfere with the Straw Hat crew's growth during battles. But he would certainly reduce some unnecessary battle damage for them and, when necessary, protect the timid trio to ensure that an entire dungeon run went smoothly. Suma knew that after that, the Straw Hat pirates didn't encounter any major troubles. So, he only needed to go with the flow and show up to act cool when necessary. Thinking of this, Suma felt extremely pleased. Just then, a series of noises suddenly came from the shore. Sumu came to his senses and looked over, discovering that Hancock had returned from the battlefield above. At the same time, Rayleigh had just swum up from the sea. Seeing this scene, Luffy immediately ran over excitedly. Hancock, you're okay. That's great. Luffy ran to the bottom of the ship, looking at the unharmed Hancock, and smiled. Hearing Luffy's voice, Hancock who had just stepped off the ship, was slightly taken aback and turned to look. When she saw it was Luffy, she was immediately stunned, and then her eyes sparkled with pink heart-shaped symbols at lightning speed. Luffy, how did you get here? You actually care about my safety. Is this love? Sumo brought me here. Sumo? The Empress was slightly taken aback and looked towards Sumo, who was walking out of the jungle. Sumo looked at the Empress and tilted his head. Although she was still very beautiful, why did that enchanting aura disappear? Sumo clearly noticed that the first time he saw the Empress, he felt enchanted by the sweet fruit. This time, however, that feeling had vanished. Could be due to the evasion cloak? Sumo looked at the cloak he had made invisible on himself and couldn't help but smile lightly. Hee, this thing is quite useful. Oh, Hancock, we meet again. Sumo looked at the Empress with a slight smile, completely at ease. Indeed, without the influence of an enchanting aura, his speech was more normal. It's you. The Empress's gaze slightly darkened as images of Sumo wanting to embrace her flashed in her mind. Yes, Hancock. Sumo is now my partner. Luffy put his hands on his hips and laughed. Partner? Hancock was slightly taken aback, looking at Sumo in surprise. This guy really agreed to become Luffy's crew member? Was that scene on the battlefield just talk? Is he serious? This is someone who could single-handedly annihilate the Blackbeard pirates. Why would he choose to be Luffy's partner? With his abilities, he could replace Whitebeard and become one of the 4 emperors. Hancock found it hard to believe. Her expression serious as she looked at Luffy, seemingly worried about his future safety. Didn't Luffy say? He wants to take me around the world, and my life is short. I just want to travel the world, that's all. Someone naturally saw what Hancock was thinking and spoke up. He understood that, after all, the commotion he had caused on the battlefield was too great, and joining the Straw Hat crew would indeed cause a stir. Saying that changing fruits would lead to his imminent demise might also be an excuse. We've finally arrived. This area is all a windless zone, quite suitable for swimming, suddenly said Rayleigh, who had just come ashore, wringing out his wet clothes. Hearing this unexpected voice, everyone except Sumo looked over. Rayleigh? That old man. The group was slightly surprised by Rayleigh's sudden appearance. Oh, hello there. Rayleigh greeted them with a smile. What are you doing here, old man? Luffy asked curiously, as he thought Rayleigh was with Shaki at Sabaody Archipelago. Well, let's sit down and talk slowly, Rayleigh said with a slight smile, adjusting his glasses, and then started a conversation with Luffy, most of which was about his thoughts on training Luffy. Seeing this scene, someone naturally wouldn't disturb them too much. Rayleigh watched the footage of the Marineford War on Sabaody Archipelago and witnessed Whitebeard's death. It seems that was when he first had the idea of helping Luffy train. Now, Luffy indeed lacks a teacher to help him solidify his foundation. It's unclear how much time has passed, but in front of Hancock, Rayleigh had already finalized all the plans for training Luffy. The location was set on Rusukai Island, northwest of Amazon Lily. This island has 48 seasons a year, and the beasts on the island are ones that Luffy cannot defeat at all right now. It is a holy land for training. The group arrived by boat at this uninhabited island, ready to start training immediately. On this island, the beasts were running rampant, and everything developed very quickly. Even Sumo didn't expect Rayleigh's plans to be arranged so decisively and swiftly that training could start right away. Is this the effect of the pre-planning notebook? Or is it just Rayleigh's style? But no matter what, Luffy's teacher has been found. Everything for the next 2 years will follow the original storyline. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight shone on Sumu's face from the sky, quite blinding. Sumi held her hand in front of her eyes, tilted her head, and looked at the sky. A faint smile appeared on her face. What will it be like 2 years later? What will it be like when we meet at the Sabaody Archipelago? I really look forward to it. Nami, Robin, Chopper, Zoro, Sanji, Frankie, Brook, Usopp. Suddenly, Luffy called out to Sumi. Hey, Sumi. Sumo was slightly taken aback and turned around. Luffy slowly walked up to Sumo and then took off his straw hat, pressing it against Sumo's chest. Rayleigh said that there's a safe place on this island where no fierce beasts will attack. Please help me put the straw hat there, along with that life card. Then, Luffy let out a breath and looked at Sumo, murmuring, Sumo, I know you'll have a lot to do in these 2 years, some tasks you mentioned before, although I don't really understand. Suddenly, Luffy smirked and said, but 2 years from now, you must set sail with us, together. Hearing this, Sumo nodded heavily. In these 2 years, he also needed to fill up the ability pool and couldn't be idle. Luffy turned around, facing away from Sumo. Pirate, Monkey D. Luffy is temporarily going on hiatus starting today, but 2 years later, I will reappear. Sumo, in the seas 2 years from now, I want you to watch me become the Pirate King. Oh, wow. The wind picked up a paintbrush, dipped it in the white paint. and began to paint on the clouds, and suddenly the world fell silent. On this island, it was unknown which winter it was. The sky was clean like a blank sheet of paper, and a lot of paper scraps fell down, gently floating and swaying, landing on the windowsill that Sumo was leaning against. Upon closer inspection, it was snow. The wind picked up the paintbrush once again, flicked the brush, and the snow pitter-pattered against the glass, making Sumo blink. He snapped out his days. How fast time flies. Which month is it now? In Doraemon's gadget house. Sumo felt the warmth around him and murmured softly. After that, he continued to empty his eyes, looking at the expanse of white outside. Silver butterflies flew in the sky, dancing gracefully. When dreams and bonds took flight on wings, they wobbled and fell down. It seemed to be announcing that it was time for them to set off. At this moment, a voice broke the tranquility that the snowy day should have. Luffy, Sumo, it's time we should go. Hearing this bright female voice, Sumo's eyes cleared up, and he looked down at the house. A head of golden hair caught his eye. It was Margaret from the Amazon Lily, calling out to them in the snow. All right, it was time. 2 years had passed so quickly, it really felt like it had gone by in the blink of an eye. Sumo shook his head and couldn't help but sigh. Then he slowly opened the door, and a cold wind rushed in, putting on his dodging cloak. He walked out of the room. Long time no see, Margaret. Sumo smiled and greeted Margaret. The blonde beauty Margaret blushed upon seeing Sumo and softly said, Hello, long time no see. Sumo smiled gently at her reaction. During the 2 years, one of the tasks he was assigned was to take Margaret away from Daughter Island for a day. So he took her to a bustling city, where they encountered many different people. Although it was supposed to be just one day, they ended up spending a week there. It felt like he had given this girl, who rarely left the island, a chance to truly experience the lively atmosphere of the city for a brief time. Perhaps to her, it felt like a date with Sumo, which is why the little girl blushed when she saw him. And what about Luffy? Is that guy still dragging things out? Sumo tugged at the knit hat on his head. He was no longer the same person with a bowl cut, with a hair cutting tool. He had achieved the hairstyle that suited him best in the world. Roar. Suddenly, the fierce roars of giant beasts echoed. These were enormous creatures. Faced with the unfamiliar Margaret, they bared their teeth and claws, saliva flying everywhere, looking extremely terrifying. Margaret was momentarily startled, her face turning pale as she quickly drew her bow and aimed at the beasts, slowly retreating. Sumo turned his head back and glanced faintly at a few wild beasts. In an instant, the beasts fell silent. Upon seeing this familiar face, there was a hint of fear in their eyes. Noticing this, Sumo smiled slightly. He hadn't used any abilities just now. He had only hit them a couple of times while following Luffy before, and they were still somewhat afraid of him. Yari Yari, is it time already? At this moment, a voice that Sumo was very familiar with came from a corner. So fast, 2 years. Hearing this, Sumo curled his lips and rubbed his head. Hurry up, Luffy. I'm coming. Long time no see, Sumo. When did you arrive? Luffy, wearing a red short-sleeved shirt and blue pants, still had his usual carefree demeanor and a straw hat. Oh, I just finished a mission and arrived last night. Sumo smiled slightly when he saw Luffy. In the 2 years, Sumo had seen Luffy 4 times, and each time, he had grown stronger. Now, Luffy's overall aura was already different. He had finished learning the content half a year ago, so it seems you've solidified your skills quite well in the past 6 months. Of course. Luffy raised his head and smiled slightly. Rayleigh is a really good teacher. He's so strong. Yes, the crew of the Pirate King is certainly very strong. Sumo looked at Luffy with unspoken words. Luffy also smirked. Yeah, Pirate King. Let's go, Sumo. Sumi nodded and was about to take out the portal when Luffy stopped him. Just as he was puzzled, Luffy said, No need, from now on, we won't need this kind of thing for our journey on the sea. We have to venture step by step. Hearing this, Sumi could only smile helplessly and replied softly, You're right, Captain, let's go. Under the snowflakes, Hancock exclaimed joyfully from the shore of the Kuja pirate ship, Luffy, it's been so long. I really missed you. Luffy, walking onto the ship with Sumi, responded, But we just saw each other last week, Hancock. No, for me, if I don't see you for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. Hancock shyly patted a backpack over 2 meters in diameter on the deck. I prepared a small backpack for you. Inside, there are 500 changeable outfits and meals for 1,000 people. Also, handkerchiefs, napkins, 5-year-old towels, drinking water and snacks, 3-year-old snacks, silver tableware, toothbrushes, and soap. Ah, such a gentle and virtuous person I am. I would definitely make a good wife. All right. Sumo shook his head and couldn't help but interrupt. What about mine? Ah, yours is right here. Hancock pointed to a wallet-sized object next to the big bag. There's 100 berries in there, as a reward for you treating my people. Oh, there really is. Seeing this, Sumo couldn't help but smile. He had just mentioned it casually, but unexpectedly, the Empress had really prepared it for him. Luffy walked over to the bag, casually lifted it, and then turned back with a smile. Let's forget about marriage, Hancock. Thanks for your bento. Luffy, who so decisively rejected her, was also quite charming. Ah! Seeing this scene, Sumo couldn't help but laugh out loud. To be honest, the Empress is truly a love-struck person, completely devoted to Luffy. You got. Hearing the laughter, the Empress's expression changed instantly, turning gloomy as she fixed her gaze on Sumo. Sumi's laughter suddenly stopped, and she quickly covered her lips. Sorry, I couldn't hold it in. Darn it. If it weren't for seeing how you've helped the Amazon Kingdom a few times in the past 2 years, I wouldn't have allowed you to set foot on Amazon Island multiple times. The Empress lightly huffed, turning her head, displaying a bit of a little woman-esque demeanor. Oh, no need to thank me, Hancock. It's just a pleasure to help others. Hearing this, Sumu smiled slightly and waved his hand casually. Over the past 2 years, he had used modern medical tools to treat some citizens suffering from serious illnesses. As a result, Sumu gained the same privileges as Luffy, becoming one of the very few men allowed into Amazon Lily, with the tacit approval of Hancock and others. This is for you, Sumu Ashai, golden-haired Marguerite said as she walked over holding a box, while Sumu casually leaned against Luffy's lunchbox. Sumu was slightly taken aback and looked over. She was holding a small package. This is some daily necessities I prepared for you. Please be sure to accept it. Hearing this, Sumu was a bit surprised and looked up at the blushing Margaret. He then slowly took the package and tucked it behind him. If it's just right. Sumu smiled gently at Margaret. Ah, thank you. Margaret's face turned even redder as she looked at Sumu with a mix of inexplicable affection in her eyes. Perhaps for her, it was the first time spending such a long time alone with a man. Margaret, if we meet again in the future, I'll take you out to have some fun. Sumu smiled and said, see you later, but that will probably be many years from now. By then, Luffy will have become the Pirate King, right? Speaking of which, Luffy, Sumu, have you seen your latest bounty notice? Suddenly, Sonia, who was beside them, asked. As soon as she said this, both Luffy and Sumu were stunned. Tsukumo was stunned for a moment. Oh, it seemed he really had forgotten about it, right? There was also the wanted notice. Had his wanted notice been released long ago? He, who had never liked reading newspapers, seemed to have not paid attention to the wanted notices for the past 2 years. Huh, has there been any change to my wanted notice? Luffy curiously looked at Sonia. Yes, I knew it. You two have been busy training and haven't had time to look at this. Speaking of which, this wanted notice is a bit special. Forget it. You can take a look for yourselves. Here, these are your wanted notices. Sonia nodded and then handed the 2 wanted notices to Luffy and Tsukumo respectively. Upon seeing this, Sumu couldn't wait to take the wanted notice, and the look of anticipation burst forth from his eyes. What was the bounty on it? Was the photo handsome? What was the name? As soon as he glanced at it, Sumu suddenly froze in place, caught off guard. The photo showed him with his neck stretched, lips puckered, eyes wide open, and one hand pointing downwards. Unsurprisingly, at that moment he was cursing Sengoku. Damn it, how could they use this ugly photo? Damn, which idiot in the Navy took this picture? Why wasn't my handsome figure with blue flaming wings captured? Damn it, Sengoku, you must have intentionally released this ugly photo of me. And the name, without any surprise, it was Pirate Bowl Cut. And the bounty amount. Sumu looked over and immediately frowned. It was a series of question marks? What does it mean, no reward? Upon closer inspection, Sumu noticed a note at the end of the question marks. The font was medium-sized, and it read, extremely dangerous. Sumu couldn't help but scratch his head. What is that old man Sengoku up to? Why didn't he give him a bounty? He was looking forward to it, but what is this? Perhaps it's because even the 4 emperors of the New World can't catch you, so there's no point in a bounty. The empress beside him seemed to notice Sumu's confusion and spoke up. Sengoku is probably just waiting for you to die on your own. Damn it. Sumu covered his head, unable to help but curse quietly. This was probably the most special bounty notice in the pirate world. But thinking about it, Sumu had defeated 3 admirals and annihilated the Blackbeard pirates along with that ultimate criminal. In the eyes of the Navy, his strength definitely surpassed that of the admirals and the 4 emperors. In the pirate world, there seemed to be no one who could catch him. Looking at it this way, the bounty really lost its meaning. He glanced at Luffy beside him, who didn't seem to care much. After all, since the end of the Marineford War, his bounty had only increased by 1 billion. All right, Luffy suddenly clasped his fists and looked out at the sea. It was time to set sail. Sabaody Archipelago. Location of Shaki, 13th Jar, gathering place for the Straw Hat crew. It had already been 2 years. Time really flies. Shaki lit a cigarette, smiling at Rayleigh in front of her. Ah, I wonder how much everyone has grown. Really looking forward to it. Heh, you're really anxious, Haki. Whether everyone can gather safely is still uncertain. Rayleigh shook the glass in front of him and smiled slightly. However, with that new kid who joined their group, I guess no matter how big the problem is, it can be solved. Rayleigh looked at the drink in the glass, then smirked. I really wonder how that kid just appeared out of nowhere. It's quite strange. Have you fought him? What is his strength like? Haki asked. Rayleigh was slightly taken aback, then slowly stood up, letting out a light breath. I fought him just half a year ago when I left Luffy. We had a simple spar. Rayleigh adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing in the lenses. His strength is completely on par with my previous captain. What? That is indeed surprising. However, I can tell that his eyes are like a child's, without a trace of ambition. Rayleigh's expression became serious as he looked into the distance, letting out a sigh. Although I don't know why he wants to join the Straw Hat Pirates. I hope I'm not mistaken about him, and I hope everything develops in a good direction. Kachi, just as Haki and Rayleigh were talking. The door suddenly opened with a creak. Under the sunlight, a shadow appeared. Green hair, deep green clothes with 3 swords at the waist. Seeing this shadow, Haki was slightly taken aback, then smiled. Oh, what a surprise. You're the first to arrive. Hearing this, the shadow scratched his head, one hand on his waist, sighing. What? No one else has arrived. The shadow smirked, revealing a smile that was either proud or helpless. Really can't do anything about them. Forget it. Being the first to arrive means I have to learn to accommodate them. Sabati Archipelago. Inside a tavern. At the bar, a girl with long orange hair was shaking the glass in her hand, talking to the owner. On her left arm, there was a tattoo of an orange symbol. Her overall figure was extremely perfect and sexy, graceful and alluring, with a tank top emphasizing her femininity. She was none other than Nami, the thief of the Straw Hat Pirates. It seems quite lively around here. The town is much more chaotic than 2 years ago. Nami sighed, taking a sip of her drink, hearing the excited voices of others in the tavern. Hey, is this real? Hey, look at this. I didn't expect the Straw Hat Pirates to make a comeback. Inside the tavern, a few people were enthusiastically discussing a flyer-like paper. Yeah, they've been silent for 2 years. Everyone thought they were dead, but unexpectedly, they reappeared and started recruiting partners. The flyer clearly stated, Straw Hat Pirates, urgently recruiting partners. Aside from the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates showing up 2 years ago in Marineford, it seems no one else has appeared. Are you talking about the Marineford War? That guy caused a huge uproar. But speaking of causing a ruckus, there's another guy who really caused a stir. Wait, are you talking about him? One person swallowed hard and quickly took out a bounty notice from the side. A few people looked over and quickly nodded. Yeah, it's him. The pirate. The bullhead. I heard from others that this guy fought against 3 admirals without falling behind. Too bad I didn't see the live broadcast. Huh, is that all you know? Don't you know that this guy took down the entire Blackbeard pirates? Those guys were all the deepest criminals in Impel Down. I know. I watched that part of the live broadcast. It was so shocking. The Blackbeard pirates had no power to fight back at all. One person shook his head, the scenes of that day flashing in his mind, that blue figure lingering in his memory. At this moment, there was still disbelief in his eyes. Compared to the Straw Hat Pirates, it seems that this guy is the most dangerous one, but in these 2 years, he hasn't shown any news. Hey, I heard some people say that this guy joined the Straw Hat Pirates, but the live broadcast didn't capture it fully? How is that possible? Just a rumor. If it were true, it would have been on the headlines long ago. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it's false. Could it be that the world government suppressed this news? With this guy's strength, how could he join the Straw Hat Pirates? Huh? Really, don't joke around. If it's true, I'll cover your drinks for a month. That's true. Nami quietly listened to the conversations around her, unable to help but sigh. The Straw Hat Pirates urgently recruiting? She had also seen that post and knew at a glance that it was fake. With her captain, could he really make a post to recruit crew members? No need to think. Luffy couldn't do that. But the bullhead joining the Straw Hat Pirates? Nami took a sip of her drink, murmuring, 2 years ago, that guy seemed to have said that we had a new partner. What was his name again? Sumu, right? On a street corner, a woman wearing sunglasses, with a curvy figure, gently leaned against the wall. The woman wore a tight blue leather jacket on top, and pink cotton pants below, her features exquisite. Although she had changed a lot in the past 2 years, it was still easy to tell that she was Nico Robin, the historian of the Straw Hat Pirates. She looked at the 2 flyers in her hand, her brows slightly furrowed. What is going on? The Straw Hat Pirates' urgent recruitment. Brooke's concert? Robin pouted slightly, then sighed. This recruitment must be fake. It doesn't seem like Luffy's style. As for Brooke's concert, I'll decide later. First, let us head to Shaki's place. Robin slowly raised her head, her blue eyes particularly enchanting. Looking at the bubbles in the sky, she murmured, "By the way, what kind of guy is our new crewmate?" In the bustling city park, Chopper, resembling a doll with his blue hat, excitedly tapped a small stick left and right. Time flies, 2 years. I wonder how those guys are doing. I can't wait to see them, Luffy, Zoro. Suddenly, Chopper seemed to remember something, his eyes lighting up. Right? Luffy said we have a new crewmate. Sumo. I remember his name. What kind of person is he? Chopper kept chattering and then laughed. Is he a robot like Frankie? Or can he stretch his arms like Luffy? Or is he like Brook, without skin and flesh? Or is he like me, a talking, brave reindeer? Ugh, saying that about myself makes me a bit embarrassed. How annoying. Chopper cutely touched his face, his eyes blinking excitedly. I'm so looking forward to it. But suddenly, a commotion ahead caught his attention. Hey, make way. The captain with the pot lid is coming. Yeah, clear the way, or our captain with the pot lid will get angry. Chopper saw several shadows approaching. They included a green-haired guy with a big belly and 3 fake swords at his waist, somewhat resembling Zoro, a yellow-haired man in a shabby suit with curly eyebrows, Sanji, and next to them, a short girl with a mushroom head and hairy legs, Robin, who was holding a fox. But leading the group was someone nobody expected, a pirate with a standard pot lid head, beady eyes, and as round as a ball, pot lid head. If you make our captain angry, he will smash you all into meat paste. You all know the fate of the pirate Blackbeard, right? The crowd instinctively parted and whispered anxiously among themselves. Hey, could it be? No doubt about it. It's the Straw Hat Pirates. As expected, that pirate called Pot Lidhead has indeed joined the Straw Hat Pirates. Although he has gotten fatter, that distinctive Pot Lidhead is unmistakable. Beside him were Sanji, Zoro, Nico Robin, and Tony Chopper. Hearing the whispers from the crowd, Zoro, who was walking among them, smirked slyly. He then leaned closer to Pot Lidhead and said, Hey, it seems our disguise is quite successful. They've all been fooled. The fake Pot Lidhead grinned. Yeah, but our captain is really bold. He could even think of having the pirate Pot Lidhead join the Straw Hat Pirates. Humph. Our captain watched the entire live broadcast of the Marineford War. Although there was only a small segment of this news, as long as we look convincing, no one will doubt us. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, hey. Just as the two were talking, Chopper shouted and squeezed out of the crowd, running to their side. Huh, what kind of monster is this? The fake Sanji was momentarily taken aback, looking at Chopper. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, long time no see. You both changed so much in the past 2 years. It's so great. By the way, when did you guys arrive? Where's Luffy? I haven't seen everyone in so long. I'm so happy. Hey, Sanji, Zoro, why aren't you talking to me? Chopper adorably followed behind the fake Sanji, chattering nonstop. Hey, this guy keeps talking. Who is he? The fake Zoro began to feel nervous. Could it be that he really knows someone from the Straw Hat Pirates? Oh no, how is that possible? The Straw Hat Pirates disappeared 2 years ago. Chopper watched the two talk, smiling unconsciously. Sanji and Zoro have gotten closer. 2 years have passed. Everyone has changed. Oh wait. Chopper paused, looking at the pot lid head in front of him. Suddenly his eyes brightened. Hey, you are. Could it be that you're the new crewmate that Luffy mentioned? Oh, so you're a normal person, just like Usopp and Nami. The fake pot lid head turned abruptly, closely examining Chopper. After a moment, his eyes widened, and he quickly checked the bounty notice, then turned back and murmured softly, Hey, this seems real. Could it be that he was abandoned on this island before the Straw Hat crew was annihilated? Sabati Archipelago, number 17 GR, location of the Sunny. Hey, Robin, long time no see. On the ship, Frankie, who had become more muscular after 2 years, was posing and shouting down at Robin. It's Frankie. Robin slowly walked onto the ship. Long time no see. Where's everyone? Well, everyone has gone to the market, Frankie said, sitting on the ship, taking a sip of cola. Zoro was the first to arrive. He should be wandering around now. Sanji arrived 7th. He went to buy supplies. Nami and Usopp should have met up. Chopper is missing. And Brook, well, he has a big star now. Anyway, the only ones who have either come to the Sunny or greeted Shaki besides you and me are them. Upon hearing this, Robin supported her chin and murmured. Then next up, there's just Luffy and that new crewmate Sumo. Yeah, Frankie gulped down a couple of sips of cola and said, I wonder what kind of person he is. He helped Luffy rescue his brother 2 years ago. He must be really strong. Robin smiled slightly. Yeah, a battlefield like Marineford is not a place for ordinary people. Sabaody Archipelago, número 47 GR, on the seaside shore. Luffy and Sumo stepped onto the shore from a small boat. Hey, I'm telling you, Luffy, carrying a bag like that is too conspicuous. Sumi placed his hands behind his head and looked at Luffy, saying, "Ah, now that you mention it, it does seem a bit like that. But there's nothing we can do. After all, it's a bento." As soon as Luffy mentioned bento, his eyes lit up with great importance. All right. It's still me who's taking it easy." Sumu shrugged and then looked at his backpack. This was the daily necessities that Margaret had given him. It made sense, as daily necessities were needed, saving him the trouble of going out to buy them. If he didn't buy them, he'd have to rely on a road to fly. Sumu had also used things like Bailey before. Over the past 2 years, he had turned out a lot of Bailey using Doraemon's pocket. Aside from spending money on a week of travel with Margaret, he had also experienced late-night snacks in a bustling city on certain nights. However, this morning at 6 o'clock, when Sumu reactivated his ability, he drew Lazy Sheep, which he naturally wouldn't use. So he switched back to the original God's Hand. In these 2 years, Sumu had only used God's Hand once. Most of the time he relied on Doraemon, as it was more convenient for going to certain places. Now that he had arrived on the island and was about to board the ship, having the strongest power was enough. Currently, aside from the Dark Fruit and Magma Fruit abilities that the system had forgotten, all other abilities copied by God's Hand were still available. Sumu thought to himself, adjusted his backpack, and called out behind him, "Luffy, hurry up. Everyone else is probably already there." Oh. Sumu walked ahead and took another look at his current pool of abilities. There were a total of 8 abilities. The Hand of God, Doraemon, Goku from Dragon Ball, Itachi Uchiha, Fire Dragon Slayer, Mage Natsu, Sorcerer Satoru Gojo, Emperor Armor Transformation Device, and Ultraman Tiga Transformation Device. Over the past 2 years, he had drawn many useless abilities, such as cockroaches, mice, black, tadpoles, and frogs, as well as some mediocre abilities, but Sumu had given them all up. He wouldn't take the risk of not changing abilities that couldn't ensure his survival. After all, it would be quite uncomfortable to spend a day using a useless ability. It's not about having many abilities, but about having the right ones. These powerful abilities were painstakingly drawn over 2 years. "Luffy, do you know the way?" Looking at the road ahead, Sumu suddenly froze. He had never been to the Sabeti archipelago, so he definitely didn't know how to get there. "Huh?" Luffy also looked up, staring blankly at Sumu, as if to say, "Do you think I know?" Upon seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but hold his head. "Forget it. Let's just move forward." Sumu waved his hand, planning to take it one step at a time, although he knew they had to meet at Xiaqi's place. Upon reflection, he was sure Luffy wouldn't remember which GR Xiaqi was at. As for him, after 2 years, he couldn't remember those details at all. If he had known earlier, he would have chosen Doraemon instead. Sumu shook his head and sighed, never expecting that a small island could have a door to another world. Isn't this something meant for Zoro? So, Sumu and Luffy walked onto the bustling street. At that moment, the street was filled with noise. A group of people slowly approached Sumu and Luffy amidst the crowd's discussions. Their leader was a fat man with a tattered straw hat and a dark, bulging belly. Make way, make way. Damn it, don't block my path." A rough voice suddenly came from the crowd. The people on the street froze upon hearing this voice and turned to look in its direction, their pupils instantly constricting. It was a large, dark-skinned man wearing a straw hat. From his appearance, he resembled Luffy from 2 years ago. "Really, Captain Luffy is in a bad mood today. Hurry and clear the way for us. Otherwise, Captain Luffy will get angry." Behind the fake Luffy, a person wearing a Sniper King mask stepped forward and said disdainfully, Yeah, even I am afraid of Captain Luffy's temper," said a short woman with orange hair and a belly that looked like it was wrapped in a rubber ring. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd instinctively parted to make way. Looking at the Straw Hat crew on the street, they were all tense, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. They couldn't help but whisper to each other, "Hey, it really is the Straw Hat Pirates. Look at that iconic straw hat and the Sniper King." So the emergency recruitment was real, and the rumors are true. The Straw Hat Pirates are really not dead. Aren't you just stating the obvious? They're standing right in front of us. 2 years ago, they caused a ruckus in Marineford, the son of the Revolutionary Army's dragon, the grandson of the hero Karp, Straw Hat Luffy. How terrifying. As the Straw Hat crew passed through, they heard the whispers around them and couldn't help but smirk, especially the one wearing the straw hat, his eyes filled with arrogance. "Umph, my plan is flawless," the fake Luffy chuckled, pretending to be the Straw Hat Pirates and recruiting strong individuals on this island, then creating his own powerful force to sweep through the new world. "Hey, Captain, keep your voice down. Don't let them find out," the Sniper King reminded quietly. "It's fine. Did you see how scared they are of us?" Ha ha ha. Just as the fake Luffy was wearing a triumphant expression, a small black shadow suddenly rushed up. The fake Luffy was taken aback and looked down. It was a child who, while playing, accidentally bumped into his leg without noticing him. Seeing this, the fake Luffy frowned, veins popping on his forehead. Huh, whose child is this? How dare you bump into me? Hey, I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. The child is too small and doesn't understand. He accidentally bumped into you. At that moment, a woman hurriedly squeezed out from the crowd, her face pale. She was terrified that her child had bumped into a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. The woman rushed to the fake Luffy, anxiously picking up her child and trying to leave. At this moment, the fake Luffy shouted angrily, "Wait. Stand still." His rough voice immediately froze the woman in place. Turning around, her small body trembled involuntarily. It's over. She's done for. That is Straw Hat Luffy. Yeah, why didn't you watch your child at this time? It's over. The people around swallowed hard and murmured quietly. Many wanted to step forward to help, but they were deterred by the pirate with a bounty of 400 million in front of them. Hey, I told you, I'm not in a good mood today. Letting this child randomly appear in my path. If I don't give you some punishment, that would really be unfair. The fake Luffy's gaze turned fierce. I'm sorry. I'm really, really sorry. I apologize for my child. Please let's go, I beg you. The woman trembled as she turned around and knelt down, as if her and her child's lives were firmly in the hands of the person in front of them. Huh? The fake Luffy frowned, instantly drawing his pistol from his waist, a murderous and arrogant look flashing in his eyes. Let you go? Fine, today I'll break your child's leg, and then I'll let you go. No, stop. At that moment, a man rushed out from the crowd and embraced the woman in front of him. Don't hurt them. Straw Hat Luffy. This statement immediately caused an uproar around them. What's going on? Is that person looking for death? Hurry and get out of the way. Hearing the man's words, the fake Luffy's anger intensified. Then, he smirked and calmly said, Are you teaching me how to do things? Okay, you all can die now. Just as the fake Luffy raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger, and the crowd held their breath, a huge backpack suddenly appeared and crashed into the fake Luffy. Thud! The fake Luffy lost his balance and fell to the ground. The sudden scene left the surrounding people stunned. Then, everyone looked horrified as they turned to see who had knocked down the fake Luffy. It was a person wearing a cloak and flip-flops. Huh? Luffy paused slightly and turned to look. Oh, did I knock you down? Sorry about that. Well, I'm off now. Upon hearing this, everyone was left speechless. How could this person be so nonchalant? What? He doesn't recognize Straw Hat Luffy. Why isn't he scared at all? It's over. Another injury is about to be added. This is too tragic. The fake Luffy quickly got up from the ground and shouted angrily, Stand there, you bastard. Damn it. Luffy stopped, looking back in confusion. At that moment, next to the huge backpack, a head also popped out. It was Sumo. Sumi looked at Luffy behind him in confusion. Hey, what's wrong? Luffy. I don't know. It seems like I accidentally knocked someone over. Someone? You accidentally knocked someone over? Sumi squinted and glanced back, suddenly pausing when he saw fake Luffy. Hey, Luffy. Sumu stared at fake Luffy for a moment, then rubbed his eyes. Oh, I misread it. It's not him, just dressed a bit similarly. Sumu patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there were two Luffys. Looking at this fake Luffy, fragments suddenly flashed through Sumu's mind. He suddenly remembered that 2 years later, at Sabaody Archipelago, there would be a group impersonating the Straw Hat Pirates. After being here for 2 years without watching One Piece, he almost forgot about it. Fake Luffy glared at Luffy and Sumu, walking up with a fierce look, waving a handgun in front of the two. Hey, you two brats. It seems you know me? Since that's the case, you know I'm a pirate with a bounty of 400 million. So why don't you hurry up and kneel down to apologize? The fake Luffy shouted heavily. Just now you let everyone see my embarrassing moment. So how are we going to settle this? Kneel down together with that couple and their child and bow to me 3 times. For this, I will temporarily show mercy and forgive you. Sumu and Luffy blinked at each other, looking faintly at the fake Luffy in front of them. Then they exchanged a glance and paused for a moment. Sumu, let's go. It's time to hit the road. Yeah, everyone is waiting for us. Sumu sighed and, in unison with Luffy, turned his head and started walking, completely treating the other person as air. Seeing this, the scene fell into a brief, dazed silence. And everyone was stunned. Aren't these two afraid at all? After a moment, someone in the crowd began to persuade them. Hey, you two, he's Monkey D. Luffy. Hurry up and apologize. Your lives are at stake. Yeah, if you don't do that, you might die. Don't you value your lives? The couple and child on the ground were also included. Hearing this, Sumu tilted his head. A couple and a child? He turned to look at the trembling couple on the ground, and the child who realized they had caused trouble. Ha ha, that's right. If all 5 of you kneel and bow 3 times in front of everyone, then I will let you go. The fake Luffy's arrogance was unmistakable as he listened to the crowd's words. Bow, let's bow, kid. Hurry, bow your head. The woman, hearing this, hurriedly pushed the man beside her away and grabbed the child's head, urging the man, "You bow too." The man gritted his teeth, seemingly struggling to lower his knee. Finally, considering the lives of his family, he knelt down. The fake Luffy smirked. "That's right, just bow 3 times to me." The man gritted his teeth, and the woman trembled, as the 3 were about to bow to the fake Luffy. But at that moment, a hand gently waved and lifted their heads just before they could bow. The 3 looked up and saw a handsome young man with a small bag on his back. It was Sumo. Sumo let out a sigh. "Oh dear, why bow your heads? Stand up." As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 people were lifted up by an unseen force. The couple was taken aback, staring blankly at Sumo, their bodies still trembling. No, stay away. If we bow to him, we can live." "Oh, there's no need for that. Why bow to that useless person?" Sumo smiled and cast a disdainful glance at the arrogant fake Luffy behind him. Although Sumo's words were small, they truly reached everyone's ears. Suddenly, there was a moment of silence at the scene. "Ha ha, Sumo, you are really interesting." A laugh broke the silence. Luffy laughed heartily, looking at Sumo behind him. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Hey, they are doomed. Are they not afraid of death? That is an extremely dangerous pirate. It's over, it's all over. Straw Hat Luffy is going to get angry. We should hurry and leave. The 3 people on the ground also looked up, their eyes trembling slightly. What this person named Sumo said could get their whole family killed. "I'm sorry, really sorry, that wasn't what we said. We will bow to you." "Oh, I said it's not necessary." Sumo sighed helplessly. "This is just a waste." As these words left his mouth again, everyone saw that the fake Luffy in the middle was trembling with anger. Immediately, someone tried to leave. "Everyone stop. No one is allowed to leave." The fake Luffy suddenly roared, then raised his head, glaring fiercely at the crowd. "I want you all to see what happens to those who anger Straw Hat Luffy. They all must die, starting with you. Go repent in hell." The fake Luffy raised his gun and aimed it at Sumo, pulling the trigger without warning. Bang! The bullet whistled out. Everyone around covered their eyes, unable to bear to watch the next scene. Without a doubt, this seemingly young kid would have his brains blown out. But just when the bullet was only 0.01 centimeters away from Sumo, Sumo's expression was blank as he gently lifted his chin at the speed of light. The bullet grazed his chin in an instant. Then, it hit the side of a house. "Oh, what a waste, can't even hit that." Sumo faintly opened his mouth, glancing at fake Luffy with a gloomy expression. The crowd was stunned, frozen in place. Did he miss? So close, and he didn't hit? That can't be possible. Fake Luffy was also a bit taken aback. Something was off, he didn't miss, so why did it feel like he had dodged? Impossible, who has such speed? Thinking this, fake Luffy burst into laughter again. "Looks like my hand is a bit rusty. Kid, your first hit was just luck." But before he could finish his sentence, Luffy, who was standing next to him, gently threw a punch at his face. Bang! Instantly, fake Luffy flew into the air like a missile, disappearing from sight. "Oh, Sumo, this guy is really noisy. Let's hurry up and get going." Luffy dug at his ear, then turned around and continued walking forward. Sumi blinked her eyes at the fake Luffy that flew out and scratched her head. "Well, Luffy, I still want to play with him. And you just punch him away like that. Forget it, let us go." Sumo let out a sigh, then followed Luffy, his hands behind his head, speaking nonchalantly. What's going on here? The people around, including the other members of Straw Hat crew, were stunned when they saw the fake Luffy being sent flying. Unable to say a word. Straw Hat Luffy, did he let his guard down? He actually got knocked away. What is happening? Straw Hat Luffy got knocked away. The crowd erupted in disbelief, their eyes trembling uncontrollably as they looked at Sumo and Luffy's backs. "Captain Luffy!" The remaining members of the Straw Hat crew immediately shouted and hurried after the flying fake Luffy. Sumo heard a call and turned his head slightly to look back. Upon seeing a group of fake Straw Hat Pirates members, he paused in place, lost in thought. Well, fake Straw Hat Pirates, let them be as long as. Suddenly, Sumo seemed to think of something. His face turned pale in an instant, filled with shock and horror, as various ominous premonitions surfaced in his mind. Wait a minute. If every member of the Straw Hat Pirates has a disguise double, and if the disguise doubles are this ugly, this disgusting, and this disgraceful. Sumo was stunned, his eyes trembling uncontrollably. Is it possible that I, damn it, won't be impersonated by some idiot too? Sumo immediately covered his head. Images of people impersonating him and harming civilians kept flashing through his mind, arrogant and overbearing. No, please, absolutely not. Gritting his teeth, he thought, I cannot let those people impersonate me. With that, Sumo grabbed Luffy and shouted, Luffy, you go ahead. I have something to deal with right now. It's about my reputation. Huh? What is it? Luffy frowned at Sumo's sudden action and asked, Oh, just go ahead, I'll be right there. Sumi pushed Luffy and then immediately ran back. Oh, Luffy tilted his head, scratching it as he watched Sumi's gradually receding figure. After that, he didn't think too much about it. Never mind. He has a way to find me. I'll just keep going. Sabati Archipelago, Area 47 GR. Hey, Captain Luffy. Nami shouted loudly at the fake Luffy lying on the ground with his eyes rolled back, shaking his hands constantly. Their Straw Hat crew had also gone through great hardships to find this fake Luffy who had been knocked away by a person carrying a big bag at Area 47 GR. Captain Luffy? Finally, under the continuous shouts of the people around, the fake Luffy gritted his teeth and gradually regained consciousness. He slowly sat up, looking around in confusion. Where is this? Captain Luffy, this is Area 47 GR. Ah, it hurts. The fake Luffy gritted his teeth, holding his head and letting out a cry. Recalling the scene from earlier, his expression darkened. Who are those two guys? Damn, how dare they attack me? One carrying a small bag, one carrying a big bag. Bastards. Hey, you guys, hurry and gather all 100 pirates we recruited to Area 46 GR. At that time, tell them to kill everyone who has provoked me and bring their heads to me for a reward. One is a guy with an oversized bag and a cloak, and the other is a relatively handsome guy with a small bag. The person who kills them will be promoted to a cadre. The fake Luffy's eyes turned fierce, and a sinister smile appeared on his lips, as if to say, even if he wasn't the real Straw Hat Luffy and couldn't defeat you. He had recruited many strong pirates under this name. Among them, there were not a few with bounties over 100 million. Just as the fake Luffy was shouting fiercely, a huge shadow appeared from his side. Then a voice came. Hey, Luffy, we have something to tell you. The fake Luffy turned to look, and slowly walked over was a person with a bowl-cut hairstyle. It was the fake bowl-cut, who was actually Nico Robin, just captured. Behind the fake bowl-cut were a bunch of fake Straw Hat crew members, Zoro and Sanji, and one real member, Tony Chopper. Hey, Luffy, long time no see. Chopper's eyes sparkled as he looked at Luffy, excited, but then he became serious. Yeah, Luffy, just now at Area 35 GR, Robin was captured. Chopper looked worriedly at the Luffy in front of him. Just now, he had seen Zoro and the others at Area 35 GR and had been excitedly following them. Unexpectedly, a few people suddenly rushed out and captured the short-legged, hairy-legged Robin with a sack. Immediately, Zoro and the others brought him to find Luffy. Huh? Captured? What happened? The fake Luffy frowned immediately upon hearing this. It's urgent, Luffy. It might be human traffickers, and it could be similar to what happened to Cammy at that time. Luffy, we have to hurry and save Robin. Chopper was extremely anxious. His fluffy little body jumped onto the fake Luffy's face, describing the situation urgently. The fake Luffy glanced at Chopper, slightly narrowing his eyes. What is this thing? He didn't pay much attention and looked at the fake bowl-cut. Bowl-cut? Was Nico Robin captured by his enemies? I don't know, it was very sudden, even someone as strong as me couldn't stop it. She was captured right in front of me. The fake bowl-cut scratched his head and said apologetically, Ah, it's really frustrating. I finally found someone who looks exactly like the wanted poster, and now she has been captured. Damn it. The fake Luffy covered his head, gritting his teeth in frustration. Luffy, we need to come up with a plan to save Robin. She is in great danger right now. Huh? The fake Luffy was suddenly stunned, staring blankly at Chopper. By the way, what exactly are you, talking all the time on the side? Robin being captured is whatever, we could just find another one later, that is her fate. Huh? Chopper was taken aback, then his expression changed dramatically. What are you talking about, Luffy? Robin is our partner. Even if it's a joke. You can't say that. What? Are you new toy? You can actually talk? Forget it instead of this. You guys hurry and get those pirates to gather at Area 46 GR. Pirates? What? You were just going to give up on Robin? That is too much. Luffy, everyone. Chopper's tears flowed out, looking at the others with teary eyes, putting his last hope on them. Okay, Captain Luffy. I will do my best to bring them back alive. Just right, let them see the influence of our Straw Hat pirates. However, the others were even less concerned about Robin's situation. Chopper stood there in a daze, his heart in pain, and he shouted in his childish voice. You guys are awful. I worked so hard to get stronger these 2 years. What was it all for? How could you turn out like this? Fine. If you don't go save Robin, I will. As he said this, Chopper turned around, transformed into a strong reindeer, and ran away. Where? Somu's eyes widened as he continuously scanned the surroundings, hoping to find a place with more commotion. He wasn't sure if there really was a fake Sumo, but if there was, he would be in trouble. The world is vast, but saving face is the most important. The fake Sumu should be with the fake Zoro now. Just now, at the fake Luffy's place, everyone was there except for Zoro, Sanji, and Robin, so it seems they must have split into 2 groups. Sumu held his head, trying hard to recall the episode of One Piece when the fake Zoro passed through which number GR. But, unsurprisingly, he couldn't remember at all. What number was it? Sumu let out a breath, and irritation gradually surfaced in his eyes. He just hoped that the fool impersonating him wouldn't be too ugly. But just as Sumu was in a rush, a crying voice accompanied by the sound of running hooves reached his ears. Damn it, bastard. Robin, don't worry. I will definitely rescue you. Sumu looked in confusion at the source of the sound and saw a strong, furry reindeer running through the crowd. He blinked, and the reindeer instantly appeared right in front of him. Then, it lowered its head and crashed solidly into his body. With that impact, the reindeer immediately shrank down, then returned to its normal small size and flew backward. Sumu felt the insignificant impact and was slightly taken aback, quickly grabbing the flying reindeer. He then pulled the small figure back into his arms. Feeling a fluffy texture, Sumu paused and looked down. After clearly seeing the small reindeer in his arms, Sumu stood still, and surprise immediately appeared in his eyes. Chopper! Ouch! That hurts! What is this? Chopper crashed into Sumu's body and immediately cried out in distress. Hearing someone call his name, he slowly raised his head and saw Sumu. Huh? Who are you? Sume smiled broadly as he held Chopper in his arms, his eyes softening. Indeed, the one in his arms was Chopper, who wanted to rescue the fake Robin. Sumu laughed, surprised that the first partner he encountered was actually Chopper. Feeling the plush texture, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim. It turns out, Chopper really does look just like a doll. It's so nice to touch. Ah, Chopper, it's me. I'm your new partner. I'm the one Luffy mentioned 2 years ago, Sumu. Sumu smiled as he looked at Chopper in his arms and said happily. Chopper was very close to him, and he could smell a faint herbal fragrance from his fur. Hearing Sumu's words, Chopper was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. Hey, new partner, didn't you change your name to Pot Lidhead? I remember when I met that Pot Lidhead before, I even asked him if he should be called Sumo, and he said he changed his name 2 years ago. By the way, how did you end up here? Weren't you just... Hey, you look different too. What's going on? Chopper was startled and seemed to take a long time to react to the situation, as if his reflexes were slow. Changing names? Potlit head. Sumu took a deep breath and immediately reacted. His eyes widened, and then his lips began to tremble, turning somewhat pale. Indeed. Damn it. What the hell? There really is an idiot impersonating me. What the hell? Just die already. Sumu, let me go first. I need to save Robin. Robin has been captured. Chopper struggled out of Sumu's arms, anxiously saying, Robin has been captured? Sumu's face had just recovered for a moment when he heard this and was immediately stunned. His expression changing drastically. What? Robin has. Wait a minute. Sumu frowned and suddenly remembered. Chopper, could it be that it's a fake Robin? Sumu let out a sigh of relief and looked down at Chopper's anxious expression, and all past memories surfaced in his mind. He immediately understood what was going on. This child had been deceived by those people all along. Sumu then comforted Chopper and sat down on the grass, calmly explaining the situation about the imposters pretending to be the Straw Hat Pirates. After a while, Chopper's eyes widened in shock as he looked at Sumu. Wait, were those all fakes? I've been deceived by them this whole time. Yes, how infuriating. I'm really angry. I saw the new partner bullhead who was happily saying that I was very welcome. And it turns out he was just pretending. Chopper pouted, his hooves on his hips, looking frustrated. Well, I'm not called Bullhead. I'm your new partner, Chopper. Sumu looked at Chopper's adorable appearance and couldn't help but find it amusing. Yeah, you're our new partner. Ah, Sumu. I didn't expect you to be a normal person too. Chopper turned his head to look at Sumu, his mouth wide open as he laughed. In his eyes, Sumu had no strange characteristics, just a normal person, like Nami and Usopp. All right, Chopper, where are those people from earlier? You need to tell me quickly so I can teach them a lesson. Sumi looked at Chopper with anticipation, his eyes vaguely revealing a sense of urgency. That person impersonating him better not be too ugly, otherwise his face would be completely ruined. Huh, those people just now? They must be taught a good lesson for deceiving me for so long. I'm really so angry. They impersonate us like this, making us look like celebrities. How despicable. Damn it. Chopper pouted in anger, waving his hands like a wave while smiling, changing expressions every moment, leaving Sumi both amused and exasperated. Oh, right, I just came from GR47, but they seem to mention going to GR46, saying something about pirates gathering there. After a moment, Chopper finally reacted and pointed in a certain direction. GR46. And just as Chopper pointed with his hooves, a fierce wind suddenly howled past his ears. A shadow shot off like a famished wolf, whoosh, racing towards the direction Chopper pointed. Chopper was stunned for a moment, foolishly watching the direction in which the shadow disappeared. Moments later, he turned to look at Sumi beside him, but where was Sumi? The figure that darted out in a flash was, in fact, Sumi. Sumi, hey? Gone? Chopper blinked in disbelief, unable to believe that Sumi had slipped away in an instant. Looking at the dust left in the wake, Chopper swallowed hard. I have a feeling those guys are going to have a bad ending. Is Sumi not a normal person either? Just as Chopper was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out to him. Hey, Chopper. Hey. Chopper looked around in response to the voice. Over here, Chopper. When a man with a hat and a long nose, along with a girl with orange hair, came into view, the confusion in Chopper's eyes turned into surprise. Nami, Usopp. Nami and Usopp rode a bubble car, dragging a pile of supplies, and arrived beside Chopper. Chopper. Long time no see. Usopp jumped off the car and came before Chopper, full of joy. Chopper. Nami also rushed forward, hugging Chopper tightly and happily stroking his fluffy body. Nami, Usopp, I'm so happy to see you. Chopper peeked out from under Nami's embrace, his face full of smiles, completely forgetting the sadness from being deceived just moments ago. Shoppy. It's been 2 years, and you're still so adorable. So nice. Nami rubbed her face against Chopper's fur, happily saying, Oh, right, this isn't the time to talk about that. Suddenly realizing, Chopper looked towards the direction Sumi had disappeared. Hey, Nami, Usopp, I just met our new partner. Our new partner? Nami paused slightly, her movement stopping. Could it be someone named Sumi? Usopp frowned, looking at Chopper with confusion. Hey, Chopper, you just saw our new partner here? Where is he? Where did he go? Is Sumi, by any chance, a strange guy? Chopper, is he a human? Nami's brow furrowed slightly as she tried to imagine Sumi's appearance, thinking that perhaps he wasn't a normal person. Oh, Usopp, Nami, I just saw Sumi. He's a normal person. That guy. Chopper smiled happily, looking at Nami and Usopp, his companions whom he hadn't seen in 2 years, his eyes full of excitement. That's a relief. With Luffy's personality, I was really worried he invited zombies or something onto the ship. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, murmuring. Suddenly, Chopper returned to the topic, pointing seriously at the direction Sumi had gone. By the way, Sumi just went that way. You want to teach a lesson to those people who deceived me. Those people who deceived you? What happened? Seeing Usopp and Nami's puzzled expressions, Chopper immediately began to recount what had just happened, including how he met Sumi. Upon hearing about the fake Straw Hat Pirates, Nami couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Oh, really? I just taught them a lesson with Thunderstorm Weather the Tavern. And they're still so arrogant. Chopper, the world government couldn't catch Robin for 20 years, and now she gets captured in a sack? That's too ridiculous. Only you would believe that. Usopp also joked. Speaking of which, Sumi went to teach those guys a lesson? I hope nothing happens. Nami looked doubtfully at the cloud of dust still lingering in the air. It's hard to imagine how fast and anxious Sumi must have been when he ran. Yes, as soon as Sumi heard where those people were, he rushed over. Chopper nodded. Hey, I hope he doesn't get into trouble like Luffy does. Nami wiped her forehead, gazing at the distant GR-46, swallowing hard. I have a bad feeling about this. I'm just being paranoid? Usopp covered his head. I heard that there are many pirates gathering at GR-46. That guy, is he in danger? Is he strong? Hey, Chopper or Nami, should we go take a look? Where? Sumu's eyes were filled with urgency, as if they were about to burst. He wished he could turn this place upside down to find that person impersonating him. At first, Sumu still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Could it be that no one was impersonating him? Was he just overthinking it? But a man's sixth sense is incredibly accurate. Just now when he asked Xiao Ba, he indeed heard about such a character, and Sumu's heart twisted in pain. Damn it, what kind of audacity is it to impersonate him? If he sees that fake Sumu and finds him ugly, he will definitely make him pay. Sumu's eye sockets were completely red, staring at the surrounding people with eagerness. Where's 46GR? 46GR? He was like a starving wolf, his gaze constantly scanning the area in search of his target. Finally, his powerful observation Haki allowed Sumu to sense a hint of restlessness. A noisy sound was coming from a certain place. Sumu keenly directed his gaze over, the corner of his eye even dragging a hint of light. He saw that the source of the sound was beneath 2 conspicuous numbers, and those numbers were none other than 46. The 46GR had been found. At that moment, Sumu took a deep breath, his mood as calm as water, like the silence before a storm. But then it erupted suddenly. He bit his teeth, unable to control the drool spilling from the corner of his mouth. And like the wind, he ran towards that 46GR. In his eyes, a crimson color instantly appeared, dragging up a hint of bloodthirsty light. Terrifying. Sabaody Archipelago, 46 GR. The base of the fake Straw Hat Pirates. Ha ha ha. Little ones. Sorry to keep you waiting. On a platform, fake Luffy stood with his arms crossed over his chest, laughing loudly. Below that platform, a crowd of pirates gathered because of the flyers. Upon seeing fake Luffy on the platform, a cheer erupted among the pirates. Oh, is this the captain of the Straw Hat Luffy? Finally seeing the real person. Hearing the noise below, fake Luffy smirked, then waved his hand, exuding a sense of arrogance. Little ones, look around you. You don't even know each other yet. But after today, you will all be my crew under Straw Hat Luffy. When I become the Pirate King in the future, you will all be the crew of the Pirate King. Oh, as soon as this was said, the pirates below were all excited. Hey, it feels like a dream. Starting today, my captain is the man who will turn the 3 major organizations of the world government upside down. This man will definitely become one of the candidates for Pirate King. We certainly haven't followed the wrong person. Yahaha. Straw Hat Luffy has appeared. How interesting. Among the pirates, the bounty of 200 million wet hair, Caribou, also smiled sinisterly. Although he joined the Straw Hat crew, there was still a different ambition in his eyes. He then looked at the proud, fake Pot Lid Head beside him, his smile slowly turning serious. Among the pirates, Pot Lid Head was, compared to Straw Hat Luffy, the most troublesome. However, haha, he is also the one I can best utilize. Yahahaha. At this moment, fake Luffy on the platform naturally heard the cheers and flattery from below. His mouth almost curled up higher than the sky. He was about to gradually lose his awareness in the sounds of flattery and cheers. Right? And Pot Lid Head, what kind of pirate crew is this? As long as I join them, it's comparable to the 4 emperors. One is the son of Revolutionary Army Dragon, and the other wiped out the Blackbeard pirates. Long live the Straw Hat Pirates. But it wasn't over yet. The pirates below noticed fake Pot Lid Head and became even more excited. For them, the strength of the Straw Hat crew was simply too strong. Once they joined, who would they be afraid of for the rest of their lives? Be quiet, little ones. Fake Luffy forcibly maintained his composure, then shouted loudly, raising a gun and firing a shot into the sky. The scene immediately fell silent. Just now, 2 people have offended your captain. They actually dared to insult me. One is a handsome man with a small backpack. The other is a cloaked man with a big bag. Whoever can find them and bring their heads to me, I will reward heavily. Oh, as soon as this was said, another round of cheers erupted below. They actually dared to provoke Straw Hat Luffy. Those 2 are really overestimating themselves. Yes, provoking Straw Hat Luffy. How could they leave Sabaody Archipelago alive? I want to find them and gain great merit for myself. I want to go too. But just as everyone was getting restless, a stern shout broke their cheers. That's enough. Pirates. Suddenly, a large number of Navy personnel appeared out of nowhere, instantly surrounding so many pirates. Navy? How could there be Navy? The sudden turn of events left the pirates frozen in place. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Moreover, the number of Navy was not small. Seeing this scene, fake Luffy on the platform was also slightly taken aback. Then cold sweat started to pour from his forehead. He didn't know whether this group of pirates was capable or not. But fake Luffy did not hesitate much, waving his hand. All right, little ones. Kill all these Navy officers for me. Whoever kills the most, I will promote as an officer. As soon as this was said, the pirates below paused for a moment. Then they erupted into huge cheers. Yes, our captain is Straw Hat Luffy. And Pot Lid Head. What are we afraid of a Navy for? Immediately, the pirates below began to clash with the Navy. And the recruited pirates were indeed strong. For a moment, they pushed the Navy back continuously. Seeing the scene, fake Luffy on the platform laughed even more joyfully. With these subordinates, why would he need to rely on strength? But just then, several beams of laser suddenly shot out. In an instant, the yellow lasers caused powerful explosions among the pirates. And the Pacifistas are here. Fake Luffy's pupils shrank as he looked towards the newcomers. Taking a deep breath, those were 4 bear-like machines, each extremely powerful. How could such war weapons come here? When fake Luffy saw many strong pirates being subdued in one blow, his face turned horrified. Once the 4 Pacifistas entered the battlefield, they directly changed the entire situation. This small battlefield suddenly showed the Navy's overwhelming power. The sounds of cannon fire rose and fell. Are you kidding me? Quickly run. Fake Luffy saw another high-bounty individual being subdued. His face instantly changed, and he began to flee in panic. He never expected the Pacifistas to be so formidable. They couldn't be resisted at all. If he didn't T-run now, he would be waiting for death. Fake Pot Lid Head and the other members of the fake Straw Hat crew were even more panicked, following fake Luffy. At this moment, the pirates below in their retreat, were trying to find their captain, hoping he could step in and turn the tide. Everyone scanned around, and finally they saw the fleeing Straw Hat crew in one spot. The Straw Hat captain and Pot Lid Head were there. "Hey, Captain, quickly do something." Everyone immediately shouted towards fake Luffy and fake Pot Lid Head. But suddenly, they saw a huge figure blocking their way in front of the Straw Hat crew. The leading fake Luffy charged forward, but his body involuntarily fell to the ground. He frowned and unpleasedly looked up, exclaiming at the huge shadow, "Who are you? Do you know who I am to dare block my way?" Upon hearing this, the pirates below brightened up, looking at fake Luffy with anticipation. Is Captain Luffy going to make a move first? That navy is in trouble. On one side, the relaxed Caribou couldn't help but curl his lips. "Oh, is that War Peach Maru?" The good show is about to begin. Straw Hat Luffy with War Peach Maru. Indeed, blocking the fake Luffy in front was the Navy's War Peach Maru. Behind him stood 4 pacifists, glaring at the fake Luffy with an intimidating presence. "Why do they call you Straw Hat Luffy?" War Peach Maru stared at the fake Luffy below, his brow furrowed. He slowly began to understand that the recruitment poster was posted by this person. This group is impersonating the Straw Hat crew. "Hey, you, get out of my way." The fake Cap Head yelled furiously, trying to regain some momentum. "I'm a Cap Head who wiped out Blackbeard." Upon hearing this, the crowd below erupted in cheers. The Cap Head captain is going to make a move. "So exciting, come and watch." However, upon hearing this, War Peach Maru's expression darkened to the extreme. "You're a Cap Head, so that's it, those guys didn't come at all, they're all fakes." Then, gritting his teeth, he suddenly picked up his battle axe, and, in a flash, fiercely swung it down at Cap Head. "Cap Head, you're nothing compared to someone like me." That man flipped the Navy headquarters upside down. "What are you? You're nothing." Va Peach Maluwalit. He absolutely would not allow the Navy headquarters to be mistaken for being destroyed by such trash. At the same time, he was deceived into mobilizing such a large army, even using 4 pacifists. This person deserves to die. The fake Cap Head and the fake Luffy, seeing the fierce battle axe coming at them, changed their expressions drastically and had no time to react. But just as the battle axe was about to smash the two, a flash of yellow light suddenly flickered and appeared under the battle axe. Clang! Instantly, the sound of metal clashing spread throughout the entire area of 46 Jar. War Peach Maru's pupils constricted, feeling an extremely strong shock from the metal in his hand. What is going on? Who blocked this blow? The speed is so fast. At this moment, everyone froze for a moment, then looked towards the figure under the battle axe. "Damn, I finally found you, son." A lightly angry voice came from that figure. The battle axe was easily lifted, revealing a delicate face. Upon seeing this person's face, the fake Luffy was stunned and then exclaimed in surprise. "That kid with the small bag. That's right." The one who appeared under the battle axe was none other than Sumo, who had come to find the fake Cap Head. "Damn, I've been searching so hard. I can't take it anymore." The fake Cap Head couldn't hold back any longer. The pupils of Sumu's eyes turned bright red. With his incredibly sharp vision, he immediately spotted the person in front of him, who was as round as a ball and sporting a pot lid on their head, looking utterly unbearable to the eyes. Sumo's body trembled uncontrollably. In his heart, the last glimmer of hope had vanished. This person impersonating him was indeed a hideous bastard. You really deserve to die. Why impersonate anyone but me?" Sumu's cold voice rang out, instantly causing Jean Taowan's pupils to shrink. "This voice is..." But before Jean Taowan could see the person under the battle axe, the fake Luffy suddenly shouted loudly, "You little ones, it's this person. This person has insulted your captain. Caribou, you two with a bounty over 100 million. Come quickly and kill this brat. Hurry, kill this brat, and I'll reward you handsomely." The fake Luffy shouted anxiously, waving to the Caribou brothers nearby. With their bounties over 100 million, it shouldn't be a problem to take down a pacifist, right? As long as they come. He could buy himself some time to escape. However, Caribou just sneered coldly. "Straw Hat Captain, Cap Head Captain, everyone wants to see you two make a move. The pacifist is quite strong, you know." "What?" The fake Cap Head was sweating all over, looking at the person under the battle axe, feeling a chill run down his spine for some reason. But he still forced himself to calm down, puffed out his chest, looked at Sumu, and said with a trembling voice, "You little brat, and that navy, get out of my way, or you'll be dead for sure. I'm the one who wiped out the Blackbeard pirates you are nothing." But before the fake Cap Head could finish his words, Sumu, under the battle axe, suddenly sprang out like a hungry wolf. He then swiftly knocked the fake Cap Head down to the ground. Sumu's eyes glowed red as he stared at the fake pot lid head, practically wishing he could slap his head into a pulp. Jean Taoan saw Su Mu draw his battle axe and finally got a clear look at his figure and appearance. But then he was stunned. Who is this? It's been 2 years, and he's not a familiar face. Su Mu has changed so much that he couldn't recognize him at all. You brat. Who told you to impersonate me? Huh? The cold, angry voice of Su Mu reached everyone's ears. He tightly restrained the fake pot lid head with one hand, wishing he could crush him, but he always felt that crushing him would be too merciful. Damn it. Of all things, why is he so ugly, so ugly? Sumi's eyes brimmed with tears as he repeatedly slapped the mouth of the pot-headed subordinate. This left the fake Luffy beside him wide-eyed. What? This kid actually dared to make a move? What's going on? Captain Pothead, has he been pinned down by that person? Who is that person? The pirates below, seeing this scene, were all frozen in place, uttering incredulous sounds. The pirate who had wiped out Blackbeard is now being pinned down by some unknown kid? How is that possible? Captain Pothead is being suppressed and can't move? He's been under attack and hasn't been able to fight back at all. What's going on? Who is this kid? Su Mu has changed a lot in the past 2 years. If someone hadn't seen him in person at the top, they wouldn't recognize him as the bullhead just by looking at the wanted poster. After all, the hairstyle, expression, and blue flames on the wanted poster greatly obscure his appearance. As a result, now that he reveals his true self, no one around recognizes him. Even Jean Taoan, who had seen Su Mu at the top, was stunned when he heard Su Mu's words. Disguise? He pondered for a moment and suddenly realized, taking a deep breath, P5? Quickly see who he is. Could it be? Jean Taoan furrowed his brows and shouted at the small figure. Hearing Jean Taoan's shout, the pirates below were immediately stunned, looking at the pacifists in confusion. They wanted to see who this kid was. The pacifist's eyes flickered for a moment, and then it quickly scanned Su Mu's face. Although he murmured, his voice resonated like thunder throughout GR number 46. Pirate, bullhead, bounty, infinite, extremely dangerous person. Attention, attention, extremely dangerous person, bounty infinite, bounty infinite. Boom. At that moment, the scene fell into silence. Fake Luffy was stunned. All the members of the fake Straw Hat Pirates were also stunned. Even the pirates below and Caribou took a deep breath, trembling uncontrollably, unable to speak. They stared blankly at Su Mu as he repeatedly fanned the unconscious fake bullhead, their eyes wide with shock. The pacifist scanned and said that the person with the small bag was bullhead. Finally, a pirate couldn't help but shout loudly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The one with the small bag is the real bullhead. The one who got beaten is a fake. Are you kidding me? So that means that group of people is pretending. The real bullhead is that kid with the small bag. Hey, how is this possible? We were all deceived. The real bullhead has appeared. Immediately, the pirates below erupted in astonishment. They looked at Su Mu's figure, covering their heads in disbelief. This is the real one. Moreover, the description of being extremely dangerous matches exactly with the wanted poster. Fake Luffy and the other members of the fake Straw Hat Pirates turned pale upon hearing this. This kid, it turns out, is the real person. Fake Luffy and the others covered their heads, screaming in shock, their eyes bulging out. The person they were with earlier was none other than Straw Hat Luffy. We encountered the real person from the beginning. Just now, I said I would take their heads. The fake Luffy group looked at Su Mu, their pupils constricting. Their souls felt like they were about to leave their bodies. This is really too absurd. They encountered the real ones from the start. They ran into 2 top-tier powerhouses, Straw Hat Luffy and Bullhead. Damn it, shut up. Who the hell is calling me Bullhead? Hearing the continuous shouting from the pirates below, Su Mu couldn't hold back anymore, suddenly looking up and roaring in anger. Instantly, the Conqueror's Haki erupted. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki unleashed an invisible wave of energy, instantly spreading and penetrating all the pirates and even Jean Taoan. In an instant, a large number of pirates and navy present rolled their eyes back and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. It's true, it really is the real bullhead. Some pirates, feeling this terrifying aura, could only weakly say before collapsing to the ground. At this moment, GR number 46 fell silent. Only a few strong pirates and navy remained. But the few left were also drenched in cold sweat, swaying unsteadily, all looking at Su Mu with fear. How could this person's Conqueror's Haki be so powerful? Jean Taoan also knelt on one knee, his battle axe on the ground, looking at Su Mu in shock. You really have come to Sabay the archipelago. This Conqueror's Haki is too terrifying. What kind of Haki is this? It's just like 2 years ago at Marineford. Jean Taoan gasped for breath, looking at Su Mu's back. his mind involuntarily recalling 2 years ago. This guy also displayed Conqueror's Haki during the Top War. At that time, he couldn't withstand it, and now he almost couldn't either. Damn it. Sumu paid no attention to Jean Tamaru, gritting his teeth as he looked at his subordinate, who had already lost consciousness and resembled a fake pot lid. His expression was extremely gloomy. Damn it, how can it be so ugly and so fat? Do you know how much I care about my image? Forget about the wanted poster that Sengoku made for me, but you really had to act so ugly. Sumu raised his fist and landed another punch on the fake pot lid's head, feeling quite dissatisfied. It wasn't until the latter's head was completely a mess that Sumu slowly got up. Now that the face was unrecognizable, it was fine. After venting his frustrations, Sumu slowly turned to look back. Glancing at War Peach Maru, he scratched his head. Hey, who are you again? Oh right, War Peach Maru. What do you want? War Peach Maru was a bit surprised that Sumu knew his name, but he still stood up, holding his battle axe. Then, lifting the axe and pointing it at Sumu, he declared, although you're very strong, I'm not afraid of you. I will definitely do my best to stop you from doing bad things. I'm not the same as 2 years ago. I've become stronger now. I've officially joined the Navy. War Peach Maru panted and looked seriously at Sumu. Ever since he was knocked out by Sumu's Conqueror's Haki 2 years ago, he had always held a grudge. Sumu, this is exactly his grievance. So, when he saw the fake pot lid head, he became so angry. How could the person who knocked him out be such a worthless piece of trash? Sigh. Upon seeing Jean Taoan like this, Sumu tilted his head and scratched it in confusion. What is this guy doing? Oh well, forget it. Now that I've resolved my issues, I have to set sail. Bye-bye. Zhang Taowang waved his hand and immediately turned to leave. He wasn't the kind of person who indiscriminately killed others. After dealing with that impersonator with the pot lid hairstyle, he had no other business. As for Zhang Taowang, he couldn't be bothered to get entangled with him. Leaving, huh? Wait, stop right there. P5, P6, P7, P8. You all, come at me together. Seeing Su Mu about to run away, Zhang Taowang became anxious and quickly instructed the pacifists to move forward. Oh no, don't chase me. As soon as Sumu saw the 4 pacifists, he rushed forward, unable to help but frown. At this moment, below him, a large number of Navy personnel appeared out of nowhere, all raising their guns to aim at him. From this perspective, it seemed as if Sumu was surrounded by thousands of troops. However, even so, War Peach Maru still had a serious expression. He understood that even if the 4 pacifists attacked together and with so many Navy personnel surrounding him, they still had no way to deal with this man. 2 years ago, even the 3 admirals couldn't do anything to him. But as a member of the Navy, even if they couldn't win, they couldn't just watch Sumu escape. I too will stop you from running. War Peach Maru shouted, raising his battle axe and following closely behind the pacifists as they charged towards Sumu. What the hell? Sumu turned back and saw 5 massive sounds coming towards him from the sky. It was as if they were going to block out the sun. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Upon seeing this, Sumu's expression suddenly darkened. Then, the figure that was about to flee abruptly stopped, turned around instantly to face the 5 figures, bent his knees, ready to take them all down in one move. But before he could act, a shout suddenly rang out from the surroundings. Hey, Sumu. Uh-huh. I knew you would be here. Suddenly, Sumi was taken aback and turned to the source of the sound. He saw Chopper sitting on top of a bubble car, waving at him frantically. Chopper? Next to him was Sumi squinted his eyes and looked at the other 2 people on the bubble car. A beautiful woman with a long nose and orange hair. At that moment, his eyes lit up, revealing a look of surprise. Nami, Usopp. Oh, it's them. How did they get here? But before Sumi could express his surprise, 5 massive figures above him were already closing in. In his excitement, he quickly sidestepped and agilely rolled backward to create distance. Meanwhile, Nami and Usopp heard Chopper shout and followed his gaze, immediately spotting the group of Navy soldiers. Their expressions changed instantly. Navy? What is going on? Why are there so many Navy soldiers? Nami instinctively covered her red lips with her delicate hand, astonished at the sight of the 46th GR's formation. When they saw the 4 pacifists among the crowd, the timid trio's faces turned even paler. There are pacifists too. Huh, how did these machines end up here? Nami exclaimed, and then, along with Usopp, they looked toward the direction Chopper was waving. Upon seeing the small figure, both of them froze. Chopper, the one with the small backpack. Is that Sumi? Yes, it's him. He is a normal person. So that means these Navy soldiers and the 4 pacifists were all brought here by him. Nami and Usopp clutched their heads, panicked and shouting in surprise. Nami's brows furrowed tightly. Her bad premonition turned out to be true. This guy is indeed a handful. At this moment, the numerous Navy soldiers had surrounded the entire square, and in the encircled area, there was only one person, the pirate, Sumi. Oh no, they've all come to find me. I need to leave quickly. Sumo curled the corner of his mouth and smiled. Usopp and Nami were the second and third companions he had met. Next, there were many more companions waiting for him. He was really looking forward to it. He jumped into the air, looking down at the pacifists, and smiled lightly. The pacifists in front of him spread out, surrounding Sumo from all sides. Then, the yellow lasers from their mouths, like machine guns, aimed at Sumo in the center and began to fire wildly. Seeing this scene, Usopp, Nami, and Chopper turned pale. They had experienced the power of the pacifists before. One of them was already very strong. Now, with four of them firing at Sumo, he was definitely in danger. But as Nami looked over, she focused on the center of the laser attack. Sumo felt the yellow lasers shooting in from all directions, slowly closing his eyes. Then his figure moved like a ghost, wildly swaying in the air. It was as if he were a butterfly flitting through a garden, not touching a single petal. The yellow lasers, each time, nearly grazed his body. He was like a dancer with an exquisite technique, dodging all laser attacks at the speed of light. This terrifying speed and agility immediately made Nami and the others widen their eyes. This guy, did he dodge them all? Nami covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Sumu's figure in the air, her eyes trembling slightly. At that moment, Sumu, having evaded the attacks, smiled faintly in the air and said, "Oh dear, too slow, can't hit me." But then he suddenly clenched his right fist and blue flames erupted, covering his entire body. Now it's my turn. In Sumu's eyes, a glimmer of light burst forth. His entire figure resembled a blue fireball. "You think I'm afraid of you?" Jean Tawan shouted loudly, looking at Sumu, who was surrounded by blue flames in the air, gritting his teeth. Then he raised his battle axe, bent his knees, and prepared to leap up. "I am a true Navy." Whoosh! As soon as the words left his mouth, Jean Tawan's feet stomped down hard on the floor, springing him forward like a spring, charging straight at Sumu. But suddenly, Sumu's figure vanished from the spot. Seeing this, Jean Tawan was shocked, and in the blink of an eye, the blue flames were right in front of his face. "Sorry." Bang! The faint voice of Sumu, accompanied by the blue fire fist, instantly struck the battle axe. In almost an instant, the battle axe and the battle peach ball fell like a bird with broken wings. At that moment, the eyes of the battle peach ball rolled back, and it immediately lost consciousness. But it wasn't over yet, for pacifists quickly charged fiercely towards Sumo. However, the next second, the sky suddenly flashed with 4 yellow lights. The figure of Sumo, with blue flames trailing yellow flashes, created a beautiful blue fire ring in the air. The momentum was grand, and the scene was spectacular. As the yellow flashes flickered, the pacifists burst apart in the air like firecrackers strung together, one by one. Sumu's consecutive 4 punches landed perfectly, blowing up all the pacifists in one fell swoop. From the perspective of the onlookers, they saw 4 figures soaring into the air, followed by a flash of yellow light, and then exploding one after another in the sky. They couldn't even see how Sumu attacked. Below, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the blue fire ring in the sky. A trace of horror appeared in Nami's beautiful eyes. Looking at Sumu, who was moving with the blue flames in the sky, she couldn't help but lightly cover her red lips. The pacifists, just like that, were defeated? But those were 4 war machines. Are you kidding me? Is this guy really that strong? Nami's voice trembled slightly, shock evident as she stared at Sumu's figure. "Chopper, didn't you say that this guy is a normal person? What kind of monster did our captain bring on board?" Chopper, seeing the sparks in the sky, also covered his head, his face filled with horror. His eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Hey, Sumu, it turns out Sumu is not a normal person at all. So scary." That machine that looked like a bear was blown up. Usopp, who was riding on a bubble car, gulped and took a deep breath. "Hey, Chopper, Nami, I thought I'd become much stronger in the past 2 years. But compared to this guy, there's simply no way to compare. What on earth is going on?" They were not the only ones shocked. The group of previously spirited Navy soldiers below were also taken aback. Seeing the 4 pacifists blown up in an instant, they all had expressions of disbelief. Even their leader, Admiral Tsuru, was knocked down in one blow. The Navy soldiers looked up at Sumu in the sky, unable to help but exclaim in awe. Is this the pirate rumored about in the Marineford War? Why is he here? No, it can't be the one with the pot-lid head. He is completely different." Sumu glanced down at the crowd below, naturally not too concerned about their astonishment. During the war at the top, It wasn't just the junior naval officers who were surprised by him. Even those top-tier powerhouses were quite shocked. Well, with that said, it's time to go. He had already delayed for a while. Sumu murmured to himself, then fixed his gaze on the bubble car below, where Nami and the others were. There were 3 people sitting in the bubble car, so adding himself to it wouldn't be a problem, right? Sumi laughed, a pair of blue wings sprouting from her back, and then flew to the side of the 3, landing on the bubble car. Jo, Nami, Usopp. Sumo looked at the 2 people in front of him and greeted them with a smile. But it was clear that Nami, Usopp, and even Chopper had not recovered from the shock they just experienced. Nami was staring at Sumu with wide eyes, filled with surprise. Hey, Nami, Usopp, and Chopper? Seeing that the 3 of them were still frozen, Sumo waved at them again. Huh? Oh, Sumu. Usopp was the first to react, quickly taking a deep breath and scratching his head. Ah, hello. I'm your new partner. My name is Sumo. Sumu smiled slightly upon seeing this, then scratched his head. So far, he had met 3 companions, and apart from Luffy, there were still 5 people he hadn't seen. So, Sumo, Nami skin Sumo in Swaladen Vasa. Murmuring softly. At that moment, Sumu was standing right in front of her, and she never expected that the person Luffy invited would be so powerful. Why you hello? Looking at Sumu's handsome face, Nami was even more surprised. The strength of this person didn't match his appearance at all. Glancing at the blue fire rings slowly dissipating in the sky and recalling the earlier attack, Nami found it hard to believe that those things were done by the person in front of her. He looked quite sunny and gentle, yet his style was just like Luffy's. Nami let out a gentle breath, feeling a different kind of premonition in her heart. Could it be that this person would act just like Luffy in the future? After all, having one Luffy in the crew was already enough trouble for them. Adding another one would be overwhelming. Wow, Nami, you're really beautiful, much more so than on the wanted poster. Sume noticed Nami staring at him intently and turned his head with a slight smile, generously complimenting her. Upon hearing Sume's sudden compliment, Nami was taken aback, clearly surprised. She didn't expect that the first thing Sume would say to her was to praise her beauty. After realizing it, she smiled shyly and lowered her head a bit. The compliment from Sumu felt like praise from a stranger, which naturally made Nami a bit shy. If it were Sanji or Brook, she wouldn't have cared, as they were too familiar with each other and both had a lecherous side. But when Sumu complimented her seriously, it felt a bit different. Thank you. Why you're talking about me? Thank you. Nami touched her face and looked down, no longer meeting Sumu's gaze. Hey, are you shy just now? Usopp squinted his eyes, seeing Nami like this, and couldn't help but make a remark. Mind your own business. Don't meddle. But as soon as he finished speaking, Nami's expression changed, and she raised her hand to slap him. Hey, the changing face of Nami has appeared again. So scary. Chopper had just recovered from a shock at Sumu and looked at Nami, his face turning pale again. Ha. When Sumu saw the scene of this timid trio, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. He then looked at Nami, and what he said earlier was the truth. From the anime perspective, Nami might have a bit of a mature vibe, but in reality, she has a kind of youthful charm. Her features appear quite delicate, and when her expression turns serious, she looks mature, combining innocence with a hint of allure. It seems that different outfits would present different feelings for Nami. However, overall, Nami is truly beautiful. Hey, those Navy officers seem to be watching us. Seeing the 3 of them in different states, Sumu interrupted and pointed around. Nami and the others were taken aback for a moment, and then their expressions changed slightly as they looked around. The Navy officers nearby were currently aiming their guns and glaring at them. Clearly, they didn't understand why Sumu was with these 2 people and a raccoon in a bubble car. What was their relationship? But soon, one person reacted. He looked at the wanted poster and carefully compared it with the few people in front of him. The pirate little thief, Nami, and the pet of the Straw Hat Pirates, Tony Chopper. However, when they saw Usopp and Sumu, the Navy officers were all stunned. The other 2 were also new members of the Straw Hat Pirates. The one with the small bag is very strong. The Navy officers looked at Sumu, sweating profusely, not daring to act recklessly. They were part of the later group of Navy officers and had no idea that the pacifists had verified that Sumu was the pot-lid head. They had just happened to witness Sumu blow up 4 pacifists. Someone had just said that he was a pirate, the pot-lid head. Pot-lid head. At this moment, someone in the crowd exclaimed in surprise, immediately drawing the attention of a group of Navy officers. They all took out wanted posters to compare, carefully investigating Sumu and the pot-lid head on the wanted poster, and were stunned. Then, they immediately denied it. Impossible, it's definitely not him. He looks nothing like that. Yeah, I'm not the pot-lid head at all. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Sumu was immediately delighted and quickly clarified. Listen up, my name is Sumu, and from now on, Sumu has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The bowl-cut head from 2 years ago has exhausted his life and is dead. Sumu raised his voice and shouted, wow. Sumu the pirate, the one with the pot lid hairstyle, has exhausted his life and died. This is big news. Pirate Sumu defeated 4 pacifists in one blow. Such a powerful figure has joined the Straw Hat Pirates. The nearby navy and the reporters who rushed over upon hearing the commotion immediately erupted into a hubbub, expressing their astonishment everywhere. Hearing these wise words, Sumu smiled with satisfaction. To be honest, the warring states would hardly recognize him now. After all, spending just a few hours with a stranger and then not seeing them for 2 years would lead to significant changes. It's understandable that he wouldn't recognize him. Thinking this, Sumu quickly waved at Usopp. Hurry up, we need to go. Usopp, step on the gas and let's run. Huh? Oh, okay. Usopp, seeing the chaos of so many people at the scene, quickly turned the vehicle around and pressed the accelerator to escape in the bubble car. The Navy, witnessing this scene, immediately raised their guns to shoot. Wait, stop right there. Bullets then whistled out, coming down like rain. We can't let you escape. Ah, this is bad. So many bullets will blow up the bubble car. Nami, sitting in the back, was shocked to see so many guns and shouted in panic. But then, a voice that inexplicably gave a sense of security sounded beside her. Don't be afraid. Sumo gently pushed Nami aside and instantly faced the several bullets flying towards him. Then, with a wave of his hands, a wall of ice suddenly rose up behind the bubble car. The bullets hit the ice wall and were all blocked. Ice, ice. Nami, who was hiding behind Sumo, was slightly stunned when she saw the ice wall. Looking at Sumu, who was protecting her, Nami blinked her beautiful eyes twice, realizing that this guy was also a devil fruit user. However, it's strange that both fire and ice can exist at the same time. All right, they're all blocked. Let's hurry and go. Sohomu waved his hand and laughed. But when he turned his head, he found Nami looking at him with a strange expression. Huh? Is there something on my face? Seeing this, Somu exchanged glances with Nami, tilted his head, and asked in confusion. Huh? Oh no, it's nothing. Nami was taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed as she took 2 steps back, bit her lip, and then gently sat down. Having just seen Sumu demonstrate his abilities up close, she felt a sense of wonder. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile slightly. Nami's somewhat reserved demeanor was quite amusing to him. It didn't quite match the Nami he knew. However, perhaps it was because their first meeting was different. Right from the start, Sumu had created such a spectacle. Wow, amazing! An ice wall. Chopper exclaimed as he watched the ice wall. Wow, Sumu. How can you use both fire and ice at the same time? Chopper dashed up to Sumu, curiously probing at his hands. For Chopper, Sumu's first impression felt gentle and easygoing, and he wasn't reserved in front of him at this moment. Fire and ice? Sumu was slightly taken aback and glanced at the approaching Chopper. That fluffy, adorable face made him unable to resist the urge to pinch it. The Navy was blocked by that ice wall, and they were moving further away, with no one coming after them. Oh, this is my magic. Sumu thought for a moment and replied, Magic? Yes, you can understand me. I'm a magician and can conjure up a lot of magic. Oh, really? That's amazing. Upon hearing this, Chopper's eyes sparkled with wonder as he exclaimed in disbelief. Nami, who was standing nearby, also looked at Sumu with some curiosity. A magician? It's the first time I've heard someone say that in real life. Is that so? Then shall I show you a magic trick? Sumu tilted his head and looked at Nami beside him. Nami met Sumu's gaze for a moment, slightly taken aback, but then couldn't help but show a beautiful smile. Sure. Nami flicked her orange long hair, leaned her delicate head forward, and looked at Sumu. All right, give me your hand. Sumu smiled slightly and reached out his hand towards Nami. Nami was taken aback for a moment upon seeing this. Looking at Sumu's outstretched hand, she hesitated for a moment, but eventually placed her hand on it. Don't blink. Sumu smiled slightly, his palms coming together to envelop Nami's delicate hand, murmuring softly. As Sumu's voice fell, a blue flame suddenly erupted from the center of his palm, instantly wrapping around their hands. Upon seeing the flame, Nami's expression changed slightly, instinctively wanting to withdraw her hand, but Sumu's voice gave her some reassurance. Don't be afraid. Nami paused, looking at the blue flame on her hand, and then realized that the flame was not hot. Is it really okay? Wait a moment, the exciting part hasn't come yet. Sumi smiled slightly and reassured them. Chopper and Nami also became serious, carefully watching the blue flames. At that moment, the flames split into many fine strands, gradually rising from the palm of Nami's hand into the air. Several small blue flames danced like vines. Meanwhile, wisps of ice shards, resembling snowflakes, swirled around the thin strands of fire. The scene above Nami's palm, where the blue flames met the pure white ice shards, was momentarily breathtakingly beautiful. But it wasn't over yet. The flickering flames gradually transformed into a blue flower core. The surrounding ice shards slowly gathered around this flower core, eventually forming petals that enveloped the cluster of blue flames. In Nami's hand appeared a blue rose made of ice and fire, extraordinarily beautiful. "This is for you, Nami." Sumu smiled slightly, looking at Nami, and said gently. Upon seeing the bouquet in his palm, a hint of surprise flashed in Nami's eyes. Hearing Sumu's words, her gaze softened. She looked at the beautiful and unique bouquet with some astonishment, pursing her red lips. But then, Nami raised her head to look at Sumu, tilting her head slightly and smiling as she said, "This magic is so beautiful. Thank you, Sumu. Welcome to our ship." Sumi and Nami exchanged a glance and smiled. "Ah, please take care of me from now on." In his impression, Nami was in the group of straight men with Luffy and the others, excluding Sanji, and it seemed she rarely received flowers. Although this flower was quite special, it was still a flower, after all. "Oh, amazing." Chopper, standing nearby, was naturally attracted by the flower that sprouted from Nami's palm. This flower, which appeared to be made of ice, surprisingly had fire inside. Sumi, I want one too. Change one for me, please, please." Chopper urged Sumi while pushing him, not forgetting to extend his little hooves towards Sumi. All right, then I'll make you a different one." "Okay. Hey, is there more?" "Good." After a while, Chopper looked at the armor formed by the combination of blue flames and ice shards on his body, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Hey, armor, so cool. Oh, Luffy will definitely love this." Chopper happily looked at the ice bracers on his hands, overjoyed. Under the influence of the blue flames, he felt no chill at all. "Sumi, you're really amazing." "Oh, it's just average, really." Sumu gently touched Chopper's fur and said, All right, you guys, really stop playing." Usopp, who had been riding the bike, couldn't help but pout. He wasn't interested in any magic at that moment. He was constantly paying attention to his surroundings, afraid that the Navy would suddenly appear. Speaking of which, the rear 46 GR has been quite noisy since a while ago, even though we have already left. Who are the Navy fighting over there? It's so lively. Usopp glanced back with confusion. "Oh, right. Sumu, have you seen Luffy?" Usopp asked Sumu. "Luffy? I came to this island on the boat with him. Just a moment ago, he was at the 47th GR, and then I came over here to deal with those imposters." Sumi scratched his head and glanced around. However, he should be just nearby, not far away. Not far from here, Usopp paused for a moment, thinking that if Luffy was close by, there should be some commotion. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something and turned his head sharply to look back at the distant 46th GR. Boom! They heard the sounds of fighting coming from the place they had just left. Usopp's eyes widened in shock, and he trembled slightly. Could it be that Luffy arrived at 46 GR right after we left? As soon as he said this, Chopper, Nami, and Sumi were taken aback, staring intently at 46 GR, and suddenly realized. They quickly covered their heads. So much noise at 46 GR was actually because of Luffy. The Navy was fighting him. Damn, that idiot. Nami couldn't help but complain. Seriously, he really doesn't make things easy for us. We need to hurry back and find Luffy. Wait, I'll turn around. Forget it. You three go to the ship first. Sumu stood up and waved at the timid trio, his gaze fixed on number 46 GR. I can go over to Luffy by myself. You guys wait on the ship. But Nami frowned slightly, looking at Sumu with some concern. It's fine, don't worry. I can fly, and I'll bring Luffy to see you later. Suki smiled slightly, leaped into the air, and suddenly, huge blue flame wings emerged from his back, allowing him to soar high into the sky. He headed straight for the distant Navy. Nami stared blankly at Suki flying away, but her worried expression didn't diminish much. Seriously, she thought, her concern not for anything else but for the fact that Luffy and Suki together might cause some trouble. Just now, Suki alone had attracted so many Navy and 4 pacifists. What would happen now? Looking at Suki's figure, Nami's intuition, which was usually very accurate, became increasingly foreboding. She had a strong feeling that Luffy and Suki would stir up some significant trouble. Sabaody Archipelago, GR 46. Wow, it's really surprising. After being silent for 2 years, I didn't expect all of you to still be alive. Kizaru stood on the rooftop, casually glancing at Luffy below, who was carrying a large bag. Around him, a group of Navy soldiers had their guns pointed at Luffy. An admiral. Luffy, carrying the big bag, looked up at Kizaru with a serious expression. Seriously, Hancock clearly told me not to cause trouble. Now that the admiral is here, this is going to be troublesome. Luffy pouted, looking worried. With the admiral blocking his way, what should he do? He would definitely be delayed. After parting with Suki, he had been following the life card in his hand, and when he looked up again, he saw a large group of Navy. Just as he was about to go around them, Kizaru appeared. He didn't know why the Navy was deploying an admiral. This is really troublesome. I didn't want to come here, but I heard that on Sabeti Archipelago, that bull-headed guy. Kizaru exhaled and muttered. Initially, when the Navy received news that the Straw Hat Pirates were gathering at Sabeti Archipelago, they didn't plan to mobilize such a large force. But upon hearing that bull-headed guy had really joined the Straw Hat Pirates, the Navy headquarters immediately took it seriously. The newly appointed Fleet Admiral, Akainu, also ordered Kizaru to come to Sabeti Archipelago to capture the bull-headed guy. Upon arriving, he heard from reporters that the bull-headed guy who came to Sabeti Archipelago was a fake. Kizaru glanced at a pit containing a fake Straw Hat Pirates crew. His gaze focused on one fake, bull-headed guy who somewhat resembled Suki from 2 years ago. This is really annoying, being fooled by a fake. Moreover, just now, he received the latest news that the bull-headed guy had overdrafted his life and died. The new member of your Straw Hat crew is named Suki? Kizaru scratched his face, stating what he knew. Suki? That's right, that guy is our new partner. Luffy selectively answered Kizaru's last question, tilting his head. Oh, come to think of it, changing fruits and overdrawing so much life for that incredible ability, it can only be maintained for 24 hours, yet he couldn't even last 2 years. Stop talking nonsense. We're not afraid of admirals now. Luffy quickly turned around, running while saying, this isn't the time to fight you. I have to get going. See you next time. Monkey guy. Luffy sped off towards a certain direction, trying to break through the encirclement. Yari yari. Kizaru glanced at Luffy below, scratched his head, then his expression turned serious. His body transformed into a flash of light and instantly appeared in front of Luffy, ready to attack. But now, Luffy was no longer the Luffy from 2 years ago who could be manipulated by an admiral. His excellent observation Haki allowed him to dodge immediately. Then he rolled back repeatedly, creating distance. Luffy landed nearby, set down the large backpack, and frowned. You guy, what if you ruined the food here? Damn it. I can't deal with you now. I have to hurry. They should be here by now. Luffy gritted his teeth, ignored Kizaru, and once again hoisted the backpack, continuing to run. At that moment, a shout came from the side. Hey, Luffy. It's really you. How come wherever there's excitement, you're there? Hearing the voice, Luffy looked over and saw a green-haired guy and a blonde guy coming toward him. After a brief pause, Luffy immediately smiled and exclaimed, Zoro, Sanji, it's you guys. Long time no see. The ones who came to GR46 looking for Luffy were indeed Sanji and Zoro. They had just finished a fight with fishermen at GR42 and rushed over upon hearing the commotion. They didn't expect to find Luffy at the center of all this excitement. Luffy, it's been 2 years, and you're still the same as before. As everyone gathered, Sanji and Zoro laughed while running. Luffy jumped in front of Zoro and Sanji, and as they saw Luffy, they had a lot to say. Zoro even proudly pointed at Luffy. Hey, Luffy, you're number 9, you know. You guy, how much do you love to show off? This kind of thing is only important to you. Sanji couldn't help but retort. You're just a number 7, and you dare to point fingers at number 1? What did you say? Bastard, watch out, or I'll kick you to death. Stop learning useless kicking skills. I'll chop you up. The two of them faced off, their heads butting together, starting to argue. Until Luffy, who was nearby, reminded them, Hey, Zoro, Sanji, be careful. There's an admiral behind us. At these words, Zoro and Sanji paused slightly, their expressions changing. They looked towards Kizaru not far away, their gazes becoming serious. Zoro's expression darkened first, then the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, his voice deep. An admiral. 2 years have passed. I wonder how our strength compares to this guy. Sanji exhaled a puff of smoke and said lightly, Yeah, green algae head, you're not still as weak as before, right? What did you say? Stinky Cook, have you trained well in these 2 years? Whether I've trained well, we'll find out soon enough. Sanji adjusted his collar, lifting his eyes to Kizaru, the fighting spirit gradually emerging in his eyes. Others are still waiting for us. We can't delay too long. Let us drive him back and retreat. Hearing their conversation, Luffy smiled slightly. You two are just like 2 years ago. Then, he also turned serious and set down his backpack. Okay, now that I've seen you, there's no need to rush. Let us settle this quickly. Jojojo. 3 people, huh? It seems like you really want to fight me. How scary. Kizaru had his hands in his pockets, looking at the three in front of him, his expression showing no sign of underestimating them. These three are quite strong. Hey, you guys try not to make a move, or you might get seriously hurt. Kizaru reminded the surrounding navy. If they made a move, he couldn't guarantee he could take care of everything. After all, these three were very strong. Here it comes, Zoro whispered, looking at Kizaru. As soon as he finished speaking, Kizaru transformed into a flash of light and disappeared from his spot. The next second, he appeared next to Sanji. Let's start with you first. Sanji's expression changed slightly, and he lifted a leg to collide with Kizaru. Zing! Sanji gritted his teeth, his brows furrowed, using all his strength, momentarily matching Kizaru. Damn cook, lower your head. The next second, Zoro shouted loudly, raising his sword and slashing at Kizaru from behind Sanji. Damn cook, lower your head. Zoro shouted again, swinging his sword fiercely from behind Sanji. Hearing this, Sanji's face changed suddenly, his cigarette bit down hard, feeling a chill at the back of his head. He quickly shouted and lowered his head. Zoro's sword just grazed Sanji's hair. The blade then suddenly swung towards Kizaru's leg. Kizaru's expression changed slightly, and he quickly withdrew his strength, the yellow light flickering as he distanced himself from the three. In that exchange, neither side was harmed, except for a few strands of Sanji's blonde hair being cut off by his own teammate. You bastard, are you trying to kill me? Sanji turned around, his mouth seemingly about to reveal fangs, shouting loudly at Zoro. Huh, didn't I tell you to dodge? Zoro said nonchalantly, digging in his ear. Damn it, you did that on purpose. Sanji angrily yelled at Zoro. Nearby, Luffy was just about to make a move, but when he turned around and saw the two arguing again, he tilted his head. Hey, you two, seriously, you just love to stir up trouble. Stop arguing. But as soon as Luffy's words fell, Sanji and Zoro's expressions slightly changed, and they simultaneously raised their fists, hitting Luffy hard on the forehead. Isn't all this your fault? The two shouted angrily at Luffy. Hey, really? Luffy covered his head, shocked, looking at so many Navy around, his brows furrowed. These Navy are all brought here by me. No, when I arrived, these Navy were already here. Luffy scratched his head, looking confused. If it's not you, then who else could it be? It can't be that new partner who arrived 10th. Zoro crossed his arms, looking proud. The 10th one. Oh right, Luffy, where's that new partner? Didn't they come with you? Sanji also lit a cigarette, and the three stayed in place, starting to chat. Somo, oh Somo, I wonder where he went. They seem to have completely ignored Kizaru, standing beside them. Ah, they completely disregarded me, these three. Kizaru scratched his face, looking at Luffy and the others, just giving a light smile, then waved his hand. Hey, you guys, we're about to start fighting. I'm going to attack now. Kizaru's expression slightly darkened. Just as he was about to make a move, a gust of wind swept by him. Then, a surprised voice rang out. Hey, second uncle. Somo flapped his wings and landed beside Kizaru, his eyes involuntarily widening. He had also come to 46 GR to look for Luffy, and as soon as he arrived, he saw this Navy officer in a yellow suit. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Kizaru. Kizaru turned his gaze to the side, wondering who was calling him uncle. When did he get an extra nephew? Upon seeing Somu's face, Kizaru was stunned, squinting his eyes, then furrowing his brows again. Who was this? Even a Marine admiral had come here. Sumi stood next to Kizaru, scratching his head with a puzzled expression. It was quite excessive to mobilize a Marine admiral for an unrealistic piece of news, and Akainu, the newly appointed fleet admiral, was making a mountain out of a molehill. You are. Kizaru looked at Sumi and murmured. At this moment, Luffy and the others below also noticed the situation with Kizaru. Upon seeing someone next to Kizaru, Luffy paused for a moment and then broke into a happy smile. Ah, it's Sumi. Hey Sumi, over here, over here. Luffy jumped up and waved frantically at Sumi. Zoro and Sanji, who were beside him, were also taken aback when they heard Luffy mention the name, and then they looked in the direction of Luffy's gaze with some anticipation. Somu? Isn't that their new partner? What does he look like? When they finally saw Somu's face clearly, both of them couldn't help but show a hint of regret in their eyes for some reason. Not a swordsman, not a beauty. Zoro and Sanji tilted their heads and sighed. But it's okay, he's a normal person, better than that stinky cook. Yeah. And he's not a green algae head either. Bastard, what did you say? Sumu heard someone calling his name and went over to the sound. And at a glance, he saw Luffy. Oh, Luffy, where are you? Hey, next to you is... Suamu was slightly taken aback, with green algae hair, yellow hair, 3 swords, and a suit. Oh, it's Zoro and Sanji. Somu widened his eyes and showed a surprised smile. Beside Luffy were the main combatants of the Straw Hat crew, Zoro and Sanji. They were also the characters Sumu watched the most during their battles. Wow, reality looks exactly like the anime. Zoro doesn't seem like a directionally challenged person, and Sanji doesn't seem like a perverted cook at all. Sumu opened his mouth wide, looking at the three of them with excitement. With this, he had only not seen Robin, Brooke, and Frankie. He didn't expect that in such a short time, he would meet 5 companions at 46 GR. This was completely different from what he had anticipated. He thought they would meet together, but instead, they came one after another. However, while Sumu was happy, he didn't notice the change in expression on the side of Kizaru. "Oh, so you're Sumu. I heard from others that you joined the Straw Hat Pirates." Kizaru's gaze darkened as he coldly looked at Sumo beside him, then let out a cold snort. He lifted his leg and was about to kick Sumo. Below, Zoro and Sanji also noticed Kizaru was about to act, their expressions changing slightly. "This is bad. P.S. a Marine Admiral. Hey Sumo, be careful on the side, quickly dodge." Sanji, biting on his cigarette, was anxiously about to run towards Sumo. "Hey, it's fine." But Luffy reached out to stop the two of them. Luffy, that Sumu is very strong." Luffy raised his head, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth, looking at Sumu with full trust. Hearing this, Sanji and Zoro squinted their eyes, watching with some worry as Kizaru's kick came down towards Sumo. Boom! A muffled sound came, and Kizaru's leg struck Sumu's body firmly. However, the expected situation of Sumo being kicked away did not occur. At this moment, Sumu remained completely still. A thick layer of blue flames appeared on his body, with a powerful layer of armament Haki behind the flames. It completely blocked Kizaru's attack. Sumu felt the attack and casually turned his head to look at Kizaru. "What are you doing? Want to get hit again?" Kizaru was taken aback when he saw his attack fail, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Below, Zoro and Sanji looked at Sumu, who seemed completely unscathed and were also stunned. He took a hit from an admiral and is completely fine? Blue flames? Is this guy also a devil fruit user? The two murmured. Meanwhile, Luffy smiled and said, "I told you Sumo is really strong." At that moment, Sumu twisted his body and looked at Kizaru, not hesitating to throw a punch. Kizaru had given him a kick without warning, but fortunately, his defense was decent. With the Phoenix power and armament Haki, Kizaru wouldn't be able to break through if he didn't use his full strength. Seeing this, Kizaru's expression changed drastically, and he quickly transformed into a flash of light, dodging away. Moments later, he appeared on another rooftop, looking at Sumu, whose side was engulfed in blue flames. Kizaru tilted his head. "That's scary. My attack didn't work at all." His face was no longer as calm as it was at the start. Looking at Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, and Sumu, Kizaru scratched his head. "This is troublesome. Dealing with 4 of them is still quite difficult." "Hey Luffy, Zoro, Sanji." Sumi punched Huang Yuan back and turned to shout at Luffy and the others. "Hurry up and get on the ship. I'm going to play with him for a bit. It looks like everyone is here. You go ahead, I'll be there soon." Upon hearing Sumi's words, Zoro and Sanji were taken aback, then frowned. "How is that possible?" "Hey, Sumi, I don't know your strength, but that's an admiral. Don't be reckless." Sanji, biting on a cigarette, couldn't help but remind Sumi. "Let's all fight together. Push it back first, then retreat together, Luffy, Stinky Cook, and that Sumi, let's go all out." Zoro drew his sword, his expression serious. For them, 2 years ago, they were completely powerless against the admiral. Although they had grown stronger in the past 2 years, they still didn't dare underestimate the admiral's power. They couldn't leave Sumi alone to hold off the admiral. After all, whether he could hold him back or not, what if this newly joined partner got into danger? Unexpectedly, Luffy put down his fist and picked up a large bag nearby. He then nodded lightly and smiled. "Ah, I get it. Sumi, you need to hurry up. Zoro, Sanji, let's go." Saying this, Luffy started running to the side. Zoro and Sanji were stunned to see Luffy act this way. "Hey, Luffy, that's an admiral. We can't just leave this guy behind," Zoro exclaimed. "Hey Zoro, Sanji, trust me." Luffy turned back to look at Zoro and Sanji, then flashed a big grin. "This guy doesn't need us to worry." Hearing this, Zoro and Sanji exchanged glances, contemplating Sumi behind them. This guy's that strong, huh? But they also trusted Luffy very much, so they gritted their teeth and followed Luffy. "Yaya, you can't let them run away." Huang Yuan, seeing this scene, narrowed his eyes slightly, then leaped into the air, crossing his fingers, murmuring Hakushaku KG. But before he could finish the name of the skill, Sumi swung his fist and appeared in front of him. With one punch, the ground shook, immediately interrupting his spell. "Oh dear, dear uncle. You really do want to get hit again." Sumu exhaled, his figure suspended in mid-air as he gazed at the fallen Kizaru, murmuring to himself. Below, the grassland immediately revealed a large pit. The tremendous shock caused the surrounding navy to widen their eyes in astonishment. They all exclaimed in unison. That pirate named Sumu actually knocked down an admiral. How strong? Ouch, that really hurts. In the large pit below, as the smoke cleared, Kizaru covered his head and slowly stood up, unable to help but complain. This kid is quite terrifying, with such a powerful attack, and not slow at all. When did the Straw Hat Pirates have such a formidable person? Kizaru looked up at Sumu in the air, his expression slightly serious. As an admiral, it was a bit embarrassing to be held back by just one person from the opposing pirate crew. Being held back, but it can't be helped. After all, they left someone very strong on the other side. But who are you? Sumu? I've never heard of you. Sumu heard Huang Yuan's muttering and let out a helpless sigh. Originally, there were only a few hours of release 2 years ago. After 2 years, his appearance had changed, so it was quite normal for him not to remember. Flap! With a wave of his hand, Sumu summoned a pair of enormous blue, flaming wings that erupted behind him. From high above, he looked down at Kizaru, and the scene reminded him faintly of the 2 years ago during the Marineford War. At that moment, Kizaru caught sight of the blue flaming wings and was momentarily stunned, feeling a sense of familiarity. He glanced at Sumu's face, squinting his eyes, and after a moment, fragments of memories began to surface in his mind. As some gradually fading memories re-emerged, Kizaru's expression changed dramatically, and his eyes trembled. This is... Kizaru looked at Sumu in the sky, took a deep breath, and gazed at Sumu's face, finally remembering. You're that little brat from Marineford 2 years ago. Flap. Sumu looked at Kizaru, completely ignoring the latter's shock. 2 years ago, this kind of shock had happened many times. Gasket head, you're not dead? You didn't die from overextending your life. Even with Kizaru's personality, his inner turmoil was evident at this moment. That's right. As he looked at Sumu's face, he finally remembered that this kid was the gasket head from 2 years ago. 2 years ago, the solid punch that hit his head was still fresh in Kizaru's memory. But that was in the past. Afterwards, he had witnessed this kid single-handedly taking down those ultimate criminals and Blackbeard. When he felt that first punch just now, he thought it felt so familiar. How is it that the ability you got from the swap fruit is still here? Kizaru's expression became serious, no longer the casual demeanor he usually had. In the sky, Sumu appeared just like he did 2 years ago when he rose into the air at Marineford, and now he was also appearing at Sabati Archipelago. Moreover, in the past 2 years, no one had heard any news about him. It was as if he had truly died from overextending his life. Oh, don't worry. I'm not dead yet, Kizaru. Go back and tell Sengoku the old man. Oh no, he's no longer the fleet admiral. Then you tell Akainu to make my bounty notice look cooler. Sumi pointed seriously at Kizaru and said, Did you hear that? My one poster is so ugly. If Akainu doesn't change it, don't force me to go to the Navy headquarters. Suma angrily pointed at Kizaru and said seriously, if Nami, Robin, and the others see the way you look on your bounty notice, won't your cool image be completely ruined? Kizaru wiped the fine sweat from his forehead and looked at Suma calmly, saying, What are you talking about? Do you think this time will be like the Marineford War, where you can act recklessly at Marine headquarters? Last time, it was because of the Whitebeard pirates that our Navy's efforts to capture you were affected. Kid, don't really think you can do whatever you want. I don't know why your abilities are still intact, but no devil fruit ability is without weaknesses. You can't maintain this forever. Kizaru took a deep breath, his usually carefree expression replaced with a serious demeanor. The sense of oppression brought by Smoker was overwhelming. As a general, it was the first time Kizaru had the thought that he definitely couldn't defeat the opponent. Since there was a weakness, Kizaru's expression turned serious, and his voice became low. He suddenly looked at the nearby Navy, leaned down, and whispered in their ear, You need to find reinforcements quickly. Make the call. Huh? Yes. The nearby Navy quickly picked up the Den Mushi and began calling the Navy headquarters. The surrounding Navy were slightly surprised by this scene. Looking up at Smoker in the sky, they couldn't help but marvel. This person, even their General Kizaru, couldn't defeat him, and they needed to call for reinforcements? Huh? Who's waiting for you to find reinforcements? I don't have that kind of time. Sumu furrowed his brows and looked at Luffy and the others who had already run far away. Then he smiled slightly. Old man Kizaru, we'll see you next time. I won't fight you this time. I'm off now. The purpose of Sumu was merely to delay Kizaru for a while, trying to buy some time to set sail, and he had no intention of exterminating them completely. At this moment, seeing Luffy and the others running far away, he also flapped his wings, wanting to catch up. Stop. You can't escape the Navy's pursuit. Everyone shoot. Chase them together. Whoa. Seeing Sumu trying to run away, the surrounding Navy soldiers immediately changed their expressions. hastily shouting in unison and shooting wildly at Sumo. Under the orders, they all chased after the Straw Hat crew. Seeing his subordinates so motivated, Kizaru couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Oh, you guys are really impressive, daring to chase that kid. I wouldn't even dare. He's too scary." Kizaru looked at the Navy, who were rushing like a tide towards Sumo in the sky, and couldn't help but force a smile. That kid, he was a bit afraid that if he caught up, he'd get punched back again. His punches really hurt, more than that vice admiral from the Navy headquarters. Forget it. Forget it. It's because his speed is too fast. I can't catch up, so I'm not going. You all saw it, right? Kizaru raised an eyebrow and glanced at the surrounding Navy. Huh. Yes, yes. The 4 Pacifistas exploded, and they were beyond repair. Captain Senamaru had not yet regained consciousness, having been attacked on the head. About 700 Navy soldiers were knocked out by Conqueror's Haki and had yet to wake up. Additionally, the news of the pirate pot cover head appearing in Sabaody Archipelago is true. Furthermore, the news of him joining the Straw Hat Pirates has also been confirmed. Admiral Borsellino has also been stopped. The opponent's strength is still formidable, and reinforcements are needed. Lastly, the pirate pot coverhead has a real name, called Sumo. Among the Navy, a soldier holding a din mushi reported to the Navy headquarters. At the Navy headquarters, Akainu, wearing a hat, frowned deeply upon hearing the voice from the din mushi and couldn't help but grit his teeth. He looked down at the scar on his chest, his expression darkening. Then he said in a low voice, "Tell Kizaru to keep pursuing. Also, I will send another admiral. We absolutely cannot let them escape from Sabaody Archipelago. Do everything possible to stop them." "Yes." Click the din mushi hung up, and Akainu took a deep breath, calming his inner turmoil, then slammed his palm on a wanted poster on the table. It had Sumu's photo, which was instantly burned to ashes by magma. Real name, Sumo. Good, very good. Thought you disappeared for 2 years. Thought you were dead. Since you're still alive, I don't believe your strength is still that formidable. I will never let you set sail. At 42 GR, where the Straw Hat pirate ship was docked. They should know we brought the ship to 42 GR, Nami said, slightly furrowing her brows as she looked towards the distant lawn. "Ah, don't worry. Zoro and the others were just here. They know." Frankie struck a pose. "Then they must be at 46 GR, including Sumo," Robin said, looking at Nami. "Ah, we just saw our new partner Sumo. We were about to leave. But then there was a huge commotion behind us. It should be Luffy, and Sumo went over," Nami said. "By the way, there are really a lot of Navy at 46 GR. Nami propped her chin on her hand. A worried look still on her face as she continued to gaze into the distance. "But not just 46 GR. If we don't leave soon, the Navy will come here too." Usopp, holding a telescope, scanned the surroundings. "Oh no, but Zoro and the others went over, so it should be fine, right? Oh, what is that?" Suddenly, Usopp froze as 3 figures appeared in his telescope. The figures then became clear, and one of them, with a big bag on his back, was particularly eye-catching. Seeing this scene, Nami's expression changed, and a look of surprise appeared. "It's them. They are coming. Luffy, Zoro, Sanji. It's Luffy. Hey, Luffy." Upon seeing their captain after 2 years, Nami and the others immediately beamed with joy. They had seen everyone else, just missing Luffy. At this moment, Luffy and the others, who were running towards the Thousand Sunny, saw their friends waving from the ship and also smiled. "Whoa, everyone." Luffy grinned widely, showing his teeth. "Long time no see. Everyone's here. That's great. I'm so happy." Luffy, seeing his crewmates after 2 years, was overjoyed, and his running pace quickened. He also waved his hand. "Ah, hey. In no time, the 3 reached the side of the ship, jumped up, and landed on the soft deck. Seeing Luffy, the surrounding people rushed over. Chopper couldn't help but jump onto Luffy's body. "Ah, Luffy, long time no see. 2 years have passed, and you're still the same." "Yeah, it's been 2 years. As soon as the captain returned, the atmosphere on the ship changed instantly, as if the spirit of the Straw Hat Pirates had returned. 1, 2, 3, hey? There's still one missing?" Nami looked at the 3 and was the first to react. "Where's Sumo?" As soon as these words came out, the others also reacted, looking at Luffy. "Yeah, Luffy. Where's our new partner Sumo?" "Oh, that guy? He is behind, blocking the admiral." "Speaking of which, why did an admiral suddenly come to the island?" Luffy crossed his arms, smiling. "Oh, so he went to block the admiral?" "Nanny." Everyone's expressions changed dramatically, and they all covered their heads, widening their eyes at Luffy. "That guy Sumo went to block the admiral." Nami's face turned worried as she walked to Luffy's side. "Hey, Luffy, admirals are no joke. How could you let him go block the admiral alone?" Yeah, Luffy, even though Sumo could do magic, admirals are really strong." Chopper tugged at Luffy's pants. The two recalled how Sumu had just been gently performing magic in front of them, and they immediately felt more worried. Ah, it's fine. Sumu is really strong. Luffy continued to smile, showing no signs of worry. Zoro and Sanji, standing by, remained silent, still believing in Luffy. If that guy named Sumu didn't have strength, Luffy wouldn't have left him there alone. That would be a joke, with so many navy, no matter how strong. An admiral isn't someone to be taken lightly. Nami bit her lip and looked into the distance, even though she had seen Sumu take down 4 Pacifistas. But those things can't really compare to the general, right? Let's go pick him up, otherwise he might really be in danger. Nami, feeling uneasy, leaned against the railing and wanted to go down. But at that moment, Usopp, holding a telescope, suddenly spoke up. Hey, wait, Nami, Sogeking seems to be coming. Coming? Hearing Usopp's words, everyone, including Luffy, looked towards the shore. They saw a pair of huge blue flame wings appearing in the distant sky. The figure of Sumu, soaring, appeared under the azure sky. Is that the flame of the immortal bird? Seeing the flames behind Sumu, Robin was momentarily taken aback and spoke with confusion. Here he comes, Sumu. Chopper jumped onto Nami's shoulder, happily looking toward the distant sky. Nami couldn't help but put aside her worries, looking at Sumu with joy, then waved her hand. Hey, Sumu, over here. Just now, the two had gone through Sumu's magic, which could be considered a little emotional bonding game, and at this moment, the initial restraint was gone. But after waving her hand for a while, the smile on Nami's face slowly stiffened. Wait, what's behind Sumu? They saw that behind Sumu was a dark crowd. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of people. Looking more closely, it was a group of Navy soldiers in uniform holding guns. Seeing that dark mass of Navy, the faces of the Straw Hat crew instantly turned pale. Nami and Chopper were even more shocked, unable to help exclaiming, Sumu brought a group of Navy soldiers. The ominous premonition really came true. This guy loves to cause trouble, just like Luffy. Are you talking about me? At this moment, Sumu was looking curiously at the Navy behind him. Flapping his wings, his figure went up and down. Come on, come catch me, Oh, missed, can't hit me. Oh no, can't hit me, I can still fly, flying. Sumu occasionally turned around, making faces at the group of Navy personnel one after another. He would also occasionally turn his back to them and give his but a pat. He didn't pay any attention to the reactions of the Sunny crew at all. Why are you guys running so slowly? Is the Navy's training ineffective? Come on, run faster, catch up to me. Sumu stuck out his tongue provocatively. Damn it, what's going on? Why can't I hit him? It's impossible. I clearly hit him. So, why did it have no effect at all? I can't stand it anymore. This is too much. Damn it, you two. Throw me over there. A man in a Navy cloak roared, unable to endure the provocation from this mere pirate. Kid, you're dead. He stepped on the legs of 2 nearby Navy officers, and then suddenly let out a loud shout, using all his strength to launch himself forward. Seeing the Navy closing in on him, Sumu remained unfazed and simply said, Oh, you're quite brave. Then, with a simple and straightforward punch, he sent that Navy officer crashing to the ground like a cannonball. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding Navy officers were all shocked. Their captain couldn't even last a round. Don't go one by one. Let's go together. Unity is strength. The Navy officers continued to rally together, enduring Sumu's verbal attacks as they crazily pursued him. Even if it seemed futile, Sumi burst into laughter and turned around to see Nami, who was leaning on the railing and happily waving at him. Instantly, his laughter became even more joyful, and he waved back at them. In the next moment, the Straw Hat crew's waving became even more special and more frantic. Although it was a bit strange, Sumi deeply felt their enthusiasm. These guys are so enthusiastic even when waving. They really welcome me. On the Sunny, get away. Hurry up. Distract the Navy. Go. The Sunny is going to get damaged. Sumi, get away. Nami and the others, with tears streaming down their faces, were frantically waving at Sumi, signaling him to leave. But unexpectedly, Sumi just stood there smiling foolishly, waving back at them, with no intention of stopping. Suddenly, Frankie was the first to react. He can fly, right? Let's set sail quickly. We can't let the Navy damage the Sunny. There are too many Navy soldiers, and there are even vice admirals among them. We can't let them come over. Hurry and leave the coast. Meanwhile, Sumi also keenly noticed that the Sunny was starting to set sail, slowly moving away from the shore. He immediately looked down at the group of Navy soldiers and suddenly realized, damn, so many Navy soldiers followed him to find the Straw Hat pirates hideout? Originally, no one knew that the Straw Hats were at 42 GR, but now, it seems like everyone knows. Holy crap. Sumu's expression changed slightly. And when he saw one of the Navy officers holding a phone bug reporting information inside, his face turned even paler. Damn it. You guys, you old six, were careless. Tsukumo almost forgot. Did Kizaru already notify others to call for reinforcements? Although he's not afraid of another admiral, it's still annoying. Damn old six, die for me. Sumi suddenly stopped, and then his gaze fixed on the naval officers below. With a loud roar, the Conqueror's Haki was unleashed. The invisible shockwave immediately penetrated the crowd of Navy personnel below. Moments later, the Navy officers felt a chill. Cold sweat broke out, their eyes turned white, and they fell to the ground. The remaining 2 Navy officers couldn't help but kneel on one knee, trembling. The Conqueror's Haki. The 2 Navy officers struggled to lift their heads, looking up at Sumi in the sky. Reinforcements, they need to hurry. Hurry up. Just as one of the Navy officers finished speaking, he couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes turned white, and he collapsed. This was Sumi's second time showcasing his Conqueror's Haki since arriving at Sabeti Archipelago, and it was indeed a good choice to take down the small fry. Seeing that only one person remained, Sumi didn't linger too much and quickly turned around to continue flying towards the Sunny. The Navy officers had already called for reinforcements. They had to leave quickly. The Conqueror's Haki? How impressive. Sanji looked at Sumi not far away. His eyes slightly narrowed, muttering to himself. It seems like it's the first time I've seen someone use it. Sumi, hurry up and come over. Nami, seeing the group of Navy officers fall, kept waving at Sumi. The Sunny slowly left the shore, the coating not yet released, sailing a bit heavy. Okay, once Sumi gets on board, we'll release the coating and dive. There might still be Navy officers chasing from the shore. Frankie was also on the railing, ready to jump into the water to remove the ship's buoyancy bags. But at that moment, Usopp, standing high with a telescope, suddenly froze, then exclaimed in surprise. Hey, look over there, you guys. Hearing this, everyone quickly looked in the direction Usopp pointed. In their sight, they saw 3 warships rapidly approaching them. Moreover, on the bow of the middle warship, there were 2 imposing figures. Upon closer inspection, one was an old man with white hair and glasses, unmistakably Sengoku. The other was a blind Navy officer in purple clothing holding a sword. Sumi would definitely recognize him. This person was none other than Fujitora, the Navy admiral who appeared in the Dressrosa arc. 3 warships? No way. Is the Navy deploying so many troops? The person in front of that warship, could it be the former fleet admiral? And the one beside him, is that a new admiral? Robin's expression changed upon seeing the person in front of one of the warships, exclaiming in surprise. There are also some vice admirals. Hearing this, the Straw Hat crew's expressions changed dramatically. Even Zoro, with his temperament, couldn't help but rush to the railing to look at the ships in the distance. Former fleet admiral? Navy admirals? What's going on? 3 admiral-level figures have appeared at Sabeti Archipelago. This is bad, hey. Sumi, hurry up. We must leave quickly. Nami's face turned pale, as she had originally thought they would set sail quietly. She didn't expect that one moment it would be the fake Straw Hat pirates, and the next moment it would be the pacifists. Now, admirals and former fleet admirals have even shown up. Although she didn't know how strong Luffy and the others had become, no matter what, Navy admirals were not to be trifled with. In the sky, Sumi immediately spotted the Navy warships gradually approaching the Sunny. His face darkened, and he couldn't help but cover his head. This is bad. Fujitora, Sengoku, they've really come after them. If the Sunny suffers any damage, I'll be the one to blame. Sumu couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. Just a moment ago, he had been so caught up in the fun that he hadn't noticed that the old sixth in the crowd had exposed their location. No, he had to leave quickly. But just as Sumu was about to dash towards the Sunny, a flash of yellow appeared in front of him. Immediately after, a lazy voice rang out. Hey, you can't leave now. Reinforcements have arrived. The yellow ape squinted, looking at Sumu with a hint of cunning. Then he kicked towards him. The yellow ape was very fast, and Sumu, eager to get back to the Sunny, didn't have time to react. There was no chance to dodge or defend, and he took the hit squarely. Suddenly, Sumu fell from the sky and crashed heavily onto the lawn. Sumu, damn it, the yellow monkey has caught up. Seeing Sumu on the ground, Zoro, Luffy, and Sanji on the Sunny immediately tensed up, ready to take action at any moment. But at that moment where Sumu fell, a blue flame erupted with a light shout. Don't make a move. If you act, it'll be chaotic. Just wait for me to get back. I'll handle them right away. As the smoke below dissipated behind Sumu, the massive blue flame wings burned even more fiercely. The yellow monkey's kick sent him flying, but it wasn't enough to cause any real damage. Sumi raised his eyes, and a hint of blue light flickered at the corners. Then his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's expression darkened. His first reaction was not to evade, but to check how far the admiral on the Navy ship was from him. But in the next second, Sumi swung his fist and appeared right in front of him. I'll give you some face. I won't use the power of the Gura Gura no Mi, just a light punch. With a cold tone, a fist suddenly crashed onto Kizaru's back. Kizaru used all his strength, combining his armament Haki with his devil fruit power for full defense. Immediately afterward, a massive force erupted from behind him. Boom! Kizaru's body instantly plummeted like a bird with broken wings. The violent shockwave caused the nearby sea to ripple. The Straw Hat crew on the Sunny was also swaying with the ship. He knocked the admiral away. Robin looked at Sumi in the sky, her beautiful eyes flashing with surprise. Although she knew that the person who walked out of that battlefield wouldn't be simple, this was too strong, right? Such great power. Is this a joke? Sanji gritted his teeth, looking at Sumi, and couldn't help but exclaim. No, it's not over yet. An admiral is not someone who can be taken down with a single punch. Zoro's gaze shifted towards the spot where Kizaru was knocked down, cautiously keeping an eye on the 3 Navy ships behind them. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, ready to counter the Navy at any moment. At this moment, Kizaru let out a cry of pain and slowly stood up amidst the smoke and dust. I acted too recklessly, I attacked too early, and the reinforcements haven't fully arrived yet. This kid's attack really hurts. Kizaru wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unable to hide his grim expression. Sumu noticed Huang Yuan's injuries and didn't hesitate any longer, turning to head towards the Sunny. Hurry up, get on the ship and escape before Tenjin and the others arrive. But just as Sumu was about to move, an extremely heavy force suddenly enveloped him. Sumu's expression changed slightly as he looked around, and his eyes suddenly shifted. He noticed that at some point, Tank Tiger and Sengoku had jumped to the shore. Damn it, you brat, it's you, right? Sengoku came up, gritting his teeth, looking at Sumu with an extremely low voice. Although his appearance had changed quite a bit and his hairstyle was different, those blue wings and the way he threw punches would not change. You are that pot lid head, right? With Sengoku's loud voice, Sumu was stunned. The Straw Hat crew on the Sunny, except for Luffy, were also taken aback. They clearly heard the words pot lid head. Robin hesitated for a moment, then looked at Sumu, her pupils suddenly constricting. Pot lid head. 2 years ago, during the Marineford War, the pot lid head that caused such a huge commotion is the pot lid head Sumu. Except for Luffy, everyone else had no idea that Sumu was the pot lid head. They had never seen Sumu before. The wanted poster didn't look like him at all. Hearing Sengoku's words now, they were all shocked. Hey, even if I'm up in the sky, I've heard the name Pot Lid Head. That's the guy who wiped out the Blackbeard pirates. He is Sumu? You're kidding. Nami's heart surged with overwhelming waves as she looked at Sumu in the sky, not knowing where she pulled out a wanted poster. How could he be completely unrecognizable? Sanji and Zoro weren't too shocked, just taking a deep breath and looking at Luffy with disbelief. Luffy, how did this guy agree to join us? Oh, that pot lid head. He doesn't have much time left. He wanted to see this world, so I'll let him adventure with me. Compared to the shock of the other crew members, Luffy seemed relaxed. After all, he already knew Sumu was strong. He even had to thank this guy during the Marineford War. I definitely want to spar with him sometime. He should know how to use a sword, right? Zoro's shocked expression slightly turned into a hint of anticipation. At this moment, hearing Sengoku's voice, Sumu's expression was extremely grim. He raised his eyes and keenly caught sight of Nami on the Sunny, already holding out his wanted poster. Instantly, his heart sank even further. His handsome image was gone. All gone. Sumu coldly glanced at Zhanghua, and the gravitational pressure from Fuji Tiger that had weighed down on him moments ago was instantly neutralized. Sumu opened his mouth heavily. Zhanghua, I just want to ask you one thing. Is it you who put up my wanted poster? Zhanghua also noticed the look in Sumu's eyes, and the horrifying scenes from the war 2 years ago flashed in his mind. He swallowed hard and gritted his teeth. Of course, as the naval commander, your wanted poster must allow others to recognize you, then kill you. That bounty was also set by you? Oof. Of course. I thought you would die of old age, but if the bounty was too high, someone might pick up the slack. Setting it as unknown is the best interpretation for you. All right, very good. Sumu slowly raised his head, and in his eyes, a spark seemed to be about to burst forth. He clenched his fists and said, Today, old man, if I don't slap you dozens of times, my hatred won't be resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, Sumu suddenly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, he appeared right in front of Zhanghua and delivered a powerful punch. Zhanghua, without hesitation, transformed into a giant Buddha form, raising his hand to confront Sumu. But at that moment, Sumu was not someone Zhanghua could block in his hurried state. In less than a moment of their fists clashing, a long mark was drawn beneath Zhangguo's feet as he was forcefully pushed back by the impact of Su Mu's punch. Just as Su Mu was about to continue his pursuit, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, causing his movements to slow down significantly. Su Mu's eyes shifted slightly as he looked around, only to see the vine tiger wielding a knife, gravity pressing down heavily, charging fiercely toward Su Mu. Su Mu turned around, the flames of the phoenix burning at their peak, creating a barrier while quickly increasing the distance. The closer he got to the vine tiger, the stronger the strange gravitational effect became. However, as soon as Su Mu pulled away, a flash of yellow light appeared beside him. Reinforcements have arrived, and he could strike again. The voice of the yellow ape reached Su Mu's ears. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, his expression extremely calm. "Get the hell out of here." As his angry voice fell, his gaze darkened, and he punched out to the side. In an instant, Kizaru transformed into a flash of yellow light and reappeared on a distant tree. His face was pale as he patted his chest. "That was close, that was close. I almost got hit again." He had originally intended to attack, but this guy was really scary. After one round, the three of them stood in opposition, and none of them gained an advantage. Sumu took a gentle breath and looked at his hands. Even with the enhanced power of Karp as his current high strength and other fruits as support, facing these three people attacking together was not so easy to deal with. No matter who he wanted to attack, the other two would definitely come to interfere. If he were to use the Tremor fruit, the Sabaody archipelago would probably be destroyed beyond recognition. Those innocent civilians were also caught in this. In this situation, Sumo found himself in a bit of a stalemate with the three in front of him. If he really wanted to determine a winner in a short time, both sides would have to fight for their lives and spare nothing. But that was impossible. If it came to that, the Sabaody archipelago would likely sink to the bottom of the sea. Three people fighting against three admirals were not at a disadvantage. Usopp swallowed hard, his voice trembling with shock. "So strong, Sumo. Let's go, you stinky chef. Luffy, we need to help. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape in this time." At this moment, Zoro could no longer hold back. How could they just watch while Sumo fought three opponents? "I know that, green algae head. No need to tell me." Sanji stepped onto the railing, his gaze serious. "All right, fighting an admiral, I've been wanting to try this." Luffy also smiled, raising his fist with one hand. In an instant, the three main combatants of the Straw Hat crew were filled with fighting spirit, ready to join the battle. Sumo naturally sensed the movement and immediately frowned. Although it would be much easier with the help of the three powerful warriors, once they joined the battle, it would become endless. It would be hard to say when they would set sail. "Pay attention to the warships behind. Don't let them hurt the Sunny." The three shouted in unison. Just as Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were about to rush out from the Sunny to engage in battle with Sengoku and the others, two sharp shouts suddenly rang out. They were extremely clear and loud. "Fire Fist! Dragon Claw Fist! Fire Fist!" A heavy shout echoed. Immediately, as everyone was taken aback, a pillar of fire surged into the sky along the shore. The fire enveloped Sengoku, Kizaru, and even Sumu tightly. But it wasn't over yet. A shadow appeared in the center of the flames, propping itself up with one hand and softly murmuring, "Dragon Claw Fist." As the words fell, the ground by the shore instantly shattered, all of it being lifted up. This scene happened too quickly for everyone to react. On the ship, Luffy, who had just stepped onto the railing, froze in place, looking at the flames in confusion. The rest of the Straw Hat crew also stared blankly at this sudden scene, looking bewildered. This is... Luffy pondered for a moment, then suddenly remembered something, a glimmer of surprise and anticipation flashing in his eyes. He quickly turned to the figure in the sea of fire. At this moment, Sumo felt the tremor beneath his feet and looked at the surrounding sea of fire. Instantly stunned, just when everyone was confused, two familiar voices came from the sea of fire. "Ah, my brother is setting sail. Navy, please don't stop him." A figure became clear. He was bare-chested, with a string of prayer beads hanging around his neck, and flames engulfing him as he walked out of the sea of fire. "Yes, I promised 2 years ago to come and see him off. What's going on now that he's being stopped?" In the center of the sea of fire, a man wearing a hat slowly stood up, carrying a steel pipe on his back. As Sumo finally recognized the two figures and heard their voices clearly, a look of surprise appeared in his eyes. Luffy on the ship felt the same. Looking at these two figures, both of them were extremely excited, speaking in unison. "Ace, Sabo, it's you two." That's right, the ones appearing on the shore of GR number 42 are none other than Luffy's two brothers, Ace and Sabo. "Oh, you really came. Ace, Sabo, it's been so long since we last met." Luffy couldn't calm his emotions, waving frantically at the two figures on shore. This was the reunion of the three brothers after more than 10 years. The sea breeze blew around, and the flames danced wildly. The firelight flickered on the faces of the three, swaying unpredictably. The three looked at each other over the sea, and for a moment, it felt like they were back sitting around a campfire, eating grilled meat together. Ah, Luffy, it's you who made such a big commotion after all. But how can it not be lively if you're setting sail? Ace turned to look at Luffy, a proud smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Luffy, I kept my word. I said 2 years later, I would bring Sabo to see you off. Now, the three of us are reunited. Yes. You brought me here. Actually, Ace overslept this morning. Sabo shook the water pipe behind him, sighed, and exposed Ace. But it's okay. I was on a ship last night, and just like old times, I woke him up. Hey, Sabo, that's great. You guys, we meet again. It really has been too long. If possible, I really want to have a good chat with you. Luffy flashed a big smile, unable to contain his joy. His happiness was unstoppable. Now that he was about to set sail, having both brothers come to see him off, was there anything happier than this? All right, Luffy, it's time for you to set sail. Leave the Navy to us. Ace waved his hand and turned back to look at the three Navy officers in the fire. What's sitting down to chat? There will be plenty of opportunities for that. Wait until you become the Pirate King, and we'll chat all night. Hearing this, Sabo also smiled slightly, turning back calmly and looking at the powerful Navy before him. Sengoku, Kizaru, and Fujitora are all very strong. But whether it's the Admiral or the former Fleet Admiral, my brother is setting sail, and no one can stop him. The two clasped their fists together, looking at the sea of fire without fear, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. At this moment, Sumu also turned to look. A long time no see, Ace, Sabo. You finally made it. Hearing Sumu's words, Sabo and Ace exchanged smiles. Then they nodded in unison. Oh, Sumu, thank you for holding them off for a while. From now on, it's up to us. All right, then I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Sumu also smiled slightly, flapping his wings and bursting out in speed right in front of the Warring States. In the next second, he stepped onto the coating on the Sunny's lawn. Sumu. Seeing Sumo board the ship, the Straw Hat crew immediately expressed their joy. Great, let's hurry up and leave. Frankie quickly released the coating. Okay, at this moment, the 10 members of the Straw Hat crew gathered together, and Frankie jumped into the water to activate the coating. They were ready to dive into the sea and set sail. Sukumu looked at Ace and Sabo on the shore, believing that after 2 years, the two of them must have become stronger. As long as he could hold them off for a while, they would be able to set sail smoothly. Damn it, kid. You won't escape this time. On the shore, seeing the Straw Hat crew gathered on one ship, Sengoku felt a surge of anger. 2 years ago, he couldn't do anything about them, and 2 years later, could he still do nothing? If it didn't stop them, they would really slip into the sea. Sengoku jumped up in rage, raising his fist, ready to strike the Thousand Sunny. Even if he couldn't harm them, he wanted to break the coating so they couldn't dive. He wanted to prevent the Thousand Sunny from setting sail. But just as his fist swung out, a heavily armed claw suddenly met it. A glance revealed it was Sabo. There's no way I'm going to let you interfere again. My brother's departure must be smooth. Sabo smiled slightly, and after a moment of stalemate with Sengoku, both of them fell to the ground. Sengoku landed heavily on the grass, frowning as he looked at Sabo, his voice low. Are the Revolutionary Army members also here to help Straw Hat Luffy at this time? And that brat, are you going to help him too? Hearing this, Sabo stepped forward, the pipe behind his back, and smiled softly. What are you talking about, former Marine Admiral? To Luffy, I'm just his brother, not some Revolutionary Army member. That's right, and Sukumu, he is the benefactor of our three brothers, so there's no need for you to meddle. Ace's flames surged on his body, his gaze burning as he stared at Sengoku. Sengoku caught sight of Ace and immediately gritted his teeth, his brow furrowed, his voice cold. It's you, kid. You got away 2 years ago, and today, you've come right to me. Do you think that with just the two of you, you can stop us? Cooked lid head, no, Sukumu, and that Straw Hat kid, you absolutely cannot set sail today. What do you two have to stop us? What do you two have to stop us? Sengoku's words were extremely intimidating, creating a wave that made the surrounding flames surge even more violently. However, upon hearing this, Ace's previously tense expression gradually relaxed, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. 2 years ago, I haven't wasted these 2 years. I've grown stronger. Besides, there are more than just us two to stop you. As soon as this was said, Sengoku and the others' expressions changed slightly as they suddenly sensed something was off and quickly looked toward the side of the coast. They saw a huge ship slowly approaching from the edge of the jungle, and the flag above was unmistakably the Whitebeard pirate's flag. The ship was indeed the new Moby Dick. Ace was right. We are here too. Sengoku. A light shout rang out, and everyone turned to look. At the bow of the Moby Dick, Marco stood with his arms crossed, looking sternly down. Behind him was a dark mass, which was none other than the many division captains of the Whitebeard pirates. After experiencing the Marineford War, they buried Whitebeard. Although Whitebeard was dead, all the division captains were still there, and the Whitebeard pirate strength remained formidable. They elected Ace as the new captain, and the Whitebeard pirates were reborn with their father's last wishes, ready to continue sailing in the new world. And Ace, under the training of the captains, had grown strong enough to be a captain himself after 2 years. They had no grand ambitions after losing their father. They just hoped to sail happily in the sea like before. Our benefactor, Tsukumu, and Ace's brother are setting sail today. How can we not provide escort? Marco and the captains shouted in unison, looking fiercely at Sengoku and the others below. Are these people enough to stop you? What do you think? The Navy Sengoku and others were suddenly startled, seeing the Moby Dick and the many powerful division captains. Their pupils trembled slightly, and they gritted their teeth, murmuring in a low voice, "The Whitebeard pirates. Not letting you be destroyed in the Marineford War is my negligence." Realizing the grandeur of this scene, Tsukumu and the Thousand Sunny was also somewhat surprised. But then he smiled the Moby Dick before him, happy that they could still sail together and had not been scattered by the Blackbeard pirates. After all, in the original story, the Marineford War nearly led to the Whitebeard's destruction, and later attacks from Blackbeard and others dealt even more blows. However, with him here this time, the current Blackbeard is still serving time with one hand. Old Marco, on the railing of the ship, Sumu shouted towards the giant ship, "Long time no see." "Oh, Sumu, long time no see. You've changed a lot." Marco and the group of captains behind him were stunned for a moment upon seeing Sumu. Then their faces broke into genuine smiles. It's Sumu. It's him. He looks different from before. We used to call him Pot Lid Head, and it was Ace who told us his name was Sumu. Hey Sumu, long time no see. Over here, Sumu. This guy has become quite handsome over the past 2 years. The members of the Whitebeard pirates also waved happily as they saw Sumu from above. At this moment, Nami and the others also trembled slightly upon seeing the Whitebeard pirate ship. So this is the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. This guy seems to be quite popular with them. Looking at the Whitebeard crew, who were frantically greeting Sumu, Nami and Robin were a bit surprised. The new guy seems to know a lot of people. The former Marine Fleet Admiral from earlier seemed only to want to punch him, while everyone else didn't seem to care. Even Luffy's 2 brothers know him, and that Marine Admiral Kazuru seemed a bit afraid of him. At this moment, the coating slowly rose, gradually enveloping Sumu and the Straw Hat crew. The Sunny was initially wrapped up. After a while, when the air was fully inflated and the buoyancy bags were removed, the Sunny would dive with the current, heading straight for the first stop in the New World, Fishman Island. All right, since we're all here, let us not leave. The Marines 1T just stand by and let you escape. Sengoku gritted his teeth, his expression darkening, and the light emanating from his Buddha form intensified. At this moment, the distant warships naturally would not allow the Sunny to rise smoothly with the coating. They all aimed their cannons and fired continuously. Some of the rear admirals even intended to jump onto the Sunny to pierce the coating. As long as the coating is broken, the Straw Hat crew's departure would fail. At this moment, the Marines seemed to be desperate as the sinking of the Sunny was imminent, using all their strength. I said I absolutely won't let you stop the Straw Hat pirates from setting sail. But as those cannonballs came raining down on the Moby Dick, Marco transformed into a phoenix, unleashing a massive blue flame to protect the Sunny. But that wasn't the end. The members of the Whitebeard pirates, along with the division commanders, also jumped into action. Cooperating with each other, they surrounded the Sunny. With determined gazes, they looked around. Bista and Jozu jumped onto the shore. Jozu transformed into Diamond, firmly blocking the way of the 3 top Marines, while Bista drew his twin swords, smiling confidently as he faced the others. In an instant, the entire Whitebeard pirates crew was mobilized. With just 3 warships and a few vice admirals, how could they break through this defense? Jozu, Bista, Ace, and Sabo stood in a line, like an indestructible wall, firmly blocking the 3 strongest Marines present. They were determined to let the Straw Hat crew set sail. Even as more Marines chased in from the shore of Sabeti Archipelago, the 4 showed no fear. Seeing this scene, Luffy smiled slightly, looking at Sumo, murmuring, "Sumo, Welcome to your banquet. We'll hold it later. Luffy suddenly grinned. Now everyone sets sail. Oh, with Luffy's command, Frankie burst up from beneath the sea. The coating fully rose, and the Sunny began to descend. The Straw Hat crew set sail, heading into the underwater Fishman Island. The departure, after 2 years, officially began. At this moment, Sengoku and the other Marines could only watch helplessly as the Sunny disappeared from the surface of the sea, powerless to do anything. Damn it, the Whitebeard pirates. Bastards. Sengoku roared, finding it frustrating to be stopped by these few people rather than simply fighting them. Kizaru also witnessed the Sunny disappear, casting a wary glance at Sumo. He didn't dare to go alone recklessly. The departure finally happened. Luffy, Sumo. Ace turned back, glanced at the gradually calming sea, and smiled faintly. I must become the Pirate King. Not far from the shore, Rayleigh opened a bottle of wine, took a gentle sip, and looked out at the sea. The sea breeze blew. The surface of the sea moved slowly, shimmering in the light. In a daze, he recalled the moment he first met his captain. He also remembered watching Luffy grow stronger over the past 2 years. At this moment, he witnessed the Straw Hat Pirates, who had matured over 2 years, set sail. Another gentle breeze blew, and Rayleigh's eyes misted over as he laughed at himself. I really am getting old. Seeing the younger generation experience what I once did, I actually shed tears. He lifted his gaze to the sun, smiling gently. Our era has passed, and their era has come. Who would have thought that the Whitebeard pirates would all come here for Sumo and Luffy? Was the arrival of that little brat a coincidence that changed the course of the Marineford War and the world? No. Perhaps there is no such thing as coincidence in this world. Everything is inevitable. Rayleigh slowly lay back on the grass. Living a long life is really good. Luffy, and that kid named Sumo, what incredible things will they stir up in the future? I really look forward to it. The Sunny. The sea gradually receded, and the light slowly dimmed. Sumo was stunned by the scene before him. Not only was he stunned, but everyone around him was also in shock. Beneath the Shambodi Islands were several thick tree roots that even spread to the seabed, immense and indescribable. Rays of light danced in the water, casting a beautiful ambience on the Sunny. Schools of fish swam past, in the vast, boundless ocean. Looking up, the surface of the sea seemed like the sky of an underwater world. Sumu felt the scenery and opened his mouth, unable to speak. The coated Sunny looked like a submarine with a panoramic sunroof. Everything around was so clear. It was as if he was floating in the azure sky, with the surrounding fish resembling flocks of birds, and the sea appearing like blue air. Sumu took a deep breath. His pirate journey was just beginning now. It was only now that he realized how vast and beautiful the ocean was. It was simply unimaginable. The schools of fish were right in front of him, as if he could catch them with just a reach. Surrounded by the deep sea, he felt like he was in a bubble. When he stretched out his hand, it met the cold seawater. It was truly breathtaking. Sumu couldn't help but shake his head, murmuring to himself. Joining Luffy and the others on their voyage was indeed the right choice. This was something that could never be encountered in the normal world. Everything here was so fantastical and so captivating. The secrets of the sea were still full of unknowns, and many adventures awaited them to explore. A great adventure at sea. It was truly exhilarating. Luffy, also excited, held onto the railing and couldn't help but leap up, jumping onto the membrane. These fish can be caught with just a grab. Seeing Luffy grab the membrane, Usopp and Chopper behind him changed their expressions drastically and hurriedly rushed forward to pull Luffy down. Hey, Luffy, be careful not to break the membrane. Sumo heard the sound and turned around to see Luffy desperately holding onto the film, shouting continuously, "No, this fish looks really delicious. Sanji, we're eating this later." In an instant, Sumo's pupils constricted, thinking, damn, if this film really breaks, it would be a big deal. The next moment, 2 figures from the Sunny used the sword technique and disappeared from their spot. Soon after, Nami and Sumu appeared above Luffy's head at the same time, and they both punched down towards Luffy's forehead. Bang! Oh, that hurts. Luffy was knocked down from the film, with 2 bumps forming on his head as he lay on the ground, holding his head. Seriously, after 2 years, he hasn't changed at all. It's really worrisome, Nami said, clenching her fists and puffing her cheeks in frustration. Sumu also let out a light hum and looked at the bump on his fist, which seemed smaller than the one Nami had given him. It seemed that Nami had gained some experience from hitting Luffy on a regular basis. With that thought, Sumu gave Nami a thumbs up. Well done. Nami smiled when she saw Sumu giving her a thumbs up and scratched her head. However, her expression soon became serious. Listen up, I'm going to explain the coding ship now. Mr. Rayleigh just gave me the manual. Nami turned around to face the others. Just as she was about to speak, Sanji looked at Nami, who was dressed revealingly, and his pupils suddenly shrank. A truly stunning beauty. In an instant, his eyes turned into pink heart-shaped peaches, and blood gushed from his nose like a fountain. The immense excitement actually propelled Sanji into the air, charging straight toward the coating. This scene left the few people present stunned. Once Sanji burst out of the coating, everyone finally reacted and immediately covered their heads in shock. Huh, is this nosebleed for real? Suamu was greatly shocked. He naturally understood that Sanji had undergone a hellish special training over the past 2 years, which was inhumane for a man. He used to think that the portrayal in anime was exaggerated, but at this moment, it seemed that it was not exaggerated at all. Sanji's nosebleed really had such a large volume of blood. In the pirate world, one really cannot use normal reasoning to judge. Wait, Sanji! Summer reacted quickly and rushed out of the coated area toward Zoro. The SM Silk was hardly affected by the sea water and quickly captured Sanji, bringing him back to the ship. Seeing Sanji, who had lost too much blood, Chopper's face instantly turned pale. This amount of bleeding. Doctor! Hurry, doctor! Oh, it seems I'm a doctor. After being surprised, Chopper hurriedly crawled to Sanji's side, took out a blood bag, and began to treat Sanji, whose eyes were filled with heart-shaped peaches. Soma gasped lightly and looked at Sanji, still feeling incredulous. This is too exaggerated, right? But he suddenly sensed a bit of quiet around him, and when he looked up, he found that the people nearby were looking at him with strange expressions. His hand has elongated? Is it a power like Luffy's? Zoro frowned, looking at Sumo in confusion. What is going on? When we were on the shore, I saw him use the flames of the phoenix, and now his arm has stretched. Sumu can also use ice? What is going on with these abilities? How can they all happen to one person? Usopp, Nami, Robin, and the others looked equally astonished. They rubbed their eyes. Could it be an illusion? Did they really see Sumu's hand stretch? Sumu, what kind of person are you? Nami swallowed hard and couldn't help but ask. She had seen Sumu showcase more than one ability already. Now, he had even demonstrated a power similar to Luffy's. Sensing the gaze of everyone, Sumu awkwardly scratched his head and then let out a dry laugh. I'm just a normal person. Who would believe that? Everyone retorted in unison. On the contrary, Luffy, sitting nearby and picking his nose, looked indifferent. Oh, Sumu's abilities are all acquired. He's like a wizard. He could do anything. Even create a door to anywhere and conjure a roasted pig tablecloth. It's amazing. Acquired? A wizard? Hearing Luffy's words, the Straw Hat crew was even more confused. I heard you mention a wizard just now, but Sumo, what is really going on with you? Nami walked over to Sumo, pouting her lips, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Well, you can understand it that way. Sumo looked at the gazes of the few people and couldn't help but sigh. As future partners, it was essential to explain things to them properly. To become partners, they needed to understand each other. Sumo already understood them well enough, but they knew nothing about him. For example, there is a unique fruit within my body that can help me gain many different abilities, and it doesn't have the side effects of a devil fruit. So, I have a lot of abilities. I know, it's just about switching fruits, as Sumo mentioned before, but he said the cost is lifespan. Luffy added from his side. Sumo chuckled dryly. He originally wanted to say that there was no cost, but since Luffy brought it up, he felt no need to explain. After all, the meaning was roughly the same. By the way, I haven't heard of that fruit before. It doesn't have the side effects of devil fruit, Robin murmured, pondering a bit. So it's quite unique, huh? Then, after gaining those abilities, how much lifespan do you have left, Sumo? As soon as this question was asked, everyone's expressions, including Luffy's, became serious. For Luffy, it seemed that he had never really cared about this matter. He just felt it was necessary to take Sumu on a journey across the seas in his lifetime. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll just die. Sumu smiled slightly, and he really didn't know who would know when they would die. How could this be? Nami and Chopper both changed their expressions slightly upon hearing this. Looking at Sumu and biting their lips, a strange emotion surfacing. No, I'm a doctor. I won't let you die. Chopper's eyes were filled with tears as he suddenly jumped onto Sumu. Sumi quickly hugged Chopper, feeling both amused and helpless. Chopper really is quite sentimental. However, only this little guy would act like this. Although he hasn't known Chopper for long, it's clear that Chopper already considers him a partner. It might be because of the scene where he tried his best to stop the 3 of the Marines. Or it could be from the moment when Chopper cast a spell for him. In any case, they have shared the experience of setting sail and confronting the Navy. Their bond has at least formed a preliminary foundation. Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. At the very least, we need to see Luffy become the Pirate King. Sumi unintentionally glanced at Luffy. As soon as these words were spoken, Sanji, who had fainted, inexplicably woke up. The other members of the Straw Hat crew exchanged knowing smiles and looked towards Luffy. Luffy's expression slightly darkened, and his face became serious as he clasped his fists. That was for sure. The Sunny continued to dive, and on the deck, everyone was enjoying the food and started to chat leisurely. At this moment, there was no danger, and everyone was relaxed, raising their glasses to drink. Brook played the violin nearby. The music was extremely elegant, drifting through the depths of the sea. Sumu listened to the sound of the piano and couldn't help but marvel at how Brook had become a big star in these 2 years. It was not without reason. The singing and musical skills were simply extraordinary. Frankie also generously showed Sumu his body structure, demonstrating things like pressing his nose to change his hairstyle and producing a robotic voice, among other things. Although Sumu had seen many such things in the original world, he still found it somewhat unbelievable to see them happening to one person. This cyborg was simply unscientific, normally speaking. A person transformed like this wouldn't be able to survive at all. Sumu naturally integrated into the group. After all, everyone in the Straw Hat crew is not the kind of person who is introverted. Sumu, this social butterfly, quickly struck up a conversation with them, discussing a lot about the Marineford War back and forth. Each person shared the places they were sent flying to after being knocked away and how they spent the 2 years. They talked a lot about these experiences. Luffy also shared about his 2 brothers and how, with Sumu's help, he rescued Ace and helped Sabo regain his memories. After saying that, Robin couldn't help but exclaim, "I can't believe Luffy has another brother who is actually the second in command of the Revolutionary Army. It's surprising that you, Sumu, helped so much during the Marineford War." Yes, Sumu really did a great job. Ace is now the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. I'm really happy for him. Luffy laughed, overjoyed, and in the depths of the sea, only their cheerful voices echoed. It's such a pity that you, this guy, can't even use a sword. Zoro took a sip of his drink, put his arm around Sumu's shoulder, and smiled. Sumu used to enjoy drinking, but the alcohol in the pirate world is different from what he had before. The drinks here are slightly sweet, but have a very high alcohol content. It makes sense, as strong fighters in the pirate world wouldn't get drunk easily with their incredible metabolic abilities if the alcohol content weren't high. Fortunately, Sumu's Phoenix Fruit can exert its power now. Otherwise, he would be dizzy after just a couple of sips. I really want to have a good spar with you. Sumu, your current strength must be incredible, Zoro said, taking a gulp and laughing as he put his arm around Sumu's shoulder. Hey, as for swords, there are ways to learn if you really want to, but I don't really like it. I prefer using my fists. Suamu smiled and clinked glasses with Zoro, playfully throwing a punch forward. Zoro was easy to get along with. Drinking together could strengthen their friendship, except for that yellow-haired guy. A fist was fine, much better than that guy who used his feet. Huh? Sanji keenly heard Zoro's words and rushed over. What did you say, green algae head? I can kick you to death with my legs too. Humph, nosebleed freak. Control your nosebleed before trying to fight me. Or else I can slice you to death with one blow. Huh? Let's try it now, you bastard. Clang. Zoro drew his sword. Let's see if we can try it. Sumi glanced at the 2 of them, letting out a sigh. Although he had seen little in reality, he was still accustomed to this scene. It didn't matter. Someone would take action. You 2, behave yourselves. Nami, who appeared out of nowhere, knocked the 2 powerful figures to the ground with 2 punches, rendering them completely unable to move. How terrifying. Such a fierce Nami is also so beautiful. Sanji lay on the lawn, slowly bleeding from his nose, murmuring softly. When Sumu saw this scene, he also smiled lightly and covered his face. If he wanted to subdue them, it still required Nami to take action. Sumu, you really seem to know everything. It looks like you understand us very well, Nami said with a slight smile as she gently sat beside Sumu and turned her head to look at him. For her, the only ones on the ship who were mentally stable, besides Robin, were probably just Sumu. Sumu turned his head, and Nami's delicate face came into view. This is all what Luffy told me during these 2 years. It makes sense. You've been with Luffy for the past 2 years. You must have gotten really strong by now. Oh, I'm really strong now. Before Sumu could respond, Luffy answered first. Ha ha ha. Yes, he can use Haki now. Sumi laughed. He and Nami sat together, feeling an inexplicable joy. Nami's voice is different from Robin's. Robin's tone is lower, giving off a mature vibe, while Nami's voice is higher, with a cute and sweet feeling. Sumu is very good at chatting and always brings up topics that Nami likes, making her giggle and cover her mouth. The 2 were sitting together when Chopper joined them after a while, and they started laughing and talking again. The sea around them was so quiet for miles around. There were only the sounds of laughter from Sunny. However, at that moment, Usopp, who was being cautious and afraid of danger, suddenly exclaimed with surprise while holding a telescope. Hey, everyone behind us, it seems there is a ship. What? A ship? Upon hearing this, Sumu and the others were slightly taken aback, then stood up from the lawn and looked back in confusion. Following Usopp's direction, they saw a ship getting closer to them, as if it was heading straight for them. Kids, charge! Take advantage of the Straw Hat Pirates' unawareness and launch a surprise attack. On the distant ship, the pirate Wet Hair Carib, who had escaped from Sabati Archipelago, stuck out his tongue and pointed forward maliciously. They had just fought against such a powerful navy and were definitely in a weakened state. As long as they kill them, kill the one with the pot lid head. My bounty of 200 million will surely turn into 2 billion. Ahaha, this is great. Sea Cow, attack them. Charge. They must be very weak now. We will take them down completely. Carib spread his arms wide, stretching his tongue and shouting wildly. As long as they kill them, we will become famous worldwide. At that time, countless strong warriors will come to join us. We will definitely shine in the new world. Whoa! Carib loudly encouraged his crew, greedily gazing at the sunny ahead. Just now, he had received news that the Straw Hat crew had confronted the huge might of the Navy at GR-42. Moreover, he heard that 3 admiral-level figures from the Navy had also come. It seems that the Straw Hat Pirates must have exerted a lot of effort to escape, so they must be in a weakened state now. Sea Cow, charge! In front of their ship, there was a Sea Cow pulling the ship toward the Sunny below. At this moment, the Straw Hat crew and the Sunny all frowned. Huh, that ship is coming towards us. What's going on? Is it an enemy? Could there be enemies in this deep sea? We must have been targeted long ago, and they've specifically chosen this place to launch an attack on us. Nami was the first to react, her expression changing slightly as she gritted her teeth and stared intently at the approaching ship. What? Are we going to fight? Zoro said without changing his expression, pulling out his sword fearlessly. Just now it was the Navy, and now enemies are coming again. It really never ends. Sanji sighed, stepping onto the railing. All right, then let's sink them, Luffy said, clenching his fists and smiling as he looked at the ship being pulled closer by the Sea Cow. The 3 of them were clearly unafraid and ready to defeat the newcomers. But suddenly, Nami stepped forward and punched them. Don't even think about fighting on the ship. Do you want to break the coating? Huh, what should we do? Luffy rubbed his head, pouting. Sumu stepped forward, glanced at the pirate ship with a faint look, squinting his eyes, naturally understanding who had arrived. Caribou, commonly known as the weakest of the Logia types. No. There's no need to pay attention to them. They are all just cattle and horses. Sumu waved his hand and leisurely lay back on a side chair. Hey, Manatee, Nami, Chopper, and Usopp were momentarily stunned by the word. Looking again at the manatee in front of them, they were immediately shocked. Hey, are you talking about this manatee? How terrifying. Chopper covered his head and glanced at the manatee at the bow of the ship, astonished. Manatee? Nami frowned slightly, looking at the familiar manatee from the pirate ship, and a memory from the past floated in her mind. Moo. Hey, are you the Moo from the Arlong Pirates? Nami waved at the manatee. Arlong? So, he's the sea beast we used to beat up? Luffy scratched his head, staring at the manatee. The manatee also looked at him, stunned for a second, then broke out in a cold sweat, its massive body trembling uncontrollably. Sumi also noticed the scene. He naturally knew that this manatee had been beaten up in turns by Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. It was likely that it had been traumatized, and now encountering them again, the terrifying memories of being beaten surfaced in its mind, making it extremely afraid. However, he didn't understand why it appeared here to pull the ship for Caribou and his crew. But before Sumi could think more, the pirate ship opposite suddenly crashed into the Sunny. Bang! Immediately, the Sunny shook violently, and everyone's expressions changed slightly as they looked at Caribou's pirate crew in surprise. This guy, suddenly crashing in, isn't he afraid of breaking his own coating? As the 2 ships collided, their coatings touched each other. Yaha! The Straw Hat Pirates. This time, it's really the Straw Hat Pirates. Caribou stepped onto the railing, half of his body suddenly diving into the Sunny. His ugly and sinister face immediately made the Straw Hat crew, including Sumi, frown. Yaha! You're all stunned, right? The Straw Hat Pirates. You didn't expect this lore to suddenly appear, did you? Well, you haven't recovered your stamina. I'm going to kill you one by one. Caribou laughed loudly as he fully entered the Sunny. He spread his arms and stood in front of his hundreds of little brothers, shouting loudly. You guys, show no mercy. On my command, use machine guns and sweep them away. Let them bury themselves at the bottom of the sea. Yah-ha-ha-ha. Caribou arrogantly scanned the crowd in front of him. His gaze swept across each face, but the others seemed unusually calm, quietly watching him scream. The scene was exceptionally quiet at this moment. The pirate ship behind Caribou was also silent, with no sound of machine guns being drawn. What's going on? Why are my men shooting? He had dived into the sunny alone and turned back to look. Seeing the empty space behind him, his face turned pale, and his eyes bulged out. He saw that the manatee pulling the ship was now fleeing madly away from the sunny, faster than running for its life. This left the pirate, wet-haired Caribou, alone on the sunny. Caribou's snot dripped out as he blankly stared at the empty space behind him, stiffly swallowing. Everyone else is gone, and I'm the only one left. Where did they run off to? Luffy and the others tilted their heads, looking at Caribou as if he were an idiot. What is he doing? Sumu scratched his head, realizing that the rumors were indeed true. The weakest of the natural type was truly the weakest of a natural type. His brain wasn't functioning well either. Thinking this, Sumu completely disregarded the guy and continued to lie on the lawn beside him. Hey, what are you doing? Zoro slowly walked forward, drawing his sword and glaring sharply at Caribou. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa Zoro. Hey, stop. I didn't mean any harm. Caribou, seeing that there was nobody behind him, panicked, losing the confidence he had before for some unknown reason. Now, seeing Zoro approaching, he became even more flustered. Brother, let me go. I didn't say anything. I just came to show friendliness. Caribou retreated repeatedly, waving his hands. Friendliness? Yes, yes. He nodded as he backed up until he reached the railing, stopping when he had nowhere else to retreat. I don't believe you. Zoro raised his sword and gave him a faint glance. Then, without mercy, he brought the sword down. Caribou was instantly terrified, but in his panic, he suddenly locked his gaze on a person lying on the lawn. Immediately, a cunning look flickered in his eyes. A devious plan formed in his mind. That guy lying there must be seriously injured from fighting the Navy. He wouldn't be able to resist. If he used him as a hostage to threaten the entire Straw Hat crew, then take them down one by one, he could finally capture the Straw Hats. Although this was different from his original plan, the outcome would still be similar. Zoro's sword struck down, but did not draw blood, splitting Caribou into two halves of mud. Seeing this scene, everyone present was slightly stunned, and Zoro frowned. Devil fruit? Natural type? I made a mistake. I didn't use Haki. Just as everyone was in a daze, the mud that was Caribou suddenly shot out from where Zoro had struck him, quickly darting across the lawn of the sunny. Then, he locked on a Sumu lying on the grass and sped toward him. This scene caught the Straw Hat crew by surprise, and they all became alert. What was this guy trying to do? Get away. Nami hurriedly dodged, making way and warning her nearby companions. Then, they saw the mud that was Caribou pounce toward Sumu. He transformed into a human form, pulled out a curved knife from his belly, and with incredible speed, pressed it against Sumu's throat. Afterwards, he lifted the lying Sumu and locked him from behind. This is bad. Be careful. Nami, Chopper. And Usopp's faces changed drastically when they saw someone captured by this disgusting pirate Caribou. But the next second, when they clearly saw who was captured, their worried expressions froze instantly. Caribou had captured who? Sumu. In an instant, Nami and the others were dumbfounded, their worry quickly turning into sympathy for Caribou. Yaha, you guys, pay attention, be obedient, or I'll kill this guy. Caribou stuck out his tongue, laughing sinisterly. Yaha, are you all scared? Stunned, right? Good, just be obedient, or this guy in my hands won't live much longer. He must be seriously injured, right? No matter what, you guys, bow your heads to me. Yaha. Caribou's voice was exceptionally sharp and piercing, echoing through the deep sea. But that was all. On the sunny, apart from his voice, it was eerily quiet. Luffy, Zoro, and the others stared blankly at Caribou, speechless, their eyes seeming to appreciate a clown's performance. Caribou noticed that the people around him were too calm. The worry, fear, and pleas for mercy he had anticipated did not show on them at all. This left him momentarily dumbfounded. Did these guys not care about their comrades? Hey, are you listening to me? If you don't kneel down, I'll kill this guy. He said this, but it wasn't something he could easily do. Usopp finally paid attention to Caribou, letting out a sigh. What? My knife isn't fake. If I want to kill him, I can do it with just a move. This guy, Caribou said, sneering, turning his head to glance at the captured Sumu. But when he looked over, Sumu was also staring back at him with an extremely terrifying gaze. Caribou gulped. This guy was the pot cover head? Caribou's eyes bulged out of their sockets, his pupils constricting, and his face turned pale as snow. Just now, he hadn't noticed lying on the ground, and unexpectedly, the person he accidentally caught was the strongest pirate of the Straw Hat crew. What did you just say you were going to do? Sumu furrowed his brows, slowly turned his head, and glanced at Caleb. His eyes revealed a hint of disdain and disgust. He had been lying comfortably, only to be disturbed by a sudden noise in his ears. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself being lifted by this guy. "Hey, I want to coexist peacefully with you," Caleb said, his voice trembling. Sumu let out a breath, feeling the sharp words beside his ear, and for a moment, he felt a bit displeased. He turned around and grabbed Caleb's head, the slight force causing the long knife pressed against his neck to shift away. "Hey, bro, let me go. I'm really here to talk to you about peace, I swear. I was wrong, bro. Spare my life, please." Sumu easily pinched Caribou's head with one hand and lifted him up. Squinting his eyes, he glanced at Caribou, and upon hearing his pleas for mercy, he let out a slight sigh. This Caribou has quite a role in the pirate world. He even appeared in the Wano Country arc, bringing a lot of food to Luffy. "All right, I'll spare your life this time." Sumu spoke lightly and raised his hand. Then he began slapping Caribou's face wildly. Slap, 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 slap. The Straw Hat crew merely glanced at Sumu in stunned silence, as the crisp sound of the slaps echoed clearly through the deep sea. The Wood's hand was merciless, and it wasn't until he had beaten Calibou into a pig's head that he finally stopped. Then, he threw him next to Frankie. "Frankie, please use something to pack this guy up and flush him down the toilet. He's so make sure to seal him tightly." Sumu smiled faintly. He had no intention of killing. This Calibou posed no threat to their group at all. He was too lazy to shed blood. It would be fine as it was, treating it as a clown putting on a show. Abba was flushed away in the toilet, while Calibou mumbled incoherently, not making much sense. "Don't throw him in the toilet. He's so dirty." Nami frowned and refused. "Well, if we flush him down the toilet, that's fine, but let's seal him up," Frankie said as he picked up a wooden barrel and securely sealed him inside. Suamu stepped forward and calmly covered the outside with a layer of ice. Now this guy couldn't escape. "Hey, Nami, how far are we from Fishman Island?" Tsukumo turned to Nami beside him and said, "There's still over 4,000 meters to go, everyone. We are now in the deep sea section and the temperature has dropped, so be sure to keep warm." Nami took out a cotton jacket and put it on, reminding everyone. Sumi nodded upon hearing this, but when he saw Nami after she changed clothes, he was momentarily taken aback. Nami, now wearing a jacket, seemed like a completely different person. In the blink of an eye, she transformed from her revealing and sexy style to that of a sweet girl. Especially in her pink outfit, she exuded a hint of youthful charm. Sumu smiled faintly. If she were in the normal world, Nami would definitely not lose to those celebrities. Thinking this, Sumu leaned back against the mast again. With the phoenix flame, he naturally wasn't afraid of the cold. But just as everyone was relaxing again after experiencing Caribou's clownish antics, a sudden current surged around the Sunny. The Sunny shook again, and Luffy and the others quickly stood up, looking around in confusion. "Hey, what's going on? What happened again? Is there an earthquake in the sea?" Sumi also leaned against the railing in confusion. The further they went down, the dimmer the light became, making it difficult for them to know what was happening around them. "Everyone be careful. It seems like there's something down below." At that moment, Usopp suddenly spoke up from the side. "Everyone be careful. It seems like there's something down below." Usopp shouted boldly while holding a telescope. Hearing this, Sumi couldn't help but perk up. In the deep sea, what else could there be? It must be a huge sea creature. Everyone hurriedly looked in the direction Usopp pointed. They saw an incredibly massive shadow beneath the ship, and vaguely, they could see countless tentacles swaying around it. Usopp, holding the telescope, was the first to clearly see the appearance of that shadow below and immediately gasped in astonishment. Then, his expression changed drastically, and his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. "It's a monster! The legendary monster, the Kraken. How could it be here?" Usopp's voice instantly spread throughout the Sunny. Immediately, everyone was shocked, their expressions changing as they all looked toward the gigantic creature in the deep sea. Upon hearing the name Kraken, Sumu immediately recalled an image in his mind. It was a monster from the deep sea, mentioned in many legends in One Piece. A giant octopus with brown skin. Kraken. Its size could easily rival that of a small island. Kraken. Nami suddenly screamed, her face turning pale. A monster like this, not to mention in the deep sea, even on land, its massive size would make it hard to deal with. It really is the Kraken. Have we intruded into its territory? Chopper covered his head, tears of fear streaming down his face. "Run, run. The Sunny is going to sink. It's going to sink. Are we going to be buried at the bottom of the sea?" Usopp and Chopper both screamed loudly, fearfully running back and forth on the deck of the Sunny. Seeing the frightened trio, Sumo blinked a couple of times and chuckled dryly. Sure enough, they lived up to their reputation as the cowardly trio. But he then looked at the giant monster in the deep sea and took a deep breath. As for size, He couldn't believe that a creature could grow to such a gigantic extent. It was simply incomprehensible. Moreover, he could see countless wrecks under Kraken's massive tentacles. Many pirate ships must have been attacked by the Kraken. Kraken, Luffy murmured, lowering his head, and no one could read his expression. But then he suddenly looked up, his eyes shining with excitement, suppressing his saliva. He said happily, "Let it pull our ship, just like that sea cow earlier." As soon as he said this, Nami and the others widened their eyes in shock at Luffy's words. Don't joke around. How could that be possible? That's the Kraken. Luffy, not to mention in the sea, even on land, it would be hard to deal with it. With tears streaming down his face, Usopp stepped forward and patted Luffy's shoulder repeatedly. What we need to do now is to escape quickly. Stop saying silly things. It wouldn't be impossible to use it to pull the ship. But how do we deal with this massive creature? Zoro frowned, looking toward the giant Kraken, starting to think useless thoughts. Hey, did you hear Usopp talking? It's the Kraken. The Kraken. Chopper suddenly appeared, crying as he hit Zoro on the head. I wonder what the meat of this monster would taste like if cooked. It should be enough to eat for a long time, right? Sanji scratched his head, resting his chin on his hand, curiously looking at the creature that was hundreds of times larger than the Sunny. Why are you saying that? Can you be a bit more rational? Usopp and Chopper quickly appeared next to Sanji, giving him a nudge. Can you all be normal for a second? How can such a huge monster be defeated underwater? In front of it, we are like ants. Hey, Sumo, can you come out and say something to stop them? Nami, almost in tears, grabbed Sumo's arm and shook it repeatedly. For their pirate crew, besides these three who could fight, they had also added a powerful Sumo. If they could leave a strong and reliable person behind, they could accept it. But if all four of the strongest fighters went wild, the Straw Hat Pirates would truly be in chaos. Sumo, go stop them. Chopper jumped on his Sumu's head, trying to get him to intervene and stop the troublemaking trio. In their eyes, Sumu needed to appear calm. But Chopper and Nami didn't know that the troubles they had encountered since departing from the Sabaody archipelago, including the 3 major marine forces and the gathering of people at GR-42, were all caused by this kid they were currently relying on. Hey! Sumi squinted his eyes, staring intently at the huge monster, the Kraken. Suddenly, he raised his hand and licked his lips. With Chopper and Nami looking at him with anticipation and approval, he smiled slightly. Speaking of which, I really want to play with such a big monster. What would it feel like to have it pull the ship? Would it take off? Hey, Luffy! Tsukumo immediately shouted at Luffy. Let's go. Beat it up and make it pull the ship for us. Tsukumo, Nami, Chopper, and even Usopp were shocked and couldn't believe what they heard. Finally, Sumu is also getting caught up in their chaos. How could it be alright? Let's charge. Seeing Sumu joining in the excitement, Luffy instantly became full of energy, ready to rush out of the coating and dive into the sea for a decisive battle with the Kraken. Hey Luffy, it's fine to fight, but what are you going to do in the sea? Zoro, unusually calm at this moment, called out to Luffy, who had forgotten he was a devil fruit user. I don't know, but it's okay. Someone must have a way, right? Luffy smiled slightly. He was already used to Sumu pulling off those kinds of magic. In his eyes, Sumu was an omnipotent person. As soon as Luffy said this, Sanji and Zoro turned their gazes to Sumo. Yeah, I have a way. Sumo laughed and said this without thinking. But just a second later, he suddenly realized and froze for a moment. Who said I have a way? You just said it yourself. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji all pointed at Sumu in unison. Even Frankie, Brook, and Robin, who were nearby, joined in the fun and pointed at Sumo. Hey! Sumu's eyes suddenly became blank, staring foolishly at the members of the Straw Hat crew. He currently didn't have Doryman's abilities to find a way to fight in the water. Wait, Frankie, do you know how Rayleigh coded the ship? Sumu suddenly had a flash of inspiration and asked Frankie beside him, coding, I took a look at it. Although I haven't practiced, my skills might not be as good as Rayleigh's, but I can manage it pretty well. That makes things easier. So, you can coat 4 surfaces for us and make a temporary diving device. Is that possible? Someone nodded immediately. In his memory, when Luffy, Zoro, and the others went into the water, they fought using this temporary coating. As soon as Sumo mentioned it, Frankie understood right away. Then, using some of the remaining materials, Frankie spent about 10 seconds customizing a coating for Sumo, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. The 4 of them felt as if they were inside a bubble. Wow, this is amazing. It really won't break? Luffy said excitedly, touching the bubble. You guys, if you're going to fight, do it far away from the ship. The farther away, the better. Nami said, gritting her teeth at Sumu and the others. And Sumu, why are you getting involved? Seriously. As soon as she said that, Sumu and Luffy both laughed. It was a rare chance to come to the deep sea. If they didn't go out to have fun, wouldn't that be a waste? Sumo clenched his fist and looked at Nami with a serious expression, revealing a sense of anticipation for the sea outside. Seeing Sumo's gaze, Nami helplessly pursed her lips and then pointed towards the vast ocean. "Then you all go quickly. Draw that guy away, far away. Hurry up. All right, let's go." Sumo clasped his fists and, along with Luffy and the others, stepped onto the railing, ready to leap out. Just at that moment, the water suddenly began to churn, and countless tentacles started to surge towards the Thousand Sunny. At that moment, the timid trio of Nami, Chopper, and Usopp turned pale again, covering their heads and shouting for it to stop. We're going to get hit. We're going to be buried at the bottom of the sea." But in the next second, Sumo rushed out of the coating of the Thousand Sunny at an incredible speed, charging straight at the several tentacles. With a powerful punch, the tentacle that was attacking the Thousand Sunny was instantly shattered into pieces. The enormous kraken let out a wail, and the tentacles hurriedly retracted. The speed of the wooden figure was so fast that even the coating couldn't keep up. Looking at the small bubble of coating left in the seawater, he quickly dove back in. Then, he took a gentle breath. If it were just about holding his breath underwater with his current ability, he could actually hold it for a long time. But if he needed to use a technique, that wouldn't do. Using a technique would require